Author note: dear readers, since English is not my first language, there will be tons of grammatical mistakes. Please continue reading this book only if you don't have any issue with that. Rest, I could guarantee you that you won't get bored with the storyline. Third person's POV. Holding a warm cup of tea, Grace slowly made her way on the terrace of her house. Taking a deep breath, she reveled for a moment in the fresh air of her small town, which was surrounded by nature. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to get lost in the moment. This was the way in which she used to start her day. By losing herself in the beauty of nature, she used to forget all the problems of her life. Grace was 28 years old and the most beautiful girl in the small town. She had all the qualities which anyone would need in their wife, but she always used to say a big no to all the marriage proposals. Her parents were concerned about her because they were concerned about her, as Grace was stressing too much to fulfill all the responsibilities of the family. She was blessed with 3 younger sisters and 1 younger brother, which her parents planned with the hope of having a son. As all the sisters started growing up, it was getting harder for her father to handle all the expenses of the house. That's why she started working in the restaurant as a cook to support her family at her early age. She also helped her father in arranging funds for the marriage of 2 of her sisters. The situation had just started to get better when her father was diagnosed with cancer, and her family needed a lot of money for her treatment. Now, she was the only one who used to work in the family. Because of family reasons and a busy schedule, Grace never got a chance to fall in love with anyone. Also, she believed in getting married to that person with whom she would fall in love rather than an arranged marriage. Grace, it's time for your breakfast. The high-pitched call from her mother was like an alarm to her that she had to leave for the job. Her mother always used to remind her about the breakfast before 15 minutes because she knew her daughter well. Grace always used to forget to check the time when she used to spend her time on the terrace. "I will be there in a minute, Mom," Grace shouted, but she knew that she couldn't make it before 15 minutes and quickly ran toward her room to complete her morning business. After an hour, she reached the restaurant where she used to work. She greeted all her co-workers warmly and then walked directly to the kitchen. She found leftover food in the container and shook her head in disappointment. "I had asked Mason to feed this food to the stray animals." She thought and checked the food, which was still in good condition. The food had to get wasted in any way. That's why she packed the food in the poly bag and walked out of the restaurant to check the animals so that she could feed them. And there they are, she thought and smiled. The moment a bunch of dogs saw her, they ran toward her happily. Well, why won't they? She was the one who used to feed them on a regular basis. "Boys, behave," she ordered sternly when they started fighting with one another for food, and all the dogs sat calmly like a good boy. After all, Grace was like their second mother. Grace had always been fond of dogs because they were the most loyal ones, but she couldn't own them once because she couldn't afford them. She patted the heads of all the dogs like they were her pups and fed them the food which she had brought with her. Once they were done, they all started snuggling her legs and she started playing with them till the moment all the dogs started barking. She looked confused and tried to calm them, but they were furiously barking in a particular direction. She finally turned toward the direction in which the dogs were barking and saw 4 black cars with tinted windows standing straight from her. Out of them, one was damn so amazing, as she was not so good with cars, and so am I. Ha. She couldn't recognize the car's name. She continued to look at the car, wondering what could be the reason they all are standing here, and the realization hit her like a storm that they could be the customers who might have come here for breakfast or something. She quickly walked inside the restaurant to prepare food. After all, she was the head cook of the restaurant, but contrary to her assumption, all the 4 cars moved out of that place without having breakfast. Stupid rich people. If they didn't want to have anything, then why did they even stop their car here? She thought, but she couldn't guess that something else could also be the reason. but I must admit that the car was awesome. I wonder how much anyone has to earn to have a car like that? I wish I could have also had one. She thought, but then kicked that thought away from her mind because there was no way in her life she could be eligible to sit in the car like that. TBC. But who knew what her future had stored for her? Except me. Heh. Just joking. Stay tuned to read the next chapter of the book. Till then, have a good day and take care, guys. Third person's POV. Alpha, we have finally found the location of that rogue in the vampires group, which we had been searching for a long time. They are staying near Pacific East Humans Town, so we have to move there as soon as possible to catch them. Eric informed his Alpha. I know, and I have already arranged everything. We will be staying between humans to catch those leeches. But Zayden, how can we stay with humans? They are... Eric stopped speaking when he saw Zayden narrowing his eyes toward him. We have nothing to do with humans. Just because we are werewolves doesn't mean we should think humans are below us. Humans are different from us, but there's nothing wrong with being different, Eric. So never, I repeat, never bring this topic again in front of me. Zayden replied coldly because he had to explain this basic thing to his beta. If Eric was not being his beta, he wouldn't have wasted his time in explaining his thoughts. Apart from him and his own sister, he didn't give much importance to anyone because no one cared about him except these two. His childhood was filled with abuse and hardship, as he was an Omega and everyone made his life miserable. They abused them and tortured him in the best possible way. Not only this, he even got rejected by his mate. He vowed to take revenge on everyone who did this to him. So, he entered the mafia's world. He worked hard, very hard, which made him who he was now, i.e., one of the strongest personalities in the entire estate and fearful alpha of the same pack, in which those pack members treated him badly. Because of his horrible past, he got addicted to what he desired, and he could go to any extent to get what he wanted. He always used to stay cold and serious. Only two things were his target in his life. First, power, so that no one could treat him the way they treated him. And second was his enemies, who made him an orphan. His hunger and his search for his enemies was something that never let him think about anything else, not even a second chance mate. He never cared about finding mate because that was never his priority. The only women in his life were his sister and his mother. He had no experience with other women because he didn't know how to treat them because as far as he could remember, his father used to abuse his mother. And Zayden definitely didn't want to become like one. His sister, Allison, wanted him to have a normal life, but Zayden never listened to her on this matter. She believed that only love could bring her brother back from the place where he was right now. By the way, who all are in the family of that rogue? Zayden asked rudely. Eric understood that Zayden was back in his pissed mood. Well, it was nothing so strange. He had been like this for years. I.e., his mood used to be pissed in 99% of cases. Well, you cannot blame him alone for his mood, because 2 years back, one of the rogues had stolen $60,000 by fooling Allison, his sister. It was pennies really to him since he was a billionaire, but still, the fact that some moron had guts to fool his sister was something that he could not handle, and he wouldn't let him go unpunished. The file will be in your hand within 10 to 15 minutes, Alpha, Eric answered in a low tone. He used to address Zayden as per his mood. After all, he was well aware that Zayden hated anybody below his rank by his name. His wolf used to consider it a challenge. Eric used to call him Alpha when Zayden used to be around the werewolves, Seer in front of the human, and Zayden when he was in a friendly mood. Sounds perfect. After 10 to 15 minutes, their car halted for a moment because, as per Eric, one of their informers was going to hand over the file containing the details of the rogue which Zayden wanted. Since the informer seemed a bit late, Zayden looked out of the window, getting annoyed with the thought that he had to wait for someone else. And then his eyes landed on a woman feeding the dogs and patting their head lovingly. Soon, she started playing with them, and he could tell that those dogs love her. He had never seen any woman playing with street dogs. Most of the women he had seen were afraid of dogs. Even his sister used to fear dogs till the moment her wolf appeared. But here, he saw this woman, playing as if they were her own pups. He didn't miss the smile which she had on her lips all the time when she was with those dogs. And for the first time, he felt his wolf's presence without any reason. For a moment, he felt that his wolf might claim her as his mate, but nothing like that happened. His wolf soon disappeared after a while. "Let's go, driver," Eric ordered, but Zayden showed his hand without saying anything. Eric looked at Zayden, who had a smile on his face and was shocked to see a miracle. He followed Zayden's gaze and saw a woman. Well, this was the second miracle of his life. He had never seen Zayden smiling. As far as he could remember, Zayden was called an emotionless person. "Are you feeling hungry, Zayden?" he asked, even though he knew that Zayden was not looking at the restaurant, but the woman standing near it. "No, just wait for a while." A reply escaped Zayden's mouth before he could have any control over it. For the first time, his mind was not working properly. All he was wishing that woman to turn toward him just for once. Out of nowhere, those dogs started barking toward their cars. Generally, dogs were afraid of werewolves, but barking at werewolves meant challenging for the battle. Eric observed how Zayden's expression started getting changed. "Please don't mind them, Zayden. They are being protective of the woman. That's it. Even though those dogs know that you can easily kill them, but out of their nature, he will try to protect the loved ones even if it costs their life." Eric explained, but he knew that Zayden was not going to listen to him at any cost. Zayden was about to open the door of the car when the woman turned around. His breath hitched the moment he observed her beautiful and innocent face. The way her hair flipped because of the wind forced him to think about touching her long hair. He was feeling aroused for the first time, that too for that woman who did nothing to him. This was one thing that had never happened with him before. She kept staring at him through the tinted window, which was obvious that she couldn't see him, but he could see her. He didn't know a thing about mate and mate bond, but by just looking at this woman, his heart skipped a beat. But his happiness didn't remain for long when she walked inside the restaurant. He was back in his angry mood and signaled the driver to move. Eric kept quiet during the rest of the ride, but he couldn't ignore the fact that Zayden's mood swings were normal when that woman was around him. Is that possible? He quickly shook his head at that thought, but still, his curiosity was forcing him to clear his doubt as soon as possible. #TBC. Third person's POV. Zayden's wolf was quiet and restless throughout the ride, and so was Zayden. Zayden had no idea his wolf was behaving in this way because he never had a good relationship with his wolf. He could only feel his wolf during any fight. The rest of the time, his wolf used to stay hidden in a part of his mind. "How far are we from reaching our place?" Zayden asked the driver. "About to reach, Alpha." There came an instant reply. Once they reached there, Eric gasped, looking at the bungalow near the forest. The bungalow was surrounded by his men, so he was positive that he was at the right place. "We will be living here till the moment the problem of those leeches gets solved, right, Alpha?" Zayden hummed and nodded his head when he received the greeting from the guards. Without wasting time, he started walking inside the bungalow. "Then why did you buy this bungalow? I am sure you didn't take it on rent, because you hate doing that, as it reminds you of your childhood when..." Eric stopped himself from saying further, realizing that Zayden was not over his past. He hated living anywhere on rent because out of all the horrible memories, one of them was that when Zayden had no money to pay rent, his landlord had asked him to send his sister for a one-night stand. "What do you mean to ask, Eric?" Zayden asked, getting irritated. "Do you expect me to stay in some congested room instead of a bungalow? I haven't earned this much money and power to live like the poor and weak. Now dare you ask anything stupid, and I will not stop myself from kicking your ass." He snapped. "Okay, Alpha." Eric nodded. At night. Eric observed Zayden was not able to concentrate on the work, as if something was bothering him. He already guessed the reason behind it, but was not sure whether he was right or not. "Is something bothering you, Alpha?" "Yes, tonight, once we will be done with that mutt, you will have to do another job for me." Zayden replied immediately because he couldn't stop thinking about that woman from the moment his car left that place. "You can tell me now. I will start right away," Eric asked, getting excited with the hope that Zayden will finally order him to find out about that girl. "Not now." There came his short response. "If he will not say directly, then I will ask him directly." With this thought, Eric himself asked, "Does my other work have something to do with that woman?" Zayden looked at him for a while, battling in his mind whether it was safe to tell him. Sooner or later, he will find it out anyway, so why hide from him? "Yes, I need you to find out about her." "Okay, Alpha," Eric said and smiled. He could sense his Alpha's liking toward that woman, and he was so happy that he wanted to inform Allison, but this wouldn't be right. He should let Zayden share this news with Allison by himself. By the way, she was hot and sexy. He added to see Zayden's reaction, but immediately regretted it when the color of Zayden's voice changed and looked at him, getting possessive like anything. He hit the table so hard that it broke into 2 pieces. "Think about her again, and I will rip your head. Only I have that right to do so. Treat her like your Luna," he roared. Sure, Alpha. I am sorry for using those words." Eric apologized. If he had any doubt about his Alpha falling for that woman, it was crystal clear now. This was the first time when Zayden's wolf said a word. No, not a word, but a whole sentence. And this was the beginning of the changes. "Wow, and here I thought that my wolf was mute," Eric heard Zayden speaking. Well, he couldn't help but agree with Zayden. "Alpha, what if she turned out to be married?" Eric asked because that woman looked nowhere like a girl. "It doesn't matter to me, because I won't mind killing her husband because I want her at any cost," Zayden said with determination in his eyes. TBC, third person's POV. Though Zayden had said that it didn't matter to him, but deep down in a part of his heart, he was deeply wishing that should be the case because if what Eric had said would come out as truth, then things would be difficult. It would surely not affect Zayden, but it would surely affect her and her family. Eric felt awkward after listening to Zayden's words, but he quickly changed the topic. "Did you see the file of that rogue which I had kept on your table?" he asked. Zayden closed his eyes when he realized that he was really disturbed today because he never delays in finishing the pending work. "No problem. Alpha, I will share what is written in that file." "All right, go on." "He is now married, Alpha. He has a wife and twin daughters of 1 year," Eric said. "And he lives in the nearby colony as a human with his human mate," he added. "Fine then, let's pay him a visit," Zayden said and checked the time. "I am sure that mutt will be at his home right now, enjoying his family time," he added and took out his pistol and placed silver bullets in it. Zayden had dealt with him in his wolf form if that mutt would not be living between the humans. But no worries, he had another option. He was famous for having good criminal records in the human world. "Zayden, I know you never forgive anyone, but will you really kill him? I mean, he has an innocent family." Eric asked, but didn't receive any response from Zayden. He started following Zayden when he started walking out of the bungalow. Zayden's car appeared in front of him, but signaled to the driver that he didn't need it. It was a small town. Visiting somewhere with a car would gain a lot of attention, and he wanted to keep things quiet. "I am feeling hungry, Zayden. Also, I didn't eat the food which the new cook had made because it was horrible. Would you mind if I eat something here?" Eric asked Zayden. Zayden was about to snap at Eric, but when he saw that Eric wanted to eat at the same place where he had seen that woman, he nodded his head before he could control his head. He was not sure, but hoping to meet that woman again. Zayden was using his hat to hide his face because he didn't want anyone to run away from him because of fear. That's why Eric always used to talk with others, and he used to stay behind him, giving orders and making decisions. Grace had just locked the kitchen and was about to leave when she saw a man talking with the owner of the restaurant. It was already 1:00, and she wanted to go home. That's why she was praying in his mind that this man was not here to have dinner. When Christian, the owner, saw her, she definitely knew that what he would say next was something she didn't want to hear. Everyone had already left. She was the only one left there. "Sorry, Grace," he started. "They are really very hungry, so will you please prepare something special for them?" he asked. Could I say no? I guess not, Grace thought. After all, Christian used to pay double or sometimes triple the amount for overtime, and money was the most important thing which she needed at this stage of life. She sighed and nodded before walking back into the kitchen, as she was so busy with her own things that she didn't realize that a pair of blue eyes were staring at her without blinking his eyes. Call it coincidence or destiny, but Zayden was not expecting to see Grace at this time. He meant it was too late. A small smile appeared on his lips, which was more like a smirk when he saw her. Now even he wanted to eat the food that Grace was going to prepare. He looked at Grace keenly and listened to the conversation between Christian and Grace, all thanks to his power. Eric took a glance towards Zayden and saw his smile. His smile gave him a kind of happiness, as Zayden was not someone who always smiled. They waited for half an hour until Grace came to their table holding the food in her hand. She was about to keep those plates on the table when accidentally she dropped some of the food on Eric's clothes. "I am so sorry. I am really very—" She was immediately cut off by Eric. "It's totally fine, miss." He gave a warm smile to his future Luna. Grace gave him a weak smile and passed him the tissue so that he could clean his shirt. "I am sorry, sir," she whispered softly and too slowly, which brought a smile on Zayden's lips again. He was amazed by her gesture. "As I said, it's totally fine, miss," Eric replied. He could help himself from thinking that Alpha was completely opposite to Luna. He was not complaining, but Zayden didn't have these manners and a kind heart. Once Grace left the table, she was sure that these two people would not give a penny as a tip. After all, she spoiled the shirt of that man. Not to mention, even Christian would deduct her salary if these customers refused to pay the bill. She was thinking about her loss when her eyes finally landed on the man with a hat who had almost hidden his face with it. That's weird, she thought. The rest of the services were taken care of by Christian. She was just waiting for them to leave so that she could leave for home. After a while, Christian came inside the kitchen, looking for her. "They are asking for you, Grace," he said. "I just hope this has nothing to do with the stupidity which you did before." He added, to which Grace looked at him with her big brown eyes. "And today is the last day of my job," she thought sarcastically. "Yes, sir. How can I help you?" she asked politely with Eric, with a small smile on her face. "Here." Eric passed an envelope toward her. "This is a gesture to say that we loved the food and thank you for serving us the best food of our life," he said truthfully. After a long time, he had eaten something so tasty in the human world. Though these were Zayden's words, since he had no idea how to speak with women, he had asked Eric to say these words to her. That's a different thing that even Eric had felt the same. Grace was a bit hesitant to take that envelope, but after a while, she finally took it. "Thank you, sir," she replied, TBC, third person's POV. "My pleasure, miss. By the way, we are new in this town and came here to surprise one of our old friends, John Watson. But unfortunately, we are kind of lost. Do you know the exact location?" Eric asked the first thing which came to mind. It was obvious that they knew the exact location. It was just Zayden had asked to keep chatting with her so that he could listen to her melodious voice. "John Watson, who is a father of 2 cute angels?" Grace asked to confirm, to which Eric nodded, while Zayden was just listening to her voice. He stopped himself from chuckling after observing the words she just used, 2 cute angels. Lulz, who talks like this? What's her age? 5, he thought. Along with that, he started wondering whether they both share some kind of relationship. That mere thought scared him. "I hope not. I can't hurt anyone in her family. If you can wait for a while, then I can take both of you to his house, because his house is near my house." Grace offered her help. "Thank you so much," Eric replied, but the same thought came into his mind which was going on in Zayden's mind. "Ask her whether she always walks home late, that too alone." Zayden mind-linked Eric. This thought was continuously poking in his mind because it was not safe for her. Also, he promised himself that from now onwards he wouldn't let her walk back to her home alone. "Do you always return home this late, miss?" Eric asked. I mean, it is not safe for a beautiful woman to stay out of the home this late, you know? He added in a concerned tone. Beautiful woman? Grace laughed lightly. I am not beautiful, sir, and answering your questions, no, I don't return home this late. Moreover, no one in this town will try to mess with him after all. I am a state-level martial art champion. She answered and giggled, thinking how anyone could say that she was beautiful. In her eyes, she was nothing but just a plain and simple girl. Your smile is pretty. Zayden spoke for the first time before he could control his tongue. Grace's eyes almost popped out at his blunt comment. Thank you, sir, she replied, hiding her little blush. Wow, so this man speaks. Because I had started thinking that he was mute, she thought. So, what's the reason for the surprise visit to your friend's house? Grace asked, changing the topic. It was obvious that they couldn't tell her the truth, otherwise she would run away from there with the speed of flash. And Zayden didn't want that. He knew that Eric would come up with the best answer to her question. Well, we never got a chance to meet him after his marriage. That's why we came here to surprise him. Also, we want to play with his two cute angels. Eric answered in her old tone, on which Grace started laughing. All the time, Zayden's eyes were on her, and he was looking at her intently, as he was doing from the moment his eyes landed on him. Grace noticed this and quickly stopped laughing. His gaze on her was making her uncomfortable, and she started getting scared now. Men, they all are just the same. Here I am helping them, and he is thinking of it as his chance. She thought and promised not to look toward him. They reached near John's house. Your friend's here, she said, pointing toward his house. Thank you, miss, Eric replied with a warm smile. I'm glad to help you. By the way, if you get lost again, then never, I repeat, never trust any stranger, because people say that at night vampires roam in the town. Grace gave them the advice with a serious expression. She had never met any of them until now, but many people in the town had seen them. Zayden chuckled at Grace's words. She is so innocent. Only if she knows with whom she was talking to. Grace narrowed her eyes and glared at Zayden. You don't believe me? Okay, fine. You will remember my words when you see any vampire in front of you. And in case you still come up alive, inform me. Because guess what? Unlike in the movie, the vampire will end up killing you instead of falling in love with you, she joked. This time, Zayden literally laughed at her words. Sure, I will see you have the power to kill me, he replied. His deep voice sent chills down her spine, because of which she wanted to run away from there as soon as possible. Okay, I will go now. Good night, Grace said. Do you live here? Zayden asked, hoping that she would be staying near this house, because what he was going to do next would surely scare her, and he didn't want to scare her. Also, he didn't want to disclose his identity to her, at least not now. Grace thought for the consequences of her reply if she replied to his answer truthfully. No, I shouldn't share my address with him. Who knew he would start harassing me or my family? And what if he turned out to be a bad guy? No, I don't live here but 4 blocks away from here. She lied. In actuality, her house was just opposite John's house. For today, she thought about entering the house from the back gate. Zayden sighed, feeling relieved. Now, he didn't have to think much, as there was no way she could see or hear the things which he had planned to do next. As Grace had planned, she entered her house from the back gate. She walked toward the room to change her clothes and get some sleep because she was feeling tired. That's when she heard the loud cries coming from the street. Everyone started looking outside from their house to see what was happening. Even her brother and father joined her when she was looking outside from the window. Out there, she saw John's family wrenched. The whole family was outside, looking flushed. The man in the hat was holding the twins in his hand as if they were some non-living things, while the babies were crying loudly. Oh my God, that's Zayden Staunton, her father whispered in fear, and her eyes popped out when she recognized that name. Zayden Staunton was a mafia leader who was a bloody, cold, arrogant, and selfish bastard. TBC. Third person's POV. Grace's eyes widened in fear when she saw that her father was talking about the man who was in hand and had held both the twins mercilessly like an object. Not to mention, he was talking about that man who was staring at her intently. She knew that the whole police force was behind him, but couldn't trace a single proof that could land him in jail. And realizing the fact that she just talked with him was making her paranoid. Grace looked around and found that the whole society was witnessing everything, but none of them was coming out to help John's family. Though she was afraid of Zayden Staunton, that didn't mean she wouldn't step out of her home to help John and his family. "Have you gone mad? Or have decided to die today?" Her mother snapped at her when she realized what her daughter was going to do. "Mom, they are in trouble. Can't you see that?" "Really, Grace? They are bloody criminals. If you will involve yourself in their business, and soon we will find ourselves in trouble. And I won't allow you to go there." "But Mom, we can't let that happen," Grace cried. "I don't think that man is dangerous," she said, or more like asked, because she was not very sure of it. She was never interested in reading or listening to the news of the mafia world, but some stories about him did pass through her ears. And those stories weren't something that you would like to tell a child while sleeping. A man who killed his own father and wanted to take revenge from his brother is definitely very dangerous, her father replied instead of her mother. "I won't let you do stupid things just because you want to help John's family. Zayden is a heartless monster and will not even spare you thinking of you as a woman. So stay away from him as much as possible," he said, more like ordered. Grace knew how dangerous he was, and she would be stupid if she had an encounter with him again. That's why she nodded her head like an obedient child on her father's orders, but that didn't mean she wouldn't help John and his family. She left from there, saying that she had to change her clothes, and when she saw that no one was around, she took out her mobile and started shooting the video. "Do you think that I would forgive you just because you have a family now?" Zayden asked and slapped John. "I am sorry to say, but your family has to bear the consequence of your deeds." "Please, sir, please leave him," John's wife pleaded, but Zayden handed the twins in her hand carelessly and took out his gun from his back pocket and placed it on John's heart. John realized that the gun had a silver bullet in it, while a lot of people gasped in shock and surprise, not to mention fear as well. "Please forgive." John stopped speaking when Zayden emptied all the bullets in John's heart right away without wasting a single second. Grace gasped, witnessing a murder in front of her eyes, while John's wife collapsed on the ground when she saw her love of life and her world just crushed under the feet of the heartless monster named Zayden Staunton. "I don't forgive anyone," Zayden said, looking at the dead body of John. "Not even to those who address me with my name." He hit the dead body of John and continued, "And you were not of that level by my name." Saying this, he started living from there, and Eric was just behind him. Eric didn't Zayden to kill John, but then this was nothing new that Zayden did. He had been like this for a long time. He was aware of the fact once Zayden had decided something, and he could go beyond any extent to get what he wanted, that included even killing someone. Nothing could stop him from achieving what he wanted. His thought wandered toward that kind woman with whom they had just met. They believed that she didn't live in the same society, otherwise Zayden wouldn't have killed John, at least not at his place. He would have killed John far away from here. Thinking about that woman named Grace, Eric could not help but feel happy for Zayden. He believed that Grace would surely change Zayden with her kindness and her love. He had an idea that never a woman like Grace would agree to be with a man like Zayden, so he was determined to do anything to bring both of them together. He thought all the things because of which Grace would fall in love with Zayden, just like Zayden did. At first, he had to find out all the details of Grace, as it was the task that Zayden had given to him. He chuckled at the thought of what if Grace knew who Zayden was. She would surely run away from Zayden faster than the light. But then, he would not let that happen. He won't let Zayden live alone without family again. Zayden was not like this from the beginning. Everyone made him like this either by hurting him or betraying him, and John was among them. John and Zayden used to be great friends until the moment Zayden became more successful and powerful than John. John used his sister to hurt him and flew away with Zayden's money, leaving his sister pregnant. He had passed through a lot of things in his life, and not being able to get the only girl who caught his attention would definitely break him. Eric's heart crunched about thinking Zayden's getting hurt. No, I will not let that happen. I will do anything to make him happy. And now that Zayden's happiness resided in his chosen woman, he thought. Grace was crying a lot after witnessing everything. She had never witnessed something like that in her life, and she was sure that she wouldn't be able to sleep for nights because of this incident. She was cursing herself for taking them to John's house. She was too fragile to witness a murder. She closed her eyes, but quickly opened her eyes when she recalled how the blood was flowing through John's heart like a tap being opened. Here she was crying in pain while John's wife was sitting near her husband dead, both like a statue. Grace wished if she could have really done something rather than shooting the video, but she was just a weak woman. When no other men came out for help, then what could she have done? Little did Grace know that she had the power of stopping this, just by her mere presence. But she did nothing except make a short film on everything which just happened. She didn't waste another second and uploaded the video on the internet with the hope that Zayden would soon get arrested, because this video would surely help the police as proof against him. TBC, third person's POV. Grace saw many people of the society rushing toward John's house to provide her help and support, but it was not required now. John had already gone. Some called the ambulance and some informed the police. As usual, the police were late. She had informed them about everything before she had started shooting the video. Grace couldn't sleep that night. All she could think was, how could any man be so cruel? She had never seen violence in her life. She realized how it felt to be near a mafia for the first time. She wished to God to never let her see his face ever again in her life, but she had no idea that the author, me, obviously, had planned something against her wish. Hey, we have a problem, Alpha, Eric informed, to which Zayden raised his brow, signaling him to continue. Someone had uploaded the video of John's murder over the internet, and it went viral within a small amount of time. Zayden closed his eyes, keeping a pen on his head. He was thinking about Grace and listening to Eric at the same time. Though that video has already been taken down, and our team is trying to acknowledge who did this so that we can personally punish the culprit, Eric said. I will deal with that person on my own. I want to admire that person for his guts, or say stupidity, Zayden said in an even tone. Immediately his eyes started changing color. Eric realized that it would be Allison for sure, because no one except her was allowed to mind-link the Alpha directly. Each and every detail would be passed to Zayden through his beta, Eric. So what was she saying? I asked, when Zayden finally looked toward me. She wants me to get married the moment I told her about Grace. Zayden laughed and shook his head at her childish behavior. She wants to meet my woman as soon as possible. Saying this, Zayden started smiling, and Eric could guess the reason behind his smile. Well, she was not wrong about it. You are now 33 years old, and next month you are turning 34. I think you should get married soon. Talking about marriage, I had assigned some work to you. What's the update on that? Zayden asked, getting impatient. Getting impatient, aren't we? Eric joked and received a glare from Zayden. I had already assigned that work to Theo. He would be here at any moment. Perfect. Zayden flashed a smile toward him. Since Zayden's good mood, Eric finally relaxed as he could finally talk with him like a friend. So, what are you planning to do? I mean, how are you planning to win her heart? She seems to be too innocent and comes from a modest family. She will surely start ignoring you if she figures out who you are. She won't. I won't let her ignore me, Zayden replied sternly. Does it mean you will force her to be with you? Eric asked, as there was no other option left, and this was his only choice left with him. I don't know. I have to go soft with her, try to court her, and then we'll propose to her. But if she will try to run away from me, then she won't leave any option for me other than forcing her. Will you tell her your real identity? Isn't it obvious, Eric? If I am planning to spend my whole life with her, then sooner or later I will have to share everything with her, Zayden said, and heard a soft knock on the door. He saw Theo standing there with a file in his hand. "What is it?" he asked rudely, because Theo indirectly disturbed him when he was talking about his woman. "Alpha, I have the file you asked for," Theo asked softly. He knew Zayden hates loud or high-pitched voices because it used to make him mad. "Which file?" Zayden asked, narrowing his eyes. "I didn't ask for any file." "Alpha, I had asked him to bring Luna's file," Eric answered calmly. He was glad that Grace had a soft tone, otherwise he had no idea how Zayden and Grace would have lived their whole life together. Zayden's face glowed like a bulb, and he immediately became restless. "Then why the fuck you haven't handed over the file yet?" he growled. Eric quickly took the file from Theo before he could have given it to Zayden. He snatched it from Eric's hand. After all, curiosity got the best of him. "Patience, bro, patience," Eric teased him. Zayden ignored his words and opened the file. He smiled when he saw the picture of Grace on the first page. She looked beautiful, he thought. It was a picture with a pup in her hand. He reluctantly turned the page. Her mere picture seemed to arrest his mind. He started reading her file. Name, Grace Felton. Age, 28. DOB 18th Feb 1993. Address, House No. 6 and 42, Block F, XXX. Father, Harry Felton. Mother, Emily Felton. Sisters, Gia and Gina, already married. Brother, Blake Felton. Qualification, Bachelor in Culinary Arts. Profession, head chef in XXX restaurant, working hours, 18 hours. "Why does she work for 18 fucking hours?" Zayden asked, and a frown appeared on his face. "She is financially tight, Alpha. She's the only one who earns in the family, as her father is diagnosed with cancer. She is saving her money for her father's surgery. She is having a hard life, but not anymore. After all, she has me now," he thought, and continued to read what else was mentioned about Grace. Pure vegetarian, but was an excellent cook of non-vegetarian foods. Fond of animals. Italian, favorite cuisine. After reading all the details, Zayden's mind stuck back to Grace's address. He waved his hand, signaling Theo to leave, and then looked toward Eric, who had another file in his hand already. "What is it in that file?" he asked while Eric stroked his hair nervously. Alpha, this file has the detail of the person who uploaded your video on the internet," Eric replied hesitantly. Zayden forwarded his hand to take that file and returned the file of Grace to Eric. Zayden read the details which were mentioned in that file, while Eric read the details of Grace. "Shit, Alpha. Grace is the person who did all this, and not to mention her address." Eric would have said a little more when Zayden cut him off in between. "She lied," Zayden said in short. One of the things he hated the most was lies, and Grace lied in the first meeting itself. For a moment, he could ignore that because she might have done that for safety purposes. What mattered the most was she had seen them doing those things which he was expecting to share with her calmly. "It means she saw everything," Eric said, getting worried. "Whatever happened, it happened for good. Explaining to her about my world will have been difficult for me, so it's good that she saw and had little courage to stand against me. Now, I don't have to act in front of her because this time she will be facing half of the real me," he said, and a smile formed on his lips by thinking about their next meeting. "Once she will become comfortable with me, then I will show her my real identity. Can't wait to mark her as mine," Zayden thought. "Eric, make sure that the streets and road will be vacant when she leaves for her home after her working hours. I want to meet her alone. If she behaves with me, just like the previous night, then it will be good. But if she starts screaming or running away from me, then make sure no one touches her in the process to stop her. Also, block all the routes once she comes inside my web so that she can't run away even if she tries to. I don't want any failure. Eric, I hope that you get my words clear in your mind," Zayden asked seriously. "Don't worry, Alpha. I will not disappoint you," Eric said, and left Zayden's room to make necessary arrangements which he would require to get his newly assigned work done. "I can't wait to see you, sweetheart," he thought and smiled, thinking about the endearment which he just gave to Grace. #TBC, third person's POV. "Your father was talking about your marriage," Grace's mother, to which she groaned. Not this topic again. Just because she was 28 years old now, that didn't mean she should get married. "We can't let you stay alone your whole life, Grace. Your younger sisters are happily married and are mothers now. Mom, please. What please? Someone should be there to take care of you and love you unconditionally, just like us. For example, just look at the time. It's 12:30 a.m. and you are yet not home. Till when all this is going to continue, Grace? I have already crossed the traffic signal, so I will be there in the next 15 minutes, Mom. So don't worry. Don't worry, my ass, her mother scoffed. I told you, Mom, I am perfectly fine, and coming back home at this hour is nothing new. You are getting worried as if it is my first time. I have a kind of feeling that something is going to happen so wrong, Grace, and trust me when any mother says so because they have a sixth sense when the things come to their children. Grace rolled her eyes at her mother's comment as she was worrying for her without any reason, or say she was worried because of yesterday's incident. It was not like Zayden would come here looking for her. She mentally laughed at her own thoughts. Where have you reached now? Her mom asked. Near the ice cream parlor, Mom, Grace replied. Try to walk a little faster and reach home quickly, her mother suggested. Though Grace believed her or not, she had an instinct that the chapter of Zayden was not completely over from their life. When Grace shared that she had uploaded Zayden's video on the internet so that the police could arrest him, she realized that her daughter had invited the wrath of the devil. Grace and her mother were talking over the phone until Grace noticed a figure in the dark. This is something new, Grace said. What is new? What happened? Her mother asked, getting afraid. There is an expensive car near our society, Mom. Wow. I don't know the name of this car, but it looks way more awesome. I wish I could also have one, Grace said. Though she had no knowledge of cars, she loved the idea of having one. For some reason, her mother started panicking because she had already guessed whose car that could be. All she wanted was nothing, but her assumption turned out to be wrong. Stop your fantasy, Grace, and speed up. God, Mom, I am not a vampire, she exclaimed. As she came closer, she could distinguish the car clearly. Under the dim moonlight, she could also see someone standing, Welling leaning to be more appropriate on the car. The more she came closer to that car, the more she could see that someone was some man. Until then, she couldn't see the face of the man, but his three-piece suit and his figure was screaming loudly that he was definitely too handsome. She also noticed that the person was looking in her direction. She went closer to the person, not because she wanted to meet her, but because that person had parked his car on her way home. She lowered her eyes and kept talking with her mother until her eyes landed on that person again, and the moment she did, she stopped walking and stood frozen at her place like a statue. She was still standing a few meters away from him, and her mind was completely blank. Her heart was racing like anything. Where are you now, Grace? Her mother asked. Mom, Zayden is here. She stuttered horribly. She had no idea what she should do next. I knew it, her mother muttered. Listen, Grace, he might be here to kill you for leaking his video on the internet. I had warned you not to mess with him. Now the only thing you can do is run, her mom said. But it was not easy to run when you were scared like a kitten. Grace was getting scared with the passing time. She tried to run, but her body stood frozen. Grace saw Zayden approaching her, and she started getting more and more scared than she was before. Zayden was watching her every move from the moment she entered this street. But when she stopped walking toward him, he decided to walk to her all by himself. If you won't come near me, sweetheart, then I will. He thought, and he could already guess what was going to happen next. He could clearly hear what she was talking about with her mother and also the suggestion her mother gave her. Grace didn't want to die, at least not this soon. Right now she was a doe, and the man approaching her was the lion. All she could do was run. Run to save her life. She quickly took a U-turn and started running. She ran as fast as she could. Adrenaline rushed her body like a flood, forcing her legs to run faster and faster. Run, Grace, run, or else this would be the last day of your life. She kept encouraging herself to run faster and faster. Her phone was in her hand, and her mother could hear the noise of her running. Her mother was cursing herself that she couldn't do a thing to help her daughter. Her husband and her son had gone to the city because the groom that Grace's father had chosen for her was from the city, and they went there to finalize her wedding. As for now, all her mother could do was to pray to God so that Zayden would leave her daughter without harming or killing her. Throughout Grace's life, she did nothing but help others, and God could not be that heartless to kill that soul just because she was kind to others. But in reality, God had planned something else for Grace. "Wrong move, sweetheart. You shouldn't have run away from me like that. But don't worry, you will soon realize that you can't run away from me. Not even you want," Zayden thought. Net TBC, third person's POV. Grace could see the turn of the road and felt happy with the thought that she successfully rescued herself from the devil, but her happiness didn't last for a second when she saw the road was blocked with sleek black cars, which obviously seemed expensive. She obviously was not a Wonder Woman who could just jump over them just like that. The sight alone scared her to hell. She thought about explaining her situation to her mother to suggest to her what she should do next. But she panicked when she realized that her phone was not in her hand. "Don't tell me that I dropped it somewhere when I was running," she thought, and felt like crying. "I am going to die now." With this thought, a lone tear escaped from her eyes. That's when she heard the deep, husky voice. "Don't be scared, sweetheart," Zayden said, standing right behind her. She froze, and this time, she couldn't help and started weeping. She didn't observe when Zayden came in front of her, as she could not think of anything in the right state of mind. Zayden noticed that she was crying and couldn't understand the reason behind it. "I didn't even do anything," he thought. As he had no experience with women, he had no idea what he should do next to calm her down or what he should do to stop her from crying. But looking at her in this state like this really hurt him. It was like thousands of pins poking his heart, but his problem was still unsolved. His sister tried never to cry in front of me because she knew that Zayden already had a lot of problems in his life and she didn't want to stress him over her problems. Seeing the woman who took his heart at first sight cry was the most punishment of his life. Grace's tears just wouldn't stop. She didn't want to look weak and fragile in front of him, but she couldn't change the fact that she was weak and fragile in front of a mafia who could easily kill anyone. All she wanted was to run far away from him, and all he wanted was her to be with him. Zayden linked Eric about this situation, and he suggested Zayden with the idea of hugging her, as it always helps anyone to calm down and get better. So, without wasting another single second, Zayden hugged her. Grace didn't understand what just happened. She just stood like a statue in shock and fear, which numbed her limbs, just like earlier. Zayden put one of his arms around her tiny waist and another over her head, soothing it. "It's okay, sweetheart. Why are you crying? Is something troubling you? Don't worry, I am here. I will take all your problems away from you." He tried his best to stop Grace from crying. He thought he was comforting her, but the things were opposite from Grace's side. She felt herself trapped in the arms of the bloody mafia, who happened to be a psycho, hugging her for no reason. She tried to push him away, but it went in vain because Zayden's grips on her waist were way too strong. She started crying really hard without a thought that Zayden wanted to do something bad to her. She wanted to kick his junior, but was afraid of the outcome. When she didn't say anything and just cried, Zayden finally decided to open his mouth to ask what the matter was. "Sweetheart, why are you crying? Please let me know so that I can fix it," he asked, finally pulling himself away from her and cupping her face. "Please tell me," he whispered in a soft voice. He was surprised by his own behavior. "Yes, I want to get away from you, and I want you to stop touching me with your hands, with whom you have killed innocent people." She thought, but her words didn't come out of her mouth. When Grace didn't say anything, he sighed. "I know you are not dumb, sweetheart," he said, and narrowed her eyes because his blood started boiling now. "Why is he calling me sweetheart? Is it because I am sweet by my heart?" she thought dumbly. She again didn't say anything. Zayden dropped his hand from her face. He was very annoyed now, but then he didn't know what to do because he really didn't want to snap at Grace. His patience was thin. His hand automatically went toward his waist where his gun was. The moment Grace's eyes landed on it, her heartbeat increased. Her body started going back to numb and her lips started trembling with fear. Zayden quickly smelt her fear and followed her eyes. He smirked, realizing what he had to do next. He took out his gun to make Grace speak. Obviously, he could never think of killing Grace, but then he knew he could make anyone do whatever he wanted by using his power. I hate to do this, sweetheart, but it seems like you don't understand the language of love, he thought before threatening Grace. Now, are you going to open your mouth? Or do you want me to use this? He asked in a deep, serious voice. I want to go home, she whispered in a low tone, to which Zayden got angry and lost his patience. He just met her a moment before and she wanted to leave this soon. No, he snapped. His tone made her flinch back, and for the first time, he promised to control his anger around Grace. Seeing tears and fear in her eyes was the last thing he wanted to see. I am sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. Why do you want to go home? I mean, you already have your dinner at your workplace. After reaching home, all you will do is walk to your room and sleep after getting fresh. He tried his best to be as polite as he could. He was shocked with himself, as he had never apologized to anyone, plus never changed his tone for anyone. But for an unknown reason, he knew that this woman had made him do these things which he never thought he would do, or he thought he could do. I know, but Mem, my mom is getting worried. Ed for me and is waiting for me, she answered. So? Zayden raised his eyes. Grace looked at him as if he had grown horns on his head. She thought of explaining her sentence by giving an example. Just imagine, if your daughter will be out of the house till this late, then you will surely get worried for her, won't you? She asked him, but he just kept looking at her. She quickly lowered her eyes, looking at her sandals. I want to go home because I have my family there, she whispered in a low tone. I think I will have the same thought about rushing home after our marriage because I know that there will be you at home waiting for me. He thought and finally decided to let Grace go. Fine then, let me drop you home, sweetheart. Grace's eyes widened in shock when he spoke. Drop me home? No way. What if he will kill me along with Mom? It is not required. I can go by myself. Thank you, she said and started leaving without hearing him, but Zayden yanked her by her elbow and held her in his arms. Grace was about to say his name when she recalled his words from the other day. I don't forgive anyone, not even to those who address me with my name. Did what happened, sir? She asked politely, even though she wanted to hit him for touching her without her permission. Don't call me sir, he said. Okay, sir. I told you, sweetheart. Don't call me sire, call me Zayden, he said, to which Grace nodded her head. Now, say it, he ordered, but Grace, being stubborn, didn't open her mouth. She hated being dominated. While Zayden's patience was about to explode, he controlled himself. He didn't want to scare her off. This is the last time I am asking you, sweetheart, because next time my gun will be speaking. Say my name, he threatened, scaring Grace a little. Zayden, she whispered. As soon as his name left her lips, Zayden wanted to claim her soft lips then and there, but somehow he controlled himself. As for now, it felt so right to him. She was speaking his name. TBC, third person's POV. It was quiet then. No one said anything. Grace was looking at her sandals while Zayden was looking at her intently. Here, Zayden forwarded her mobile. You dropped it while running, he added. Grace raised her eyes and saw him already looking at her with unknown expression. Seeing that, she quickly took her mobile and lowered her gaze. At the same time, her mobile vibrated, and she saw 18 missed calls from her mom and 7 text messages. Thank you, C. Zayden, she muttered. C, can I go? She asked way too politely, like an obedient child. Okay, let's go. And from tomorrow onwards, I will be dropping you at your home, he stated seriously, but his statement blew her sanity. No way. If he will drop me, then he will come to know where I live, and then he will realize that I lied to him yesterday. With this thought, she started shaking her head vigorously. That won't be required, Zayden. You must be a busy person. Why waste your time on this? She started regretting speaking those words when she saw Zayden's mood change back to an angry young man. Anything that concerns you is important to me, so keep in your mind that I am always available for you. Since I have already decided what I will do, so this topic is not open for discussion. I will be dropping you off. Now let's go, as there is no way in hell I'm going to let you walk alone. Zayden wanted to take the car but went against that idea because by car, they will reach Grace's house within a few minutes and he wanted to spend some more time with her, while Grace, being the weak one, followed him like a calf. So, do you travel every day alone? He asked to keep talking to him. She pondered whether she should answer him or not, but then it was better to speak because she really didn't want his gun to speak. No, with my father. Last night, he was sick, so I asked him to stay at home, while today, he went to the city because of my marriage proposal. She answered casually. A blow of jealousy ran in his vein. At first, he liked her father for taking care of her until now, but when he heard that he was trying to look for a suitable groom for Grace, he started fuming in anger. She is mine, only mine. His wolf growled in his head. Zayden couldn't understand his wolf. He always behaved strangely when things came to Grace. What's your name, Wolf? He asked, but then his wolf hid somewhere in his mind. Since he was born with no wolf, he got this wolf by Moon Goddess when he was 26 years old. He didn't know much about his wolf except for the fact that his wolf was one of the most powerful wolves, but a cursed one. Since Zayden wanted nothing except power, he chose his wolf without thinking much about its outcomes. At that time, he didn't realize that our every decision affects our life sooner or later. After 5 minutes or so, they reached her home. He looked at Grace, who was looking at her sandals like a lost child. "Sweetheart, we are here," he said calmly. Grace finally lifted her head and looked around, only to find that she was standing right in front of her house. How the hell does he know about my house? Or maybe he brought me here so that I could guide him to my house. She thought and saw John's house. She couldn't forget what happened last night. Those memories were still fresh in her mind. "This is not my house," Grace said. Listening to her lies hurt Zayden, and he replaced his hurt expression with anger. "Really?" he challenged her. He gave her one chance so that she could speak the truth. Grace thought for a while to speak the truth, but to keep her family safe. She went against her decision. Yes, she tried to sound confident. "You mean to say that this house is not the same as where you shoot my video and uploaded it over the internet?" he stated angrily, making Grace jump a little back because of fear. She looked at him with her big green doe eyes. #TBC, third person's POV. How did he find that I was the one who uploaded his video? And also, how did he know that this is my house? This question lingered in her head, but then he was the leader of the mafia for a reason. "Ho, how do you know?" She asked the dumbest question of her life, on which Zayden laughed. Her heart shrinks, not knowing why he was laughing. She had seen in the movies in which the villain generally does bad things after laughing hard or smiling evilly. "You are so cute, sweetheart. Do you really think that I cannot find such a basic fact? For your knowledge, I have done little research on you and know everything about you," he answered. "But there is something which you should know about me. I hate lies and I punish liars who dare to lie to me. But for you, the punishment will be different," he said, and Grace started imagining all kinds of punishment that existed. Every option scared the shit of her. She had been a good student in school and college, so never ever in her life she received any punishment. Grace heard the sound of the door opening, and she knew that her mom came out of the house. I am sorry, Zayden," she apologized, and her eyes started getting blurry with the thought of her and her mother's death. He could smell her fear and felt hurt. "She really thinks that I will hurt her or her family members," he thought. I don't want your tears to come out of your eyes, otherwise I will have to use my gun." He threatened, and Grace cursed him inwardly. After all, he didn't even let her cry properly while his feelings were just opposite to her. "Now, you can go." The moment these words came out of Zayden's mouth, Grace took a step toward her mother but was taken aback by him holding her wrist. He again yanked her toward him, and she stumbled a little bit to maintain distance between them. She kept her palm on Zayden's chest. "What does he want now?" she thought. Grace's mother was glaring at Zayden. She moved forward toward them, but stopped in between when she saw Zayden glaring back at her and signaled not to come near them. "Let me go, Zayden," Grace whispered and struggled little to get out of his arms. "Sure, I will, but first, thanks me for dropping you home," Zayden said with a sad expression. "I didn't ask you to drop me at my home." Grace wanted to say this, but went against this decision. "Then you so much, Zayden," she replied in hopes of getting away from this criminal as soon as possible. "And you didn't even apologize for forgetting to thank me," Zayden said, raising his brow. He wanted to spend a little more time with Grace and didn't want to let her go. "Sorry, Zayden," Grace muttered, even though she knew she didn't commit any sin by not thanking him. But then, who wanted to mess up with the devil himself? "You didn't even say bye before walking toward your mom." "Bye, Zayden. You didn't even wish me good night, sweetheart." "Good night, Zayden." Zayden smiled with the thought of what was coming in his mind. He knew that Grace was reciting everything like a poem to get away from as soon as possible. So why not enjoy this? "And you didn't even give me good night kiss." Grace mindlessly leaned forward to kiss him, but stopped in the track when she realized what Zayden asked from her, and she was going to do. Her heart started pounding loudly and her face flushed. She started to struggle in his arms and looked here and there, thinking how to get away from him. Zayden sensed it and smiled at her innocence. "If you are feeling shy about this, maybe I should give you a good-night kiss." Saying this, he leaned forward and kissed her cheek softly. "Mine," his wolf growled, and that was the moment. His wolf finally confirmed his claim over Grace. He wanted to do nothing except marking her as his. Zayden's eyes on Grace's neck, where he wanted to mark her. His mark would look amazing on her neck. He couldn't believe that Grace had raised so many emotions in him without doing anything. He wanted to do so many things for her, but controlled himself. While Grace, on the other hand, was looking at her sandals with wide eyes open. She was shocked and surprised at what just happened. She just got her first kiss. Her friends used to make fun of her for being a virgin and untouched by any man even at the age of 28 years. But she was proud of herself for saving all of her first for one man with whom she would fall in love. Her shock didn't end there. Zayden looked toward her and saw her flushed face. "Have a sweet dream of mine, sweetheart, and stay away from that guy whom your father is going to choose for you." Because he lifted her chin to make her face him, and she brought her gaze toward him. "I am very possessive of my things, and you are mine now. Okay?" he said. She again lowered her gaze, not knowing what to say. Hearing what he just said sent shivers through her veins. When she didn't say anything, he asked again, "I am waiting for your answer, sweetheart. Will you keep in your mind what I just said?" "Yea. Yes," she answered in fear because she didn't have the guts to say no to his face. "Perfect. Now go." Saying this, he released her, and she ran toward her mom. Grace quickly ran inside the house, and her mother followed her, but didn't forget to give him an angry look. Zayden was not afraid of anyone, so he just teased her with his smile. Once the door of her house was closed, he left from there to walk toward his car. He had never felt so happy in his life. Just a few moments with Grace had brought many emotions within him that he had never felt before, like jealousy, when he heard that her father was thinking to get her married to someone else, love, when he saw her, care when he saw her crying, responsible when he didn't want her to walk till her house alone, playful when he asked her to give goodnight kiss, and the last one, lust, when he kissed her. Thinking about the kiss, it felt like sparks to him. His junior rose up at the 90-degree angle just by a mere kiss on her cheek. He knew that only Grace had the ability to bring all those emotions in him. He started getting impatient to see her again tomorrow. He had planned something for her and hoped she would behave properly, but he had no idea that the author had planned something which would spoil everything he had planned. LOL. TBC. Third person's POV. "Alpha, we have a problem," Eric said, hating himself a little for spoiling Zayden's mood, but the piece of information which he was going to share was also important. Zayden raised his brow but was still in a good mood. One of the human police officers has asked you to visit the police station because of John's death. Not to mention, even John's wife will be there to testify against you, Eric informed and added. The worst thing is that both the police officers and John's wife can't be bought with our money. Zayden just listened to Eric's words. He closed his eyes, mentally laughing about stupid human rules. But then, since he was in the human world, then he had followed those rules. Zayden knew that nothing could go wrong, because though money can't buy both of them, but obviously they would have family, their weakness. He could use their family to threaten them. Fine then, let's take me toward the police station. I want to close this matter as soon as possible, Zayden said in an uneven tone. The moment he kept his leg inside the police station, he released his alpha aura a bit, making everyone scared. Everything about him was screaming loudly about his power. He smirked, seeing the fear on the face of those police officers. By the time he walked inside the cabin of the senior officer, he observed the scowl expression on the face of that officer, and John's wife was taking care of her twin daughters. Are you sure you don't want to testify against him? The officer named Asher William asked her, looking toward Zayden. John's wife turned toward Zayden and looked at him emotionlessly. The fear that she had in her eyes the other night was not there anymore. No, she answered, I don't want to file any case, and it will be better if you will stop harassing me by asking any type of questions that concern my husband's death. Moreover, I am leaving this town with my daughters. Mia, John's wife added. Zayden could understand this shock from Asher, because he might have thought that this could be his chance to capture him and gain promotion, but in reality, even Zayden was shocked. He was positive that his men hadn't threatened Mia yet. So, why the hell? She was saying everything in his favor. Mia left that officer's cabin without sparing any glance to Zayden. Once she left, Zayden raised his brow toward Asher and smirked. Well, I don't think I am required anymore. He smirked, to which Asher did nothing except fuming in anger. Lucky bastard, he muttered slowly, but Zayden could hear it clearly. Zayden couldn't help but agree with him. Zayden left his cabin and looked around to find Mia. For a while, he thought to offer her some financial support so that she could raise her daughters without any problem. And finally, he found her talking with her toddler daughters. Mia? Before he could say anything else, Mia cut him off. If you are wondering why I refused to testify against you, then I know you could easily escape out of all this, Zayden Staunton, she said fearlessly, looking directly into his eyes. But one day, God will make you pay for your crimes, and you will also lose a loved one, she added. Zayden tightened his fist to control his anger. He wanted to hit the woman standing in front of him, but he couldn't. He could be anything, but was not impotent to hit a woman. The thought of helping her financially left his mind then and there, and he left without uttering a single word to Mia. While on the other side, Grace was trying to stop herself from crying, but her tears were not in her control. She couldn't forget the fact that she had encountered the most feared man, and not to forget, even her mother scolded her. She recalled what had happened earlier. Don't know, Mom, how he can't know so much about me. She sobbed and cried in her mother's arms, and asked her question as if she knew the answer. Shh, Grace. Maybe he came to warn you about the little stunt that you played. You should not have messed up with him in the first place, her mother said, trying to console Grace, though her sixth sense was warning her about something else. She had seen the world more than Grace had. That makes sense. That's why he knew all the details related to me. Even our home, Mom. I am scared, thinking, what if he plans to kill me and others later? Grace sobbed, thinking about the worst scenario. And he was calling me sweetheart, she complained, but the moment these words came out of her mouth, something inside her mother snapped at her. This is all your fault. I had told you to change your habit of helping everyone. Why don't you listen to me? She asked, getting angry. Neither you would have done something so stupid like that, nor this day would have come. Mom, why are you blaming me? It's not my fault that criminal claims me as if I am some kind of object or something. Grace cried. It's not like I knew this day would come. I thought that. It doesn't matter what you thought. What matters is you have to stay away from him. No one will blame him if something goes wrong with you. They will blame you, stating the fact that you invited everything on your own. Just like you are doing right now, isn't it me? How could you not trust me? I thought you understood me better than anyone else. Grace cried and ran toward her room. Grace's mother's expression melted that instant, seeing her daughter's miserable condition. Obviously, it was not her fault, but she had understood that Zayden had something to do with Grace. Probably sex, she thought, because other than this, no other reason popped into her mind. The idea of the devil falling in love with beauty was limited up to Disney movies only. That's why she didn't think in that way. But that's the place she was making a mistake, because the devil was indeed in love with Grace. I have to get Grace's marriage done with a suitable groom before that criminal claims my daughter as his mistress or sex slave. Grace's mother thought in determination, but she had no idea what the author had thought. Hey. TBC. No one's POV. Even after an hour, Grace was still sobbing in her room, thinking about her mother's words. How could she blame her? This thought in her mind was eating her up, and she was not able to sleep because of it. She felt someone's hand on her hair, and without changing her position, she knew whose hand it could be. This woe was not my fault, Mom, she said between her cries. I am sorry, Grace. I just got angry. I know you would be too scared to be near him, but make sure you don't help him or meet him again, her mother said. Immediately, Grace remembered what Zayden had said. She quickly sat on the bed and wiped her tears with her hand. I am not interested in meeting him, Mom, but he said that he will pick me up from the restaurant after my shift at night. What should I do? What? Her mother shouted. Yes, Mom, Grace said and nodded her head. Her mother went silent for a moment. Now, her mother was sure that Zayden had some bad intentions for Grace. Instead of killing her for leaking his video, he must have wanted to use Grace for his lustful desires. Her mother wanted to share her piece of thought with Grace as well, but then, doing this might scare her a little more. Listen to me carefully, Grace. Keep in your mind that you have to stay away from him because criminals like them don't have good intentions for any woman. He will try to trap you in his web by doing all good things, and once when you will start trusting him, he will show you his true color. Now, I get why people say that he is a predator. He plans everything beforehand, with accuracy. Her mother said, I think you are right, Mom. That's the reason he was trying to befriend me. He also asked me to call him Zayden and didn't rest until he made sure I spoke his name. But he has no idea that I will never fall in his trap and I will never trust a man like him, Grace said with determination. By the way, Mom, don't tell anything about this Zayden stuff to Dad, Gia, Gina, or Blake, okay? I don't want them to be stressed, okay? She asked, to which her mother nodded. Out of all the kids, her mother loved Grace the most and appreciated her effort to keep the family away from all kinds of problems, which mainly included financial problems in the beginning. The Zayden problem was something new. Have you thought about what you will do tomorrow? Her mother asked, to which she shook her head. Well, I have come up with a great idea. And what is that? You should ignore the possibility of meeting him, her mother said. Unlike the rest of the day, you should leave an hour or two earlier of your shift, so that when he will reach there to pick you up, he will not be able to find you there, she added and smiled. Wow, you are a genius, Mom. Grace kissed her mother's cheek out of excitement. I wonder why I am not that genius, she pouted. I think the same. Among all the kids, you are the most stupid and naive one. I am not stupid. You have no idea how bravely I faced Zayden. Grace lied a little. Even she knew how much she was crying and trembling in fear of having him around him. Yeah, right, and received a kiss from that criminal as a prize. Her mother scoffed, making Grace shut her mouth. Anyway, now sleep. It's getting too late. Good night, her mother said, laying on the bed beside her. Because she knew that tonight Grace would have a hard time sleeping, especially when she had spent a few moments of her life with the devil. Good night, Mom. As Grace's mother had thought, sleep was far away from Grace's eyes. No matter how strongly she pretended to sleep, the face of Zayden was popping in her mind whenever she used to close her eyes. especially the way he looked at her lingered in her head, and she couldn't help herself from getting goosebumps. She was sure that even if she slept, she would definitely dream about him, his pitched black eyes and ruffled hair, his tall and masculine body, his perfect and beautiful lips, his small ears, his strong jawlines and Adam's apple, the way he held her and comforted her, the way he kissed her, his smirk, everything. He is a damn criminal, Grace. Stop your fantasy. He killed John in front of you, and you are appreciating his features. Like, seriously? Something is definitely wrong with you. Grace's mind scolded her. So, how the thing went with Mia and Grace? Eric asked the moment they reached their villa. Don't, Zayden muttered. Don't remind me of anything related to Mia, Zayden said in a stern tone, making Eric nod his head. Okay, Alpha. And about my meeting with Grace. Zayden started speaking, and within a few seconds a smile appeared on his lips, recalling everything, how he talked with her and even kissed her. I am waiting to listen, Zayden, Eric said in an excited tone. Why are you so excited? Well, it's the first time my friend talked with any woman in a normal situation, so obviously I will be excited, and I am happy for you as well. Everything went brilliantly, but she was scared of me, Zayden admitted. Isn't it obvious? I know. In the beginning, I wanted her to be scared of me, but after observing her situation, I didn't want her to be scared of me, even a bit. It was breaking my heart seeing her situation like a frightened kitten. I want her to be a fearless lion when she is with me. I want her to smile. I want her to spend all the time with me, even if that's impossible as for now. Time, Zayden, time. It will take time. And I don't think she is among those girls or women who throw herself at anyone at first sight. You will have to work hard to gain her trust and love. Eric explained because he didn't want his friend to do something stupid because of his new feelings which he was feeling for the first time in his heart, while Zayden nodded his head in agreement. Do you think I deserve her? Yes. You guys are made for each other, Eric replied immediately. I want to know the truth, Eric, Zayden asked curtly. Eric gulped, wondering whether he should say the truth or not. If you really want to know the truth, Alpha, then I don't think you deserve her. She is way too pure and innocent as compared to you, he replied, and mentally said goodbye to all the readers because he was not sure that Zayden would leave him alive after hearing him out, and was cursing the author for writing these lines for him. Haha, TBC. No one's POV. But, Zayden raised his brow, waiting for Eric to complete his sentence. But you definitely need her. I know she will bring happiness, peace, family, and every good thing that anyone needs in their life, including yours. That's why, Zayden, as much as she tried to keep herself away from you, you must not let her get away. Zayden thought for a while. He realized that Eric was right, but something was still eating him up. But if I am wrong for her, then don't you think it would be selfish of me to force her to be with me? It will be, but it would be worth it. No one can love her more than you do, and no one can bring the kind of happiness to her which you can bring upon her. Eric replied, to which Zayden nodded positively, while Eric, to prove his point, added, and I am sure that you wouldn't approve of any other man touching her. Zayden snapped his face toward Eric, feeling jealous over some imaginary man. I will definitely kill him. He growled in a deep, rough voice, which might have scared Eric for a while, but he did nothing and just smiled. So now it is clear that when you can't imagine her being with somebody else, then how do you think you can stay away from her? That's why I repeat myself again, that you need her. Okay. Don't remind me again and again that I need her and my life is dependent on her, and tell me what I should do to get her. I have no experience in such things, Zayden confessed. That's why I am here, Eric said, raising his collar. I have a lot of experience in all these things. If I would have been at your place, then I would have forced her to marry me and make her me. But since you want to court her and impress her, I have some other plans. Okay, and what are they? You will have to first take her to dinner, and then date. Then you have to set up a romantic area where you can confess your love and ask her for marriage. And then she will say yes. And ta-da, you both will already be married till then. Simple, isn't it? Exik asked in an excited tone. Zayden's eyes lit up. Is it that simple? Yup, Zayden. At the same time, you have to keep showering her with expensive gifts and surprises, because women love them. Don't worry about that. I will give her everything that she wants except her plea to leave her. Zayden promised this to himself. By the way, I still can't believe that I am excited to do these silly things for her. Without entering my life, she started making me feel different. Right now, I feel like I have turned into a school-going teenager boy, he confessed. Love can do strange things, Zayden. It is just the beginning. Without your realization, she will change you into an entirely different person. And I am sure at that time, you will also have a normal life, just like others, Eric said smilingly. Zayden didn't say anything but smiled. He went to his room and laid down on his bed. Just like Grace, sleep was far away from his eyes because of the kiss, even though it was on her cheek. He recalled comforting her in his arms, how perfectly her tiny body fit into his. He switched off the light and started fantasizing about her in the dark. TBC. No one's POV. Will you be a bit quick, Grace? Her mother scolded Grace when she came to know that Grace couldn't end her shift just like they had planned. I am trying, Mom, Grace said, trying to finish all her work. A few things are yet to be done. It will hardly take 10 minutes. My God, Grace, you are already 5 minutes late. You should have left by now. Are you inviting the devil to pick you up from your workplace? She asked. What if he arrived there 2 hours before? She asked Grace, or more like asked with herself. She was thinking about this whole day because one should never consider themselves the most intelligent man in the world while thinking of others as fools. Moreover, Zayden could be anything but not a fool. I don't think he is that free, Mom, Grace reasoned out. I don't think so. That man is damn too intelligent and smart, so we better not underestimate him. How do you know this much about him? Grace asked in surprise. Don't tell me that he himself shared all this information with you over the television like a celebrity, Grace joked to enlighten her mother's mood. Her mother scoffed. You would also have these pieces of information if you had a habit of reading the newspaper or watching the news on a daily basis. Finally, Grace had finished all her work and left the restaurant. I was thinking of asking one of my coworkers to drop me home, she suggested to her mother. No, I don't like any of your coworkers. They all give me negative vibes. So when it comes to men, don't trust them easily, her mother said. I totally agree with your mom, sweetheart, Zayden said. Both her mother and Grace knew the owner of the voice and were in shock to hear that voice this early. Shit! This can't be happening. How the hell is he here? Grace thought and wanted to cry at her fate. Won't you look in my direction, sweetheart? Zayden asked. Grace sighed in defeat and finally turned around to see the face of the owner of the voice. Zayden was standing right in front of her in all his glory. Actually, he was leaning over his car, arms crossed over his chest, and were wearing goggles. Who wears goggles at night? She couldn't help but wonder. But she had to accept that Zayden was looking handsome in his attire. She quickly lowered her eyes, realizing that it was not right to see any stranger in this manner. Also, a part of her didn't have the courage to look toward him for another reason. She was feeling guilty for breaking the promise she made yesterday. Obviously, she didn't have any intention of accepting Zayden's offer. Zayden stood up straight, came toward her while removing his goggles. He straightaway came in front of Grace. Now, she didn't have any other choice than to talk with this criminal. Usually, at times like this, she would greet the person, but she was not sure that this criminal deserved the same treatment or not. So, she kept quiet. Zayden felt bad seeing that she was still afraid of him. But then, he didn't expect a miracle to happen in a day. I know you are not dumb, sweetheart. Aren't you going to greet me? He said, trying to pick up a topic from the previous night to talk with her. But a single joke from him seemed like a warning to her. Now you are so dead, she thought. Good morning, she said, more like asking, and then mentally cursed at her stupidity level. How could she forget that it was 10 p.m. already? Zayden smiled after listening to her. You are so cute, sweetheart. What are you doing there, Grace? Tell him that you want to go home. Her mother's voice rang over the call, making Grace realize that she hadn't disconnected the call yet. But Grace had no idea that even Zayden could hear her conversation with her mother, being a perk of a werewolf. His eyes narrowed reflexively and snatched the phone from Grace's hand. Grace will not be coming home this early, Zayden stated. The color of Grace's face drained when she heard Zayden's voice, but she mustered all her courage to speak with this criminal. It's getting late, sir. Grace should return home early if her shift has ended early. Her mother tried to state her point. Zayden raised his eyebrow as he heard the fearless sound of Grace's mother. He was trying to keep himself as calm as he could because the woman on the other side of the call was Grace's mother. I am aware of that. So she should return home, her mother said, stressing the word return. Don't worry about that. I will drop her at home. Zayden stated and disconnected the call without waiting for her to continue further, and instead of returning Grace's mobile to her, he kept it with himself. Sigh, Zayden, that's my mobile, Grace muttered softly, pointing toward the pocket of his three-piece suit. I will return it later, Zayden said in a stern tone, making her mouth shut. So much time wasted, he muttered to himself, which Grace could hear very clearly, but didn't say anything on it. Zayden had no idea how much Grace hated him now, with the fear, of course. Now tell me whose idea was to sneak away 2 hours before, when I had clearly mentioned that I will pick you up at the time? Zayden asked in a serious tone. At first, how the hell did he find out my plan about sneaking out? Is he a vampire? And has he the power to read my mind like Edward Cullen? No, he can't be. I can't tell my mother's name. Who knows he will kill her. Neither could I say mine because I didn't even want to die. What should I answer him now? Grace kept thinking, not having the strength to speak. Speak up, Grace. I am waiting, he said, and took out his gun swiftly, as if he had been practicing that. He played with the gun over his fingers while Grace's eyes popped out because of fear. I made it clear about what I do to the people who ignore me. Tell me whose idea was it? He asked again, taking a step forward. Seeing his advance, Grace quickly took 2 small steps back. The moment she was about to take the 3rd step, Zayden held her wrist and pulled her in his arms. TBC, no one's POV. It was no one's idea, and my shift ended toying earlier calm compared to other days. She lied. Though Zayden could smell her lies. He tried not to get angry at her because he didn't want to scare her more than she already did. A smile came up into his lips, feeling her this close to him. He knew whose ideas it could be. Her mother. But he wanted to see what she would say. He had expected that she would take all the blame on herself to protect her mother, and after that, he would threaten her to kiss him as a punishment to lie. But then, Grace said something which never crossed his mind. Great then. In this way, you can spend some time with me as well, Zayden suggested, looking at her intently. But I want to go home because I am hungry. Grace tried to give an excuse so that she could reach home as soon as possible, while Zayden's eyes lit up recalling Eric's words. First dinner, and then date, and then proposal, then marriage. Grace herself was saying that she was hungry, so he couldn't get in any better chance to take her out for dinner, right? Okay then, I will take you to the best place where we can have dinner. Grace's eyes widened after hearing Zayden's words. She felt like she threw herself into the trap. I prefer homemade food, so I was talking about, having my dinner at home. So, you mean we both are going to have dinner at your home? Because I'm hungry too, sweetheart, Zayden joked. But a part of him wished that she would say yes so that he could meet her family or his soon-to-be family. What? At my home? Over my dead body. I will not endanger my family, you criminal. She wanted to scream loudly at him, but she couldn't. She didn't anything, just shook her head negatively. Zayden felt bad, but never minded. He still had another option with him. Then you should come with me, he said smilingly. With this, he went toward the co-driver's seat and opened the door for her and signaled her to come inside. While Grace was still scared of the thought of going somewhere alone with him, the thought of killing her or forcing her into a private place thrilled her. Her fear was obvious after all. She knew his real character. Come in, sweetheart. We don't have the whole night, even though I don't mind spending the night with you, he said and smiled a little more while thinking about it. Grace slowly made her way. She almost reached the car's door when Zayden touched her back and gestured her to get in. She felt a shiver run in her body because of fear. She quickly sat inside and was about to fasten the seat belt when Zayden started doing it for her with his own hand, as if she was a child. Unintentionally, her gaze lifted to meet his, and she realized he was looking at her. She quickly averted her eyes, cursing him under her breath. He smiled before closing the door. He didn't enter the car instantly as Grace had expected. Instead, he mind-linked Eric. Hire the chef immediately to make all of Grace's favorite food, now. All food that too now, Alpha? Eric asked to be reconfirmed because they were werewolves, not magicians. Do you have any problem with that? Zayden asked curtly, not liking the fact that Eric was questioning him even though he had stated the things clearly. No problem, Alpha. I will get it done. Don't worry, Eric replied, sensing Zayden's irritation. Perfect. I will be there in half an hour. Okay, Alpha. Anything else? No, he said before closing the mind link. A smile came up on his lips when he thought about having dinner with Grace. He didn't remember when he had dinner with anyone special. He opened the door and entered inside, giving her a small smile. Sorry for making you wait, he muttered, wondering why did he even apologize in the first place. Grace said nothing, just nodded her head. Zayden started driving the car, planning to take Grace to his home. 20 minutes passed, and no one said anything. Grace was too scared to do so after realizing that Zayden was taking her away from the town. Those roads were surrounded by the forests while Zayden was planning the dinner in his imagination. He wanted everything to be perfect, but the evil author had planned something different for them. Their car came to a halt when he saw their werewolves standing in the middle of the road and roaring loudly at Zayden's car. Not today, he thought, and knew what was going to happen next. TBC. No one's POV. Eric, 3 werewolves are blocking our way. Handle them because I can't do anything as Grace with me, Zayden ordered him through the mind link. Noted, Alpha. Those werewolves kept growling at Zayden's car, challenging him to come outside and fight, but for the first time, Zayden decided to escape rather than fighting with them. He felt someone's hand on his arms and looked beside him to see the owner of those hands. She was shivering in fear. Don't worry, sweetheart, I won't let anything happen to you. He assured her, but it didn't look like she was convinced by him. Zayden started his car again, looking straight into the eyes of those werewolves. It looked like he was about to drive the car in their direction, but instead, he started driving it in an opposite direction. He saw those werewolves running toward them while he kept driving the car in the opposite direction with utmost full speed. He kept driving until he saw that he was trapped by another 4 werewolves. Now, Zayden knew that he had to fight. What are we going to do now? Grace whispered. Run, he replied before opening the car's door. Because of fear, Grace was not even able to open her seatbelt. She felt trapped, and she had a feeling that Zayden would leave her here, letting her become the meal of those hungry and big wolves. But instead, he opened the door from Grace's side and opened her seatbelt without complaining even about once of not being able to open the seatbelt. It's fine. Don't worry. He kept whispering sweet words to her, calmly. Once, Grace was outside the car. Run in that direction without looking back. I will be there in the next few minutes, okay? But, Zayden cupped her face. Trust me, just don't look back and run, he whispered. Grace didn't know why, but nodded her head in acknowledgement. She ran as fast as she could. Adrenaline rushed her body like a flood, forcing her legs to run faster and faster. Run, Grace, run, or else this would be the last day of your life. She kept encouraging herself to run faster and faster. She heard the sound of the wolves growling aggressively, but that didn't make her speed slower. She kept running, deep and deep and deep into the forest. But immediately, she stopped when she realized something. How could she leave Zayden alone with those wolves? She agreed that he was a criminal, but he didn't deserve to be the dinner of those hungry animals. Taking the U-turn, she again started running back in the direction from where she came. When she was on her way back to Zayden, she heard the loud howl ripped through the air, shaking all the trees around her with its power. This was the loudest and powerful howl which she had heard. And there she saw a jet black wolf fighting with a few wolves alone. He was the biggest among all, and was fighting with everyone with all his glory. His black coat was shining under the moonlight. He was looking pissed as hell. He was killing them as a killing machine. He didn't waste any time as his teeth grabbed onto the neck of the second last wolf, and with one hard pull, he ripped the head off the body. Grace screamed in horror as blood splattered all around her, tainting the ground and trees. He let out another powerful howl as he jumped onto the last one. He grabbed onto the neck again. Grace watched as he aggressively ripped him apart, not stopping until the last wolf was in pieces. She covered her eyes when she saw that the black wolf was checking whether all the wolves were dead or not, and when he was finding them alive, he used to kill them mercilessly. She heard their helpless cries. All the scenes in front of her were too brutal for her to take in. When all the noises had stopped, she forced her eyes open. The black wolf stood a few feet away from her. Grace was sure that she was going to be his next target, and by seeing his killing speed, she was also sure that Zayden would have been dead by then. Grace stayed still at her place, looking at that black wolf who was also watching her with those alert eyes with blood dripping from his mouth. He took a step toward her, and Grace quickly took 2 small steps back, and her back hit with the tree. A small whimper escaped from her lips. He stopped after sensing her fear, and from the look that he gave her, it felt like he didn't like it one bit. That wolf stayed there for a moment, just staring at her as if he was having a battle within himself. What's wrong with me these days? Earlier, Zayden used to keep staring at me intently, and now this wolf? She thought, and right before her eyes, that wolf shifted into a man. Not just any man. Zayden. Bruised, covered in blood, and very much naked, he stood in all his glory in front of her. Her body was shaking uncontrollably. She was finding it difficult to wrap in her mind what just happened in front of her very eyes. A wolf just shifted into Zayden? Was it possible that this was all just a nightmare? Oh, God. This was the last thing she remembered before she blacked out. TBC. No one's POV. In one swift, Zayden placed on the pants that he had dropped nearby and hurried to Grace's side. She was lying motionless on the ground. Her hair covered her face, and he gently reached over and pushed it back. He was fuming in anger, but after looking at her innocent face, he started calming down. He gently picked Grace up into his arms, holding her close to his chest. Though he was sure that Grace didn't get injured in all this, but still, he checked her again to reconfirm about the same. "I am sorry, Alpha," Eric apologized, bowing down his head in shame. "We are too late." While Zayden wanted to be angry with Eric and blame him for not reaching in time, but he couldn't, he believed that everything happens for a reason, and maybe his truth had to come out in front of Grace in the same way. Just like Grace came to know about his criminal's life without his wish, now Grace knew who he actually was. If it's from the heart, then good. If not, then it's even better, since that's the wish of God. Zayden was not tense with the thought that Grace knew his truth now, but was happy that Grace came back. She came back for him. She could have run away just like he had said to her, and he would have handled all the wolves, but instead she returned, to ensure whether Zayden was fine or not. Zayden knew that he could never be a good human like Grace. He had lost him that part long ago. Only Grace was the one who could complete him. "It's all right, Eric," Zayden said, and looking around the scene in front of them was a bloody mess. Every single of the wolves who had planned to attack them was dead. Zayden and his wolf were full of rage with the thought that they planned to do this when Grace was with him, and unknowingly they ruined the dinner plan which Zayden had planned with Grace. Zayden was glad that his wolf didn't stop until they were all brutally killed, their bodies in pieces before his eyes. And still, it didn't feel like enough. He wanted to put them back together only to rip them into shreds again. "Get rid of these bodies and blood before any human gets on the site," I ordered. "I will take care of it, Alpha." Grace's eyes snapped open when she heard the sound of the bird. She had to blink twice to adjust her eyes as per the bright light in the room. It was morning already. She looked around and her eyes popped out in shock when she realized that she was not in her room. The first thing she checked was her clothes. Thankfully, her clothes were intact to her growth. She scanned her surroundings again and finally saw the person because of whom she was here. He was sitting in a corner, studying her like she was some kind of mysterious book. That's when Grace recalled the incident which happened last night. The wolves. Zayden, what was he? Werewolves. We are werewolves. She received the answer to her unasked question. He is a monster, oh my God, a monster who can change into a wolf on full moon night. Her eyes widened in fear, and she cringed back on the bed. She thought it was her turn next. He will either eat her alive or kill her with the gun. All the fear came rushing to her body and features, and she found it difficult to breathe. Zayden looked at her sacred body and felt bad for her. She obviously had not seen anyone changing into a wolf, also had never seen such violence in her life. He knew she was feeling scared, but he couldn't do a thing about it. He didn't have any other choice last night. He had to kill those wolves, otherwise they would have ended up killing her. He also knew that Grace would hate him forever, which was true. You haven't eaten anything since last night? Freshen up quickly, then after having breakfast, I will drop you home, Zayden said in a not-so-gentlemanly tone. If he can't win her heart by his fake sweet behavior, then he planned to use the forced way. I want to go home, she whispered in fear. I don't like to repeat myself, Grace. If you want to go home, then do what I am saying, he said, which was more like a command. Tears started welling into her eyes, but before they would have rolled down from her eyes, she quickly ran toward the washroom because she knew it was all a waste to talk with that monster. By the time she came out, the breakfast was already there, but she hated the fact that she had to eat the breakfast with him. Grace was trying hard not to cry, but was failing miserably. Don't cry, Grace. Zayden's tone was again rude this time. He realized that the thing which he hated the most in the world was her tears. Grace quickly tears from the back of her hand. Now eat, or else I will eat you like my breakfast. He tried to joke, but Grace didn't consider it like one. All he wanted to have was breakfast with her, and nothing was going to stop him, not even her. TBC, no one's POV. Fear enveloped her soul, and for once she thought of running from the place. But was that even possible? She took the spoon with shaky hands and advanced her hands towards the plate. He noticed her quivering hands and cursed himself for hurting her like that. She sniffled and ate. She hated herself for being so weak. I can't even stand up for myself. Jesus, I hate this monster. Stop hating me, Nitya. What I did last night was important. I know you can't understand that now, but I am hoping you will understand one day. Zayden defended himself, but she was not going to believe him anyway. Do werewolves have the power of hearing what the other person is thinking? She wondered. Half an hour later, Grace had finished her breakfast. She thought of skipping half of it, but he asked her to finish every bit of it because he knew that Grace was hungry. He had finished his food too early and watched her eat and sniffle at the same time. When she finished her food, he stood up, gesturing to her to come with him. Zayden stopped the car a little distance away from the society in which Grace used to live on her request because she didn't want to be seen with him by anyone. Otherwise, people would start talking nonsense about her character. She quickly reached for the door handle and tried to open it, but the door didn't budge. She wanted to escape from him as soon as possible, but just like always, he had other intentions. She looked at him as if asking him why the door wasn't opening. You promised to fulfill one of my wishes if I will not drop you near your home, Zayden reminded her with a naughty intention in his mind. What does he want now? I am sorry that you had to witness all those things last night, Zayden muttered, thinking it might have frightened her a lot. And you are not allowed to share my little secret with anyone otherwise. I understand. Yay, you will eat me. Zayden couldn't help but smile at Grace's innocence. Only if she would know the truth that he would never ever hurt her. But as for now, he let that fake fear in Grace's heart and mind. Great, I will pick you up on Sunday at 10 a.m. I want to take you somewhere, he announced, flashing a smile. I can't take leave from my job, Grace lied. Sunday is off from everyone, Grace, including yours, but due to your financial situation, you work overtime, so stop making excuses, he stated in a serious tone. I will ask your manager to not cut your pay even for Sunday, okay? Sorry. Grace lowered her eyes like a thief who was caught red-handed. I can't tolerate him even for an hour. Hell, I don't want to see his face, no matter how handsome he is, and he is asking me to spend a day with him again. Be ready on time. See, can't you take someone else? I am not asking you, sweetheart. I am telling you. Be ready, or else I will eat all your family members. He joked, but Grace's eyes widened in shock. Oh, okay, she whispered in fear, imagining how that black wolf, or say Zayden, would kill her family members mercilessly. Can I go now? Sure, but where's my goodbye kiss? He said in an amused tone, but being dead serious. Panic rose in her heart. Not again. Zayden, please. My name sounds so nice from your lips. His gaze lowered to her lips, and he decided to claim it today. Grace scooted towards the door, as if it would stop him. He advanced toward her and could easily feel her panic and blush. He smiled, seeing her like that, all his. He placed his palm over her cheek and turned her face so that he could see her properly. Very slowly, he closed the distance, keeping his gaze fixed at her lips. She kept backing her head when he placed his hand at the back of her head and held her in one place. Don't resist me, he said slowly. This is wrong, she whimpered. She didn't want him to kiss her. What's wrong? He asked, getting confused. Should I reply? What if my answer hurts his ego and then he will be an angry man? She started thinking. Sweetheart, you don't have to be afraid about it. I promised I won't hurt you after listening to your answer, Zayden assured, still holding her cheek with his palm. This kind of closeness or intimacy is wrong. In our culture, only marriage allows it, she muttered. Hearing her out, Zayden realized that he had to control himself and his beast form, claiming this beauty now. Everyone had their own sentiments, and he definitely didn't want to hurt her. If this is so, then I will wait till the day of our wedding, he replied. What? No way in hell. I will marry this criminal. Maybe he's just trying to trap me in his words, she thought. At the same time, she couldn't help from getting shocked by his response. Marriage was definitely out of the question for her. Zayden noticed her expression and chuckled. No need to be shocked. It will happen one day, he smiled. What if I don't want to, she asked. Zayden's smile vanished, and the old possessiveness came back. Was she trying to leave him? His thoughts always stopped there, and that angered him. Then I guess you don't have any other choice, sweetheart. You are mine, and you have to be mine, he said. But marriage can't be forced. She answered back for the first time without stuttering. I know, so you better agree to this marriage. He smiled and looked at her. Finally, she was speaking like a normal person. But my parents will not agree. She figured out one more reason to stop him from thinking about all this marriage thing. Talking about her parents, she realized that she had to leave. God, she forgot that between this argument, that can be arranged. Zayden replied and kissed her forehead instead of her lips. He caressed her forehead with his lips and felt content, whereas she just closed her eyes to swallow the disgusting feeling that a criminal and a monster kissed her. #TBC. No one's POV. After a minute of sharing the intimate moment, he parted and smiled. She didn't look at him in embarrassment as she felt something cold over her wrist. She looked at her right wrist and she saw a diamond bracelet. It's a small gift for you, Zayden announced. He had slipped it when he had kissed her. Why? I wanted to. I can't accept it. It seems expensive. You will accept it and wear it on a daily basis. And if I ever see you not wearing it, I will personally make sure of it. And trust me, you will not like what I will do then. His eyes glowed golden for a while. Grace looked at him in shock. How could she wear it in front of her parents? Her father would kill her if he found out that his daughter is spending time with a criminal and a monster, of course. She saw the door getting unlocked from her side. Okay. Muttering this, she quickly ran toward her house. Zayden waited till she went inside her home safely. He was about to leave when he realized that Grace's mobile was still in his pocket, and he forgot to return her. Never mind, he could return it now. Thinking this, he stepped out of the car and started walking toward Grace's house, while Grace had no idea about the storm which was coming into her life. Grace quickly removed the bracelet from her wrist and kept it inside her handbag, in haste so that her mother wouldn't see it and interrogate about it. She knocked at the door, and a very angry father opened it. Oh shit, how did I forget that even my father and my brother were going to return home from town? I am dead. I am so dead. I hope Mom would have handled the situation because she knew who I was, or maybe she would have told the truth. Well, all I could wish for was the later option. Why did you plan to stay at your friend's house even though it was her birthday? Her father asked angrily and let her come inside. Once she was inside, she looked at her mom, wondering what fake story she had cooked in front of her father. Stay at your friend's house. Her birthday. Dad, I am really very sorry for that. Her parents insisted a lot stay at their house because by the time her birthday party ended, it was already 2 a.m., and considering my safety, they asked me to leave in the morning after breakfast. She lied and felt bad for doing so. You are not going to attend any such party ever, his father announced her punishment. Her brother started laughing at her condition. Grace glared at her brother. Don't show your eyes to him. Tell me, why didn't you call us to inform us of the same? Leave all that. Why was the number switched off? Her father scolded her. At that moment, something hit her like a wave. My phone. Oh shit, shit, shit. I forgot to take it from him. Maybe he will return it later, and at that time, I will beg him to leave my world and let me live happily in my life. And what is this? Her father continued her interrogation, pointing toward her handbag. Grace looked in the direction in which her father was pointing and cursed inwardly at herself for not hiding the bracelet properly. Shit! Oh, this! Dad, it's not real. It's fake. She lied again. Damn it, I have never lied so much in my whole life. I didn't ask you whether it is real or fake. I am asking why this is in your handbag when this is not yours. My friend, Sophia, gave this to me last night to wear something nice to her birthday party. She had also lent me her dress last night. I guess I forgot to return her bracelet to her. She lied again. Her brother realized that Grace was lying because he had known her all his life, and he very well knew that his sister was not someone who would forget to return anything which didn't belong to her. While her mother realized who could have given this to her daughter, she kept mum in front of her husband because she knew no matter what her husband would blame Grace instead of that criminal. How could you forget to return it? Even though it is not real, it looks so expensive. You should have returned it in the first place. Anyways, do this today itself when you will leave for your work, okay? Okay, Dad? Grace's father looked at Grace for a while before speaking. You're not lying to me, right, Grace? Her father asked because a part of him was telling that her daughter was lying. But then Grace was someone who could never lie to him, and his trust on her daughter was so strong that he was denying that part who was telling him again and again that something was fishy. What have you gotten me into, Zayden? I hate you so much for putting me in this situation. Grace cursed him. Oof, course N. Not Dad. Why would I lie to you? She said, when suddenly someone knocked on the door. Who can be here? That too this morning. Her father asked or said something more like talking with himself and went to answer it. He opened the door wide. Zayden Staunton? Her father's eyes widened in shock and fear. Well, he was not the only one on that list. Everyone's eyes popped out hearing his father. Grace turned her face to look toward the door, and indeed there stood Zayden Staunton in all his glory. I am so dead. She thought in her mind, TBC, no one's POV. She looked at her family members one by one who was scared and afraid when they should be, after all, a criminal standing at their doorsteps. Why is he here? Is he here to kill everyone? Oh my God, this all was happening because of me. I knew this would happen after all. Now I knew his secret about being a monster. Oh Lord, forgive me for throwing my family into such a fate, Grace thought. Hello, Mr. Felton. Zayden greeted him as warmly as he could. Grace's father didn't know what to do, so he greeted him back. Di, did we do something wrong? Her father asked, feeling scared. Zayden smelt his fear and fought to not chuckle. No, Uncle, he replied with a smile. I actually came to return Grace's mobile. I forgot to give her back. He added casually, thinking her mother would have told the truth to her father that she was with him. Grace's father looked at her in disbelief. He realized now that what he was feeling was true. His daughter was indeed lying to him. He was furious and hurt. Zayden smelt his emotions. He couldn't understand why he was angry and hurt at the same moment. That's why he elaborated. Please don't scold her for getting home this time. Actually, she lost consciousness. That's why I took her to my home, he said. Grace lowered her eyes and cursed at her fate. Why is he telling everything? She cursed. Zayden wanted to know the reason why the atmosphere of the house was so tense, but he also knew to stay there to know that reason. So he decided to leave. I think I should leave now. Nice to meet you, Uncle. Bye, Grace, he said, specifically to her. She raised her eyes to meet his and lowered them quickly. Why, Zayden? Why did you do this? She asked in her mind, but didn't have the guts to ask the same in front of her family. A part of her was thankful that Zayden didn't reveal anything about her mother's acknowledgement in all this incident. Once Zayden left, Grace's father closed the door. When he realized what just happened, he turned around to face his daughter. He looked at her as if she betrayed him. Dad, I can explain. Grace had just begun to speak when slap. Grace's hand involuntarily came toward her cheek. Realization hit her like a bullet. My dad slapped me. Did he slap me without knowing my part of the story? He already believed and trusted in Zayden's words. Her mother and her brother both came to her rescue because they knew if she would not be protected by her father, then she might end up getting killed by her own father. Explain what? Her father asked angrily, tears welling in her eyes, and soon those tears rolled out of her eyes because she couldn't control them. It was the first time her father raised her hand on her from the day she was born. Her throat caught her voice because of her cries, and it was difficult for her to even breathe. This was your friend, Sophia, huh? I was about to tell you, Dad. Grace answered her father between her cries. When? When were you going to tell us about everything? You spent a night with a criminal at his place. I can't imagine what else would have happened between you two. Her father accused her of things that didn't even happen between Zayden and her. I had never thought that I have to see this day in my life. Grace kept shaking her head while she was crying badly. No, Dad, it's in nothing like that. Trust me. Trust you? Her father mocked her. I thought that you are the pride of the family, but never did I thought that you will bring shame to our family. No, Dad, please don't say this. What not, Grace? Did I say anything wrong? Tell me, isn't it true that you spend your night at that criminal's place? He asked. Grace remained quiet at her father's question, only if she could tell her the truth. The truth was that she became unconscious after seeing a wolf changing into a man. Not just any man, but Zayden. How could she explain everything to her father when he was not even trying to understand? How could she explain the long story after listening to which no one would believe her? And how could she explain Zayden's truth to everyone, even after knowing that he had threatened that he would eat everyone if she dared to open her mouth? I was at his place, she whispered in a shaky voice. But nothing happened, Dad. I was unconscious because of weakness. She half lied and cried. Fine then. You are getting married to the man of my choice, her father announced. TBC. No one's POV. Grace snapped her head to look at her father. Was he serious? She can't marry, especially with all the responsibilities of the family. Her father was diagnosed with cancer and her brother was still studying. If she got married, then who would earn in the family? No, Dad, I can't marry. What about you and Blake? She said. I am still alive, Grace. I know what to do, better than you. Moreover, it is better to die with disease than because of shame. He scolded her, to which she lowered her head. You are getting married, and that's final. I don't want people to know that you are in connection with a criminal. What if somebody finds out and nobody will approve of you for marriage? No, I can't let that happen. You are getting married to the man whom I have chosen in the town, he announced. Grace sighed in defeat, knowing that she can't fight with her father. His decision was the final one. And now she had to marry whomever her father would approve. And if I see you denying or running away, I swear, Grace, you will never see your father's face, alive. You don't have to do anything like that, Dad. I will marry anyone you say, Grace said in a straight voice. She didn't want to hurt her father anymore. Her father then left the room without even looking at his daughter. Grace hugged her mother tightly and cried hard. Mom, she cried loudly. Please try to make Dad understand that I didn't do anything wrong. Shh, I will, Grace. I will talk with your father about everything, okay? Her mother supported her and soon left to talk with her husband. Don't worry, Grace. I will protect you from that criminal just like other brothers does, Blake said, wiping Grace's tears, which irritated her a bit. Go to your room and study for your upcoming exams, she scolded him. Why are you getting angry at me? I was just offering you my help, Blake answered back. He was right. Grace had no reason to be angry at him. But how could she explain to him her situation, what she was going through? Though he had said to protect her, how could a man match with a wolf in a fight? But the biggest question was, would Zayden allow this marriage? He had clearly expressed his desire to marry her, and she was very much aware of that. What would he do if he found out about this marriage thing? This thought only scared her to the bones. I never knew my life would take this turn. It was going so simple and happy. Why, God? Why? Weren't you enjoying your drama of heaven? So to see interesting things in your life, you added spices in my life. She questioned God. Why did this Zayden Staunton come into my life? Now even my father hates me. I hate him. I hate him with my wife. The same day, the meeting between both the families had been fixed so that both the groom and bride could meet each other. Your dad told me about Zayden Staunton coming home. It would have been terrible. But I think your dad is right. You should get married as soon as possible. The society imagines a lot. You might be knowing that. James, the man whom Grace's father had chosen for Grace, said. Grace nodded her head in response. I know, and I have agreed upon this marriage thing. All I want to say is that if you don't want to marry me because of the fear of Zayden Staunton, then you really don't have to. I don't want to spoil your life. Grace finally mustered all her courage to say those words which were in her mind. I am not afraid of Zayden, James said, shocking Grace, because it was not something which anyone would like to say even after knowing that Zayden was a criminal. That's another thing that no one knew about his secret of being a werewolf. It is just that I want to ask a few questions before we move ahead. And what are they? Do you have any feelings for Zayden, or did something happen last night when you were with him? No, Grace couldn't help but shout. She quickly lowered her tone. I meant no for both the things. I don't have any feelings for him. The only feeling that I have for him is that of fear. I am scared of him like hell. Every time I am with him, my eyes only wander around his waist, wondering when he will remove his gun and kill me, which he hasn't done until now, thankfully. So if nothing has happened between you two, then you will be a virgin, right? The moment this question came out of James' mouth, Grace's eyes widened in shock. It didn't take another moment to realize what kind of man James was. Grace quickly left her seat and stood on her feet to leave from there. What? I just asked a basic question. Why are you giving me such a reaction? You are disgusting, Grace said in a disapproving tone. I am disgusting. James raised his brow and questioned her. Before Grace could have understood his other move, James attacked her, pressing her mouth with his palm and caging her in his arms. Do you know what can be disgusting? The thing which I will do with you after this. Saying this, he tried to kiss Grace forcefully on her neck. Hot tears started rolling in her eyes when Grace tried to fight with James, but failed miserably. And without her knowledge, someone else was capturing the pictures of this incident. I will give you so much pain that your mutt will regret all his life, he whispered in Grace's ear when she was trying to fight. She was so engrossed that she didn't even listen to what James told her in her ears, or say didn't bother to care what he said. James' eyes glowed red once he finished his sentence. His fangs appeared when he opened his mouth to bite Grace. That's when he heard some sound and stopped himself from biting Grace. He pushed Grace away and looked at her in anger. I am going downstairs and going to say yes for the marriage. I will suggest you not open your mouth because no one is going to trust you. Saying this, James left Grace's room and slumped down sobbing against the wall until her butt touched the cold floor. She couldn't help but sob at her state or her fate. Why? Why are you doing this to me, God? She asked, but didn't get an answer in response. TBC, no one's POV. I don't want to marry him, Dad, Grace said, controlling her tears. He is not a nice man. Stop lying, Grace. Her father cut her in between. I have already told you that I am not going to hear any of your excuses regarding this marriage. You are getting married to James, and that's final. And I am repeating myself again that if I see you denying or running away, I swear, Grace, you will never see your father's face alive. Once her father left, Grace looked at her mother helplessly. She pulled out her scarf from her neck and showed the bruises on her neck. Oh my God, Grace! Do you also think that I am lying, Mom? She sobbed. Her mother quickly hugged her. Mom, I don't want to marry that man, but if I will not marry that man, then Dad. She didn't complete her sentence and cried. I won't let this marriage happen, I promise. Grace straightened and looked at her mother in disbelief. You do? Yes, her mother promised. I can't see you getting married to someone who doesn't treat you right. I have talked with the father and booked the church for tomorrow's date. It will be best if they get married as soon as possible, Grace's father announced. Both families were sitting together, discussing it. Tomorrow? Grace's eyes popped out when she heard this. She was wishing everything to be a nightmare, nothing else. Do you have any problem? Her father hissed in anger. She lowered her head in embarrassment and said no in a low tone. Now her only ray of hope was her mother's promise, which she made to her. And even if her mother failed to keep her promise, she had thought to sacrifice her life for her father's happiness, but would not run away from this marriage. So tomorrow is fixed. We can't arrange a very big marriage, but it will be done with all the rituals and family members. I hope you don't mind this, her father asked James's parents. Of course not, Harry. We are going to be family now. We always wished for a daughter, and now we are lucky to have Grace as a daughter-in-law, James' father said before hugging her father. After a while, James with his parents left her house to prepare for tomorrow's preparation. Dare you tell Zayden about your marriage with Zayden, because he will stop the marriage if he finds out. Her father warned her as if Grace would have informed Zayden about all these things. I won't do that, Dad. Please don't be so mad at me, she pleaded, but just like other times, he ignored her and he left from there. He is not mad at you, sweetheart. Her mother said to stop her from crying and left. Grace neither cried nor felt good after listening to her. Grace's thoughts stuck at the last word that her mother said. Sweetheart, only Zayden called her nowadays, and somehow her heart clenched in fear. What if he finds out about this marriage? Either he will kill me or he will kill all of us, so he shouldn't find out about this. Jesus, I will pray regularly and will go to church every weekend, but please stop this marriage with James and keep Zayden out of my life, she prayed inwardly. Next day, Grace was neither happy nor sad. She felt like she was stuck in such a situation from where she was not able to see any ray of hope in her life. While on the other side, her father was happy that finally she was going to marry the man of his choice, who was from a good family and had a good reputation in society. He was glad that his daughter was getting married, secretly without letting that criminal know about this marriage. He was sure that if Zayden knew anything about the wedding, he would burn the whole place, literally. He felt relaxed and calmed as he was sure that they had outrun him. With this thought, he walked into Grace's room to check whether she was ready or not. And there she was. She was looking like a fairy in her white wedding gown. But she was looking at anything but not happy at all. This made him wonder whether his daughter was in love with that criminal. Grace. He called out her name, to which she finally lifted her eyes from the ground and looked at him with her red, puffy eyes. In another case, he would have cared about it, but this time he ignored it. The taxi is here. We have to leave for the church, he said, to which Grace nodded like an obedient daughter. On the ride to the church, Grace was lost in her thoughts while her father's eyes were on the road. The church is on the left. Why did you take the right turn? Her father asked when he observed the change in the direction of the taxi. After listening to her father's voice, Grace finally came out of the thoughts and looked at her father. I am talking with you, her father added, looking at the driver. I have turned the taxi in the right direction, sir, and now it will stop only at its right location. A familiar voice rang in Grace's ears, and her eyes widened in shock when she saw the face of that familiar voice. Pack TBC. No one's POV. She didn't know him by his name, but he was the same person who was with Zayden during that night when he had killed John. Her father's voice died when Eric pulled out his gun from his waist. He did nothing more than that. Just drive the taxi with one hand and kept playing with his gun with others. This was enough to scare both Grace and her father. Grace tried to open the door of the back seat, but she was not able to open it. Neither she nor her father had any idea where Eric was taking them, but Grace was sure wherever she was going, he would be there as well. Why the hell is this not opening? I would like to jump from the car rather than going near him. Child lock. She got the answer to her unasked question. Grace sighed in defeat, realizing there was no way she could escape from here. Once reached the destination spot, Eric showed the gun to her father and signaled him to step out of the car, but he dared not to order his Luna. Grace stayed rooted to her seat and didn't come out of the car when she observed the decoration outside, and the rest of her family members were there surrounded by men, his men. No, this can't be happening. This is not what I am thinking. God, please, let this be a nightmare. What did I do to deserve this? I always help others and never hurt anyone in my whole life intentionally to deserve this. I don't want to marry him. How did he know in the first place? Oh shit, God, please do something. I would rather die than get married to a monster. She cried in her mind and realized that a tear escaped her eye. Come out, sweetheart. And then his voice rang in her ear. She didn't move an inch from her place and turned her face to look at him. Why am I here? She asked, stuttering horribly. What do you mean by why you are here? You are the bride, and without my bride, how can I marry, sweetheart? Or I should say my would-be bride. No, this will not happen. She couldn't help but start crying. Why are you crying, sweetheart? You should be happy because it's your wedding day, he said curtly. If anything he hated the most was her tears. It made him weak, which he hated to be. My wedding was not supposed to be with you, Grace said. Her words immediately changed his mood. He clenched his jaws. He hated when he came to know that her father had fixed her wedding with someone else. The fact that she was going to marry someone who was not him made him even more furious. He had planned earlier to kill that groom and take his place, but he changed it at the last moment when the groom and his family ran away from there. That made him wonder how they knew about his plan. At the same time, he let her and her father have the notion that he didn't know anything about the whole wedding stuff. He was aware of the fact how much Grace was scared of guns or violence in particular. She was a peace-loving woman, which was what attracted him. She was like a light attracting him like a moth. He was ready to burn in her love from the moment he saw her. He saw her scared face and looked at her trembling lips. Why, Grace? Why are you scared of me? I love you, and I would never hurt you. Why is it so difficult to get? He thought. But now the story is different. You are getting married to me, and trust me, sweetheart, I am not requesting, he said and signaled him to look around. Grace saw her little brother Blake, scared like hell. A man was standing behind home with his hand around the side of his waist. She knew what he was holding. Gun. His men, and he always used to place their hands towards their waist where they had their guns, whenever they were ready to shoot. She looked at her parents, even though they had the same expression. Now, come out of the car, he ordered, and hated doing this to Grace. She couldn't help but flinch at his tone and finally came out of the car. TBC. No one's POV. See, can't you forget me? Please let me go, and I promise that I will not tell anything about you to anyone. Grace tried for one more last time, making Zayden irritate a little more. He wanted to scold her, but then he didn't want her to cry. Anything? He asked, raising his brow. Grace felt a spark of hope. If he asked what he wanted, and if she would give it to him, then he would leave her forever. This mere thought brought a small smile to her face. Yes, anything you want. I will work hard to pay any amount which you will ask. She quickly replied, thinking it was money he was going to ask. He felt sad, hearing her desperation to be away from him. No matter how much you don't want me, sweetheart, I will not let you go. You were mine from the moment I saw you, and I will make you love me, he thought before replying to Grace. Okay, then what I want from you is, he pretended to think for a while, and Grace became hopeful. Is you, he added and smirked. Her face fell, and old fear replaced the little hope she had. Can't you choose any other girls? Why me? Is it because I leaked your video? I am sorry for that, but please let me go. Choosing me as your bride is the worst decision of your life. I am not even beautiful. You can find beautiful models in the city, she pleaded. He looked at her amazed that she assumed herself not beautiful. It was true that she was not any model, but he didn't want any model either. For him, she was the best choice. You are beautiful, sweetheart. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever met inside out. I can't even think of having another woman by my side other than you. I don't want to marry you. She finally mustered all her courage to reject him directly, rather than making him understand in another way. Then I am afraid, sweetheart, I will have to force you. Why? You can't force me. I will see, complain to the police. She tried her best to act confident, but was failing miserably. Hearing her out, Zayden started laughing loudly as if Grace had cracked some lame joke. No doubt she was so cute, no one dared to speak against him but her. He was aware of the fact that the police can't even touch a single strand of his hair because of the power he held. But it felt nice that she said so. At least she was speaking, unlike other times, crying or getting scared of him. Sweetheart, you are aware of the fact that these cops can't do anything to me. I had thought you would have learnt your lesson from your past experience. But never mind, I like your confidence. Now, you know you have no other choice than marrying me. I will not marry you, Grace answered back. She felt that now was the time to fight, or else her whole life would get destroyed. I have had enough of this fearful life. You can't do this to me. I have my own life, and I have the right to do whatever I want. I hate you, and I will always hate you. She said everything in one go. Zayden looked at her for a while, trying to process what she just said. You will marry me because you belong to me. And if you want to make everything difficult, then let it be, he said angrily. He mind-linked one of his men who was behind her brother to place the gun over the boy's head, without looking at them. Look at your brother, sweetheart. Grace did what Zayden asked her to, and her eyes widened in shock and fear. No, 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 this is not required. Why are you doing this? She begged him. This won't be required if you marry me quietly without making a mess. I am not interested in anyone else, and you know that, so don't make this difficult. Take my hand, and come. He offered his hand, and Grace quickly took it. She knew it was worthless to fight. Zayden started taking her to the place where the father was standing and was happy with the thought that soon they will be married. I do, Grace whispered, because she had no choice but to say these two words. My life is done, she cursed at her own life. Finally, I'm going to make you mine, sweetheart, and I assure you that you won't be regretting any moment of it. I will give you everything, money, power, family, and a lot of love. I will make sure that no one will hurt you, and all your dreams and wishes are taken care of. You are the best thing that happened to me. Now, I have to work upon this to show you how much I love you, he thought. You may kiss the bride. Father's words rang in her ear like a bell when she heard this. No, 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 she kept saying in her mind, but didn't create any scene. A lone tear escaped from her eyes with the thought that a monster was going to kiss her. She felt her veil getting lifted. She quickly closed her eyes and started waiting for him to kiss and end this shit again. Zayden wiped a lone tear that was resting on her cheek and looked at the beautiful face of his bride. Even though he was dying to kiss her, but he knew that Grace didn't want that, so respecting her choice, he kissed on her forehead to complete the ritual. After all, Father never said that kiss the bride on her lips. No one dared to utter any single word on it, but his men started cheering out of happiness. TBC, no one's POV. Without letting her meet with her parents, Zayden started dragging Grace out of that place to his villa, and his men followed him like a robot. They had almost reached out of the house when Grace stopped walking. Zayden turned around to see what happened. Please let me meet my parents, she begged. Her tears weren't stopping, and it was hurting him like hell. Why should I listen to you when you don't listen to me? he asked curtly. I won't let you meet your parents, he added and started pulling her again, but she didn't move. She didn't know from where she got this strength. She would never have dreamt of going against Zayden. Because you love me, and also you had taken vows of fulfilling all my wishes during the wedding. And right now, my wish is to meet my parents, she said, while a tear rolled down her eyes. She didn't know, but unknowingly she touched the weak point of the Zayden. Yes, he loved her. He was not sure of his feelings till yesterday. He thought she was just his obsession, but something which he couldn't figure out. But when he heard that his sweetheart was going to marry someone else, his wolf and his rage were out of all limits. His wolf finally uttered that word which he was hiding for a long time. Mine. His wolf was furious that he wanted to kill everybody and take Grace with him. It was Eric who calmed him down and came up with the perfect plan. It was then when he realized that he had fallen in love. He was in love with Grace, and he would never let her go, never. Along with this, he was also feeling that his wolf was hiding something from him. Fine, but hurry up, otherwise I will make sure that you won't be able to see them again. Zayden said with the intention of not letting her meet her parents again, but Grace concluded Zayden's words as if he was threatening to kill her parents. Thank you, she whispered and tried to snatch her hand from his grip so that she could meet her parents, but Zayden didn't let her go. Instead, he followed her toward her parents. Once she was near her parents, she jerked his hand away and ran toward them. Her sisters were crying terribly over her father and mother's shoulders, while her brother was hugging her mother and crying too. When they spotted Grace, both her sister, brother, and her mother hugged her, and they just kept crying instead of saying anything. It seems like they are mourning over someone's death instead of feeling happy. Zayden thought and stood near them, clearly not being affected by looking at everyone's tears except one. Then Grace walked toward her father, who was not looking at her at all. It's not my fault, Dad. I didn't plan all this, nor I had any about it. Please trust your daughter, Dad, she called for him with a shaky voice, and her father didn't look at her. She signed and held a sob. Zayden took her wrist and pulled her along with him. Grace was not willing to walk, because of which Zayden was dragging her with him. She wanted to cry for help, but she knew no one would come. Her hope was her father, but he was not ready to trust her. According to him, she had called Zayden. How could a father not trust his daughter? This mere thought was bringing tears to her eyes. Please let me go, Grace shouted, but the sound appeared like a whisper from her mouth. Zayden felt bad, but she didn't leave any other choice with him. It was a marriage in the human world and marking in werewolves' world, which could ensure his claim on her. He opted for the first option because marking anyone without their permission could be painful. He opened the door of the back seat and gestured to her to get in. Get in, sweetheart, he ordered. But Grace didn't move an inch. She couldn't take steps toward an unknown future, and it was irritating Zayden a little. Eric, kill her family, he ordered Eric, who nodded his head, knowing how his alpha was threatening Luna with his fake threats. No, I am getting in, she said, and quickly lifted her dress slightly to get in. He closed the door and instructed his men to reach his place first, making sure to check the security and arrangement of everything. His men were more than happy for their alpha. After a minute, he asked his driver to start the car while he got inside, next to her. He pulled the barrier glass between the driver and passenger seats. Grace was crying and crying without realization of her surroundings. Quit crying, sweetheart. You're hurting yourself, he thought. TBC, no one's POV. We are close, sweetheart. When I brought you last time, you were unconscious, Zayden announced. Grace didn't say anything. After 10 minutes, the car came to a halt. Now, sweetheart, before I open the door for you, let me clear you a few things. First, don't dare to think of running away because everyone around you is werewolves and they will catch you easily. Let's stop talking about others. I myself will chase around. Second, you are near the forest, so you have to get habitual about hearing the howl of the wolves, as that is one of our ways to communicate. Okay, he asked. Yes, she answered. Zayden dipped his head again and pecked her cheek, to which she closed her eyes in disgust. What more could she do? After a while, he opened the door for her. "Come, sweetheart," he said and asked for her hand. Grace glared at him and came out without taking his hand. But Zayden still took her hand and guided her toward the villa. "This is our temporary home, sweetheart. Generally, we live in a pack. Do you like it?" Zayden asked, on which Grace looked at the villa and gasped. Last time, she didn't bother to check around because she was in a hurry to reach home as soon as possible. It was the biggest house she has ever seen in her life. When they came near the door, Grace observed that the villa was surrounded by a lot of guards and was secured by pin security. Zayden quickly tapped the pin, and the door slid open. Grace was amazed by the technology. Zayden noticed her amazing look and elaborated. "PIN number is required for entering as well as exiting the house," he said. "No supernatural creature can enter inside or go outside without the door being open for them. Don't worry, I will share the PIN when you gain my trust." He added and smiled. "I can smell that you wanted to run away from here at the very first moment. You will get that chance." Grace's eyes widened in shock when she heard this, but didn't say anything. She knew she could escape from this hell that easily when the devil was so powerful and smart. They entered the villa, and Grace drooled over the interior. It was damn so beautiful. She could only have dreamt of living in such a fancy house. But suddenly her smile crashed as she recalled today's event. "How can I enjoy such riches when my parents are not happy? I hate myself, and more than that, I hate him," she thought. "Let's just freshen up and we will rest for a while before dinner, okay?" He said and took her up the stairs and started elaborating about the rooms that came in view. "Keep this in mind that the second floor of this villa is my area and you are not allowed to go there. By the way, this is your room. You can do anything you want during daytime. I will ask someone to arrange your luggage here," he added. A smile appeared on Grace's face when she heard that. She couldn't help but want to jump out of happiness knowing they would be living separately. But that smile didn't last long as he continued walking. She looked at him in confusion and she wondered where he was taking her. "And this is our room." Saying this, he pulled her inside. This was the same room where Zayden had kept her when she fell unconscious. Zayden grabbed a t-shirt and trousers from the bedpost and gave them to her. He had already planned for everything, and her clothes were a part of it. She took them and started to go toward the washroom. "I am going to order pizza for us so that we can have it before resting for a while," he added, to which Grace again didn't say anything and walked inside the washroom. After doing her business, Grace decided to take a bath. There was a bathtub, but she was scared to bathe in it. What if she died in it while having a bath? So she preferred using a shower instead. She quickly removed her wedding dress and folded it properly. She kept it over the slab, making sure it wasn't wet. After all, this wedding dress belonged to her mother. She then stepped under the shower and realized how big it was. She searched for something to switch on in the shower but couldn't find anything. After a while, her eyes fell on the 3-round button-type system. She read what was written over it and finally understood how to use it. The leftmost button was the temperature setter. Central one was the switched on and off one, while the last one was for the speed. She didn't understand why the speed option was given. She ignored it and switched on the shower. She set the water to moderate temperature and bathed herself. She opened her hair, which was pulled up in a tight bun. She searched for the shampoo and shower gel and found everything. She shampooed quickly and washed her hair. All the time she was thinking about what all happened today. She couldn't help but cry. "I am married to a monster and a criminal. How am I going to survive this? It's better to die than to live with him. God, if you are there and you are listening to me, then please fulfill my wish." She wished for herself. Only God knows why he married me. Surely he was not truly in love with me. Then why? But if he thinks he has won this game, then he is wrong. I will never accept this marriage. Never, and I will not submit to him. I don't care whether he kills me or not, but I will not submit to him. Never, she decided. Suddenly she heard Zayden's voice calling her. "Grace, come out. Are you going to spend all your life in the washroom? Plus pizza is already here. Come quickly," he said, TBC. No one's POV. Grace stopped the shower and quickly dressed up in the clothes he gave her and washed her face. When she was satisfied that she didn't look pathetic, she came out. Zayden had already smelt her emotions, but he thought to give her some time to adjust. Grace saw him sitting on the edge of the bed with a packet. He himself had changed his clothes. He was wearing loose trousers and a fitting t-shirt. He gestured to her to sit beside him on the bed. "Come, you will love the pizza after all. I have ordered your favorite pizza," he said. "As if I will eat with you. No way in hell, you monster," she thought. I am not hungry," Grace replied, to which Zowden sighed and rubbed his temple. "Sweetheart, I don't want to argue with you on these stupid things, so better you come here and eat with me," he said in a stern tone. "So are you going to force me to eat too?" she snapped. Zayden raised his brow at her sudden outburst. "Yes, I will force you because it concerns your health, so either eat it willingly or else I will make you eat. Choice is all yours." He faked a threat that frustrated her. "Fine, let me see how you can force me to eat," she challenged him, crossing her hands over her chest. "All right then, don't blame me for the things that is going to happen." Saying this, he took out his mobile and dialed someone's number. "Zayden here, kill her family," Zayden ordered. Grace's eyes widened in shock and fear when she heard his words. "No, I can't let anything happen to my family." With this thought, in an instant she reached his side and pleaded with him. "I am sorry. I will eat, promise, but please." "Great." Saying this, Zayden showed his mobile to her. He had not dialed anyone's number. He was just to show her that he had called someone for real. Grace's mouth fell in shock as she just realized that he had tricked her. Zayden laughed when he saw her expression. "I know, I am smart. Now eat," he said jokingly. Grace was about to deny again, but she concluded the outcomes of her actions, so she went against her plan of denying again. She sat down beside him and glared at him because this was the last thing she could do. "Thank God. Looks doesn't kill people," Zayden joked again, pointing at the way she was glaring at him. Grace picked up the pizza slice and started having it without showing it to Zayden that she liked it, while he looked at her action and for a while imagined himself in place of that pizza's slice. "Come out of your dream world, Zayden," his wolf scolded him. Zayden came back to his room, throwing the leftover pizza in the kitchen's dustbin, and saw Grace staring at the bed instead of resting on it. "What now?" he asked, raising his brow. Grace looked up toward him and started a mini speech which she had thought to speak. I was thinking of resting in another room which you gave me," she said, which sounded more like asking him. "Last time I checked we were married, so I don't mind sharing the bed, nor do I think you should mind either," he said with a playful smile and took out the gun from the pocket of his trouser, and for once Grace thought he was going to use it. "Why? You don't have to use it. I am not going anywhere," she quickly said and laid on the bed. Zayden looked at her in confusion. He had removed the gun so that even though he could take a rest for a while, he didn't do anything to scare Grace this time. But he didn't say anything and let her fear. "Please don't come close," she prayed in her mind, faking her sleep, at the edge of the bed. Just a moment later, she felt the other side of the bed dip, and she felt his presence. And what she remembered was she was pulled by a strong arm in the middle of the bed. Please, she started whimpering. "I promise that I won't cross my line, sweetheart. All I want is to cuddle you. I don't think this is wrong between husband and wife." "This can't be happening," she thought helplessly, and tried to remove his hand, but his grip only tightened more. Sighed in defeat, she let him snake his arms over her waist. She was feeling tired from all the incidents that happened today, so she was welcomed by the darkness as soon as her body relaxed a bit. But Zayden was feeling restless. From the moment his eyes landed on the marks on her neck, he couldn't help but keep thinking about it. Grace doesn't have any boyfriend, right? Then how the hell did these marks appear on her neck? I will have to talk with her before coming to any conclusion, he thought, before closing his eyes. TBC, no one's POV. Master Wyatt, there's a good news which may be of interest to you, James said to Wyatt, who was busy drinking the blood from one of his human dolls. Go on, I love good news, Wyatt replied, pushing his human doll away from him, but still he didn't bother to look at him. Zayden Staunton is now married. What? Wyatt shouted in astonishment and snapped his face to look at James. Zayden Staunton is now married. Are you sure? Because the last time you gave me his news was utter nonsense, he asked, raising his brow. Yes, master. This time I am 200% sure, because I was the eyewitness of everything that happened, James said. Wyatt started laughing hysterically. His stomach started hurting due to his laugh, and he soon sat on the couch clutching his stomach. You are not serious, are you? Zayden, my brother, is married? Wyatt asked again in between his laughs. Is he your real brother, master? If yes, then how come he is a werewolf and you are a vampire? Long story. By the way, who is his mate? And why am I knowing about this now? Wyatt asked, getting serious. She is not his mate. Zayden had chosen her as his mate, and everything was so sudden. The girl wasn't willing to marry. Zayden Staunton forced himself on her, James explained. Then she must be quite special, Wyatt said in wonder. She is a human. Wyatt snapped his face toward James again in shock. A human? Yes, I can't believe this, Wyatt muttered. He rejected his strong mate just to choose a weak human as his mate. This is insane, he sighed. Really? He had rejected his mate, but the source says that his mate rejected him. Nah, that bastard had rejected her. That's why I mentioned that the girl chosen by him must be very special for him. So what is your plan? I mean to take him down. Wyatt smiled at James' question. Either you are an idiot or too immature. Can't you see that now? We don't have to do anything. If this is a forced marriage, then obviously it won't work out well, which will torment him some way or any. Also, all these things he won't be able to concentrate on his revenge game, and by checking the perfect time, I will attack him. Not to mention, his real mate, who got rejected, will take this news lightly because she is a witch, Wyatt explained. And what if he figures out the solution to every problem then? Then he won't be the same old Zayden whom I know, Wyatt answered. His wife will surely change his heart and way of working. And what if nothing like this happens? I mean, what if whatever he did today was nothing but just a mere attraction which will end soon? What if? Wyatt quickly cut him in between. That's impossible. He can be anything, but not a womanizer. And as much as I know him, he is ruthless and cruel, but his only weakness is that he respects women. And if he had married someone, she must be important and special to him. As for now, we have to just wait for the perfect opportunity. Why wait, when we can easily kidnap his weak wife now? Are you insane? He will be very protective and obsessive about her right now. He will literally kill anyone who even touches her, so we shouldn't take any action now. Just wait for at least for a few months. But I have already touched her and even kissed her forcefully, leaving Hickey on her neck, James said, on which Wyatt's eyes popped out. He already knew by that time that he was going to receive a painful death from his so-called brother. Get ready. There is a surprise for you, Zayden said when she finally opened her eyes after resting for a few hours. Grace checked the time and then looked outside. It was already 7:16 p.m. She already guessed that whatever was Zayden's surprise, it surely includes dinner. There was a dress for her. So without saying anything, she picked up the dress and walked into the washroom. She needs some time. Zayden chanted this mantra in his mind to control his anger. He hated being ignored by her, but then, whatever he did yesterday was unforgivable. I will hate myself forever for forcing you to marry me. He opened the door for her and Grace got in. When Zayden started to fasten her seatbelt, she interrupted him. I can do it, she said in a low tone. I know, but I want to, he said, and continued to fasten the belt for her. He bent forward to buckle it, intentionally coming close to her, to which Grace turned her face to avoid the close proximity. I love it when you blush, sweetheart, Zayden said. It's not called blush, you monster, it's called irritation, Grace thought. Zayden then closed the door and started approaching the driver's side. It was then when Grace noticed him. He was wearing a pitch-black suit and his hair was nicely made, unlike his usual ruffled one. It was as if he was going to attend a business meeting. He looked more manly. She averted her gaze in embarrassment for checking him out. Do you have any boyfriend in your life, sweetheart? What? Grace asked, getting stunned. For her, it was a ridiculous question. But then she decided to answer it because he had the right to know about her past. I asked, "Were you or are you in relationship with anyone?" Zayden again asked patiently. He had to clear his doubt before coming directly to the conclusion. Grace shook her head before replying to him. No. Zayden didn't sense any lies from her. I hope it is true, because if I find out anything else, then I swear, sweetheart, he will not live another day, he said, giving her a few second glances. Grace stared at him in anger. She wanted to shout at him. Who did he think he is? But she couldn't shout at him. I am sorry for that question if it offended you. It was just that I misunderstood bug bites on your neck as something else. After knowing the reason behind his question, Grace's anger quickly replaced with the feeling of fear. Guilt. Fear, because those marks were connected with the biggest nightmare of her life. Fear because she had no idea how Zayden would react after knowing the truth. And guilt that she misunderstood his intention. A part from her wanted him to tell the truth, but the other part was scared of the thought of being killed by him because she had no idea whether he would trust her or not. At last, she promised to hide it from him because she wanted to live. So she did nothing but nod. TBC. No one's POV. I know. I am a bit difficult. I keep threatening you and ordering you around. I am sorry about it, sweetheart. But I can't help it, Zayden confessed. Grace raised her brow in shock but received it quickly. It was the first time that he was apologizing to her, and his words felt so real, as if he would have felt how it feels when someone keeps ordering you. Realizing her silence, Zayden sighed and thought to change the topic. After all, he was taking on a candlelight dinner with his newly wedded wife. So, are you interested in knowing more about werewolves? He asked. No, she replied, playing with her fingers. He was getting irritated with her one-word answers. You can talk to me, sweetheart, in sentences. Grace again just nodded, not knowing what to say next. Zayden saw a bunch of dogs. Suddenly, he remembered their first meeting. Do you know where I first saw you, sweetheart? He asked happily. Yes. Really? He challenged. Of course he knew. She had no idea about that. Yes. Well, care to elaborate? When you and Eric visited the restaurant to have food, she replied and recalled the worst day of her life. That's the wrong answer, sweetheart. Grace narrowed her eyes in confusion. I saw you playing with dogs outside your restaurant, and I swear I had never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. Beautiful? Like really? I am sure he is blind or insane. She thought. It was the first time I had smiled without any reason. Well, there was a reason. You. And that day, not just me, even my wolf was happy to see you. That reason is still unknown to me till now. His wolf? It means that monster, she thought. That day I promised myself to never let you go, he said. What? She was shocked, beyond shocked. Zayden saw her shocked expression. No matter how hard I try, I just can't seem to forget you. At night I wish you were beside me, and in the morning I crave to see you. It is like you are driving me crazy. This is why I want you to do whatever I want, and if you resist, I don't resist. I won't think twice before forcing you. Because, sweetheart, I can't afford to lose you. Maybe you will understand why I'm like this. Maybe, someday, you will love me like I do. He said the last few words in a low tone. There won't be any such day, Grace thought and looked at him. It seemed like he was in deep thought. Wow, even a monster like him also dreams. She mocked. Little did she know that he was recalling every bitter moment of his past. What if Wyatt finds out about her? Well, I'm sure he might have known about her till now. I have to keep her safe and sound. I can't let anyone hurt my sweetheart. He thought and looked at her with concern. He saw her feeling sleepy, and he had to admit that she looked so cute. Sleepy? He asked. Her heart accelerated with fear. Why did he have such an effect on her? He made her afraid and vulnerable. Stash had TBC. No one's POV. No, she lied. Again with the lies, sweetheart? Let me tell you one thing, that we werewolves can smell the feelings, and to your bad luck, it includes lies, he said. Grace lowered her head in embarrassment. She brought her hand to the strand of hair that came out and pushed it behind her ear. Sorry, she whispered without looking into Zayden's eyes. He noticed her movement and smiled without saying anything. Since the road was completely empty and far away from town, Zayden was driving the car at an unbelievable speed. He was way too excited to show her the arrangement he had asked his men to do. He had planned something for her even last time, but nothing happened as per his wish, so he was just praying that nothing goes wrong this time. But suddenly something came to mind. Where is the bracelet that I gave her? He thought and looked at her hand, which was still pushing the strand behind her ear. He slammed the brake hard, to which Grace would have flown out of the car by breaking the glasses if the seatbelt wasn't there. She looked at him in confusion. Ooh, she was about to ask what happened when he cut her midway. Where is the bracelet that I gave you? He asked. She gasped and looked at him apologetically. He had clearly mentioned that, if she removed the bracelet, the consequences would be terrible. Where is it? He asked again. She tried to remember where she had kept it last morning. With every second, Zayden's anger was rising. He was the worst person to witness when he was angry. After a few seconds, she remembered. Zayden was about to say something more when she interrupted him. I have it, she said quickly, and mentally thanked the stars that she was carrying the same handbag where she had kept that bracelet. It started searching for it in the handbag hastily. In an instant, she found it and took it out to show him. It was now when she saw his face. His eyes were golden, and his face was red with anger. He snatched it from her hand, and before she felt him take her hand, roughly, a whimper escaped her lips, but he didn't care. Zayden held her hand in a tight grip that a bruise would be sure if he maintained the grip. Grace tried to take her hand back, but his hold on her wrist was very firm. She lowered her haze in defeat and wished the earth would swallow her for being so weak. Zayden pushed the bracelet back on her wrist and raised her chin with his other hand to make her look at him. What did I tell you? He asked. His voice came very deep and rough because his wolf was at the surface. She could feel the edge in his voice. Her fear was beyond measure now, and she cursed what the hell she had done in her past life to receive such a fate. Tell me, he raised his voice. That I shouldn't remove it, she answered. Her tears threatened to escape, but somehow she controlled it. Then why did you remove it? He asked angrily. You what, Grace? Do you think I'm stupid? Listen to me, and listen to me very carefully. When I give you something, then I expect you to wear it and not to ignore it. Do you understand? He roared. The whole car echoed his voice. Grace cringed back in fear, but he didn't let her. Yet, yes, she said, while her whole body was trembling in fear. Now tell me a valid reason why did you remove it, or be prepared to see the worst side of me, he threatened. I was afraid that my family would scold me for wearing this expensive gift, and I hadn't told them until then that I was with you. I am sorry, Zayden. Please, don't hurt me, she said, not able to control herself from crying. The tears were like waterfalls. Good for her that Zayden and his wolf heart ached by seeing her cry. He instantly loosened his grip and his anger lowered a bit. His wolf quickly gave his control to Zayden and hid somewhere in his mind. Both Zayden and his wolf realized how scared she was. Her whole body was shaking and her lips were trembling with fear. Zayden knew he had lost it, but he was surprised to observe that his wolf acted in the same way. Even his wolf had lost his self-control. Another tear escaped when she brought her hand to wipe it, but Zayden held her hand with his other hand and pulled her body toward him. This was the only way he knew to calm someone. He himself bent forward to hug her. Another whimper escaped her mouth, and by instinct, she caught his arms for support. Zayden soothed her back, slowly as to comfort her. He let her cry as much as she wanted, even though he was hating it. Deep down, he was cursing himself for being the reason for her tears. Grace kept crying on his chest. Please don't hurt me, she repeated again. Zayden's heart pinched a little. He took her face in his palms and hushed her. Shh, I will never hurt you. I was just angry. I am sorry. I'm sorry for shouting at you. I will try to control my anger. I am sorry again. Please forgive me, sweetheart, he said. Grace wiped her tears and pushed Zayden a bit to maintain some distance between them. She promised to keep her mouth shut and obey Zayden's every word now. She never knew somebody could be so furious. The cherry on the top, that somebody was not just a human. When Zayden was convinced that Grace was fine, he resumed the drive. The place was very close now. All he was wishing was that everything goes right. But little did he know that something was cooking in the author's mind. TBC, no one's POV. "We are here, sweetheart," Zayden informed Grace when they reached the entrance of the deep forest. She fell asleep even though she tried not to fall asleep. She couldn't resist the temptation due to the dim lighting of the car. Hearing his voice, she came out of her trance and observed her surroundings. They were near the deep and dark forest. It looked beautiful and scary at the same time. Beautiful? Well, that's because the entrance was fully decorated with colorful lights. She had never seen such a beautiful decoration in her life. Seeing the beauty with the mixture of nature, she couldn't prevent herself from gasping in awe. Zayden noticed that. "The arrangement looks beautiful, isn't it?" he said, supporting her view. "Yes, it's really beautiful," she said while looking at the lighting effects on it. "Not as beautiful as you," he said, to which she rolled her eyes and kept looking at her surroundings. Suddenly, the side of the door opened and she saw him opening the door for her. "When did he come out?" She came out and muttered, "Thank you for his gesture. This place is not that far," which was actually taken by car. "One can easily come here in 15 to 20 minutes in their wolf form." He initiated the conversation. "Next time I will bring you here in my wolf form." But I can't turn into a wolf," Grace quickly said, making Zayden laugh. "You are so cute," he said, pitching her nose. What? "I know that you are human, sweetheart, and I will bring you on my back. All you have to do is hold my fur tightly to prevent yourself from falling down." Grace's eyes widened in shock when she heard that. "That day will never come, you monster. I am not going to spend my whole life with you." She mentally thought, but didn't dare to speak those words in front of him. She looked down and saw the petals of red roses were under her feet, and a path was made with the help of it. She knew that she had to walk on it. After all, she had seen these things in the movies and series. She always dreamt of these things, but never even in her life she thought that someone in this dream of her would come true at the cost of marrying a monster and a criminal. Zayden took her to the table, which was in the middle of the whole arrangement. He removed his blazer. Grace looked at him again and saw the gray shirt she was wearing. The shirt hugged his upper body firmly, and he looked more handsome. Keeping the blazer on the arms of the chair, he straightened his shirt and sat down. Grace kept wondering why only one chair was arranged. When Zayden had planned to bring her with him. If he had to sit alone, then he could have left me at home. I would have happily accepted that option, she thought. "Come here, sweetheart," he asked her, gesturing toward the space he created between his legs. "What? No way in hell," she decided mentally. "Come here," he asked again. No," she replied nervously. Grace didn't take a step ahead, just stood at her position. Zayden thought she was trying to get away from him, and that angered him. When he had clearly told her that he couldn't afford to lose her, he meant each and every word. Due to this, his mood immediately changed to an angry one. "I will not repeat myself again, sweetheart. Come here," he ordered, gesturing at the space between his legs. But still, Grace didn't move. "Do you want to repeat what happened in the car?" he asked angrily. His possessiveness was getting the best of him. Suddenly, Grace remembered what had happened before. She didn't have the guts to face his anger again. All the earlier fear came rushing back. She sighed in defeat and slowly took hesitant steps towards him. While he felt content when he realized that she was coming toward him, which meant she was not going far away from him. She took his hand and reluctantly sat where he asked her. It was very embarrassing for her. The more she wanted to stay away from him, the more he used to bring her close to him. Zayden circled his hand around her waist, and she instinctively became rigid. Her womanhood clenched with desire, and she cursed herself. She tilted her head slightly to see what his intentions were, but Zayden beat her at that. "Relax, sweetheart. I will not touch you anywhere else until you ask me," he assured her, to which she relaxed a little. Being with him a few times assured her about his nature. He was a man of his promise and words. "Why don't you do as I say?" he asked casually when they became comfortable. "Should I talk with him? But what if he doesn't like whatever I say and my words will make him angry then?" She started thinking. "Sweetheart, you don't have to be afraid of my anger. I promise I will keep my temper in check." Say whatever you want to. I will not hurt you, he assured. I hate taking orders all the time. It makes me feel as if I am a dog, she said in a low tone. Zayden could forever live doing nothing but listening to her voice if that was possible. He smiled at her response. After all, they were having a conversation like a normal couple. I am sorry for making you feel so. I will try to change myself so that our marriage can work, he said as calmly as he could. Immediately, he sensed the presence of a third person over that place, and the happy expression of his face changed into a sour one. There is no spoon here. I can't eat the food with my hand because a few days before I had accidentally cut my finger. See, Grace said, showing her finger to where she had deep cut the knife. Even the blood is oozing out of it, she added. And the next thing she heard was a loud sound. Bang! TBC. No one's POV. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instantly looked for the source of the noise. Her eyes snapped down the ground. There lay the dead body of a man. Her hand came up to her mouth in reflex. She slowly turned her head toward Zayden and saw his gun in his hand, and it was still pointed toward that man. Her eyes widened in fear, and she tried to move away from Zayden, but he didn't let her go. All the old fear rushing to her body and features. Just a moment before, she had kept her fear aside, and it was back again. Zayden looked at her sacred body and felt bad for her. She obviously had never seen such violence in her life, and seeing this and the previous incident right in front of her eyes was terrible. He knew this, but he didn't have any choice. He had to kill that vampire, who was about to attack her, observing her blood. He had sensed his presence a few moments before, but since that vampire was not creating a mess, he promised not to start the war first, but the moment Grace showed her finger from where blood was oozing, he knew that she was in danger. With the vampire's speed, he was about to attack Grace, but thankfully, he was already prepared, so without wasting any single second, he took out his gun, filled with silver bullets, and shot him. The body fell back on the ground with a thud and fell unconscious instantly. His gun had specialized silver bullets, those silver bullets used to melt in the blood of any person once released from the gun, so that his enemies couldn't take out that bullet easily. Eric, there is a vampire over here. Burn him alive before he gets his sense back. He mind-linked. Okay, Alpha. After a minute, Eric and Aiden came there wearing shots and bowed down their heads in front of their Alpha and Luna. Once Zayden nodded, they broke the head of that vampire. Grace quickly whimpered and hid her face in Zayden's chest. Zayden didn't want to shoot that vampire in front of her, but he had no choice. Now, he knew she would hate him forever, which was true. He kept his gun on the table. Look at me and open your mouth, Grace, he said, which came like a command. She quickly opened her eyes and looked at him in bewilderment. How could he ask her to eat when he just killed a man in front of her? For her, it was neither ethically appropriate nor was possible for her to come out. Zayden had already planned to feed her with his own hand in a romantic way, now that he knew that whatever just happened had killed all the romance of this evening, so he planned to use his force to feed her the food. While Grace was trying her best to hold back a sob but failed. Don't cry, Grace, and open your damned mouth to eat the food, he commanded her painfully. Grace quickly wiped the tears from the back of her hand and opened her mouth. She knew that if he wanted to have dinner with her, then nothing and no one could stop him, including her. I am sorry for what I did. I shouldn't have killed him in front of you, but at that moment, that was the only thing I could do at that moment. I am tired and feeling sleepy, Grace said, interrupting Zayden in between. She was not interested in listening to the excuses of Zayden. She wanted to say more than that, like you are a psycho and cold-blooded murderer, and even if you apologize, it wouldn't do any good, but she had the guts to say that. Zayden sighed and snaked his arm over her waist. Grace wanted to fight with him over this as well, but she knew it was of no use, so she let it be. When she woke up, she saw Zayden looking at her keenly. Startled by his act, she quickly sat on the bed, keeping a hand over her chest. God, he scared me, she thought, breathing heavily. You look beautiful while sleeping, even though you were snoring, he joked about the last part. I don't snore. Grace quickly counters back, narrowing her eyes. Zayden smiled and gave a blue box to her. This is for you. I wanted to give this last night after dinner, but because of that incident, it slipped my mind, he said and signaled Grace to take it. She took it half-heartedly because she didn't have a choice of saying no. Check it and tell me whether you like it or not. Grace opened the box and found a beautiful pearl necklace. It was simple and elegant, not to forget it was damn too expensive. Do you like it? She nodded. It's beautiful. Great. Get ready quickly and make sure to wear this. She nodded again in Zayden's words. He perked her cheek and left the room. After getting ready, when Grace came downstairs, she found it weird to witness Zayden in a navy blue-colored three-piece suit. She wondered when he was dressed so professionally, that too at home. You forgot to wear that necklace, sweetheart. Zayden commented the moment his eyes landed on Grace. Her eyes widened in fear when she heard him. She remembered keeping the necklace on the table to wear after getting ready, but in the end she forgot to wear it. She was so dead. It's fine. You look beautiful even without a necklace. You don't need to run back to our room to wear it. Grace kept looking at him for a while before opening her mouth. It's weird. What is weird? I thought you would be angry and would behave in the same way, just like you did yesterday in the car, she said. Truth to be told, I am angry, but I have promised myself not to scare you anymore. Your fear is the last thing I want to see in your eyes, he said politely. Grace was baffled by his sudden change in character. A person who never missed a chance to dominate her is thinking about her. Did he sleep on the wrong side of the bed? Or the sun rises from the west today? Or I am daydreaming? TBC. No one's POV. She heard Zayden sigh over something and looked at him. She was about to ask what happened when he himself started elaborating. Look, sweetheart, I know our wedding didn't happen as you must have dreamt your wedding to happen. And trust me, I wanted the wedding to be grand. But you were trying to get away from me. And I have told you this before, I can't afford to lose you. I am trying to make this marriage work, and I can't do this alone. I need your support in this. Are you getting my point? He asked, to which Grace gulped and nodded. This time she felt like she was a student, and Zayden, being her teacher, was taking her class. I can sense you wanted to ask something. Grace quickly nodded her head. How did you find out about my marriage? I mean, everything was on such short notice, she asked nervously. Zayden chuckled at her question. I expected you to ask this question yesterday itself, but it's okay if my wife is nuts, he joked, trying to ease her mood, which actually worked. I am not nuts, she defended herself, glaring at him. Zayden raised his hand in surrender jokingly. Sorry, sweetheart. Forgive me for saying that to you. And about your question, why don't you try yourself? I am sure you will figure that on your own. Grace thought for a while, but still couldn't figure out how he would have known about her marriage. Fine. Time's up. Do you remember the night when I came to pick you up for the first time? He asked. Grace nodded. How could I forget that night? After all, I had witnessed a wolf changing into a human, she thought. How do you think? I knew that you were planning to ditch me by leaving an hour earlier, he asked smilingly. For a while, I thought you have the power to read minds, just like vampires, she said, on which Zayden started laughing. Wow, seems like you are a fan of vampire, but trust me, sweetheart, I am clearly not a vampire, but their enemies. I came to know about that because of the owner of your restaurant. Him? She asked in shock. I knew you would do something to run away from me, so I had already paid a large sum of money to him to report each and every movement of yours. He said, and Grace quickly understood how Zayden would have found out about her marriage, because she had informed him that she would be able to continue her job anymore as she was getting married. I so much wanted to kill your father when I came to know that he was behind everything, he added, thinking about her father. But you won't hurt him, right? She asked hesitatingly. Never. I know I am a bad guy, but I will never hurt anyone who is emotionally attached to you, he said. Why? She asked innocently. Zayden chuckled. Isn't it obvious? I love you, sweetheart, he confessed bluntly. Grace blushed furiously at this. Why does he have to be so blunt? Stop blushing, Grace. Have you forgotten what he did to your family? Your father hates you because of him. Her mind taunted her, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. She started missing her family. She was to talk to her mother, but above all, she wanted to see her father. She wanted his forgiveness, even if it was not her fault. "What have you done, Zayden? I can never forgive you for what you have done." A lone tear escaped her eyes when she recalled what her father told her after the wedding. How could she ever forget that? Ever. She didn't even realize that a tear had escaped when Zayden interrupted her thoughts. "Why are you crying, sweetheart?" he asked. She looked at him surprisingly and shook her head. "No, nothing." Zayden cupped her face in his palm. "Please tell me," he asked her again. She couldn't stop herself now. "I miss my family, and my papa is angry with me. I didn't even do anything," she said, trying to control her feelings. Even though she hated to lean on him now, but she needed comfort, and he was providing her comfort. He soothed her back, saying sweet things. "It's okay, sweetheart. It's perfectly fine to miss your family. This is why I have one more surprise for you," he said. This outraged Grace. Here I am talking about my family, and he is planning to give one more stupid surprise and his jewelry, she thought. She was disgusted and upset. She wanted to see her family. But Zayden wouldn't understand that. How can somebody be so stupid, she thought. "Sir, they are here." Both heard the voice of Eric. Grace quickly pulled out from Zayden's arm to look at him, but was surprised to see her family, standing behind Eric, who was also looking at her with wide eyes. It seemed like they had seen her in Zayden's arms. "Mom, Dad, Blake." Grace looked at Zayden in shock. Did he really call them? Of course he would have, she thought. Zayden snaked his arm on her waist and walked toward her parents without saying anything. He removed his hand from her waist and extended it in front of her father to shake. "I am glad you accepted my invitation, Mr. Felton, or should I call you Dad?" he said, trying to lighten the mood. Grace knew that Zayden was just trying to act like a gentleman, but she was thankful for that. Grace's father didn't take his hand and looked away from him. Zayden clenched his jaw in anger as he realized he was insulting him. Even his wolf didn't like that. But he didn't do anything, as he had promised his wife that he wouldn't hurt her loved ones. He lowered his hand angrily, and Grace gulped in fear, wondering what he would do in anger. She sighed in relief as he didn't do anything. "No one's POV. Please come," Zayden said with a tightened jaw and eyes fixed on the floor with rage. He knew that his wolf was trying to gain control, because of which the color of his eyes was changing. Her family started walking inside and gaped at the view of the interior view of the villa. Her mother and brother looked everywhere in surprise, while her father was staring at Zayden, who was looking at the floor. Grace had already observed how Zayden's eyes were getting changed and thought to calm him down before it got too late. She intertwined her hand with his, with a little hope that he wouldn't harm her even though he was angry, and thankfully it worked. Zayden looked at her and gave her a fake smile. "Sweetheart, please bring the coffee or tea, whatever your parents like, for them," Zayden said politely. Grace's eyes widened as she realized he called her sweetheart in front of her father and brother. "I need to talk with him regarding this," she thought, and nodded in response. Zayden patted her brother's head in a friendly manner to initiate the conversation, but before he could have said anything, her father pulled Blake between him and his wife, because he thought Zayden could make Blake just like him. Zayden sighed in defeat and shook his head in disbelief. "How are you, Blake?" "I am good, thank you." "Zayden, can you please join me in the kitchen because I have no idea where all the things are kept?" Grace said to talk with him, especially over the topic of sweetheart. "Sure, sweetheart." Zayden smiled and walked toward the kitchen, while Grace lowered her head in embarrassment. After a while, she even followed him. When they reached the kitchen, Grace stared at the beauty of the kitchen. It was so beautiful and big. But she quickly came out of the trance when Zayden placed milk, coffee, sugar, etc. in front of her. Zayden, she called his name to get his attention because he was busy in the small kitchen work assigned to him. He instantly looked at her. "Yes, sweetheart?" he asked. Grace closed her eyes. "Not again," she whispered. "Can you please not call me sweetheart in front of my family? Please," she requested calmly. "And why is it so?" he asked, raising his eyebrow. "Because I don't like it," she reasoned. But I don't find any problem with that. You are sweet by heart, so I don't mind calling you sweetheart. What's wrong with it? He asked, trying to control his laugh. Ah, he is really getting into my nerves, Grace thought, but quickly hid her anger with another sweet and calm voice. Can you please do as I say? She requested. Zayden didn't say anything. He just smiled, and Grace wondered why he was smiling. Grace started preparing the coffee, just like her mother and father used to drink. She would have prepared something for Blake as well, but her eyes landed on the breakfast and cold coffee, which Zayden had ordered from the restaurant. So she didn't have to prepare anything. It's not like she didn't like doing the household activity, but at this moment, she wanted to spend time with her family. Won't you prepare coffee for me, sweetheart? He said, stressing on sweetheart. Grace sighed in defeat and mentally cursed herself for preparing just 2 cups of coffee. Ah, I was going to prepare tea for myself. Would you like to have tea or coffee? She asked. Anything you will serve, sweetheart. He stressed on sweetheart again, to irritate Grace again. He is never going to change, especially not for me, she concluded. Once Grace poured coffee in the mug, Zayden placed the cups and cold coffee on a tray and advanced toward the living room. Come soon, sweetheart. I will wait for you and the tea made by you, he said, and saw Grace narrowing her eyes in anger. He couldn't stop himself from chuckling. After a while, Grace came up with another tray with 2 cups of tea and saw her brother looking at the beauty of the villa with interest. I know he wants to have a tour of the villa, but this is not my place, so I can't ask him to do that, she thought until she heard. Blake, why don't you go and have a tour of the villa, except on the 2nd floor? Zayden said. Really? I can? Blake asked, getting excited. Yes, Blake didn't waste a single second and left from there. So, you are trying to win my son's heart just like you won my daughter's heart? Guess what? My son is not greedy like her. Her father said accused Grace of being greedy. She looked at her father sadly, and her eyes soon moistened without her permission. Zayden saw that gripped the arm of the chair in anger, controlling his wolf to roar at him in anger. Mr. Felton, I need to talk with you alone, he stated and looked at Grace and her mother. Grace, take your mother to your room. You can talk with them about whatever you want. I have some unfinished business with your father, Zayden said. Grace tried to protest when he gave her a frustrated look. That's when she realized that he was calling her by her name instead of sweetheart in front of her parents. Did he really take my words into consideration? She thought. Now, please, he added please, to insult her in front of her family. Grace nodded and guided her mother toward her room upstairs. When Zayden and Grace's father was alone, her father started the conversation. If you think I am afraid of you, then you are wrong, her father said. There is a thin line between bravery and stupidity, and trust me, Mr. Felton, you are close to another line, he said, chuckling. Do you know why you are still alive, Mr. Felton? Because of your daughter, who happens to be very precious to me, and I am glad that you love her a lot. The kind of treatment you are giving to your daughter is totally unacceptable by me. You should know that I can't see my wife getting insulted by her father or not, Zayden said in a low but threatening tone. That was not marriage. This marriage is against the law. If you were so interested in marrying Grace, then you could have talked with me instead of kidnapping my family. I know what I did was not right and is unforgivable. But trust me, I was planning to do so. In fact, I had shared my plans with Grace as well, but you were too eager to plan the wedding. It was your fault because of which I did something like this. And above all, I can clearly see that it was our fault. You took decision for Grace that she should marry without knowing about her wish, and I forced my decision on Grace that she should marry me without knowing about her wish. I feel bad for her that she fell in this mess without any mistake. TBC. No one's POV. Mistake? It was all her mistake to begin with. My daughter was spending time with a criminal, and you expect me to keep quiet and watch the drama? Her father asked angrily. What kind of father are you? Don't you trust in your own blood? For your kind information, your daughter was not spending time with me willingly. I forced her to do so. I threatened her with her family's life, and being a good daughter, she agreed to spend time with me. Zayden said. What? Why, you forced my daughter? It means she didn't tell you about her wedding, nor did she want to marry you? Her father asked when he realized the truth. Obviously, Mr. Felton, she hates me. If not for her family, then she would love to die than spending all her life with me, Zayden said in a pained tone. Oh my God, why can't I see all this? My daughter wanted help at the time of her forced marriage, and all I did was just ignore her pleas, which she was making through her eyes. Her father whispered to himself and then looked at Zayden. When you knew that she hates you, then why did you marry her? Her father asked. Because I love her. And before you accuse me of my feelings for her, I want to tell you that I will never hurt your daughter. You have my words, he said confidently. And if you do then? In that case, you can come with a lawyer and divorce papers, Zayden said. Grace's father stared at him for a while to see if he was lying, but he couldn't see a trace of the lie. Please don't hurt my daughter, ever. She has struggled a lot in her life. She is very innocent and simple. Please don't ever mishandle her. And, if possible, don't force her into anything. You know what I mean. I am her father, and it's the least I can ask from you, her father said. It was true to some extent because it was not easy to fight with someone like him and to take away his daughter from Zayden. Even if he would, where would he go? He was not some rich who could easily afford to move to another country just like that. The only option he had now was to accept Zayden as his son-in-law. You have my words, Mr. Felton. You should know that I will never ever hurt her, Zayden said, with a smile on his face. I also promise to end all her financial tension so that her father's treatment can get started as soon as possible. He thought, but didn't say so because he knew that this old man wouldn't take his help from him. But that wasn't going to stop him from his intention. This boy seems a person of his words and good, but he is still a criminal, her father thought. They didn't talk about anything after that. What if he hurt your father, Grace? Her mother asked, getting worried when Grace was dragging her to her room. He won't. Now come with me. Zayden doesn't like getting disobeyed. How are you so sure? Because he promised me that he will never hurt those people who are close to me. And also, he is a man of his words, so don't worry. Fine, if you say so, I will trust you. Grace took her mother to her room and made her sit on the bed and then sat beside her. She quickly hugged her and started sobbing. I am so glad to see you, Mom. I never thought that that monster would let me see everyone. Grace, don't say that about your husband. Her mother scolded her, and Grace's eyes widened in shock, wondering was she really her mom. For a while, she ignored that comment. I missed you so much. I missed you too, Grace. Mom, I don't want to stay here. I don't like this place, and I don't like him. Why, Grace? Did he force himself on you? No, Mom, not yet. He said that he will give me enough time. Thank God, her mother sighed in relief. How did you find this villa? Did you guys come here on your own, or Eric kidnapped everyone just like he did on the day of the wedding? No, we didn't come here on our own, and no, Eric didn't kidnap us. The truth is Zayden Staunton had called me on my number and asked me to come here to meet you. He also said that you missed us, so he sent the car for us. Your father ignored his invitation at first, but then Blake and I forced him to come here, because of which we all are here, her mother explained. Grace nodded her head, but one fact rang in her mind like a bell. How did he have Mom's number, she thought. Well, maybe he would have found her details just like he had found mine. With this thought, she let go of this topic from her mind. Mom, can't you do something? Can't you or Dad do something so that I can come with you guys? Can't we lodge the complaint to cops about how Zayden forced me into this marriage? I can't accept this marriage, Mom. Grace said all the things which were in her mind in one go. No, Grace, we can't do anything. What? Do you even know what you are saying, Mom? I know what I'm saying, Grace. Does that mean that I am stuck with him forever? She asked disgustingly. I didn't say that, Grace. He had promised me that in case he hurts you, then I can come with a lawyer and divorce papers. But before coming to any conclusion, you should at least give him a chance. Everyone deserves a chance, Grace. Her mother tried to convince her. Well, what are you saying, Mom? When did he promise you such a thing? And what happened to you? Why are you acting so strange? Did Zayden do anything to you? Did he threaten you? Grace asked, getting angry. How dare he threaten my mother? This thought was making her angry with each passing second. Grace, her mother looked at her for a while and then continued, do you remember the promise which I made to you, that I won't let your marriage happen with James? She asked, to which Grace nodded her head. Yes, I remember that, but I don't get it. Why are you talking about that promise right now? Well, that's because I was the one who had informed him about your marriage, her mother announced, widening her eyes. Grace just stared at her mother for a while like a statue. Grace, please say something. Grace didn't utter a single word. Believe me, whatever I did was for your benefit. Aiden Staunton seems to be a bad person, but I can see that he respects you and loves you. Moreover, he didn't force himself on you unlike that wolf under the coat of sheep. If he wouldn't have married you, then today you would be married to a person who... Her mother didn't complete the sentence. I didn't have any other choice, Grace, and trust me, if Zayden comes out to be man of his words, then you are blessed with the most loving husband, but please at least give him a chance. TBC, no one's POV. Grace sunk into deep thoughts. Is her mother right? Should she really give Zayden a chance to prove himself? Should she try to make this work? But how can she be so ignorant about me? He is a criminal and a wolf as well. That's a different thing that no one knows about that fact except me. Mom, don't you love me? Aren't you worried with the thought of leaving me alone with Zayden? Grace asked innocently. Her mother's eyes moistened in pain. How can you say that, Grace? You are my daughter and the apple of my eye. I couldn't sleep last night, thinking what if Zayden Staunton doesn't keep his promise about not forcing himself on you? I knew I did all this, but other than him, no one can save you from getting married to that monster. Her mother wailed. Mom, Grace gasped when she saw her mother crying. And I want you to at least give a chance to this marriage because the society in which we live is very cruel. You had stayed just a night with Zayden Staunton. They started wondering whether you were virgin or not. Now they will know that you are married to him, then they will treat you like a married woman, and then nobody will marry you again. And even if they will, then I'm not sure whether another person will be good enough for you. Her mother said and cried more. Grace wanted to stop her. Okay, fine. I will give this marriage a chance. But please don't cry. She finally said those words which her mother wanted to hear. Promise? Promise, Grace sighed. So now I am stuck with that monster forever, and he will make me nothing but a slave who will listen to all his orders. Well, I can do it when my own mom pushes me into this hell and Dad doesn't want to help me to get out of this insanity, then how can I expect others to help me? The only option I have is to accept my fate. By the way, leave all this. Tell me, how will Dad manage the expenses now? Does he talk about that with you? Grace asked, changing the topic. I don't know anything about it yet. He has not shared any plans with me. And he will not share anything with me as well. I don't even understand why he doesn't trust his own daughter. Don't worry, he will get normal with time, her mother assured. Hope so. Did you tell the truth behind these marks to Zayden? Her mother asked, pointing toward the faded hickey on her neck. Grace shook her head. No, you should, Grace. Any relationship starts with trust and faith, and you should be faithful to Zayden Staunton, her mother said. Grace scoffed and rolled her eyes. Faithful? Nonsense, she thought. Why are you calling his full name? Call him Zayden, Mom, Grace suggested. It will take some time, and then I will get used to it. Even I don't know when I will get used to this life, Grace muttered, more like she was talking to herself. Everything will be all right. Have faith in God, her mother said, to which she nodded. Here, your mobile, she added, giving it to Grace. It was with your father since the moment he came to know about your night out with Zayden Staunton. Now that he doesn't need to keep this mobile with him. So, her mother didn't complete the sentence because she didn't feel it was required. Grace simply nodded and took her mobile from her mother's hand. It has been switched off since then, her mother said. I will charge it later. After breakfast, Grace's parents started to leave. When they were almost out of the door, Grace's father stopped and turned toward Grace to face her. He approached her, and before she could realize what her father was going to do, she was in his arms. "I am sorry, Grace. I am sorry for not trusting you." Her father apologized. Grace couldn't help herself from crying in his arms. Blake came toward her and hugged her too. "Take care of my daughter," her father said to Zayden, caressing her hair. Zayden smiled politely and nodded his head. After a while, Grace watched her family inside one of Zayden's cars. She watched the car till it receded like a small child. She turned around and found Zayden staring at her intensely. She quickly averted her gaze. "You can have some rest till lunchtime. I will let you know after ordering lunch," he said, and started picking the used plates from the dining tables. "And what? What are you going to do with these plates?" "Nothing as of now. I will have to hire an Omega to do these things," he answered calmly, making her raise her brow. "Omega?" "A low-rank werewolf," he answered my unasked question. "No way. One monster is enough. I can't stay with two monsters at the same time. At least, not now. I need time to adjust." She thought and quickly came beside him and took the plates from his hand. "I will do it. No need to hire any Omega," she said politely. "But why? I want to treat you like a queen, not like a maid," Zayden said and frowned. "And who said that doing the household chores at home is the job of a maid?" Grace asked in a challenging tone, and mentally slapped herself by talking with Zayden in this tone. She placed the plates in the sink and started cleaning the plates to avoid any communication with him. They both didn't say anything for a while until Zayden too started washing the plates. What are you doing?" "Helping my wife in her household chores," he answered, making her remember what her mother said. Mom was right. I should give him at least a chance, she thought. Suddenly their hands touched accidentally, and Grace blushed furiously by taking a step away from him. But Zayden being Zayden pulled her back. "Moon Goddess, everything is going so perfect. Please let the situation be like this only." Zayden thought, but little did he or Grace know that a few unread messages were waiting for them on WhatsApp, which was going to change their lives upside down. TBC. No one's POV. Once they were done with the dishes, Grace remembered what Zayden had said earlier. "You were talking about ordering lunch from the hostel or restaurant, weren't you?" "Yes, but don't you think it's not good for your health, i.e. having food from the outside all the time?" I never thought in that way. I will hire an Omega who will cook." "No, that is not required," Grace quickly interrupted him. "Then what do you want?" "I don't know how to cook. I generally prefer ordering food from the nearby hostel or restaurant, or hunt down the deers or other animals for my meal." Grace's eyes widened in shock after listening to Zayden's words. Before her fear could have started returning, she heard, "I will never hurt you, sweetheart." But you said that you will eat me alive," she reminded him. "Like seriously? Out of everything? You remember that? I have said so many romantic things to you, but I highly doubt that you even remember them, and you have remembered the fake threat which I had given to you?" he asked, raising his brow, to which she nodded her head innocently. "Moon Goddess, you are so cute," he whispered and leaned toward her. Grace tried to step back, but it was already too late. She shut her eyes nervously. "Please, please, please." She stopped whispering when she felt a perk on her cheek. "Thank God, he didn't kiss me on my lips." She mentally thought and opened her one eye and then second, only to find him staring at her intensely. "We will talk about what we will do for lunch. As for now, I have some work, okay?" he said, to which she nodded, before leaving from there. Grace came and stood near the window of their room, looking at the forest near her. She started recalling everything that had happened in the last few days. She was waiting for Zayden so that she could share the idea of cooking the meal for both of them on her own, but he was taking more time than she expected. To pass her time, she finally sat on the bed and thought about using her mobile. She opened her WhatsApp and her eyes saw a few unread messages from an unknown number. She furrowed her eyebrow, wondering whose message it could be. She opened the messages and downloaded the pictures which were sent by that unknown number. And the moment she realized what kinds of pictures were those, it was already too late because her mobile was snatched away. She turned around to see the intruder, but met face to face with her own very furious werewolf husband. Well, why wouldn't he be? After all, those pictures were of that moment when James had kissed her forcefully, and the worst fact was his face was not clear in his picture. Zayden, Grace whispered in fear as she looked at him. His composure was so stiff and his golden eyes held so much anger that she swore it would be her last day on earth. Zayden tightened his grip on the phone more, if that was even possible. He was furious and hurt that his mate had betrayed him. Of course, he didn't know the truth then. It's not what you think. She said the words out, knowing that he was misunderstanding her. Well, anyone would have done the same. She expected him to say something or to do something like yell at her or slap her, just like a criminal like him does. But he didn't do anything, just stared at her in disbelief. It frustrated her. It was making her feel like she cheated on him. She didn't have the strength to look in his eyes anymore. Please, say something, she whispered nervously. Thank God for his supernatural power to listen to even a whisper, otherwise he would not have even been able to hear her. Zayden suddenly threw her mobile, and the sound of the phone breaking startled her. Her eyes grew wide with fear. Zayden, she whimpered. He instantly gripped both her arms in a very tight grip and pushed her against the bed. The sudden movement and force hit her like hell, and it hurt her back. Another whimper escaped her mouth due to the pain, but he didn't care. She never saw him this angry before. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill your lover? Zayden roared at her. Grace wanted to save her ears from his roaring sound, but she couldn't. She wanted to tell him the truth, but couldn't gather the strength to speak in front of him when he looked damn too angry. You are hurting me, she whimpered. And what do you think you are doing? Do you have any idea how much it hurts me to see you in the arms of another man who is not me? It hurts like hell, he roared. She couldn't say anything. Her lips trembled in fear. She just waited for a blow to come, but a part of her knew that he wouldn't hit her. Why did you lie, tell me? He asked. She looked at him in confusion and furrowed her eyebrow. What was he asking exactly? About what? What? Why did you lie when I had asked you about your boyfriend? One thing that I hate the most, and you had kept speaking lies all the times from the moment we have met. Now I get it. Why don't you like the closeness between us? You better leave, Zayden announced. Grace gasped at his words. She wanted to leave here as soon as possible from this cage, but not by taking this blame on herself. If you love someone else, then there is no way you can never be faithful to your husband. Then, come, I will leave you at your lover's house. Grace shook her head in fear. Why did everybody think she always had an affair with that man, even when they forced themselves on her? Earlier, her father assumed that she was having an affair with Zayden, and now Zayden assumed that she was having a lover. TBC. No one's POV. Zayden let go of his hand from her arm and gripped her wrist instead. Grace protested what he was doing, but he didn't pay any heed. He started pulling her out of the room. Zayden, at least please listen to me, she cried. I have had enough already. You don't want to stay with me, right? So I am just opening the way from where you can leave this marriage and me forever, he said. Please, why are you doing this? I don't want to leave, she said, when he continued to drag her toward the main door of the house. You love someone else, right? So I'm dropping you at his house. You can stay there. If not me, then at least you will be happy, he said, and took a sharp turn and dragged her down the stairs. I don't love anyone, Grace shouted as they reached the bottom of the stairs. She wanted to say it for a while. Better say now than never. Zayden turned around suddenly. Really, Grace? Now you are lying to me? I am not lying, at least not this time. Zayden's wolf sensed that Grace was speaking the truth, but his mind was not ready to accept it. Not after seeing those pictures. You are still lying, Grace. I won't fall into lies now. Not anymore. Why aren't you accepting your love for him when I am giving you the chance? If you are afraid that I will kill you or your lover, then you are wrong. I won't kill either you or him. If you are happy with him, then I will not take your happiness away from you again. I was alone before I met you, and I can still live alone, Zayden said, and started dragging her out of the house again. But he was not sure of his own words. Could he really live without her? Please listen to me first, then you can throw me out of the house if you want, Grace cried. It did hurt Zayden, but he still didn't stop. He decided not to be selfish again. Zayden. Grace gasped when Zayden pushed her out of the house harshly. She looked at him desperately. It wasn't the pain of getting thrown out of the house that hurt her, but also the fact that her husband was not trusting her, who claimed to love her, that was hurting her the most. Eric, drop her to wherever she wants, Zayden ordered his beta. Yes, Alpha, he replied instantly, so that Grace wouldn't be facing the anger of his alpha. Zayden, please listen to me. Why? You are misunderstanding me. Grace begged, and with a heavy heart, Zayden was about to close the door when she knowingly kept her hand in between to stop the door from getting closed for real. He has to listen to me. He just can't enter my life forcefully and then threw me out of his life forcefully, she had thought before hurting herself. Ah! Moon goddess Grace, Zayden shouted and looked at her soft and small hand. Alpha, I will get her hand treated by the local doctor in the town, Eric said, adding the spice in the atmosphere. Luna, shall we? He asked, knowing that Zayden would never let her go. Before Zayden would have snapped at her, Grace answered politely, No, I am not going anywhere. You can go. Zayden left her hand after observing that she was not hurt much. You should listen to Eric and leave, Grace. Why can't he listen to me? He is my husband. He should trust me at least. But I won't let him believe that nonsense. I will tell him the truth, whether he trusts me or not. After that, I will leave in peace if he still doesn't trust me, she thought. And you should listen to me if you love me, Grace said, and unknowingly threw the trump card, making Zayden shut his mouth. He loved her more than anything. It hurt him to see her beg for him like this. But why was she not leaving? Why was she still begging him to listen to her? He asked his wolf, but he didn't answer him, just like always. He hid somewhere in his mind. His heart told him that maybe she wanted him, not someone else, but then his brain denied that possibility. He hated himself for doing this to her. You had once said that you can sense my emotions, which includes my lies, then trust me. I don't love anyone apart from my family. Whatever you saw was nothing but a misunderstanding. That guy with whom I was going to marry was in that picture, and he had kissed me forcefully. I didn't do anything wrong in that. I have never lied to you about my boyfriend, Zayden. I have accepted you as my husband, and I also know that I don't love you. But I am trying to make this marriage work. Please trust me. Please don't spoil everything because of nothing. No men were in my life before, and no men will be there in my life after my marriage, because I will never cheat on my husband whom I meant to be with, Zayden. Grace cried after finishing her little speech in one go. TBC. No one's POV. The realization hit him like a storm when he realized how wrong he was and what exactly happened with Grace. He could sense that she was telling the truth, and also about the fact that he was misunderstanding her. She had already gone through so much, and just like others, even he treated her like shit. Zayden cupped her face and wiped the tears which were continuously rolling out of her eyes. Grace looked at him in shock, as she didn't expect him to behave like this at all. She looked at him with still blurry vision. Zayden, she whispered in disbelief. Zayden instantly hugged her dearly, as if his life depended on it. I am so sorry, sweetheart. I am sorry, he whispered in her ear. Grace cried more as he comforted her. I am not lying this time. Trust me. I know. Hell, I know, sweetheart. I am so sorry, he said, and his voice itself became shaky. Eric started at Zayden in utter shock. After all, he was witnessing a moment which was too rare to be true. His ruthless and emotionless alpha had tears in his eyes, and it was just a coincidence when Zayden's eyes landed on him when he was about to say something to Grace. What the fuck are you doing here now? He roared at him. Eric smiled naughtily and quickly mumbled, sorry, before running away from there, not because he was afraid. Well, that's because he had brilliant news to share with everyone. Everyone is so scared of you, Grace said with a shaky voice when she saw Eric running away. And I am scared of your glare, Zayden confessed and pulled Grace inside the house. Zayden scooped her in his arms, on which Grace was startled for a while. I can walk, she said. Zayden chuckled and held her more firmly. Let me make it up to you, he smiled. But, she tried to deny again, but Zayden hushed her. Did I ever listen to you, sweetheart? he asked, raising his brow, to which Grace stopped denying him, because if Zayden had already decided, then there was anyone who could stop him from doing whatever he had decided. I am sorry, sweetheart. My possessiveness got the best of me. Zayden apologized. He believed in admitting the mistake and correcting the mistake rather than just sitting quietly and doing nothing. I don't love anyone except my family, Grace repeated. I know. I am really very sorry. I promise I won't behave like this again. When I saw those pictures, it was hard to believe the truth. That day we were sent to my room so that we could talk in private, but instead of asking decent questions, he has asked whether I was virgin or not. Grace sobbed, recalling those memories. And then he tried to kiss me without my permission. She finally finished her sentence and met Zayden's eyes. He started climbing the stairs. I can understand when my own father didn't trust me, then I can't expect that from you too. But at least you should have trusted me. Grace added in a low tone. Zayden looked down at her and paused. Could he really trust her? After all that has happened in his past, could he really trust anyone? He never trusted anyone so that he would not face the pain of betrayal again. But looking at his innocent wife, whom he loved more than his own life, he didn't have to think twice about trusting her. He will trust her, even if she betrays him. What do you started thinking? Grace asked nervously when she realized he stopped in his tracks. Zayden shook his head and started climbing again. He reached their room and very gently laid on the bed. I am really sorry, sweetheart. Can you please forgive me? I will do anything to get your forgiveness, he said desperately. You broke my phone, Grace said after thinking for a while. Zayden instantly held her hand and pressed them lightly, as assurance. I will buy you a new one today, I promise. Anything else you want? Trust, respect, and equality, she said instantly, even though she knew trust is earned, but at least she could least expect a penny of trust on her husband. Zayden raised his brows in wonder. Out of all the things she could ask for, she asked for trust, respect, and equality. Oh, how much he fell in love with her more now. Instead of reply instantly, his mind wandered over what she told him earlier and what she asked him now. You should have trusted me. Could he really trust her? What if she left him just like others then? Then he would be alone again. What if she left him as his mother did? What if she betrayed him like his brother? What if she hurt him just like his father? What if... But he didn't really care about that now, because he knew that even if she didn't love him back, she wanted to stay with him and was faithful to him. In some corner of his heart, he knew that she wouldn't hurt him, even after whatever he had done to her. He believed her and trusted her. He sighed in happiness when he realized his faith in her. I will, he said and kissed her forehead. Grace couldn't help herself from smiling. It felt great to realize that her husband, even if she didn't love him, trusted her. TBC, no one's POV. Grace again had the food which was ordered from the restaurant in the afternoon, and now she was getting sick of it. It was not like the food was not tasty, but she started missing the homemade food and thought to talk about it with Zayden. Do you remember we talked about avoiding eating food from outside? Grace asked when she saw him closing the laptop. Go on. What's in your mind? Zayden said. I was thinking of cooking food for us. I mean, if you will allow it. He smiled and sat beside her, snaking his hand over her shoulder. She looked at him nervously. Remember, you have equal rights in this house? You don't have to ask anything, sweetheart, he said, encouraging her to speak in front of him without getting nervous. By the way, can you teach me to cook? Sure, why not? Nowadays, everyone should know how to cook. It's strange that you don't, she said nervously. He pouted. He came close to her and whispered, I will learn if you will teach me. And in return, I will teach you something more interesting, he said, nuzzling against her neck. Oh, okay, she said, trying her best not to blush. Zayden started licking her neck, checking the place where she would bear his mark. He was having a hard time controlling himself from marking her, but then he also knew that she was not reading for it. As for now, he was glad that she didn't push him away. When she felt it was too long for the licking thing which he was doing like a dog, she interrupted his desirable moment. I think we should check all the groceries which are in the home and then make a list to buy all things which are required in our home, she said. Zayden didn't miss to observe when she said, our home. He smiled and nodded. In the evening? He asked. Okay, she replied and prayed that he would stop his torture. This time, she felt a slight pain on her neck as if he had bitten her, leaving a hickey over her neck. When Zayden looked at what he just did, he felt proud of his work. He would have left a few more hickey when exactly at that moment, the doorbell rang and she abruptly stood up. I will get it, she said to run away from there. Zayden smiled to see her blush. Grace was about to leave their room, but in the midway, she remembered about the security system. She turned around to tell him that he should open the door because she didn't know the PIN. 47112, Zayden said. What? She asked, not understanding his reply. The PIN is 47112. Go on. Open the door, he said smilingly. Grace gaped at him for a few seconds. Did he just tell her the PIN? Last time he had told her that he would tell her the number when she would gain his trust. Does that mean he trusts me? Or let me rephrase it, do I gain his trust? Her eyes widened in surprise when she figured out the answer to her question. The bell rang again. This time she didn't waste time and ran downstairs to open the door. She entered the PIN, and after hearing the click sound, she opened the door and found Theo standing on the door. She had seen him around the house once, so she figured him out as one of Zayden's men. She was about to ask him the reason for his visit, but before she could have done that, he handed over a pen drive to Grace and she took it. Thank you, she said and gave a small smile to that man as a friendly gesture. His eyes widened with shock. It was the first time he received a warm gesture from someone in a long time. He couldn't help but pray to the moon goddess to send a mate who would like her in his life, because he knew the lady standing in front of her was chosen by his alpha. Since Zayden couldn't mark Grace without her permission, he had left his scent on her so that no other wolf would ever think of claiming what was his. Theo was about to smile back when he saw Zayden coming downstairs and scurried away as soon as possible before mumbling, "Nice to meet you, Luna." Grace wondered why he called her Luna when her name is Grace. She closed the door and turned around only to find Zayden behind her. "Here, I think this is for you," she said, giving the pen drive to him, and then walked toward the kitchen to check the groceries so that she could make the list accordingly. She could feel Zayden's eyes on her all the time. When is he going to stop this staring thing? He used to do the same before as well, and now that I am his wife, he doesn't stop staring at me, she thought. Once she made the list, she saw Zayden doing something over the laptop and the pen drive was connected to it, which she had handed over to him. Should I disturb him? He seems busy, she thought. Zayden. She whispered his name from the kitchen. He quickly closed the laptop and jumped from his seat and approached the kitchen. Yes, sweetheart, he asked. I have prepared the list. If you can manage, then can we go to the market now instead of evening? She asked softly. Anything you say, sweetheart. Well, I think this is the best idea. In this way, I can plan something for you in the evening. What plans? You will get to know. He winked, on which she pouted a little. By God, Grace, he didn't see it, or else she would have been in big trouble after teasing the best. Suddenly, she recalled that Zayden was doing some work on his laptop. What if he was busy and she was nagging him about these things? If you're busy, then I can go to the market alone. You don't have to come with me, she suggested. Zayden eyed her suspiciously. Is she still planning to leave me? But she won't, right? Not after what happened in the morning. But what if she was lying at that time? No, I should not think this nonsense. I told myself and her that I will trust her. He thought, are you not comfortable around others, having me by your side? He asked indirectly. Grace narrowed her eyes at him and gave him a what look. She never gave a damn what others would think or what society would think. She was sure that by that time, the whole town would have known about her marriage with Zayden. She would probably be the sensational gossip of the people nowadays. But whatever happened was not in her control. She couldn't change the fact that she was the wife of a criminal, and she didn't have any other choice rather than to accept this truth. Obviously not. I saw you working on the laptop before, so I thought you were busy. So I don't want to disturb you, she said, clearing his doubts. If that's the case, then don't worry about my work. Eric, my beta, will handle that work. Now get ready. We will leave now. Okay. TBC, no one's POV. Grace looked around her surroundings when Zayden drove outside the villa. She noticed that the place was very beautiful. There were so many trees around them on both sides of the road. She had always been in love with nature, and living in exactly such an area was like a dream coming true. She decided to walk in this place barefoot someday. They drove in silence for a while. Grace felt uneasy to be so quiet. There should be something to talk about. There are basically 3 grades in the werewolves. Zayden said out of nowhere, so he felt it necessary to share this piece of information with her. Alpha, Beta, and Omega. The leader of the pack, or say wolf, is Alpha. So you are the Alpha and Eric is your Beta, right? You got that right, and the rest of my men are Omega. Generally, they are the weakest among all the 3. But they don't look weak, she pointed out. That's because I kept training them on a regular basis, he explained. It's their fate if they are born weak, but it's their fault if they die weak. Oh, Grace nodded her head, and suddenly she remembered the word Luna, which she had heard his men calling her. But before she could have opened her mouth to ask this question, her question was already answered. The life partner, or say the other partner destined or chosen by an alpha, is called Luna, he said smilingly. And we call them mate. Destined or chosen. So I am your chosen mate? Grace asked, to which he nodded his head. I knew it. Obviously, even God wouldn't have destined someone for a person like him. Are you still angry with me? Zayden asked again when he felt that Grace was not going to ask anything. No, I am not angry. Whatever happened in the morning was misunderstanding, and I believe even others would have behaved in the same way or worse by hitting me. First, I would never ever hurt you physically. And second, I am not asking about yesterday, he said, giving her a side glance. Then, about the wedding day, he said in a low tone. Grace became silent, and her mind started recalling whatever he did to her and her family on the day before yesterday. Please tell me, he said again. I know I did wrong, but that is the only thing which I don't regret, even though I know I was wrong. Grace wondered what she should say in return without hurting Zayden. Yes, she was angry. And yes, she was upset with the fact that she got married to a person like him. But these were not the things that she should tell him directly. I don't know about the anger, but I can't forgive you, she confessed, mustering all her courage. Zayden was hurt by her words. But truth to be told, he expected that. He knew that she wouldn't accept him with open arms. But he craved that. He craved her touch. He started getting angry at himself for doing so. Grace noticed his grip tightening on the steering. She decided to calm down his anger. But whatever happened, happened in the past. We still have a future, right? She tried to convince him. She knew that there was no use in being angry now. Also, she wasn't a person who preserves the bad moments of the past and regrets them forever. She was a person who believes in moving forward in life, no matter what happens. Zayden gave her a smile of appreciation. Grace didn't say it to him, but he looked so cute. A part of her was thankful to him for respecting her being. She was glad to witness his care for her. There was no doubt in it that he cares for her by observing all the incidents in the past 2 days. But she couldn't love him because only 2 days had passed, and who knows how he would behave with him in the future. Grace kept thinking all this on her own. Can I play the song? She asked. You don't have to ask me, sweetheart. Do as you wish. He smiled. Without wasting another second, she played the song and smiled when she heard the song. Heart beats fast. Colors and promises, how to be brave. How can I love when I'm afraid to fall? But watching you stand alone, all of my doubt suddenly goes away somehow. One step closer. I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. Time stands still. Beauty in all she is. I will be brave. I will not let anything take away what's standing in front of me. Every breath, every hour has come to this. One step closer. I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. And all along, I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. One step closer, one step closer. I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more. Zayden didn't know that this day would come this soon. He knew that this was Grace's favorite song, so he had arranged the playlist of the songs in this way, so that whenever she would have played the song in his car, then 1,000 years would have played. He smiled, looking at the smile on her lips. This is my favorite song, Grace shared. But instead of answering that, he knew he acted all innocent. Really? Yes, it's just so amazing, she said enthusiastically. And what's your favorite song? She asked with a smile. Zayden chuckled at her question. Are you always this childish? Do you really think that a person like me would have any favorite song? He asked jokingly. What's so childish in this question? She asked, trying to defend herself. And why wouldn't a person like you have any favorite song? Whoops, my wife is angry, Zayden joked again, which added fuel to her anger. He threw his hand in surrender when he saw her glaring at him. Fine, no more jokes now. I don't have any favorite song, he answered. That's impossible. Why? Because everyone listens to music, so there has to be a favorite, she reasoned. But I am not interested in music, Zayden confessed. Grace looked at him as if he was an alien. Zayden kept driving and knew what Grace would be thinking. He knew that she always wished her husband to be a cook and interested in music and musical instruments, but he was nowhere near her expectation. Grace said a low "oh" and then went silent. She kept observing him from the corner of her eyes. She noticed that whenever he used to think about something deeply, he used to bite his lower lips. And he tells me that I am childish, she thought. #TBC, no one's POV. I wanted to share something, she said nervously after a while. Go on, he said while taking a sharp cut off the road. I wanted to continue my job, she said. Zayden gave her a quick side glance. Why? If you want anything, then tell me. I will give it to you, he said. It's not like that, Grace said, and was about to lie that my job brings the feeling of independence and etc., etc. But the real reason for continuing her job was to finance her family. Since she knew that Zayden had the power to sense her emotions, she went against her earlier plan. I don't like sitting at home doing nothing, she said, which was the truth. If that's the case, then I would recommend you to wait for a while until we shift back to the pack house. That place is owned by me, so I would be assured of your safety, unlike this place where vampires are free to roam anywhere. And now I am scared of your safety. Grace had heard about vampires from other people of the town, but she felt like it was a myth, but not anymore. But when vampires didn't harm me earlier, then they surely won't harm me now, right? She thought. Safety? She asked, getting curious. Yes, they will try to hurt you because they know my weakness now, Zayden stated as if it was a fact. His weakness? Me? How the questions troubled her. Is my family safe? She asked. Yes, they are, and they will be as long as you stay by my side. Grace nodded her head after listening to Zayden's words, because she knew that he wouldn't give a damn about her family's protection if she would not stay by his side. For the first time, even after staying with Zayden for this long, she was not feeling scared unlike other times, and it amazed her to feel safe with him. She had started trusting the fact that Zayden wouldn't hurt her in a million years. The moment Zayden parked his car in the parking lot and followed Grace as she scurried her way towards the store. Why are you in such a hurry? It's the weekend today. That's why the price of the groceries is low and the coward will be too much to buy them. So I need to get everything before others, Grace said with the thought of saving money. After all, she belonged to that family where she had learned the importance of even a single penny. Why are you so miser? Zayden joked. Why? Are you a billionaire? Grace asked sarcastically. Yes, Zayden answered. But by that time, Grace had already walked inside the store. He shook his head in defeat. He knew no husband could ever win with his wife, and he was no more different. But the truth was, he liked losing to her. Finally, her fear is going away, he thought. Zayden mentally thanked Grace for bringing them to the small store where his gun couldn't be detected. There were just a few CCTV cameras as security, and he was doubtful whether they were even working or not. "So what should we buy?" Zayden asked. There were so many people and so many things around him, and for the first time he was confused. "I'll get the groceries and the vegetables. You can get whatever you want, like snacks, okay?" she asked. "Okay, but let me know when the basket gets heavy. Don't carry it like a donkey, okay?" he joked again. Grace glared at him and went toward the grocery section. Once she completed the shopping in that section, she picked up all the vegetables and the fruits. Now that her basket was heavy, she started looking for Zayden so that they could leave, but he was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon the board, symbolizing the non-vegetarian section. She had never been concerned about that section before, but now that she knew her husband was a Mons, she meant a werewolf, then there was a high chance of him being non-vegetarian. She went into that section, but before she could have purchased anything, someone held her arm. When did Zayden come here? She thought as she knew, only he had the guts to hold her arm. She turned around but didn't meet her husband, but her coworker in the restaurant, Paul. She used to ignore him because he had once proposed to her, and coming from a conservative family, she quickly rejected his proposal and almost stopped talking with him. "Paul?" She gasped and instantly checked her surroundings to see for Zayden. She knew how bad his anger was and how much he hates her being near another man. Not to forget, she didn't forget the morning session and was not in the mood to witness another round of misunderstanding like before, because her husband had the power to know her emotions and feelings. What if he assumes everything based on Paul's feelings and wouldn't listen to me again? She thought. "What are you doing here, Paul?" she asked him and pulled her arms away from his grip. "I came to purchase meat for the restaurant and saw you. How are you, Grace?" Paul again wanted to touch her, but Grace stepped back because of two reasons. One, because they were in public and she didn't want to have any drama there, and second, Zayden was around and he would kill him if he saw her with him. "I am doing good, Paul, and you better stay away from me because Zayden is here." "So what? I am not afraid of that dog," he said boldly. "But you should be," Zayden said as he entered the scene. Grace's eyes widened in shock and fear. "No more misunderstanding, please," she prayed. TBC. No one's POV. "Zayden, I can explain," Grace said to Zayden as he glared at Paul. "Please don't start any drama in the public," she prayed again. The way they both were staring at each other confirmed that they hated each other from the bottom of their heart. "I am not scared of dogs." "So you better use your scary aura on someone else," Paul said boldly, even though he was shivering in fear with the thought of challenging an alpha. And Zayden knew this. Paul was a normal vampire, but a good one. Zayden's wolf sensed most of the things about him in a few seconds. Since that town or that store didn't belong to anyone's area, so they were free to roam in the town. Zayden knew that Paul was scared to his bones. No normal vampire or weakling had the audacity to stand in front of Zayden and openly challenge his power. No one except, of course, Grace. But Grace would never dare that. Hearing Paul, Zayden didn't get angry or furious. He just smirked. Why is he smirking? Grace thought. It was an evil smirk that was scaring the hell out of her. "I don't have a scary aura, boy. I am another name for fear," Zayden said as he stepped closer to Paul. Grace rolled her eyes at his comment. "Seems like he is not interested in music but movies which have cliché dialogues. Nothing can exceed his arrogance," she thought. To show off in front of Grace, Paul stepped forward just like Zayden did and scoffed at his comment. "Have you ever heard of anyone getting scared of dogs? Oh my God. Why the hell Paul is planning to get himself killed, and why is he calling Zayden a dog again and again? Before something bad happens, I have to stop it." With this thought, Grace shook her head and stood between them and looked at Zayden. "It's really not what you think, Zayden. I met Paul by just a mere coincidence," she explained as she didn't want him to doubt her again. She was about to say more when Zayden interrupted her. "I trust you, sweetheart, but not him." "Wow, he trusts me." Grace smiled at this fact, but her smile didn't last for long. "Grace, I know you are scared of this person or say of his real identity, but I know somehow who could help you to get away from this dog. All the werewolves have to listen to their werewolf king and queen. I can talk to them. I'm sure they will help you." Hearing him, Zayden started fuming in anger, and his old possessiveness came back. He took hold of her arm and pulled her close to him. Grace wanted to roll her eyes again at his possessiveness, but she knew it would be of no use. More than that, she was thinking about how Paul knew the real identity of Zayden. "She will never leave me," Zayden declared. "One complaint, one single complaint from her to the Queen Crystal will give her old life to her," Paul said instantly. Zayden's grip tightened on her arm. He believed that Grace would choose to leave him and return to her previous life whenever she would get a chance. And by using the way which Paul just said, Grace could really return back to her old life. Though he was an alpha werewolf queen, was the queen of the alphas. It was not that he was afraid of her, but her powers were the descendant of the moon goddess, and his wolf was the first son of the moon goddess. So there was no way he could stand against her. "Grace, listen to me. You don't have to live with this slave, not only him. In fact, the whole werewolves had spent their early life by working under vampires as their slaves." Grace gasped at Paul's words. How could he say such things about, and wondered whether they were true? But more than that, she was afraid of what Zayden would do after listening to him. But when she looked at Zayden, she saw him calmly standing, as if Paul didn't say anything. "Paul, I am thankful for your concern, but I don't want to leave my husband. So please understand and stop all this now." "Husband? Seriously? Everyone knows that you were forced. Moreover, what do you mean by staying your whole life with him? Now you are staying with a man who can convert into dog, but later on, even your babies will be among them," Paul said. Zayden closed his eyes to control the growing anger. His wolf was now getting out of control. Without thinking twice, he grasped the basket which Grace was holding and went out to the counter. Truth be told, he didn't want to lose his self-control and kill that leech in front of humans, because if he did so, he might regret it in the future. Grace appreciated his way of calming his anger. "Paul, you are crossing the line now. I appreciate your concern for me, but enough is enough." "Do you really want to stay with him, Grace? Is that you want? Just answer my last question. I promise I won't bother you anymore." Grace went silent at this. What did she want? She herself didn't know. She was sure that she didn't want Zayden in her life, but then she promised her mother to give her one chance to her marriage. She can't break the promise that she made to her mother. I have accepted him, Paul." Grace partly lied. "Okay then, you should go. He must be waiting." Bye, Paul," Grace muttered and saw Zayden waiting for her. She gave him a weak smile and walked toward him with the thought that finally the chapter of Paul had ended in her life. Now that he knew that she was married, he would leave thinking of her. But she didn't know that he had other plans to get her. He was in love with Grace when she was just 8, and out of nowhere, someone just claimed her as his. TBC. No one's POV. "You are really not angry at me?" Grace asked again to reconfirm as they drove to their house. "No, sweetheart. No matter how many times I want to be mad at you, I just can't be. I wonder what you have done to me." Zayden confessed his love boldly and smiled at her. Grace hid the blush which had almost crept on her cheek. "You have no idea how much I was tempted to kill him right then and there, but I didn't want you to hate me more," he added. "And for that, thank you so much, Zayden," she said, to which he just nodded. How does he know what you are?" she asked in a low tone. "I am sorry, sweetheart. That's not my place to answer your question. I don't want to scare you more than you are already," he said and took a sharp turn. Grace understood a lot about him from the last few hours. It was true that Zayden had very bad anger issues, but she also noticed that he tries his best to control his anger around her. Along with that, she noticed that he talks very little. It was only with her that he was so talkative. He spoke only when required. Unknown to Zayden, this was the only quality in him that Grace liked about him. That's another thing, that sometimes his silence scared the most. When Paul insulted him, he didn't say a word. She found it a very mature behavior. "Zayden, I know you are damn too possessive for me, so that won't mean that I will not be allowed to talk with other male, right? she asked, thinking about the outcomes of having a possessive husband. She saw him tightening his grip on the steering. Why is he getting mad? It's not like I'm going to run away somewhere with anyone, Vinny, if I want to, Grace thought. Zayden kept quiet for a while, to decide what he should do. His mind kept thinking about all the negative outcomes of this fact. I know what you are doing, and guess what? I am thinking no different, but we shouldn't take all decisions of her life. His wolf said, I know, but what if she falls in love with any other male that is not me? What if she leaves me? No, I can't take that risk until and unless Grace falls in love with me. And do you think by caging her in your love, she will start loving you? Everyone loves their freedom, including an animal. Don't break her heart by doing something so stupid. It's very rare that she asks something from us. In fact, it's very rare when you talk with me, Zayden said, and felt his wolf disappearing from his mind like he was never there before. Fine. You are allowed to talk with other male and whatever you want to, but you have to promise to share everything with me, he said. Thank you, and I promise to share everything with you, she said cheerfully, because she really didn't expect that from Zayden. You have again planned dinner for us? Grace asked when Zayden asked her to get ready, because I am not interested in having food from outside. She clearly rejected that idea. Don't worry, sweetheart. This time, I haven't planned anything. My wolf suggested something for you, and I kind of liked his idea. Grace's eyes popped out when she heard this. Does your boo wolf talk? Yes, in my mind. We are like two souls in a single body. Generally, he never used to show his presence until you came into our life. Grace just listened to him, not knowing how to react. So hurry up and wear jeans instead of any dresses. Okay, where are we going? Grace asked Zayden. See for yourself when we reach there, he replied smilingly. Grace sat on the passenger seat restlessly. She hated surprises and found them childish. After 15 to 20 minutes, she found herself near a very large field near the forest. When Zayden parked the car, he took her hand and guided her near the field. The field was green with fresh grass. Grace looked at him in confusion. Don't tell me that monst. I mean, his wolf is planning to play Tom and Jerry, where I will have to save my precious life from Tom, she thought. TBC. No one's POV. Just stay here for a while. I will be back in a moment, he said, and Grace saw him disappearing behind the tree. She kept her eyes on him from the corner of her eyes. But the moment she saw her opening his clothes, her eyes widened and she quickly looked away. Why is he opening his clothes? Is there any river around this place where he wants to take a bath? She wondered and felt a heavy breath behind her. She turned around to see who was there, and the moment she did, she immediately stepped backward. The same jet-black wolf that had killed all the other wolves alone. But unlike last time, he didn't look that scary, i.e., covered with blood. She wanted to run away from there as soon as possible. I knew this. I knew that he brought me here to play Tom and Jerry. She took one more step away from him and heard his low, dangerous growl, so she came back to her earlier position. They both kept staring at each other for a while. She again thought to take another step away from him, but went against that thought after hearing grrr from him. They kept doing that for a while. That's when a small smile appeared on her face instead of fear. Her mind said to run, and she did. She ran as fast as she could in the open field, but for the first time, she was not afraid. She was having fun while playing with him. She knew that he was in pursuit of her, but she hoped that her little head would start enough to win. She risked a look back to him, how far ahead she was, but she couldn't find Zayden's wolf. Giggling, she turned back around and tried to skid to stop when she saw him standing in front of her. How did he get in front of me? Her heart was beating rapidly from the run. She saw him approaching her. His big black paws came in the line of sight, and when she looked up, his snout was nearly touching her nose. His eyes had so many emotions swirling around in them. Grace was so dazed that she missed the amusement they held and was caught off guard when his warm, wolfy tongue licked up my face. Ew! Gross, Zayden! She whined as he gave what she was assuming was the wolf version of a chuckle. His behavior was just like a dog, but he was far bigger than a dog. And she loves dogs a lot. She reached her hand out slowly for him to smell. It was a habit that she had learned from petting the dogs. Let them smell you so that they would know that you are friendly. Does it work in this situation? I don't know, but it can't hurt. Zayden laid down flat on the stomach, lowering his head to just below Grace's level. Her hand gently patted the top of his head, and she heard a sound coming from him. Are you purring? Are you sure you are a wolf? She laughed a little at her own joke, but Zayden didn't respond. Not that he could in this form. If he could have, then she would have definitely freaked out. She traveled her hand from the top of his hand down his neck. Zayden stayed completely still while she moved to the side to better access his back. Now I understand why Paul was saying you are a dog, she mumbled, and he growled a little. And judging by the deadpan look of the wolf, Zayden didn't like that comment. I am sorry, she quickly apologized because she didn't want him to eat her in anger. She then wondered what would happen if she scratched his belly. Would he do that leg-shaking thing? A mischievous smile crosses her face. She always wanted to adopt a dog, but since she couldn't afford his living, she never adopted any dog. But now that her husband was somewhere near to them, she didn't want to miss any chance to experiment on him to find out the answer. As her hand traveled lowered on his belly, Zayden's golden eyes snapped to her, and he watched her very carefully. She continued scratching lower until she was just at what was considered his belly, and she scratched in the same place. Sure enough, his hind legs started to thump against the ground. She couldn't help but laugh. When he growled, she dropped her hand down and took a few steps back in surrender. I am sorry, she said, not knowing what else to say. She then felt that Zayden was trying to say something to her. It took a moment for her to understand what he was trying to communicate. You want me to ride on you? She asked, not sure whether she guessed it right or wrong. And the moment she saw him nodding his head, her eyes widened. Thank you for the offer, but I don't know how to ride on a wolf, she said with the fear of falling from it. She had never ridden on the horse, and here she was getting an offer to ride on a wolf. How dramatic. Out of all the wishes, one of her wishes was to ride on the horse with open hair to feel the cool breeze against her face, but neither she knew how to ride on it, nor could afford to fulfill her wish. Just like Zayden, his wolf was not ready to give up. When he saw her off guard, he licked up her face with his long tongue and tried to convince Grace. Zayden! His wolf kept licking her face until Grace finally gave up. Fine, fine, she said, stopping him from licking her face. I will ride on you. Okay. God, you are impossible. She looked at Zayden's wolf and wondered how to climb on its back. Zayden sensed her uneasiness. He laid down on the ground again and waited patiently for her to climb on him. After a few failed attempts, she finally succeeded in sitting on his back. Though he couldn't see her expression, but still could feel her victorious smile as if she had won a battle. And he chuckled in his wolf form, thinking about her smile. It always amazed him to see how little things made her so happy. Grace held the coat of Zayden's wolf carefully so that he wouldn't get hurt, but her grip was strong enough to avoid her falling from it. Once she was settled, Zayden stood up and started running slowly so that she could enjoy her moment instead of scaring her with his full speed. The swift breeze hit her face like she had imagined it to be when she would have ridden on the horse. It felt beautiful. But the only problem was, since she was riding for the first time, her legs started hurting as Zayden's wolf ran. After half an hour, Grace's legs were hurting like hell. She pressed her legs with her hands so that her pain could go away. The sound of popping made her look toward the direction from which that sound came. Zayden was standing in the place of the wolf, a bare-naked Zayden. Unlike last time, she didn't blacked out but shrieked and covered her innocent eyes with her hands. She could feel the heat rising in her cheeks. She didn't mean to look. A little warning would have been nice. Arms wrapped securely around her waist as she was pulled firmly against his chest. Did you like it? Yes. I am glad to fulfill half of your wish. You wanted to ride on the horse. I gave you the ride on my wolf. Well, that's because the horses will get scared of my presence near them, and I can't leave you on your own as I am afraid that you might end up hurting yourself, Zayden explained, to which she nodded her head because she knew that he was right. But how did you know that riding a horse is my wish? She asked. I know all your wishes, sweetheart, and I am going to fulfill all of them, he stated. But one of my wishes is to witness love, and it's never going to happen with you. I will never be able to fall in love with you. I will never feel the romantic feelings that exist between a couple, she thought sadly. TBC. No one's POV. What are you thinking? He asked when he saw and felt a pinch of sadness on Grace's face. Nothing, Grace replied and thought to give an appropriate reply instead of lying completely to him. I was just wondering how I should thank you. Zayden smirked at this. Perhaps a kiss would do, he said. She looked at him in shock and surprise. Is he serious? Grace lowered her head shyly. She hated herself for being so evident. Why do I feel like this in front of him? I shouldn't like this. I shouldn't like his touch. But she did, and she despised herself for that. He cupped her face and raised her head so that he could look at her innocent green eyes. She wasn't so brave to look at him. Her heartbeats raced, and a very different feeling engulfed her. Why was she feeling like this? Zayden couldn't stop looking at her lips. They were so tempting to him. He knew what was going to happen next, but he could still try, right? After all, sometimes it becomes difficult to control our emotions. He leaned closer to her face. He advanced slowly, and when he was close enough, Grace felt his not-so-friendly member and pushed his chest lightly. CC clothes, she stuttered shyly. A scowl came upon his face. He desperately wanted to kiss her, and it seemed such a perfect opportunity, but yet she had to ruin it. How long are you going to stop me, sweetheart? I am going to feel you soon, he consoled himself. After a moment, she heard the rustle of fabric. After reaching home, one of Zayden's men reached near him to take the keys to his car. Alpha, should I park your car in the garage or let it stay outside? He asked. Garage, he replied through MindLink, keeping his answer short. Okay, Alpha, he said, to which Zayden nodded, not willing to speak again. Just how exactly does he speak with others? She wondered. For most of the time, he just nods or shakes his head. I will go and prepare the food, Grace said before leaving from there, but then she remembered that she didn't thank Zayden for everything he did for her. She stopped and turned toward him to look at him. And thank you, Zayden, she added to express her gratitude. Never say that again, sweetheart. You don't have to thank me for anything, he said, to which Grace nodded, not knowing what to say. By the way, I am joining you in the kitchen to learn cooking, he added so that he could spend a little more time with Grace. Alpha. Eric called Zayden and appeared a little far away from the kitchen. He had to call Zayden instead of using MindLink because Zayden had turned it off so that he could spend some time with Grace without getting disturbed, but it seems like the writer had some other plan. He gave Zayden a serious look, which meant something was wrong. Zayden understood the urgency. Sweetheart, I am sorry, but I will have to leave for a while. I will come soon. Something important has come, he said politely, to which Grace nodded. I am sorry, Luna. I am taking your mate's precious time, but this is really important, Eric explained. It's okay, she said with a small smile. The moment Zayden left the kitchen, the smile he had on his face when he was with Grace wiped, and his expression was back to cold and cruel. What is it? He asked through MindLink. Alpha, Wyatt knows about your marriage, especially Grace, Eric replied. I know. Tell me something new, Zayden said. Of course, Wyatt would know. But it wasn't his source who gave him this news. It was our man who transferred this news to his men, Eric said. Zayden stopped in his track. His man. One thing he never tolerated in his business and life was a betrayal. It was an unforgivable crime according to his rules. Make sure that your Luna doesn't come out, Zayden ordered one of his guards when he walked out of the house. Okay, Alpha. Where is he? Zayden asked, venom evident in his voice. I brought him with me, Eric replied quickly, not wanting to face his Alpha's rage. He very well knew how much Zayden hated people who betray and lie. Bring him here, he ordered. Eric quickly nodded and went out of the main gate. He instructed the guards to bring the culprit, whose hands were tied with a silver chain and a silver collar was tied in his neck. Meanwhile, Zayden glanced toward the villa to make sure Grace wasn't watching him. He knew he was going to kill that person, and he didn't want to do that in front of her to scare her. When he was sure that she wasn't watching from anywhere, he relaxed and looked forward to seeing the brave werewolf who betrayed him. But he didn't know that Grace was watching him anyway. She had found the server room in the villa from where she could see all the footage of the CCTV which was installed in the villa. Thankfully, neither it was locked nor was it guarded by anyone. She quickly went into that room and kept looking at the CCTV footage. She knew Zayden was up to something. But what? She couldn't decipher. She saw him looking at the villa suspiciously, and she started feeling scared with the thought of being caught. What if he came to know what he was doing? But when he looked away, she sighed in relief. She felt as if he was waiting for something, or perhaps someone. The entrance was well lighted, such that she was able to see everything clearly. Suddenly, she saw Eric coming inside the villa. 2 guards followed him, and the acne took her breath away. The guards were dragging a man with them. And from what she could see, the man looked horribly beaten. He wasn't even in a state to walk properly. Her eyes widened when she saw the face of the man. TBC, no one's POV. He was none other but James' father. Zayden looked at him in disgust. He recognized him as one of his guards. When the other guards left him on his own feet, he instantly fell on Zayden's feet, begging with his hand tied. Grace gasped at his vulnerability, but Zayden seemed unaffected by it. His heart was stone, and these petty begging didn't affect him. Only one person had the power to affect him, and she was inside the villa, in the kitchen, preparing dinner for both of them. Eric said something to Zayden and Grace, of course, but couldn't hear anything. Alpha, we beat the crap out of him, but he still didn't speak a word, Eric informed, on which Zayden nodded seriously. Alpha, I am sorry. Please forgive me. I was threatened. You knew that I had already lost my son, and this time the target was my wife. He said that he will kill my love if I will not tell about you. The betrayer spoke. Zayden exactly knew who this HE was, yet he wanted to hear his name from his mouth. Who is he? Zayden asked. His voice came painfully deep, which gave shivers to all the 3 witnesses. The betrayer didn't speak. It irritated Zayden. He hated when people didn't speak. Eric, he lifted his hand in front of Eric. Quickly mind-link one of the guards, and he came after a minute, holding hot liquid silver in an iron bowl, while Eric removed his gun from his waist pocket and handed it to his alpha. Eric knew Zayden a lot better than others, and he had the habit of understanding his words, even though Zayden rarely speaks in sentences. It shocked Eric that Zayden wasn't carrying his modified gun today. He tried to understand what could be the reason behind this, and then he realized that Zayden was with his wife a moment before, and most of them knew that Grace was a peace-loving woman. Grace gasped at the view of the gun. He is not going to kill him, is he? She thought, feeling pity over James' father. Now, I hate to repeat myself, Zayden said. Please, forgive me, Alpha. He will kill me if I tell his name, the betrayer spoke. Either way, you are going to die. So open your fucking mouth, Zayden roared. He still didn't open his mouth. The other 2 guards thought how stupid this man was to disobey Zayden again. Who is he? Zayden asked for one more last time. No reply. He signaled the guard who was holding the liquid silver, knowing what his alpha asked him to do. He started walking toward the betrayer. I have my blind mate to take care of, Alpha. Please don't kill me. I don't give a fuck to your mate. You should have thought about the consequences before you went against me. I am sorry, Alpha. Please give me one chance. Zayden chuckled at this. And why should I do that? He asked, raising his brow. He stammered, not knowing what to say. I don't give another chance. I hate lies and liars, and the same goes with betrayals and betrayers. Everyone should know that, he declared. But you gave Grace so many chances even after she lied for so many things. He had the audacity to bring his sweetheart in this matter. Zayden took the iron bowl from the hand of his guard and forced him to drink in one go. The betrayal started shouting and crying in pain. Zayden would have let him die in that way, but he was afraid, what if Grace heard his voice? So instead of giving him a horrible death, he lifted his gun and pulled the trigger. With almost no noise, the betrayer fell on the pavement. The gun had a silencer, of course. Eric gasped in shock, even though he knew this was coming, but not this soon. Zayden was famous for torturing his prey. Surely this man was lucky to die with one bullet rather than dying from Zayden's claws. Alpha, now how will we know who is behind this? Eric asked. Are you blind, Eric? Don't you know who this is? Zayden scolded him. Eric lowered his gaze. Zayden had so many enemies. Who could it be? He wondered. Sorry, Alpha, but I can't point at one person, Eric confessed. Wyatt, Zayden declared. Your brother? Eric asked in disbelief. Half, Zayden corrected. Only he would be interested in my personal life, he added. For a few seconds he kept quiet, until he decided to give orders. He turned towards the guards. Clean this mess. I don't want a trace of blood here. If Grace figures out anything, then remember I will eat you all one by one. He roared and then faced Eric again. Get more guards to patrol this area. Wyatt will surely try to contact Grace, and I don't want Grace to find anything about him. Do you get this clear? He asked. Crystal clear. And bring Allison here as soon as possible, Zayden told Eric. Okay, Alpha. After a while, Eric sighed in relief when Zayden left. He then turned toward the guards. Spread this news that no one should speak Luna's name in front of Alpha, or else he will not hesitate to tear us apart. Got it? Eric said, and the guards nodded. Why Alpha is so obsessed with Grace? She is not even his real mate, Eric thought. As soon as Zayden entered the house, he was greeted by Grace, who smelt scared. How can he be so cruel? How can he not hesitate before killing anyone? Oh my God, my husband is really a criminal. Will he ever change? She thought while trying to focus on cooking the food. Zayden eyed her suspiciously. Various thoughts swarmed in his head. Did she see everything? Did he hear everything? But that's not possible because I didn't smell her presence near me at that time. But if she had seen me then, what is she thinking about me? Oh no, I can't bear her hatred toward me. He thought. No one's POV. Grace tried as much as she could to pretend normal because she didn't want Zayden to know that she saw everything. But she was so naive that she didn't understand that Zayden wasn't a man to be fooled so easily. He knew the reason behind her hatred and fear. They ate in utter silence. Grace was too afraid to speak, and Zayden had no idea where he should start the conversation. For the first time, he was feeling bad for killing someone. Why so? Well, that's because Grace saw him. If only, he would have killed him somewhere else. Now he knew she would be hating him, and the worst part was that he couldn't do anything about it. It hurt him seeing that she wasn't even looking at him. Grace took both the plates and went inside the kitchen to clean them. Zayden still sat there, alone, thinking how to initiate the conversation, because there was no way he could handle her silence. 10 to 15 minutes passed this way. He saw Grace coming out and then took the leftover food to keep them in the refrigerator. When Grace went to the kitchen again, he finally collected some guts. I can't take it anymore, he thought, and walked inside the kitchen too. He knew what he had to do. He entered the kitchen and saw her arranging the groceries which they had purchased today. He didn't waste any other second and stood beside her. Grace felt someone's presence behind her, and she already knew who he could be. She turned around to push him away because he was too close to her liking. What has gotten into him now? She thought. She decided to protest this closeness. After all, she was angry with him for killing James' father. She couldn't believe that she had witnessed a murder for the third time. But of course, she couldn't do anything. What are yo? She was about to ask the reason which brought him here. If he needed something, then he was free to have it and could leave the kitchen as soon as possible. But before her question could have been completed, Zayden hushed her, placing his palm over her mouth. Shh! His voice came low and dominating. Grace instantly shut her mouth. He lowered his hand, parting her lips seductively with the thumb. Desire coursed through both of them like a fire. She let him do so. Her eyes met his, but instead of seeing any glimpse of regret or guilt, she saw something else. His eyes showered so much love, lust, and desire that she couldn't look at them anymore. So she lowered her head, while he smelt her desire. It was not much, but something was better than nothing. Zayden's desire for her was enhanced when he smelt her desire. She had lowered her head, but that didn't stop Zayden from what he was doing. He knew that she didn't like him killing anyone, and somewhere that fact was making her upset or angry. He wasn't to make sure that if not love, then she must not have hatred in her eyes for him. He then noticed that her hair was tied into a messy bun, and he frowned slightly. He loved her open hair, but she always tied them. Using his other hand, he opened the bun and let her hair fall in waves. "So soft," his wolf muttered, to which he couldn't help but agree. "I wonder which shampoo she uses," he asked his wolf, but no reply came in return. Grace would have complained, but right then, she couldn't do anything. True, she wasn't scared of him as much as she was before, but still, she didn't dare to go against him. He cornered her hair on her left shoulder, keeping his gaze at her all the time. It amazed him that she wasn't complaining. She just stood there nervous, waiting for his next seductive torture. Zayden, for the first time, observed her right shoulder carefully. His eyes used to capture her left shoulder all the time, because that was the place where she would be going to carry his marks. But never did he know that there was a mole on the crook of her neck on her right shoulder. It was damn too small and perfectly round. He never knew that existed until now. But still, there were millions of things that they had to find out about each other. And this was one of the finest. It looked so appealing to him. He leaned down and lightly kissed there. Grace instinctively clutched his shirt in nervousness, to which he couldn't stop himself from smiling. He continued his little torture, all over her neck to her jawline. All the time, Grace was going through a great internal battle. Should I stop him now? Should I push him and ask him to not do so? She wasn't even able to think properly now, let alone ask him to stop. When he was close enough to his lips, he stopped, but stayed in the same position. Their forehead and nose were touching by now. She couldn't think rationally due to so little space between them. On the other hand, Zayden was thinking of ways to initiate the conversation. He had no idea what he should say. But one thing was sure. He would do anything or say anything to make her talk to him, even if it included a fake apology. All he wanted was for her not to be angry with him or hate him. And that's what mattered to him. Are you going to take the whole night to initiate the conversation? And from where I can see, you still don't even know where to start. So better try your way. I go straight to the topic. His wolf encouraged and demotivated him at the same time. Okay, thanks. You saw. He stated more than asked. TBC. No one's POV. She remained quiet, which confirmed his doubt. Their closeness was so intense that she couldn't even get angry as her mind was occupied somewhere else. He sighed as he knew he had a lot of reasoning to perform. He never had to answer for his actions, but this woman could make him do anything she wanted without her own knowledge. "Are you angry with me?" he asked, to which Grace instantly nodded. "Why did you kill him? Or John of our society?" She questioned back, but her voice came a little more than a whisper. "I killed John because he had betrayed my sister Allison, sweetheart, and he had done a few more things which were unforgivable in my eyes. So he needed to be punished, and he should have kept in his mind that karma returns back to everyone someday," he answered. "In that way, it will also return to you," Grace thought but didn't say it aloud. "And today, I killed him to protect you, sweetheart." Grace's eyes scrunched in confusion. "I don't understand how you were protecting me. It was his son, James, who tried to force himself on me, not him. He didn't do anything to me." "What? His son, James? The man whom I killed tonight has no son named James, and his son died a long time ago. And for your clarification, he was just like us, not human." Both Grace and Zayden started thinking about the new information which they just received. Zayden swore to kill that person mercilessly who dared to touch his sweetheart. He had to find more information about him, and for that, he needed to work on it because it was not something that could be handled by Eric. "But still, you shouldn't have killed him." "You won't understand how things go in our world, sweetheart," he answered. "Then tell me. I will try," she replied quickly. She wanted to know the reason for which her husband murdered someone. Zayden chuckled at her naive attempt to understand something which she could never understand. "If you insist, then I will try to explain. There is a simple rule in our world: kill or get killed. I guess even humans apply the same rule when it comes to saving themselves from wild animals," he explained. "So it means James' father tried to kill you, and you had to kill him in return to save yourself from getting killed?" she asked innocently. Kind of, yes. He partly lied. They both stayed silent for a while. But why does he want to kill Zayden? Is he bad? Maybe he is just like his fake son, Grace thought. For a while, she forgot everything about how close they were. Are you still mad at me? He asked hesitatingly. Shouldn't I be? Grace asked. Zayden stared at her for a few moments before speaking. No, I can't bear your silence, sweetheart. I know you can never love me, but at least don't hate me or stop talking to me. It hurts too much. You were not even looking at me. Do you know how much it hurts? He said painfully. But why? Why are my feelings important to you? You wanted to marry me, isn't that enough for you? She asked. Isn't that obvious? I love you so much, sweetheart, and I just didn't want to marry you. I wanted you for so many reasons that I can't even count. He confessed bluntly, as he always does, making Grace speechless for a while. Why do you love me, Zayden? She asked the question which disturbed her always. I don't have anything that will make anybody love me. I am not beautiful, nor am I a princess. So why do you love me? This doesn't make any sense. Zayden immediately straightened his posture as she said those words. His brows narrowed in confusion. Why do you think so low of yourself? He asked in return. Why can't I love you? I love everything about you. The very first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. I have never felt like this, even for my own fated mate. You have no idea how beautiful you are. Every time you smile, you just make my day. And the most important fact being that you are mine, all mine, he said bluntly with too much possessiveness. Her cheeks went red as she blushed. But Zayden wasn't satisfied with her blush alone. Say it, sweetheart, he demanded. She raised her eyes to meet him. W. What? She stuttered. She knew exactly what he wanted her to say. She had started knowing his dominating nature by now. Say that you are mine, he said with obsession. This is so embarrassing. Lord, please save me, she prayed. When she didn't say anything, Zayden cupped her face with his hands and forced her to look at him. It wasn't a forced gesture, but a demanding one for sure. His eyes were glowing golden. I am waiting, sweetheart. I am married to you. So isn't it enough to know that I am your wife? She said nervously. I know, but I still want to hear it from you. He demanded again. How can I forget that my husband is dominating, arrogant, stubborn, and demanding, and I am stuck with him forever, she thought. She saw Zayden waiting inside, knowing that he wouldn't let her live in peace until he heard what he wanted to hear. I am yours, she said in a low tone, not having the strength to speak it aloud. These simple 3 words brought a smile to his lips. It felt so nice. I am waiting for the day when you will say that you love me, Zayden's wolf thought. Back to reality, mister. Don't dream so high that you will get hurt when it breaks. Zayden brought him back to reality. Only if you knew. Zayden's wolf stopped speaking and disappeared without completing his sentence, leaving Zayden in confusion. Zayden was now sure of one thing, that his wolf was definitely hiding something from him, and no doubt it was related to Grace. Coming back to reality, he stared at Grace's lips and started leaning towards her lips. It was the perfect time to claim them. He had her face still cupped in his palms and his eyes zeroed on his lips. So beautiful, he whispered when he was too close to her face. Zayden. Grace tried to stop him, but to no avail. No one could stop him from getting what's rightfully his. Hack TBC. No one's POV. When she felt he was not going to stop, she closed her eyes instinctively, accepting defeat. Zayden felt consent as she didn't protest. He kissed her forehead, followed by the tip of her nose. Please, 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 please don't kiss me, she prayed in her mind like a mantra. To some extent, she trusted Zayden, that he wouldn't break his promise of not kissing her until she initiated the step, but she had also heard that men's instinct couldn't be prejudged. He was terribly close, and her heart hammed inside her body as if it would explode any time. She wondered how it would feel. She waited and waited and waited, but the kiss never came. She opened her eyes slowly and saw him looking at her. Simply looking. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. Can I kiss you? He asked her permission. Grace watched him in surprise and was confused about what to say. Was he really asking her permission? What if I say no and he decides to kiss me forcefully? Oh, shut up, Grace. You know he will never do that. But then, what should I do? Tell the truth. Yes, the truth. Don't think about negative consequences, she thought. No, she said in a low tone. Zayden sighed but didn't complain. He knew that she would never willingly kiss him, let alone anything more than that. He knew he had to take this marriage slow and steady to win Grace's heart for real. He had promised himself that he would give her all the time she wanted, but the challenge was for how long he could resist his deepest desire for her, for how long he could control male urges inside. He suppressed these desires and tried to enlighten the mood by forcing a smile on his face. "Leave all this work, sweetheart. Come, I have something for you," he said, getting excited. Grace stared at him for what seemed like infinity. It amazed her how Zayden respected her feelings, how he always tried to make her happy by giving her gifts and surprises, even if she hated surprises. There she thought he was going to steal her first kiss, but no, he acknowledged her self-respect. "I know I am handsome, but you can see me all you want in our bedroom too, sweetheart." Zayden mocked at the way she stared at him. Grace huffed at this. "I wasn't looking at—" She tried to speak, to which Zayden chuckled and interrupted in between. "Fine, I believe you," he said. "Now come before it gets too late," he added. "Late? Late for what? You asked too many questions," he said and caught her wrist. Within a minute, they reached their room. He made her sit on the bed and himself sat close to her. "Doesn't he know that we have to maintain a distance of at least one hand in this COVID?" she thought. "Close your eyes." He demanded, but instead Grace widened her eyes. "Why?" she asked, getting confused over his childish behavior. "Don't you want your surprise?" "Trust me, you will love it," he said. "I don't want anything from you." She wanted to say this straight on his face, but she couldn't. So she closed her eyes reluctantly. She heard the drawer being opened and some shuffling noise. After a few minutes, she felt him take her hand. He opened her palm fully, and after a while, she could feel the coldness of the material that he had placed. "Open your eyes, sweetheart." Grace opened her eyes quickly and saw the thing. Looking at it, she smiled widely. "A phone," she said cheerfully. I had broken yours so," he explained, but narrowed his eyes when he saw her frown. "What happened? Didn't you like it?" he asked, getting confused. He made sure to purchase the best and the latest model which he could find in the town when they went shopping for groceries. How couldn't she like it then? "It's not like that. It's beautiful, but this is an iPhone while I had a small keypad mobile," she reasoned out. "So?" he asked, not understanding her intentions. "I can't accept this, Zayden. This is very expensive. You should not have brought the same mobile which you had broken," she explained. Zayden cupped her face again and made her look at him. Her green eyes mesmerized again. "You are my mate or say wife now, sweetheart. You deserve the best. Let this sink in your mind, okay?" Zayden said. "But I can't afford this," she whispered, but he heard her. "Why are you thinking that way? Didn't you say that you have accepted this marriage? In that way, you have also accepted the fact that I am your husband, and isn't it said that whatever belongs to the husband also belongs to you? So what's mine is all yours." He stressed on yours so that she would understand it well. "Thank you," she said smilingly. TBC. No one's POV. He returned her smile by lightly pinching her cheeks. "Don't thank me this soon. The real surprises await," he said, and exactly as the clock hit 12, he dialed someone's number from Grace's mobile. She looked down at the screen and the caller ID read, "Mom." "You saved the contacts?" she asked, getting surprised. "Yes, all the contacts you had in the previous SIM card," he answered. "Thank you again, but why did you dial Mom's number?" she asked, forgetting today's date. "Because it's your mom's birthday, sweetheart." Grace's eyes widened when she realized that she had forgotten her mother's birthday. Well, it was her mistake, but you couldn't blame her completely because a lot of things were going on in her life. Grace, her mother called her name with joy after receiving her call. "Happy birthday, Mom." "Thank you, Grace. I see. Zayden also gifted you a new phone," she said. Grace didn't speak for a while. She was taken aback by what her mother just said. She took a moment to realize that no one had a smartphone in her family. Then how the hell was she talking with her mother on a video call? She recalled what her mother said, "Zayden also gifted you a new phone." It means Zayden also gifted her a smartphone? She thought and looked at Zayden to complain. But he gave her a sheepish smile. That obviously didn't work on Zayden. Zayden, why did you give a mobile to Mom? She asked Zayden in a scolding tone, assuming that he was favoring her and her family a lot with his money. She didn't like it at all. Zayden struggled for words now. He thought she would be impressed with him for what he did. I mean, she could talk to her mother whenever she wanted, and that too through video calls. Don't scold my son, Grace. Her mother scolded her. Grace almost choked when her mother called Zayden as son. He gave me this mobile as my birthday gift and with lots of love. Grace had no words to say. Well, what could she say now? She talked with her mother for a few minutes before she hung up. How's everybody there? Zayden asked as soon as she hung up. She appreciated the fact that he cared about her family. They are good, she said. Thank you again for reminding me about my mother's birthday, she added. Suddenly it rang head. I never asked him anything about his family. What must he be thinking about me? In fact, I don't know a thing about him. She scolded herself. How is your family? I mean, your parents, and she stopped, not knowing what to say. She didn't even know who all were there in his family. But she needed to know now. Calm down. We can talk about these things later. There is one more surprise for you, he said, changing the topic. One more? She asked, getting surprised. Yes, since it is your mother's birthday today, I am thinking of dropping you at your home and will pick you up from your parents' home at 9 p.m. Wow, she cried in joy. The mere thought of seeing her family made her enormously happy. Thank you so much, Zayden. Stop thanking me, sweetheart. It's my responsibility to keep you happy. Now sleep, it's too late now, he said quickly so that she wouldn't ask anything about his family. He didn't want to tell her anything about his past. Well, at least not now. What will she think about him if she gets to know about his family background? This thought stopped him from sharing his pain with her. She was about to protest, but he stood up and went straight toward the switch. But Grace wasn't going to sleep without knowing about his family, especially not now when she wasn't scared of him anymore. Zayden switched off the lights and approached the bed to lay on it. When he saw her still sitting, he held her arm and pulled her down so that she could lay close to him. Unfortunately for her, she fell on the bed facing him. Before she could sense the position in which she was, Zayden had already placed his arm on her waist, keeping her fixed. Zayd, she was about to say when he cut her midway. You had said that you will give this marriage a chance, and for that we should get close, sweetheart, Zayden said instantly. TBC. No one's POV. When he felt that she was again going to protest again, he knew how to divert her mind, as it was the only means by which he could make her sleep with him in the position they were now. You were asking something before? Tell me. I know some questions are going on in your mind, he asked. She didn't say anything as she was still feeling nervousness or say shyness because of the effect of this close proximity between them. She was having a hard time speaking. Don't be shy, sweetheart. This is normal between married couples, he said, knowing her state of mind. I am not feeling shy. She defended herself, to which Zayden chuckled. Really? Then I should do it often, he joked, to which Grace glared at him. How do you know that I have some questions in my mind? She asked, trying to change the topic because she didn't want to get into the conversation with Zayden about the topic of close proximity because she knew she could never win. I know everything you think, feel, or want, sweetheart. But that's not fair, she complained. Why? He asked, looking at her, wondering what was wrong in that. I don't know a single thing about you, but you know each and everything about me. In that case, I will recommend you to put some effort into it. By the way, I never knew that day will come when you will show your interest in knowing me. He joked but stopped laughing when he saw Grace glaring at him again. Okay, fine. What do you want to know about me? You will not get angry? She asked nervously, thinking what if she asked something which she shouldn't. He placed his palm over her face in a reassuring gesture. Drop this fear for me, sweetheart. I will never hurt you. So get over this stupid thing, he said. She waited for a while, wondering from where to start, and finally asked her first question. Did you really give a mobile to my mother as a birthday gift, or had some other intention to do that? Frankly speaking, I did this to impress you, but it seems like the opposite happened. Moreover, I knew that your mother would not have taken a penny from me, but when I told her how much you miss her and talking with her on video call would make you feel good, then she couldn't help from accepting my gift. You don't have to impress me. I am not among those girls who get impressed with money, she thought sarcastically. Talking about my mother's birthday, when is your birthday? She asked. Next month and the same date as of today, he replied. And how old are you? She asked. 32, he replied. Author note, pardon me if I had mentioned another age of Zayden in earlier chapters. I clearly don't remember that. Also, please correct Zayden's age if you remember that. He is about 5 years older than me. She gasped internally. Where are your parents? She asked. They are no more, he replied bluntly. She met his eyes with warmth. I am sorry, she said. Don't be. It's not your fault. Did you really kill your own father? She asked hesitatingly, recalling her father's words. A man who killed his own father and wanted to take revenge from his brother is definitely very dangerous. Yes, he answered instantly. He heard her gap but didn't say anything. After all, it's not common to kill your own father. But why? She asked. What would be the reason because of which a son had to kill his own father? The reason behind this would be really very big, and since she was his wife now, then she had the right to know about this fact. Long story, he said. I want to hear it. My life isn't as normal as yours. I don't want to upset you by telling you about my life, he said. So you will never tell me anything? She asked, raising her brow. Not now, he muttered. Then when? She wanted to ask, but then she decided to give him some time. All right, then tell me about your siblings, she asked. He hesitated at this point. Should we tell her about Wyatt? His wolf asked. Of course not. She shouldn't know about him. After all, she will never meet him. I will make sure of that, he said to his wolf, and Zayden felt like his wolf didn't like that fact, but he didn't say anything about it. I have a sister named Allison. I have called her here. It will take her 2 days to come. Why is she not staying with you? First, she is still studying, and second, it's for her safety. Study? How old is she? 25. Yes, she is still studying because she had dropped her studies by falling in love with John, and he left her after leaving her pregnant. She gasped and cursed John for doing this with any girl. But still, his mistake was not that big for which he deserved death. So, how is Allison's baby? She is no more. Grace again gasped when she heard this. She didn't have the courage to ask further questions about it, because the more replies which she was getting from Zayden, the more she was getting upset. Since you are an alpha, the strongest among all the wolves in your pack, then didn't you consider, even for a while, that choosing me as your Luna is not a great idea? I mean, you need someone stronger than a weakling like me? She asked, thinking if he was a werewolf, then he should have chosen a werewolf as his wife instead of her. I don't need a strong Luna beside me to rule a pack, because I can do that on my own. But I needed that Luna beside me who has all those qualities which I don't have. Just like king and queen, if Alpha is the father figure of the pack, then Luna is the mother figure of the pack. Everyone are scared of me, but I need my other half to be kind and generous so that everyone will have this in their mind, that if not me, then someone else is there, who will listen to them and have the power to control their alpha, no matter whether she is a human or werewolf. Grace became speechless after hearing Zayden's words. She didn't know what to say next. And never think of yourself as weak, because women are far more stronger than men in every way. And how can you say that? You have never been a woman nor a human. Well, that's partially true. I agree that I have never been a woman, but I was a human. Human? How? She asked. Actually, my mother was a human. That's why even I was a human before. Then what happened? Someone changed you into a werewolf, like a human changes into a vampire? Nope, I was blessed with a wolf soul. Oh, she muttered, and what about your father? Even he was a human, she asked. No, he was an Omega with no wolf. Omega, the one who is in the lowest rank among all the wolves? Grace asked, in which Zayden nodded his head. They have weak wolves or no wolves at all. he explained. Oh, she muttered, thinking what she should ask next. When you are in your wolf form, then how do you communicate with other wolves? With MindLink, you can call it telepathy. Our wolves can contact other wolves, he answered. So it means whenever you seem lost for a while, you are actually talking with someone else, she asked. Can you talk with any wolves of your pack in the same way? Obviously, sweetheart, he said, as if she was insane. Wow, she appreciated it. Really? He asked, seeing how amazed she was from the fact that he could mind link any wolf of his pack. Yes, I wish I could have this power. In that way, I wouldn't need a mobile anymore, she said. You will have this power one day. But how? I don't have any wolves. You can mind link only me. Once my wolf will mark you, he said. Marking is like marriage for werewolves, and unlike our marriage that will happen when you will be ready, he added before Grace would have asked about it, making her completely speechless. So how does it work? Will you teach me, or I can do that on my own? She asked the most stupid question to change the topic, but she had no idea that she was going to make herself embarrass. There is nothing I can teach anything in that, sweetheart, but I can teach you many things which you don't know. You just need to say yes, he said. Grace blushed hard. She knew what he was trying to say. Pervert, she thought sarcastically. #TBC. No one's POV. You don't have a brother? She asked in order to change the topic. She remembered her father mentioned his brother. But she didn't pay attention then, as she thought the topic was meaningless at that time. She felt Zayden get stiff in front of her. Did I ask something wrong? She thought. How does she know about Wyatt? He thought. You have a brother, right? She stated more than asked. The kind of expression that he was giving clearly indicated that he was hiding something. Wrong. I don't have any brother, Zayden lied confidently. No matter what, she shouldn't know about Wyatt, Zayden thought. Oh, she said, trusting his words. It got too late, and both understood the need to sleep now. Zayden pulled her close to himself, if that was even possible. Is he going to crush me? She wondered. Zayden, I can't breathe, she lied so that he would give her some space. Don't lie, sweetheart. I know when exactly I am hurting you and when I am not. Moreover, I can smell your lies, he said. Good night. He wished and kissed her forehead. Zayden dropped her at her father's house. She was way too excited to meet her family, especially her mother. It was the first time when she was going to her home after marriage. She had worn a royal blue color gown and the pearls pendant that Zayden had gifted her on it. You look so beautiful, sweetheart. She recalled his compliment. She didn't believe him, as he always said the same line, even if she wore a nightdress. When Zayden stopped the car in front of her house, she thought he would at least stay there for an hour. But he didn't come out. When she understood her intention, she narrowed her eyes. Aren't you coming in? She asked. I have some important work. Maybe next time, Zayden said apologetically. He had to find out about James and a few more things as soon as possible without wasting much time. But it would be nice if you could meet Mom and wish her a happy birthday personally. I will really love that, she said, trying to convince him, and added the last line intentionally. He stared at her for a while before getting out of the car. Well, he didn't have the heart to say no to that face. But the moment he came out, he smelt the presence of them. He didn't show any expression of anger or hatred, since it was human society, and they are free to roam anywhere, which is not under his area. Grace smiled when he followed her to her house. She knocked at the door excitedly and was greeted by her laughing sister. She must have been laughing at something that happened before she came. Vampire. How come her sister is a vampire when the rest of her family is human? He thought and felt she was not alone. Bothe, the younger sister of vampires, along with his husband. And along with that, Paul was also there. Oh my God, Grace! Her sister screamed in joy. But her smile instantly faded, and so did others in the room when they saw Zayden. It was not that they hated Zayden, but they were not so fond of werewolves. Even Zayden had the same thought. They are her family, then I'm sure they won't hurt her, right? He talked with his wolf, but he didn't say anything in return. He wanted to leave Grace there, but Paul's presence was disturbing him. We are not going in, sweetheart, Zayden declared, stressing on sweetheart, to show Paul that Grace belonged to him. Zayden turned in the direction of his car. "But Zayden," Grace tried to ask, "what happened immediately?" That's when he interrupted her. "My decision is final, sweetheart. We are going back home," he ordered. "Grace." Grace's mother came out of the house as soon as Gina screamed her name. "Mom, happy birthday." Grace hugged her mother dearly. "When did you come? And why didn't you inform me?" "Just now, and I didn't inform you because that's the surprise which I didn't want to spoil." "Oh God, silly me." Her mother slapped her forehead lightly. "Come in." Grace lifted her leg to walk inside her parents' home, but then she remembered what Zayden had just announced. She turned around to look at him. "Happy birthday, Mom," Zayden wished his mother-in-law. "Thank you, son. I am glad you came," her mother said happily after all her kids, along with their husband, were here. While Zayden faked a smile for Grace's sake. "Let's go, Grace," he said again, making sure to not say sweetheart in front of her mother, and Grace was thankful about that. "Zayden, please." Grace softly tried to convince him. "Am I not clear to you? Or should I use a different language?" he threatened. Gia walked forward to kick Zayden's ass for treating her elder sister like this. That's when her mate stopped her from doing so. "We can't expose ourselves," her mate ordered. "But it is not wise to mess with a werewolf when he is mad or feeling possessive. Sorry for interrupting in between, but we are 5 against 1. We can deal with him somewhere else, can't we?" Paul said in between. "You wouldn't be speaking this if you had an idea of the name of his wolf," Gia's mate said. "TBC, no one's POV." "What happened?" Grace's mother asked when she didn't understand the situation. "It was nice meeting you, Mom, and wish you a very happy birthday again, but she is not going in," Zayden said. "But why?" her mother asked. "You know, Grace." He addressed her directly. Grace instantly retreated from the steps and reached in front of him. "Zayden, you told me that you will trust me," she whispered as low as she could so that only he could hear her, but she didn't know 5 more people could hear her. "And I do trust you, sweetheart." Even he whispered, not caring if someone was still hearing. All he knew was that she didn't want her parents to hear their conversation. "But I don't trust that guy," he added without looking at Paul and mentioning his name. "You mean to say that you are not letting me go inside just because of Paul?" she asked. "Yes," he replied bluntly. But nothing is going on between us." "I know, sweetheart, but I don't want you to stay with him under the same roof. Come with me. We are going home," he said with authority, but she wasn't going to back off. "In that case, you can stay here too." "You know that I can't do that." "Zayden, please, I have never stayed away from Mom on her birthday. If you let me stay here, then I promise I won't say anything if you plan to order the food from the outside," she said and mentally slapped herself for such a pathetic negotiation. Zayden chuckled as he knew she was trying to convince him. "Sweetheart, this is not going to work," he said in a serious tone. Grace was thinking of all the things which could change his decision, but she was not getting any until something struck in her mind. She thought of using it as her last weapon and was hoping that he would fall for this. "Zayden, please. If you will let me stay, then I will let your wolf mark me," she said sheepishly. As much as she knew from Zayden, marking was like a marriage in werewolves, and it was important for every wolf to mark their mate, so the same thing was for Zayden's wolf as well. She had already accepted her marriage with Zayden, so sooner or later, she had to accept his other part as well. When Grace saw Zayden thinking about this offer, a little amount of hope enlightened in her heart, but she was still not very sure because, in this way, she could make his wolf agree, not Zayden. "You love me, nah? Please, Zayden." Zayden glared at her. He knew that she did that on purpose. At first, she gave him that offer which made his wolf against him. He wanted to mark Grace and claim her as his mate, so he kept shouting in his mind to let her stay at her home, and when she mentioned their love for her, he knew that he lost control over his decision. He wasn't stupid. He wanted her to believe that he loves her, and now she questioned his love indirectly. He wanted to prove it. So, he decided to give her what she wanted, but his cunning mind wouldn't miss a brilliant opportunity. He came close to her, too close. Raising his hands, he cupped her face in his palms and made her look at him in the eyes. When he was satisfied that she was paying attention, he spoke. "Fine, you can stay, but I'll pick you at sharp 9 p.m., okay? Can you come a bit early? I mean, Mom will be happy to have you at the time of cake cutting," she said, thinking about her parents. She was sure that her parents would feel bad seeing her alone at the time of celebration, when two of their daughters would be there with their husband, while she would be standing alone just like all those previous years. "I will try. Text me the time of the cake cutting," he said. Grace smiled in joy and nodded. His eyes roamed all over her face. In order to quench his jealousy, he did something for which he knew Grace would kill him. But he wanted to show Paul that Grace was his and his only. So he kissed her. He pressed his lips over hers lightly, as if showing everybody that even though she was not marked, but she was his. Her eyes became the size of apples when she realized what he didn't. Her father and brother went inside to avoid the embarrassment. Zayden straightened his posture instantly. He didn't want to have a make-out session in front of her family, but he wanted to show Paul that it was only him who had all kinds of rights on her. "Go now," he said with a big smile. Grace stared at him, wondering what just happened. "Did he just kiss me in front of my whole family?" she asked herself. When she didn't move from her position, Zayden turned her and gave her a light push. Grace quickly walked toward her house without looking back. She was too embarrassed to look at anyone. Her sister and their mates were normal because these things were common between married couples. Moreover, it was crystal clear that Zayden was not forcing himself on Grace. Paul was furious and sad. His mind wandered to all the things which would happen between them if he didn't do anything sooner. He realized that Zayden didn't even look in his direction. He just looked at Grace. He entered his car only when Grace entered the house. He was the cousin of mates of Gia and Gina, so they accompanied him to Grace's house for the celebration. What was he trying to prove? That she is his mate. "Oh, I know the truth very well," Paul thought. Everybody behaved as if nothing happened. What comment could they make? Grace didn't say anything out of embarrassment. And she knew her mother was thinking of cute names for her future grandchildren because, strangely, both of her younger sisters couldn't get pregnant. Zayden stopped the car in the middle of the road and kept recalling what he heard. "We can't expose ourselves," her mate ordered. "But it is not wise to mess with a werewolf when he is mad or feeling possessive. Sorry for interrupting in between, but we are 5 against 1. We can deal with him somewhere else, can't we?" Paul said in between. "You wouldn't be speaking this if you had an idea of the name of his wolf." "Care to explain what they were talking about?" he asked his wolf, who was silent. "They know your name, but I had no idea about your name yet. Why are you so mysterious? Silence. Speak up, damn it," he asked in anger. "Dominic," his wolf answered. "What?" "That's my name." His wolf finally shared his name. TBC. No one's POV. Grace was having a great time with her family, but one thing was constantly ringing in her mind. How will her father handle all financial issues of the family when he himself is a patient? She tried to talk with her father about it, but her father changed the topic every time he brought it up. She thought to talk with her mother about it later. Along with that, she could feel that her sisters wanted to talk with her, and by observing the expression on their faces, they looked worried. Well, why wouldn't they? Grace didn't get a chance to talk about the sudden change in her life with them. After all, everything happened so suddenly that no one had an idea that her life would take such a turning point. In the afternoon, finally, Grace and her sister got some time to spend together. They went straight into their room. "Did he hurt you?" Gia asked bluntly the moment they entered their room. "Gia," Gina shushed her and looked at her elder sister. "Does he treat you well, Grace?" Grace sat on the bed and tapped on both sides of the bed, indicating her sisters to sit there. Once they sat, she answered, "No, he doesn't hurt me, Gia, and yes, he treats me well, Gina. He is just weird," she said, and a smile appeared on her lips. It wasn't a confused smile, but a genuine smile. Is she going to tell us that he is a werewolf? Gia thought. But we can't tell her the truth until and unless she comes to know the truth behind her birth, Gina thought, recalling what her mate had told her. Weird? Gia asked, not getting what she was trying to say. She hummed. Everything about him is not normal, but this weirdness is different. He is different from everyone. I have never seen or met with anyone like him before. Now both the sisters were sure that Grace was going to share Zayden's secret with them. That's a different thing, that their noise had already smelt who he was. Different in the sense? Different in the sense. He is perfect. Everything about him is perfect. Sometimes I feel a bit clumsy in front of him while he is too mature in front of me. He talks so less that he can even break my record on that. But when we are alone, no one can break his recording of talking and flirting. I hated him before, but I don't think he is that bad. Even though I have been with him for 2 days, I know he cares for me and won't hurt me. And do you know the best part? He knows what I want and what makes me happy. He is a good observant, I guess. That's why he always knows before me what I actually want. For a while, I thought he was like Edward of Twilight, who had the power to read people's mind. She finished, and both Gia and Gina gasped. Don't tell me you are in love with that dog. I mean, bastard, Gia said instantly. That's not the way to talk about Zayden, Gia. Grace lightly scolded her. She was younger than her. So in that way, she was way younger than Zayden, and that's not the proper way to speak about elders. And no, I am not in love with him, she answered because she was 100% sure that no one falls in love in just 2 days. The way you were parsing him made us think that you actually love him, Gina said, calmly, just the way Grace had the habit of talking with others. Stupid. I am praising him because he is worth it. Maybe that is true or not, but in these 2 days, I have observed that he has most of the good qualities except his anger issue. He is damn too bad in controlling his temper. Did he? Gia was about to ask her whether he even hurt her in anger, but she had heard that werewolves sometimes hurt their own mate in anger, but Grace instantly replied, No, I never became the victim of his anger. He always tried to be patient with me. Grace lied because she didn't want to disclose their issues with her sisters. She didn't want them to worry. Moreover, Zayden had promised that he would try to control his anger, and she knew that changes don't happen in a day. Do you really think that he loves you, Grace? Gina asked patiently. She came to know from her mate that Grace was not Zayden's fated mate, and his fated mate was still alive. So what could be the reason because of which his wolf claimed her as his chosen mate? As far as she knew, wolves are damn too loyal toward their mate. Even the human part of the werewolf is a complete jerk. If you are asking my opinion, then I would say yes, he loves me. His every gesture is loving, Grace said, and was about to continue saying something else when her mobile rang. She reached for her handbag and dug her hand inside it. Oh, who? iPhone. Both her sisters teased her. He gave me this phone as a gift. She again lied a little, but she didn't want to disclose that he gave this mobile because had broken her previous one. She turned the phone to see the screen. The name that appeared on the screen had made her chuckle. It read, My Sweetheart. She knew it was Zayden's work. He had saved his number in her contact list by this name. Swiping the screen, she brought the phone close to her ears and gestured to her sisters to be quiet. Hello, she said. Hi, sweetheart. What are you doing? Nothing. Just spending time with my sisters. Won't you ask what am I doing? He asked. Sorry, Grace mumbled immediately. What are you doing? I am thinking about you. As usual, Zayden replied bluntly. Grace bit her lips tightly to stop herself from smiling. By the way, the cake you made for your mother is about to reach there. You had forgotten it at our home. Thank you. All right then. Enjoy your time with your family. I will keep buying you for a few minutes every 2 hours. But why? Grace asked innocently. Because I miss you so much, he said and kissed from the other side of the phone, making her eyes go wide. Bye, sweetheart. When Grace looked at her sisters, she already knew that her sisters heard some part of their conversation or the last part of the conversation. She lowered her eyes because of embarrassment and swore to kill Zayden for doing this to her in front of her family. TBC, no one's POV. The cake that she baked in the morning got delivered by Theo. She instantly opened the box in the living room and revealed it to her family. Her mother, father, brother, sisters, and her mates stood close to the table on which she had placed the box. While her father, brother, and mother were excited to taste it, her sisters and her mates were showing their fake excitement to eat it because they knew they couldn't. That was also one of the reasons her sisters rarely visited her parents' house. She opened the box with a happy expression without glancing inside. Her brother, who loved eating the food cooked by Grace, stopped cheering immediately. Grace frowned and looked down. She was sure that she had made an excellent cake for her mother. Did something happen to the cream on the cake, she wondered. Grace, how can we use this cake for Mom's cake cutting ceremony? You already ate half of the cake, he said. It was true. Half of the cake was gone. But where? Who could be such a hungry animal to eat it without her consent? Then it rang in her head. Zayden, she mouthed. She knew he ate the cake. She was aware of his love for cake. She had seen him eyeing the cake when she was preparing it, and his childish behavior made her smile. That's bad manners, Grace. You made my favorite cake and ate it before my birthday. Her mother complained and pouted. Yes, you should first serve others rather than eating it first yourself. Her father reminded her. She gasped at her parents before speaking. Mom, Dad, have some faith in your daughter. This is not my work. You dear son did this, she said sarcastically. Oh, that's so sweet of him. Her mother's tone changed immediately. Grace gasped at her mother's behavior again. She scolded me for eating the cake, even when I didn't even eat it. And now she was praising Zayden when he actually was the real culprit. Wow, just wow, she thought, but kept quiet. As Zayden had said, he called Grace after every 2 hours and stole at least 5 minutes of her precious time for himself. She wanted to complain about him, eating the cake which she had made for her mother, but then it wouldn't look nice. She thought of preparing another cake for her mother, but she neither had the ingredients at her parents' house nor the home. She had everything at her new house, and her mother denied the idea of wasting cake by buying from the store. So, in the end, the cake-cutting program was canceled. The final plan was a family dinner. Time flew quickly. She wanted to spend more time with her family, but not every wish comes true. She had informed Zayden about the change in the plan and asked him to come directly at the time of the dinner if possible. Exactly at 7:30 p.m., Zayden knocked on the door. Grace opened it herself, and immediately she found herself in someone's arms. Without even looking, she knew who he could be. I missed you, he said. Zayden, she whispered, reminding him that they were in front of her family. He broke the hug and looked backward. Following Zayden's eyes even, Grace looked back and found Eric standing there with a big box in his hand. He nodded, and Eric came forward to hand over that box to Grace. What is it? She asked, receiving the box from Eric. Why don't you see by yourself? Zayden said, and walked inside her parents' home. By the way, sweetheart, we can't stand here till dinner. I have some important work, so we will have to leave after 15 minutes. Okay, I will inform that to Mom. She answered with a heavy heart, but didn't protest because he had listened to her request in the morning, even though that was something which was not his nature. Grace took the box in the living room and kept it on the table. She then opened it curiously, wondering what's inside the box. She gasped after looking at that thing while Blake cheered. Mom looks so beautiful, Blake said happily. And this cake looks like heaven, he added and reached his hand to eat it. That's when Grace slapped at his hand and glared at him. This is for Mom, Blake. And instead of standing here, go and serve drinks to him, she said, reminding him about manners. Zayden was trying to keep calm and compose in a house full of 5 vampires. He took a sip of water from the glass that Blake gave him and signaled him to sit near him. It was much better than sitting with a vampire, of course. How are you? Good. Study hard, okay, he said in a serious tone on which Blake nodded instantly. Zayden didn't know what to talk about with him rather than this, because as Grace had mentioned, he didn't have the habit of speaking unnecessarily. By that time, Grace's mother came out of the kitchen. Zayden, Grace told me that you both have to leave. Can't you stay one night here, son? She asked, on which Grace gasped at her mother. She didn't offer to let her stay, but was ready to let Zayden stay. I would love to, Mom, but it is not possible today, Mummy. Grace might have told you that I have some important work. I will definitely stay the next time. I promise, he said. But as for today, I will stay till the cake cutting, he said, making Grace's mother smile. Tash TBC, no one's POV. I have packed some pieces of cake and some food. You both can eat it at your home. I hope you don't mind. Her mother said. Why did you pack the cake, Mom? It is your favorite flavor, he asked. I thought it is also your favorite flavor. That's why you almost eat half of the cake. Her mother reminded Zayden. Oh, nothing like that, Mom. I ate that cake just because Grace had made it, Zayden said in front of everyone, making Grace's cheeks go red. Can't he stop saying these cheesy lines in front of my parents? She thought. And you didn't have to make an effort to pack dinners for us as well. Grace cooks very well, he said. But it is nothing compared to what you did for us. It was the least I could do. The moment her mother said this line, Grace became curious. What did he do? She asked her mother, glancing at Zayden. Nothing. We should leave now. It's getting late. He tried to change the topic. No, wait. Mom, tell me. What did he do? She asked again. He didn't tell you? Her mother exclaimed. No, but I want you to tell me now, she begged. Her mother looked at Zayden and saw him shaking his head negatively. She wondered why he wasn't letting her tell the truth to Grace, but she wanted to tell the truth to her daughter. She should know what he did for them. He paid all the pending dues of Blake's education and also arranged a meeting with a big doctor of the city for your father's treatment. We will be going there to pay him a visit after 2 days. But why? Grace asked lowly to him. Isn't it obvious that I love you and it is my responsibility to remove all the tension of your life? Zayden confessed bluntly in front of everyone. Again. Thank you for. I don't want to hear thank you from you, sweetheart. Again. Zayden interrupted Grace in between. It was not a big deal for him, and he had promised himself to give all the happiness of the world to her and wiped out all her tensions and problems. He then talked about how boring his day was while driving. He even appreciated the cake she made while Grace shared how amazing her day was. Grace was thinking about the sentence which she had said in the morning, "If you will let me stay, then I will let your wolf mark me." She had said that line at that moment so that Zayden would let her stay at her parents' house. But now she was a little scared and nervous. She wanted to postpone this marking to some other day, but she was not sure whether Zayden would listen to her or not. She was waiting for him in the room because he said he had some important work with Eric and it might take a few hours. After a while, she picked up her mobile and started searching for details about werewolves on Google. Still not slept, she heard and followed the direction of the sound. Zayden was standing on the door in just a boxer. She quickly averted her eyes. In the last 2 days, she figured out that whenever any werewolves turn back to their human form, then they are completely naked, and to hide their precious gem, they wear boxers. I was waiting for you, she said in a low tone. She wanted to talk with him about what she had said in the morning, but she saw him walking toward the washroom, so she taught him to wait a little more. Why are you not wearing anything? She asked when she saw him approaching the bed without wearing any t-shirt. I'm feeling so hot, sweetheart, he said and smiled naughtily. Grace quickly lowered the temperature of the air conditioner with the hope that he would wear a t-shirt, but Zayden had already thought to take one more step ahead in their marriage. So this was not going to work anyway. This is not going to work, sweetheart. The body temperature of the werewolves is too hot compared to humans, so I'm going to sleep without a t-shirt. Saying this, he laid down on the bed. But, shh, he shushed her and pulled her close to him. Stop feeling shy or nervous. We are married couples, he said, after listening to her heartbeats. I am not feeling nervous. She lied. Zayden chuckled and apologized for guessing wrong, even though he knew he was right. Grace was having a hard time sleeping in this position. She knew he did it intentionally. She kept looking at his abs. She didn't praise him, but he looked handsome. While he was playing with her hair, Grace didn't complain either. She wondered why he was so obsessed with her hair. Do you remember what you had said in the morning? Zayden said after half an hour, when he observed that Grace was still not asleep. Grace hummed, and mustered all the courage to talk about it, but that's when he beat her. I know you are not ready yet. Of course you would know with the help of your powers, she thought. But now that you're Luna, you should be person of your words, he added in a serious tone in which Grace looked at him innocently. In general cases, Xaden hated those people who were not true to their words, no matter in what situation the other person had taken that decision. But right now, he couldn't get mad or hate Grace for not backing out from her words. He wanted to win her with love, not by creating any type of pressure on her. I am sorry, but I'm ready to do anything but not this. I mean, at least not for now, she said desperately. And how can I believe you this time? What if you back out again at the last moment? He asked, trying to hide his evil smile. I won't. I promise, she promised innocently. In that case, I want you to kiss every night, every morning, while leaving the home and while returning home, he announced. She looked at him shocked when he placed his demand. Only one question came into her mind. Could she do it? But after thinking for a while, she nodded. Okay then, give me a good night kiss. It's already too late today, he said. Grace looked at him for a while and kissed his cheek with lightning speed and moved away. You didn't mention where I have to kiss. This time Grace beat him before he could have said something. He shook his head smilingly at his wife's smartness, but instead of saying anything, he kissed her back with double intensity on her forehead. Grace tried to sleep again, but she couldn't forget the feel of his light bearded cheek on her lips. TBC, third person's POV. 1 week later, Grace watched down the house from the window when she heard a loud howl of the wolf. She recognized the howling sound of that wolf immediately. After all, she knew who it was. She saw the guards opening the silver gate for him and other wolves who followed him. She was not at all interested in watching them turning back to the butt-naked human. So, she left the spot without wasting another minute and walked out of the room to open the door for him. Sweetheart, Xaden called for her excitedly as soon as she opened the door. The meeting with the werewolf queen went well, he said, to which Grace just smiled and closed the door behind him. Xaden had told her about the meeting where he was called because someone had informed her about his dramatic marriage to the queen. Zeph, she said that I have violated one of the rules of our world, i.e. forced you to marry me. So soon she will meet you to confirm whether I am treating you right or not, Xaden said. If she finds something fishy, then I will be punished. So the queen is like the one who maintains law and order in the werewolf world? Grace asked, understanding the rules of his world. You can say so. Oh, she muttered. I will get you chilled water, she said innocently, acting as if she had forgotten about the kiss between the conversation. She got to know that he preferred drinking chilled water whenever he arrived home. She had not even turned fully when he caught her wrist and pulled her to him. Did you really forget, or acting to forget something which you promised that night? He asked, keeping eye contact with her. A blush crept her cheeks as she remembered her promise. Every day, she secretly wished him to forget about that promise, but he always reminded her. Even though she never forgot about that promise either, she tried to act as she forgot it. This phenomenon had become a routine of their life. She would kiss him, and he would kiss her with double intensity. I didn't forget, she said, trying to hide her blush. She raised and kissed his cheek with lightning speed. Xaden chuckled at her childish behavior. He kissed her forehead in return, which earned him another blush as usual. And every time, he would control the urge to kiss her senseless, so as to not startle her. Grace rushed to the kitchen and poured the water for him from the refrigerator. Meanwhile, he went straight to their room to get fresh and wear decent clothes until it would be time to go to bed. She went to their room as well and waited for him to come out of the washroom. She wanted to ask something. Xaden came out and looked at her suspiciously. She always keeps the water on the table, but today she served him herself. Grace extended her hand forward and gave him the water. Thank you, he said slowly, trying to decipher her extension. He sat on the bed and patted the seat next to him. She took the place immediately. Do you want to say something? He asked and took a sip. Yes, she answered quickly. I had saved Gia and Gina's new numbers when I had visited my parents' house on Mom's birthday, but now their numbers are not there. I clearly remembered that I didn't delete their number, and except me, only one person knows the password of my phone. So, did you delete their numbers? She asked. The water got stuck in his throat as soon as Grace asked this question. He restrained himself from spilling the water on the floor. Yes. But why? Because they are my enemies, sweetheart, he answered. When Grace gave him a confused reaction, he knew he had to tell her the truth. They are vampires. I am sure you would have observed them not eating any human foods, staying in dark, extremely white skin and cold body temperature. If not, start recalling their weird activities. And werewolves and vampires are enemies, sweetheart. Grace opened her mouth to argue, but then she thought for a while about the words which Xaden had just said. But after a while, she realized whatever he said was true. Her sisters and her husband either visited her parents' house in the rainy season or winter season. They used to avoid eating in front of us. Their body temperature used to be cold like a dead body. After a few minutes, she summed up everything and decided to still talk with them, vampire or not. They was her sisters, and no one can change that fact. I still want to talk with them, she said in a low tone. He looked at her as if she had gone insane. She showed him her best puppy face. She was totally dependent on him for contacting her sisters. Even after knowing what they are now? Xaden asked to confirm his doubt. Please, Xaden, they are also my family and... What if I don't share their number with you? He asked, interrupting in between. Grace faked her sadness and lowered her head. She knew he would always fall for it. From the periphery, she heard him sigh. He picked his phone from the table and dialed Gina's number. Grace looked at the screen as soon as he passed his phone to her. The caller IDs read, Gina. She smiled at him in gratitude and mouthed a thank you. He acted as if he was deaf when she talked with Gina. After that, he dialed Gia's number. Don't tell me. You are calling me with that dog's number, Grace. There came a sound from the other side of the phone without any greeting. Gia? Grace called her name in a serious tone. She literally should learn how to behave, she mentally thought and looked at Xaden. He closed his eyes momentarily, trying to control his growing anger. He opened his eyes and took the phone from Grace's hand. She thought he was going to cut the call, but instead, he kept it on the speaker and scooted close to her. He snaked his arm around her waist and sunk his head in the crook of her neck. Do you want to talk with your sister or not, Gia? Xaden spoke. Because one more disrespectful word will end your relationship with your sister forever, he threatened. The other line went silent for a few seconds. Grace didn't want this call to be the last call with her sister, but she couldn't even blame Xaden for it. Grace, if he tells you not to talk with me, then will you listen to him? Gia asked her sister. Yes, Gia, as long as you will be wrong. I won't support you and what kinds of words you are using nowadays. Is this what our parents taught us? Grace replied sternly. Wow, you are speaking exactly the same words which he wants. Is he planning to make you his puppet? Gia asked. It's not like that. Leave it. How are you? Grace asked excitedly, changing the topic because there was no use of talking on that convection, especially at this moment. I am great. You tell me, did you step out of your cage after Mom's birthday? Grace felt Xaden stiff as Gia said the word, cage. It's not a cage, Gia. It's my home now. Are you planning to talk with me in this way? Grace asked. I am sorry. I was just, leave it. What are you planning to cook tonight? It has not decided yet, Grace said. Xaden turned a deaf ear toward their conversation. They kept on talking with each other until Xaden heard something which gained his interest in their conversation again. Meanwhile, Xaden continued to kiss and lick her neck. She didn't complain, as she had become used to his kissing, licking, and touching. Yes, it's true that I always wanted to have a husband who can cook, Grace said and laughed at it. But never mind, not all men can cook. Then perhaps Paul should have been your husband. He would have gladly cooked for you, Gia said and laughed. It was stupid of Gia to say so, as Xaden didn't waste another second to disconnect the call. Grace couldn't say anything, as she knew Xaden too well now. TBC, third person's POV. Among all the three sisters, why is she so annoying, sweetheart? he asked her without hiding his dislike toward her youngest sister. Grace looked up to meet his dangerously beautiful golden eyes. She knew her smile would calm down his anger if he was feeling any. That's why she smiled before replying. "I think she hates the idea of you marrying me by kidnapping me," she replied. "So, as per her, what kind of person could have been perfect for marrying you?" he asked. Grace shrugged. "I don't know. Since she was the youngest and stupidest among all the sisters, she had a misconception that handsome people are perfect for marriage," she joked. "I wish I too was handsome, that perhaps your sister would have approved me as your husband." He faked sadness. "Why are you saying so? Look at yourself in the mirror. You look amazing." Grace tried to clear his doubts without thinking much. Zayden quickly hid a smirk that was developing on his lips. He knew he was handsome. "You are saying this just because I wouldn't feel bad." "No, Zayden, I am telling you the truth. I bet no woman can stop herself from checking you out. You are too handsome to be true, and after observing your caring nature, I am 200% sure that every woman will fall in love with you." "Every?" he asked. "Yes, I can bet fortune on that," she stated. "You too?" he asked with a smirk. She was about to agree. That's when she realized what she was going to say. She trailed, not knowing what to say. "Tell me, sweetheart, will you fall in love with me too?" he asked her while coming close to her. He was too close to her to think rationally. She wanted to move back, but he had already placed his hand behind it and prevented her from going away from her. "Don't try to run away from me, sweetheart. Answer me, will you fall in love with me?" he asked again, but this time a little more seriously. Their noses were touching by now, and she closed her eyes to hide away from the embarrassment. Her mind was floating by now. She couldn't think straight, so she said the truth that came into her mind. "Yes," she said breathlessly. Zayden went stiff from her response. He didn't expect a yes from her. He thought she would either deny or run away. It was definitely bold of her to agree upon the statement, but nonetheless, he was extremely happy about it. "You meant that, right?" he asked again, while he straightened himself to look at her properly, where she accepted it again by saying yes. Grace opened her eyes and looked at those golden eyes again, which mesmerized her. His eyes held so much happiness and lust that she couldn't look at them anymore. "It's been more than a week. I should be able to face his lust-filled eyes by now. But still, I feel shy and nervous. Every time he looked at me with those eyes, I would like to hide 6 feet under the ground," she thought. All the boldness and insanity she had was gone by now. She instantly stood up and rushed away from his grasp. "I have to prepare dinner," she said, and rushed out of the room. "Grace," he called behind her. He spelled a low curse when she didn't stop. He felt lonely now, as he missed the moment they were having. But then suddenly he recalled what she had said to Gia. "If you always wished your husband to be an amazing cook, then I will give it a try, sweetheart. At least I can do something for you." "Oh my God, what are you doing?" Grace gasped when she saw Zayden in the kitchen, trying to cut all the vegetables which were in the refrigerator. "I thought to help you," he said smilingly. "You were in the washroom, so till that time, I thought to cut all the vegetables." "All?" Grace gasped. "Yes," he replied happily. Grace wanted to cry after seeing the size of the vegetables. They were not finely chopped, but instead were cut from the half and in different shapes and sizes. "That's so sweet of you, Zayden," she said politely, trying to take the knife from his hand. "But you don't have to do so much work," she added after taking the knife. "I know you might have some pending work to do in your office, so let me prepare the dinner, and until then you can leave to complete your unfinished work. But I want to help you. Og, trust me, that will be more than helpful to me. You, in the kitchen, is definitely not a help," Grace said smilingly, trying to push Zayden away from the kitchen. "Let me stay here. I want to learn how to cook so that someday I can prepare a whole course for you," Zayden blurted as usual. Grace stopped pushing him away and looked into his eyes. She could clearly see the truth in them and could feel his love for her. "You thought about it. That alone is enough for me," she replied honestly. What more could a wife want from her husband than a truthful promise? Zayden kissed her cheek in approval. "I am so lucky to have you," he said. TBC, third person's POV. So, how was your day? Zayden asked while having dinner. Nothing special. I got horribly bored today. I randomly roamed here and there, she confessed. For once, she thought of going out and taking a walk in the woods nearby, but then thought against it. What if some wild animal comes and eat me alive, was her thought, which made her think against the idea of taking a walk in the woods. Why didn't you go out for a walk? My men would have followed you. I have given instructions on that. Why would you do that? I mean, surely they have much better things to do than follow me around. You are my first priority, sweetheart. You are their responsibility, too. Okay, next time I will go out for a walk, she said. But without your men following me, she thought. Surely she didn't want babysitters. After that, they had a smooth conversation about other things, and she was amazed by how safe and normal she felt with him. Apart from his flirting comments, he was very nice to be around. But she didn't know that it was only her who got this special treatment. It was only her who got the opportunity to see this calm side of his. Even after dinner, he didn't leave her alone in the kitchen and helped her in finishing her pending kitchen work. You are already loaded with your work. Still you are here, wasting your time in my works, Grace said. Why, you don't want me here? He mocked. No, it's not like that, she quickly replied. Then does that mean that you want me here? He teased her again. Grace fake glared at him, and he raised his hand in surrender. Why do you always tangle me in my own words? She complained with a pout. Zayden chuckled and kissed her cheek. Because you look too innocent like that, he stated, and leaned toward her neck to kiss and lick it. Grace didn't complain because she had been habitual to it. After a few seconds, she asked him another question to prolong the conversation. Zayden? She called him, checking whether he was listening or not. Can I ask you something? Anything. Why did you choose me as your mate when the moon goddess had already sent your fated mate for you? She asked. And who says that goddess doesn't make mistakes? He asked in return. She was never the right person to be my mate, but you are, he added. But how can you say so? I mean, I was just playing and feeding the dogs that day you saw me. I asked this question to myself too. Why and what made me so desperate at that time? I lost all my senses when I saw you. It's just impossible for someone to feel like this, right? He asked her. I don't know what to say, she confessed. How could she feel like him when she hadn't loved anyone in her life, apart from her family? Maybe when you will fall in love with me, then you will understand my feelings, he said. I am not heartless, Zayden. I do feel your feelings, and I really respect it. She defended herself because she felt he was accusing her. If that's so, then why are you still not ready for getting marked by my wolf? He asked her bluntly. She lowered her head again while she finished cleaning the last dish. He was right. She knew it. When I will fall in love with you, I will let your wolf mark me. I promise, she said boldly. She didn't know where this courage came from, but she wanted to assure him. She wanted to assure herself. Then I guess I need another life for that because I don't think you will fall in love with me in this life, he said with a chuckle, but he meant every word of it. She was about to deny this fact when she saw Zayden looking at the door in anger. Mate, she is here, Zayden's wolf said in disgust. We walked toward the door, trying to control the anger which was bubbling inside him like lava. Grace didn't stop him because she had guessed that someone might be on the door, and his wolf would have sensed it, but her mind got stuck in his words. Can't I really not fall in love with him? Is he that bad? No, he can't be. He is so good to me, but he is a criminal in the human world and everybody knows it. He murdered John and James' father for God's sake. Yes, he is right. I can never love someone like him. Never. The moment he opened the door, Allison jumped in his arms and shouted loudly, Surprise, brother. Zayden securely held Elysian in his arms, but his eyes were still on the woman who came with her. Tash, TBC, no one's POV. Grace heard the sound of the woman and came out of the kitchen wondering who came to their house at this time. She saw someone in Zayden's arms. Grace, she heard her name, and before she could understand and see the face of the woman clearly, that woman almost jumped on her and gave a loud cry of happiness. I wanted to meet you for a long time, she said, breaking the hug. This time, Grace got the chance to see her face, and the first thing she noticed about that woman was that she was beautiful, very beautiful. She had the same pitch-black eyes just like her husband and was very fair. She wasn't very tall, but she looked elegant. She mentally thanked Zayden for showing the picture of Allison, otherwise she wouldn't have recognized her. Allison. Yes, Allison nodded her head. It's so nice to see you. I mean, the only woman whom my brother cared for so much that he could do anything for her. Me too, Grace replied honestly. Even she wanted to meet the only family of Zayden whom he loved so much. You are so beautiful. No wonder my brother loves you, Allison said bluntly in one breath. Ah, thank you. Grace blushed and averted her gaze from her. That's when her eyes landed on another woman. This woman was entirely new to her, as Zayden had never talked about anyone else except Allison, so who was she? Oh, I am so sorry, Grace. I forgot to introduce you to my friend. Please meet her, Sarah. She pointed toward the woman who was standing near the door. Grace walked towards her with a warm smile, but her smile faded a little when Sarah didn't move from the place. She walked toward Sarah and pulled her for a hug. Welcome, she said generously. She could swear this woman that she just hugged was one of those models whom she had seen on TV. It was a quick hug. She soon strengthened herself and saw Sarah smile at her back, which looked more like a forced one. Allison looked at Grace with dreamy eyes. Even though it was just 1 minute or so, but she suddenly had a liking for Grace. The fact that her heartless brother actually fell in love with someone had made Grace reach the 9th sky. Truth to be told, she had started liking Grace from the day she came to know her brother felt emotions as well as his wolf after looking at her. Now that she had seen her, she was sure that her brother got the best woman for himself. Now that everyone has been introduced, can we go to bed? Because it's already too late. We will talk tomorrow, he said. You both can choose whichever room you want, okay? He ordered. Grace, can I share the room with you? Allison asked innocently. Grace smiled at this and agreed. Zayden immediately looked at Grace angrily. He knew that this would happen. With the arrival of his sister, he would have to share Grace's time with her, and he hated it. He knew her sister very well, but no way on earth would he let Grace sleep with her. How would I sleep without her? He wondered. No way, Zayden announced in a serious tone. He didn't want to share his love. Oh yes, thank you so much, Grace. Allison smiled and completely ignored her brother's statement. He was about to comment again, but Allison didn't let him. She took Grace's hand on her and guided her upstairs. So Grace, which will be our room? Allison asked. That one, she replied, pointing at the room which was exclusively her. Sarah intentionally touched Zayden's hand, following them. A wave of sparks rang in Zayden's body on Sarah's touch, but he closed his eyes to control himself. We have to mark Grace soon, his wolf said. I know, because it won't happen as soon as possible, and we might end up choosing her because of the mate bond. Zayden nodded. At that instant, Eric entered the house with 2 big men following him. Allison, Sarah, your bags have arrived. Eric, please bring my bags here, Allison said, pointing toward the room. Eric nodded and took her bag. While doing so, he mind-linked Zayden. Wyatt should have known about Allison by now, and he loves her as much as you do. So how can we keep Allison away from him? He asked. I don't care how much he loves her. He won't be able to meet Allison. That's final. Zayden sealed his words. Eric nodded. Right then, they heard Sarah called Zayden. Zayden? She called him. Yes, Zayden replied with no emotion as he usually was. Can you please help me with my bags? It's quite heavy, she asked. Zayden wouldn't have minded doing this, even being an alpha, if those bags belonged to Grace or Allison. But he knew Sarah's intentions behind doing so. He knew she had asked for his help especially so she could stay close to him or touch him. Moreover, how couldn't a female werewolf lift her bag? But anyways, no way in hell was he going to let her succeed in this. Eric, please help her. I will take Allison's bags, he ordered. Sarah closed her eyes in frustration. No matter how much she tried to stay close to him, he always pushed her way. She felt that he needed space and some time. That's why he had rejected her. She had thought her story would be like a werewolf queen and werewolf king, where the king had rejected the queen at first, but later on accepted him, her unloved mate. You can read that story if you haven't read it until now on Goodnovel. But nothing like that happened. Zayden never returned back to her. Instead, he chose a weak and pathetic human as his mate. Eric smirked after listening to Zayden's words. He knew the intention of Sarah to come here. In fact, he was there when Zayden had rejected her and she didn't accept his rejection. He felt bad for her, but what he didn't like was she never tried to work on their mate bond nor moved on in her life. And now she was here, just because she heard that Zayden had chosen someone as his mate. Eric picked the bags and followed Sarah to the room which she had chosen. He kept her bags and was about to walk out of the room. He spoke. Zayden loves Grace a lot. Sarah very much knew why he said that. He was indirectly saying to stay away from him. But she doesn't. That's the reason she doesn't carry his marks, she replied curtly. Don't stoop low, Sarah. Accept the rejection and move on with your life. Did I ask your opinion? And there I felt bad for you. I always thought Alpha should not have rejected you, but after seeing this side of yours, now I feel that he made the right decision, he said before leaving her room. Pash, TBC. No one's POV. Where are you going? Zayden asked Grace when she started walking toward the room where Allison was staying after changing her clothes. In my room where Allison is staying, she replied casually. Why? It's already too late. Let's go to sleep. I guess you forgot something. Your sister had asked me to sleep with her till she stays here, she said with an evil grin. As if I will let you. Come with me. You are sleeping with me. He ordered and started pulling her towards their bedroom. But she tried to stop him, but Allison's voice stopped them both. Now, that's not happening, brother, Allison said as she came toward them. She is sleeping with me, he stated. Let Grace decide. You have already forced her so much from wedding to what else. Now it's her turn to make a decision. It's up to her whom she wants to sleep, she teased him. He looked at her and gave her a look that clearly meant, choose me. Grace chuckled at his look and wondered why he was behaving like a child. I want to sleep with Allison, Grace replied with a genuine smile. He wanted to object, but then of course he knew he couldn't win over his stubborn sister. Are you seriously going? He asked in a serious tone, as if his life depended on her decision. Yes. Saying so, both Grace and Allison left for their room. Grace turned around and closed the door but didn't lock it. After 4 hours. Have you slept, Grace? Allison asked Grace. They had been talking for 3 hours, without break, lying on the bed to sleep. The lights were off, and they enjoyed talking in the moonlight. They talked about everything about each other's lives and hobbies. Finally, they mutually decided to sleep when they checked the time. Not yet, she replied. What? I was just wondering. Allison paused for a while after starting the sentence. If you were given a chance to leave my brother, would you leave him? Grace stiffened at the sudden question and replied after a few minutes. You know, I can't. I am married to him. And if there would not have been this marriage between you two, then would you leave him? Allison asked hesitantly. Grace weighed her question. Will she leave him if there wasn't any restriction on her shoulder which forces her to stay? He loves her more than any other man can do, and she knows it. He understands her more than anyone. Maybe using his power or anything, but he does. He was everything that a woman would want. But the fact that he was a criminal, a murderer in the human world, was enough for her to back off. She understands that being a werewolf, he needed to act like a predator, or he would become the prey. But why does he need to be a mafia in the human world? She didn't want to tell her children that their father is a cold-hearted killer who doesn't even think twice before killing someone. If that's the situation, then yes, I will not stay with him, she answered Allison after thinking about it. Allison sighed. She already knew Grace's answer, but wanted to defend her brother. He is not that bad, you know, Allison stated. I never said that he is bad, Allison, but the way he handled things was not good starting from the time we met. Imagine yourself at my place. Can you love a man who claims to love you but threatens to stay with him? Anyway, just leave it. There is no reason to discuss this because I know that there will always be marriage between us, and I can't leave him, at least not in this life. You don't know anything about him. You don't know why he is like this. Why is so possessive of what he wants? Allison stated. Then I want to know about him. I want to know about his past. Every time I ask him anything, he just changes the topic. Give him some time. Things are not as simple as they look. Then perhaps I will have to wait for a perfect time to ask him about his past, Grace replied. Now let's sleep, otherwise he will kill me for not letting his human mate get her beauty sleep. Allison joked, to which Grace laughed. They shared a good night and took sleeping positions again. TBC, third person's POV. Grace felt something on her legs. She tried to push it off, but in the next moment she felt herself getting lifted. Immediately she opened her eyes, ready to scream in fear, but was stopped by the person's palm on her lips. She then realized who he was. Zayden, what are you doing here? She whispered, not wanting to wake Allison. She realized he was holding her in his arms as if she weighed nothing. I can't sleep without you, he said in a serious tone. What? She yelled. I missed you so much, sweetheart, he confessed. She glared at him but didn't struggle, as she didn't want to wake Allison. But she was amazed by the fact that he actually wasn't asleep all that time just to sneak and take her back to their bed. But instead of laying her on the bed, he made her sit on it. Zayd, listen to me, and listen to me very carefully, sweetheart. I can't share you with my sister, so you better give her a better excuse to sleep with me, he said possessively. Grace rolled her eyes at Zayden's unnecessarily jealousy. Before she would have realized, he opened her messy bun and let her long hair flow down till her waist. He ran his fingers in her soft hair. Grace let him play with her long hair, knowing his obsession for her hair. She looked into his eyes and found him looking at her, especially her lips. His eyes were switching from her eyes to her lips from time to time. He then leaned toward her, making her heartbeats increase. She closed her eyes slowly. Her hormones were going crazy inside her. It was the first time she was actually waiting for his advance, and in some sense, she liked it. It was strange, but out of everything, but she loved the way he made her feel so wanted and special. Even though she couldn't ignore the fact of who he was, but she couldn't stop the feelings that she had started to develop for him. But she knew it was pure lust and nothing more than that from her side. Or was it more than mere lust? He was too damn perfect in every sense to rouse any woman, and right now she was no expectation. He smiled a genuine smile by looking at her, and she softly pushed Zayden away. The moment he felt a slight push on her chest, he stopped kissing her and looked at his chosen mate, who was confused and looked guilty. What happened, sweetheart? He asked. Is this right? I mean, to kiss someone without loving him? She asked hesitantly. First, sweetheart, I am not just someone. There is nothing wrong in kissing your mate. I mean husband, because you have that right, he said, to which Grace nodded like a good girl. And second, do you really not love me? He asked hesitantly, already knowing the answer. She stiffened at this sudden question. Do I? She asked herself. If someone had asked the same question on the day of her wedding, then the answer would have been a straight no. But now she couldn't bring herself to say no. Neither could she say yes. Surely she was developing something for him, but it wasn't love. She knew it. He had done so much for her family. Plus he kept his promise of giving her enough space. He never forced her or insulted her or abused her. He possessed her as if she was the most precious thing he ever had. And this alone brought the feeling of warmth in her heart. But when she recalled the fact of who he was, it scared her. He is in the mafia, for God's sake. And she couldn't love him. But then why was she feeling this strange pull toward him? Why? I don't know, she whispered back, not getting the strength to deny her feelings, and somehow her answer brought a small smile to his lips. He was expecting a straight denial from her side, but she says no. I love you so much, sweetheart, he said, and closed the gap between them and kissed her insanely. She didn't push him away this time. He had promised himself that he would stop immediately if she would even push him a little, but she didn't. So he took what he wanted. Grace wanted to stop him, but a part of her heart and mind wanted him to stop. Plus, the strength with which he held her neck and her waist were so much that she couldn't even turn away from him. She liked everything about the kiss they shared. The way his lips perfectly molded over hers, was as if he was claiming his territory. Mark her, Dominic kept shouting in his mind. Not now. Zayden denied his suggestion. He felt his wolf trying to get control of his body, but somehow he restrained him from doing so. Throughout the night, Grace thought he would advance on doing much more, but surprisingly, he didn't. He pulled her close to his body after many passionate kisses. They slept, just like other nights, hugging each other. But this time, something was different for her. Maybe because he kissed her, or she kissed him back. Next morning, Grace felt something wet on her lips. On instinct, she opened her eyes, only to witness her husband looking lovingly at her. She blushed over what he was doing and tried to push him, but he didn't let go of her and remained to hover over her little frame. "Zayden, what are you doing?" she asked shyly. She could clearly see the confidence with which he openly kissed her without any hesitation. "Waking up my wife with a morning kiss," he stated while shaking his wet hair gently on her face. Water drops fell on her face and she realized that he had taken a bath. "You took a bath so early?" she asked him, to which he chuckled. "Early?" he asked and showed her the time. It was 9 a.m. already. "Oh my God, I slept too much," she cursed herself. "Let me prepare something for breakfast so that you can eat it before leaving for work." "Don't worry about breakfast. I have already asked Allison to order it from the restaurant. All you can do is prepare your special morning tea," he said. "Okay then. Now let go of me. I need to get fresh before preparing tea," she said and pushed him by touching on his naked chest again. She was amazed by the stiffness of his upper half. Not before he was going to remind her about the morning kiss when she surprised him by giving a perk on his lips quickly. Zayden smiled and kissed her one last night before getting up and took out his clothes, which he would be wearing today. Grace, too, smiled like an idiot. She felt like a queen by the way he treated her. TBC. No one's POV. "Is this the time when you wake up?" Sarah asked Grace as soon as she entered the kitchen. "No, but I overslept today," Grace replied. "By the way, good morning." "Oh, sorry, good morning," Sarah apologized sheepishly. "So where were we?" Yeah, you overslept and Zayden didn't say a word about it," she asked curiously. She knew that he was very strict at the time. He hates those who sleep till late in the morning, no matter what. He had ordered everyone to wake up early in the morning. "No. Why?" Grace asked politely, wondering what was the problem in waking up late when she slept late last night. "She is asking because everyone knows how much my brother hates those people who sleep till late in the morning." There came the voice of Allison. "Anyways, good morning, Grace." "Good morning to you, too." Grace wished her and changed the topic back to the previous one, which they were discussing. "I don't think he should get mad at me for waking up late because it's completely his fault. He didn't let me sleep at night, because of which I couldn't wake up early in the morning." She blamed Zayden, but it lasted for a very short time. It was now that she realized her mistake. "Did I just mention something that stupid?" "Just that stupid?" she wondered and smacked herself internally. "Now they will think of all the other things we do at night." Her eyes instantly fell on Allison and saw her smiling while looking at the floor. Grace literally hit her head with her plan for being such an idiot. But when her eyes landed on Sarah, she forgot to curse herself, wondering why Sarah looked angry all of the sudden. To hide herself from getting embarrassed more, Grace took out milk from the refrigerator to prepare tea for Zayden and herself. That's when she observed Sarah was preparing coffee and 2 cups were placed nearby. "So you guys like coffee?" she initiated the conversation. "Yes," Allison replied immediately. "But not this black poison which she is preparing." "I hate it," Allison said, making the weird expression. Grace chuckled at her childishness and choice of words. "So you will drink 2 cups of black coffee?" Grace asked with a raised brow. "No, one's for me and the other is for Zayden," Sarah said. Grace took a double look at her. "Oh, thanks. I was just about to make tea for him. He likes to have it every morning from my hand," Grace said awkwardly, not knowing what to make of what Sarah did. Maybe she made coffee for him as a friend? But isn't she Allison's friend? But then, I even prepared tea for Blake's friends. Yes, I shouldn't doubt her, Grace concluded, obvious to the fact that Sarah indeed had feelings for her husband. Sarah was about to ask her to repeat what she just said. "Zayden likes tea?" That too milk tea? It wasn't true according to her. Sarah knew for sure that he loves black coffee with sugar. But before she could have said it, Allison beat her. Wow, that's something new, Allison commented. I didn't know that my brother changed his taste and shifted from black poison to tea, she said with a dreamy smile. Though it was not a big thing, Grace didn't like the fact that till now she had no idea about her husband's likes and dislikes, while a stranger knew it. Allison would have said more, but Zayden entered the kitchen. Sweetheart, my tea, he said, the moment he came inside. He didn't know the reason, but he could smell Grace's sadness, and to bring a smile on his wife, he went straight to Grace and hugged her from behind. All the previous thoughts wiped from Grace's mind when she felt his hands on her waist. If they were alone, she wouldn't have resisted. But knowing that Allison and Sarah were in the kitchen as well, she felt shy and embarrassed. She slapped his hand. "Och," he faked being hurt. "Behave," she muttered and glared at him. Allison smiled, looking at them, and left the kitchen, giving them some privacy. While Sarah stood there, witnessing her mate lovingly teasing some other woman who was not her. She had always imagined herself at Grace's place, but seeing someone else filling her place, she couldn't help but feel hatred for Grace. Zayden glared at Sarah when he smelt her emotions. He intentionally pulled her close to him. "We are married, sweetheart, and I am sure Sarah won't mind us kissing, isn't Sarah?" Zayden asked, to which she nodded and turned her back to the couple. "Zayden, I swear, you will be sleeping outside the room if you will keep embarrassing me in front of guests." Grace threatened, but unfortunately, her threat excited him more. He pecked her lips as a reply, making sure to produce the inevitable kissing sound. He wanted Sarah to hear that and realize that he was out of the limit now. She better accepts the rejection and moves on in her life, rather than using cheap tricks to get what was never her. "My tea?" he asked Grace. Before she could reply, Sarah turned around and replied, "I have made coffee for you, just the way you like," she said, and was about to give the cup when he interrupted. "Sweetheart, where is my tea?" he asked coldly, not liking the fact that she was still trying. Couldn't she get this straight in the mind that he didn't have to do anything with her? While Grace became stiff, hearing his cold voice after so many days. He was back to how he used to be, and she didn't want to mess up with the older and angry version of him. "Almost prepared," she replied in a low tone, trying not to make him angry. He looked at her and decided to drop her anger when she was clueless about everything. "I will be waiting for you on the dining table," he said before leaving the kitchen. Grace was surprised by his action. Why was he so angry by the fact that Sarah made coffee for him, she thought. She then looked at Sarah, who looked sad. "Please don't mind him, Sarah. Zayden can be an idiot sometimes, but he didn't mean to hurt you. Trust me. Oh, just shut up. Don't tell me what kind of person he is. What do you know about him? Nothing, so stop explaining to me as if you know him more than me." Sarah spat and left the kitchen as well. What happened to her, she asked herself. TBC, third person's POV. "Here." Grace placed the tea on the table before Zayden. "Sit with me, please," he insisted. "Wow, you are asking instead of ordering," she exclaimed. "I know my tone was rude, but I couldn't help it." Zayden accepted his mistake. Grace stared at him for a while and left from there to bring her tea, and then sat beside him to drink the tea. Zayden wanted to tell the reason behind his rude behavior, but he didn't tell her the truth because he was scared Grace would happily let Sarah have her way with him. He knew Grace wasn't the type to fight for him, not until she fell in love with him. They were having their tea silently. That's when they heard the sound of Allison. "Do you know, brother, I thought Grace was kidnapped last night when I didn't find her on the bed." Allison came downstairs from Grace's room, which was allotted to her for a while. "Oh, shit," Grace cursed under her breath. She knew it was going to happen sooner or later. Now, what was she going to tell her? That her brother took her in his arms late at night and made her sleep with him. No way, she thought. Zayden took another sip of tea and winked at his wife's miserable condition. "Why did you leave, Grace?" Allison asked innocently, as if she didn't see her brother taking her last night. "I was not feeling sleepy on that bed. That's why I came back to my room. I am so sorry, Allison. I didn't want to ditch you." She lied, forgetting that her lies could be smelt by both Zayden and Allison. Allison took a seat in front of them with a smirk on her face. "And there I thought that I dreamt about him carrying you out of the room," she teased her, making Grace's eyes pop out like soccer. "You saw?" Grace stared at her with wide eyes. "We are werewolves, sweetheart. Our sleep is like dogs." Zayden laughed wholeheartedly at the cute lies of Grace. In time, Allison said, looking at Eric, who had a packet in his hand. "Breakfast is here. Let me." Grace was about to stand to serve it. That's when Allison stopped her. "I will serve it. You both can enjoy your tea together." "What are we waiting for?" Zayden asked restlessly as he noted that no one was eating breakfast. "Sarah hasn't come yet and we are waiting for her," she said. "No need. She is not a child. She can eat later whenever she wants," Zayden said rudely. "Zayden, she is our guest," Grace exclaimed. She knew Zayden was always rude with others, but she didn't appreciate this behavior of his even a bit. "So? My stomach doesn't care whether she is a guest or not. Plus, I have a lot of important work to do rather than waiting for a guest," he replied sarcastically, so that Grace wouldn't mind his rudeness. "I am sorry if I am late." Sarah finally came here, holding something in her hand. Grace looked at her and smiled at her. "What's in your hand?" Allison asked, looking at the little box in her hand. "That is Zayden's favorite dish. You forgot to order it." "So I did," she replied with a smile. Zayden wondered what his favorite dish was. He loved eating almost everything. But the moment the lid of the box was opened, he came to know what the dish was. He closed his eyes in frustration, trying to control his anger. He had asked Allison not to order non-vegetarian because Grace was pure vegetarian and she did what he had told her. But Sarah, being Sarah, had to do something stupid. "Grace, pack my breakfast. I will eat it later." "I am late," he said in a serious tone. "But, please," he said, stressing on it, leaving no room for further discussion. Grace nodded silently. That's what Zayden likes more about Grace. She behaves accordingly by checking his mood, instead of behaving like the irritating wife. After a moment, she followed him to the main door of the house. Zayden turned around and hugged her as a goodbye. Grace kissed him on the cheek. "Still here," he complained, pointing at the fact that she still was too shy to kiss him on the lips. She gave a weak smile and looked away, only to find Eric giving her a small smile. She smiled back at him. "Don't look at him in this way," he said, to which she rolled her eyes at his stupid jealously. "Bye now. You are getting late," she said, pushing him slightly. "Bye, sweetheart," Zayden said, not before giving her a forehead kiss. Once he left, Grace narrowed her eyes, wondering about his weird behavior for Sarah. She walked back to the table. Sarah was not there while Allison was eating her breakfast. Grace sat behind her and asked her, "Allison, why is Zayden so cold toward Sarah?" she asked in a low tone. "Anyone will get mad if their past tries to ruin the present. Sarah is brother's fated mate, but his ex-mate, and you are his chosen mate, his present and future," Allison answered, munching her breakfast. "It means she is the one who is destined to be him and chosen by the moon goddess for him?" Grace asked with a heavy heart. "She was, Grace. She was," Allison corrected her. "I know you are sweet and kind, Grace, but don't start thinking about giving your mate to Sarah, okay?" she said before leaving the dining table. TBC. Third person's POV. James stood outside the door wondering whether he should get in or not. A loud sound of moaning could be heard from outside the room, leaving no imagination as to what was going inside. He knew Wyatt was with one of his whore. He didn't want to intrude on their moment. But Wyatt had given strict orders to inform him about his sister as soon as any news arrived, and now James was facing a great dilemma about what to do. Forgetting about the consequences, he knocked at the door. The sound of moaning immediately stopped, and after a few seconds, he heard his boss's threatening voice. "What?" Wyatt shouted from inside his room, not liking the disturbance when his whore was so close to his release. "Master, news about your sister has arrived. I thought you would like to know," he said hesitantly. Wyatt's eyes widened and a smile appeared upon his lips. God knows, after how long any news about his sister had come upon his door. He immediately bit that woman. She cried in pain and tried to push Wyatt but failed. After a few minutes, she stopped struggling and soon stopped breathing. He wiped the blood which was on his lips and stood up from the top of the dead woman and stepped upon the cold floor. Within a second, he wore the pants and came out of the room wearing only his pants and faced James. "What news?" he demanded. "It's about your sister," James repeated. "I heard you earlier. What is the news?" he asked urgently. "It seems like she has come here from Zayden's pack." Wyatt went silent for a while, but as the words sunk in his mind, a wide smile came upon his lips. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Positive, master. The men have some pictures that they took when she arrived in this town," James informed and showed him some pictures of Allison. "Oh my God!" Wyatt couldn't believe that his sister had grown up so much. She didn't look like a teenager anymore, but more like a grown-up woman. "Great. Now find out where she would be going tomorrow, or whenever. I need to know about her plans. And remember, Zayden shouldn't know about the fact that I know about Allison. You got that?" Wyatt instructed. "Yes, master," James nodded. "By the way, master, why don't you invite her here to live with you? I am sure she won't deny. After all, she is your sister," James asked out of curiosity. Wyatt gave him a good glare, which made him leave the spot immediately. How could he explain the kind of relationship which he had with her sister? His only sister was now so close, yet so far from his reach. And everything because of his so-called elder brother, Zayden. Zayden always made sure that not even his shadow should linger near her. Now, he had to make a plan to meet Allison, and for that, all he had to do was divert Zayden's attention to his wife. But the important question for him was, do Allison want to meet him? "So, we will be going to the city tomorrow for shopping and having fun? What do you say?" Allison asked Grace about it, after hearing from Grace that she had never been to the city. "I don't know whether Zayden will allow it or not," she mumbled, because Allison had planned this outing without Zayden in it. "Don't worry about that. He won't say no to me," Allison said and winked. "Grace, by what time Zayden will come? I haven't seen him since this morning," Sarah asked her. Allison closed her eyes at her stupidity of bringing Sarah here. She had told Allison that she had accepted the rejection and had moved on in her life, but observing her attempts to stay close to Zayden was irritating her. Grace looked in Sarah's direction and thought why just she stopped caring about him. But not going against her nature, she politely replied. "He said he had some important meetings to attend." "Why?" Grace asked. Nothing. I was asking simply." "Oh, okay," she replied and resumed watching the movie which Allison forcefully made her watch. An action scene played in the movie to which Grace sighed. She hated action in any movie or real life. She was a peace-loving woman. "Wow, did you see Grace? What a great punch it was." Allison chirruped like a baby who just got candy. "Allison, you know it's fake, right?" she reasoned. "You don't like action?" Allison asked curiously. "Nope," she said while popping the pea. Allison laughed. "How strange. Zayden loves actions, whereas you don't," Sarah spoke. "He does?" Grace asked as it was new information for her. "Yes, he hates softy, romantic, stupid movies," Sarah added. "You know so much about him," Grace stated with a smile, respecting her feelings which she had for Zayden. "Don't worry, Grace, you will soon know everything about him, and see and feel more of him than anyone in the world can." Allison spoke with double meaning hidden in her words so that Grace wouldn't feel bad. Grace gasped as she realized what Allison meant. Sarah felt a pang of jealousy. "But he doesn't have any interest in intimacy," Sarah stated, recalling how much he hated staying around any woman, including her, while Grace chuckled at Sarah's words and stopped herself from saying the truth. "Zayden doesn't have an interest in intimacy. Nonsense, I have never seen a pervert more than him," she thought. "Seems like Grace recalled something. Would you like to share with us?" Allison teased her. Grace playfully threw popcorn on her. "You really have a dirty mind, Ally," she exclaimed, to which Allison laughed. "Allie? Not bad. I liked it." Allison winked and ate the popcorn which Grace had thrown at her. "By the way, don't tell my brother about my dirty mind, otherwise he will place bullets in my mind," she joked. TBC. Third person's POV. They continued to watch the movie for half an hour more when the doorbell rang. Without checking the time, Grace knew that it was him. "Must be him," Grace said and got up to open the door. But Sarah beat her to that. "Don't worry. I will get it," she said too sweetly, which Grace couldn't deny even though she wanted to. She shared the pin of the door, and Sarah went forward to open the door. Grace turned her head to see who was at the door, even when she knew who it was. Sarah opened the door, and for once, Zayden thought she was his wife. She looked at the small bouquet of roses in his hand and smiled. Zayden had brought the bouquet for Grace to apologize to her for his morning behavior. "Where is Grace?" "Roses?" Zayden and Sarah spoke at the same time. "I am here," Grace said and stood up to walk towards him. She was in no mood to make Zayden again, even after knowing that he always gets mad at Sarah. This caught Allison's attention, and she looked at them with interest. Zayden ignored Sarah's question entirely and walked toward his chosen mate, who was smiling at him like an idiot. He hugged her dearly as soon as she was at arm's length. "Here," he gave her the flowers. "And sorry for my rude behavior in the morning." "Ah, and there I thought my brother hates romantic movies, but here he is acting like a romantic hero," Allison commented, to which Zayden chuckled. "Well, you can't blame me for that. Your sister-in-law turned me into a romantic hero," he replied, which earned him a slap on his chest by Grace. "What?" he whined like a child. "You are impossible," Grace said, and turned around to walk toward the kitchen to bring chilled water for him. "Are you forgetting something again?" he asked with a grin pasted on his handsome face. She sighed and walked back. She knew everyone was watching them, but her husband had sworn to embarrass her in front of everyone, and she couldn't help herself to avoid this situation. She quickly tiptoed and kissed him on his cheek. She didn't wait even for a second before running from there at lightning speed. He realized what she did and couldn't help but chuckle. "Why is she so shy, whereas I am not even 1% of it?" he thought. Ahem, ahem. Allison looked at her brother and grinned widely while Sarah was fuming in anger. "So, you have planned to go to the city to shop?" Zayden asked, to which Allison nodded her head, showing her brother her puppy eyes. "Fine then, you guys can leave tomorrow morning and return back by 7 p.m. "Yay! I am not finished yet," Zayden said, interrupting Allison in between. "There will be 4 guards with you, and I don't want you to do anything which will invite any trouble to you or Grace," he said in a serious tone, which clearly meant that she had to listen to him or her plan would be canceled. "I promise I will take care of myself, bro. But please don't send the guards with us," she pleaded, knowing how terrible it was to shop with guards standing right behind you. No matter wanted to kick the guards off her, she couldn't. Zayden was very much strict about her security, especially from her other elder brother, Wyatt. "You can't take care of yours and Grace at the same time, Allison," he said, giving her the idea of Grace being human and weak. He didn't want to mention it clearly so that Grace wouldn't feel bad about it. "Even I can take care of mine," Grace said politely, not to look rude between both brother and sister in their conversation. Zayden looked at her and smiled. "I know, sweetheart, but that won't stop me from worrying about you. But still, bro, don't send the guards with us. Will you like the guards to see what their Luna shop? It can be those things as well." Allison used Grace as the coin to change her brother's mind. Zayden started feeling possessive when he heard it, but Grace immediately stepped in. "No, it's fine. I am not going to shop. I have everything for now." Allison gave her a "are you crazy" look, but Grace didn't understand her signal. "Seriously, Grace, when life gives you lemon, you should make lemonade." Allison indirectly tried to signal Grace. "Lemonade?" Grace asked, not getting her point of view. Allison sighed. "Nothing, just leave it," she muttered. "Oh, okay," Grace said and turned her face toward Zayden. "I don't want to buy anything, Zayden. We will shop for Ally. Moreover, I don't have my debit card with me. It's with Dad," she explained. Zayden narrowed his eyes at her for not asking for money from him. She was still not comfortable with him and his things, he thought. Well, if that is so that he was going to change that, he took out his wallet and gave her his credit card. "Here, shop with this," he ordered. "But it's what's mine is yours," he interrupted her in between, not letting her complete her sentence. Allison quickly took Zayden's credit card from his hand. "And mine too," she chirped like a baby. "Zayden, it's fine. I really don't need anything." Grace tried to convince him. "I am not requesting, sweetheart. There came his strict order, leaving no room for arguments. "Oh my, he is really back." She nodded her head and smiled, not trying to make him angrier. "And I want you to spend at least $10,000 tomorrow," he added. "What?" Grace immediately gasped. "Bro, it's too little. What comes under 10? Allison whined. "Everything." Grace answered her question instead. "I don't want to spend the money unnecessarily, Zayden. I will shop according to the requirements, I promise," she said. "10K is final, sweetheart, or else I won't let you sleep at night. That's my promise." He joked, but she took it seriously. Well, why wouldn't? He was a man of his words. TBC. Third person's POV. Next day. "Like brother, like sister," Grace said under her breath. They were currently in the mall, shopping almost the whole wardrobe. Well, Allison bought and Grace helped her. Allison forced her to buy something, but she delayed it, giving the excuse that the clothes were too expensive to buy. She almost had a heart attack to see the cost of one night dress worth $500. This was her first time in the city, but still, she didn't find anything that amazing for which she would like to leave her small little town, which was close to the forest. "Grace, it's my birthday party today, and you have to join me there," Allison said. "But why?" "Because you won't, then I won't be going there as well. And I really want to attend his birthday, so please, please, please." Grace opened her mouth to say no, but Allison held both her hands in hers. "Please, please, please." "Okay, fine. Where is the party? And does Zayden know?" "Yes, I have informed him and the party is in the club," Allison lied. "Club?" Grace asked, raising her eyebrow. She had never been to the club, but had heard about it, and knowing the person Zayden was, it was hard for her to believe Allison that Zayden actually agreed. "Why are you asking so many questions, Grace? Don't you trust me?" "I do." As Allison had said, indeed there was a birthday party of one of her friends. By observing them, Grace could say that he was really close to her. Allison had smartly fooled the four guards in such a way that she could spend her time with Grace and her friends alone without them being around like a censor. Grace smiled, looking at Allison, who was pulling her friend's cheeks. She looked so happy and alive. "I wish to see Zayden to be in this happy someday," she thought, and started thinking about her life. Coming from a conservative family, she was allowed to hang out with male friends, and doing so meant the girl has gone out of parents' control or she is characterless. She was glad that Allison got an amazing brother who would never judge her on these things. "I want shots tonight," Allison said, making her face as cute as possible. Her friend named Michael snapped at me and shook his head at her statement. "No, you can't handle drinks. You will get a soft drink, just like Luna will. Moreover, I don't want Alpha to kill me." Grace smiled, realizing her friends were really good. "Please, please, 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 Mikey," Allison requested in her own way. "No, ally," Grace sternly denied, on which she pouted. Grace was about to say more. That's when she felt the vibration of her phone. She took out her phone from her purse and read the name displayed on her phone. My sweetheart. She knew that she had to take his call right then, but she also knew that she wouldn't be able to hear him if she received this call in the middle of this loud noise. "I will be back in a minute," she said, before leaving from there. The call got disconnected after a full ring. Grace was about to back him back. That's when her mobile started ringing again. She finally swiped the screen of the mobile and placed her phone near her ears. "Hello. Where are you, Grace?" Grace was not a stupid who couldn't understand the mood of Zayden, especially when he mentioned her name instead of calling her sweetheart. For God knows what reason, but she didn't like it. I am at Ace Club with Allison," she replied in a low tone. Zayden closed his eyes in frustration. He knew the culprit already. When his men's mind linked him that they were not able to find out Luna or Allison, he knew who could have fooled them. "What happened, Zayden?" she asked when Zayden didn't say anything from the other side of the phone, as he was mind-linking the details to his men. "Nothing." He kept his answer short to keep his anger in check. "Your mood seems bad," she commented. "Would you mind lighting my mood?" he joked. Grace instantly lowered her head in embarrassment, as if Zayden was in front of her. How could he think so dirty all the time? She questioned herself. Why did you ask my location when Allison had already informed you about it?" she asked, changing the topic. These days, she doesn't miss any chance of talking to him. Why don't you guess yourself? He gave him a clue. Maybe because you might not have heard her at that time, or maybe you yourself wanted to come here to receive us, she guessed. Zayden couldn't help but chuckle at her innocence. How could she not figure out Allison's lies? You want me to come there to receive you both? Zayden asked, even though he hated visiting such places. He loved calm and peaceful places. Ah, I didn't mean that. I just guessed it because most of the people here are couples. All right then, I will be there in half an hour, sweetheart. Zuh. The line from the other side got disconnected before Grace would have said anything. She stared at her phone for a while and smiled. TBC, third person's POV. Grace sat back to her place from where she had left to receive the call. She looked for Allison and finally found her dancing on the dance floor childlessly. She could tell that Allison was not a good dancer, but was enjoying her dance. Wow, I didn't know that Allison had brought such a beautiful friend with her. Grace turned her face toward the source of the voice and saw a man sitting opposite her seat. I am not just her friend, but her sister-in-law, Grace replied with a smile and also gave him a hint that she was off limits. Well, in that case, nice to meet you, Mrs. The stranger left the sentence for her to fill up. She hesitated to her name, but thinking this would look rude to finally share her name. Grace Felton. The name before her marriage slipped from her mouth as she was not habitual to share her name as Grace Zayden Staunton. And yours? She asked instantly. My name is Wyatt Staunton, the stranger said with a smile. Is Staunton's surname that common? Grace thought and observed the similarity between him and her husband for unknown reasons. Unfortunately, she didn't find any but his smile. She noticed that the dimple appeared on his right cheek when he smiled just like Allison's does. Observing Grace's expression, Wyatt knew that she was thinking something or was feeling doubtful. That's why he tried to read Grace's mind. Reading anyone's mind was the gift that he had received when he was turned into a vampire. He tried to read her mind, but unfortunately, he couldn't read her mind. He looked around to check whether his powers were working on others or not. But he could easily read anyone's thoughts except the beautiful lady sitting in front of him. His earlier plan was to talk to his sister. It has been years since he had talked to her face to face. Of course, they had talked through the phone, but never got the courage to meet. He knew Zayden would literally kill him if he found him near Allison. He had received the information of his sister's day out in the city without Zayden. He couldn't leave this opportunity. But when he spotted his sister walking in the club, he couldn't remove his eyes from the water walking beside her, who was looking like an angel. He immediately recognized her as Grace. He cursed slowly when he felt his dick getting tightened. Now he understood why his bastard brother was head over heels for this woman. She was no model, he could see that. But there was this pure innocence and spark in her face that made him look only at her. He knew how much Zayden treasured his mate. And if possible, he would like to ruin Zayden's only source of happiness as he ruined his. But he had no idea that his powers would not work on her. While Wyatt was thinking all this, Grace's eyes were on Allison, who was about to be kissed by another stranger. Her eyes widened before she could have done something. Allison herself pushed him away and started walking toward the place where Grace was sitting. There Allison comes, Grace said with a smile, as she stood up and walked toward Allison to bring her because it seemed like Allison was drunk. Wyatt's heart started beating fast as he heard her. He knew he couldn't show himself to Allison in front of Grace. If Allison gets to know that they two met, she would not hesitate to tell Zayden about this. And if Zayden gets informed about his actions, he would personally drill a hole in his head. You okay? Grace asked when she reached near Allison. Just a little hangover. But don't worry, I am fine, Allison answered. By the way, who was the guy sitting with you? Grace turned back to see him but found no one. Where did he go? That too this fast? She wondered. He told me that he was one of your friends and his name was... I missed you, sweetheart. Grace heard her husband's voice in her ear. Zayden, she slapped on his hand, who was hugging her from the back in front of everyone. Is my brother really here, or am I dreaming? Allison asked, giggling, and touched Zayden's cheek to confirm. The moment she saw her brother glaring at her, she knew he was indeed there, and she had to be ready for her punishment. You are grounded for 1 week, Zayden announced the moment they reached home. But bro, 2 weeks. Allison didn't dare to speak another word now. She just nodded her head. You know that soon you are going to get married to Alpha Craig Potter. And since you end up doing something that's stupid in his club, he asked, to which Allison didn't say anything. We will talk about it tomorrow morning. Sarah smiled when Zayden turned toward Grace, thinking it was now her turn to get scolded by him. Sweetheart, if you are feeling tired, then we can order dinner from outside, he asked softly, knowing how his innocent wife gets scared of his anger. No, I am not that tired. After dinner. Since Zayden had some important work even after dinner, that's why he left the house with Eric in his wolf form. Grace thought to check Allison, who didn't appear even for having dinner. Slept? Grace asked, softly touching Allison's hair. I don't want to get married, Grace. Neither any alpha or anyone. She huffed and looked toward Grace. Can you talk about it with bro? Okay, I will do it, but on one condition. And what is that? You will have to eat your dinner first. He is lucky to have you in his life, Allison said, grabbing the dinner from a nearby table. Ah, why don't you want to marry anyone? Grace quickly changed the topic, because I don't think I can fall in love again, and I don't want to spoil anyone's life by marrying him. I am still over my past. Oh, Grace mouthed. Have you met that, Alpha Craig Potter? Not yet. So there is nothing wrong in meeting him at least for once, she suggested. You know your brother more than me. He had never forced anything on me yet. So there is no way he will force this wedding on you, but at least meet the guy which he has chosen for you. And there I thought you would try to convince my brother to cancel this wedding plan, but you are trying to change my thoughts, Allison said in a serious tone. No, and it actually worked, Grace, Allison said and smiled. I will surely meet the guy before taking any final decision. So do you want me to sleep with you? Grace offered. Oh, no. I don't want my brother to sneak into my room like a thief again. So, thanks but no thanks. TBC, dear readers. If you're reading this story, don't forget to vote and leave a review. Prachi, third person's POV, 1 p.m. I bought something for you, Grace told Zayden as soon as he entered their room in his boxer. Grace was sure that by now he would have forgotten his anger, and if not, he would surely forget his anger after seeing her smile. His eyes fell on his wife, who was sitting on the bed with a few bags near her. Really? He asked with a smile. Grace nodded. Let me freshen up first, he said before walking inside the washroom. After 10 minutes, he walked out of the washroom and approached the bed where she was sitting. What have you bought for me? He asked. Nothing special. Ally suggested it to me. She replied shyly, trying to hide the fact that it was her wish to buy something for him and not Allison. I can smell you lies, sweetheart, he mocked and sat close to her, their legs touching. Grace smiled sheepishly but didn't feel scared of her small lies. She was sure Zayden wouldn't hate her if she speaks lies which don't harm anything or anyone. She placed one of the bags on his lap. He smirked at her shy behavior and took out the box from the bag. Without opening the box, he knew what his mate had bought for him. Shirt! He exclaimed and chuckled. He saw Grace nodding her head. And there I thought you had brought condoms, he added instantly. Zayden! She gasped and slapped his arm playfully, which earned another laugh from him. What? We are going to need condoms very soon. He teased her again. Grace snatched the gift she brought from his hand and stood up. I am not giving you this, she stated and walked a step away from him. Really? And what will you do with a men's shirt? He joked with a wide smirk on his lips as he laid on the bed in a challenging gesture. She smirked back for the first time in front of him. She knew his weakness. If he loved to tease her, then she planned on not leaving her only opportunity. Well, I know many men around like Dad, Eric, or Paul, she said with the smirk plastered on her lips. Zayden's smirk fell, and he immediately took a seating position. He reached forward to grab her hand and pulled her towards him with all his strength. She fell on the bed with a shriek, and he instantly got on top of her. "Mine," he roared. "You really like to play with fire." He asked her in an animalistic tone, which came like a statement. Grace knew Zayden's wolf had taken control over his body, but surprisingly she was not feeling scared, even by his presence, because a part of her was telling her that he wouldn't harm her, while Dominic's eyes were focused on hers as she shyly looked everywhere but him. She tried to frame a sentence but failed. "I don't like you taking the name of other men. Do you understand?" He asked to which Grace nodded her head. "Now tell me, why did you buy me a shirt?" "It's not a shirt, but it's shirts, actually," Grace replied, because she had brought all those shirts which she felt would look good on him. "It isn't very expensive like the other clothes you wear, and it has a return option too. So if you don't like it, she added. Instantly he cut her off. "When did I say that I didn't like it?" he asked. How could he say no to the first gift that she had bought for him? "You haven't seen it yet." "Okay then," he muttered and sat on the bed. He started opening all 4 boxes one by one. "Blue, teal green, peach, purple," he exclaimed as he saw the color of the shirts. "Yeah, you always wear black or white, so I thought a change won't do any wrong. But if you don't like it—" "I loved it, sweetheart," he said, genuinely looking at all the colorful shirts. He didn't prefer wearing any colors apart from black and white. But if his mate wanted to wear another color other than these 2 colors, then he would do so without raising a question. "So, will you wear them in your day-to-day life?" she asked shyly, looking at her nails. Zayden raised his hand and brought it to her chin. Raising her head to meet his eyes, he replied, "Of course, I will. And please don't blush like this," he said shamelessly, which earned him another glare from her. "You are such a pervert," she said, faking her anger. "I love you too," he teased her again. "I never said that I love." She stopped when she realized what she was going to say. She glared at her husband and threw a pillow at him. "You are impossible," she mumbled, which made him laugh. "Let's sleep now," he announced, and stood up to switch off the lights. Grace sunk herself under the bed sheet, taking the usual position. Zayden switched off the lights. He came under the sheets too, and held her close to his naked body. Since Grace was used to this position of them sleeping so close to each other, she didn't argue. She kissed his cheek, as she had to kiss him before sleeping. After a few minutes of him playing with her soft, open hair, she gathered the confidence of asking something which had been bothering her for a long. "Zayden?" she called him, checking if he was still awake, which she knew he was. "Hmm?" he replied with a somewhat sleepy voice, which she found very erotic. But then everything about him was erotic. "I want to know about you and your past," she said. Allison and Sarah knew so much about him, but being his wife, she knew nothing about him, and she felt ashamed of herself for not knowing about him. She too wanted to know him. He was her husband, for God's sake. Zayden could smell her emotions easily. "Sweetheart, there is nothing to be upset about. You will know everything about me in time, I promise," he said, trying to postpone her curiosity. But you know everything about me. It's so unfair," she protested. "That's because I pay attention. If you want to understand me better, you will have to love me," he said, to which she hesitantly nodded. She knew he was trying to divert her mind, and she allowed him as she didn't want him to force her into anything. He stroked her cheeks lovingly and almost whispered, "My life wasn't all fancy like yours, sweetheart. You will start despising me if you will know about my past. It is something I don't want to recall, but I promise I will share everything with you one day," he said. Grace looked at him and nodded. "Okay then, take time. But you need to know that I won't be able to fall in love with you without knowing everything about you. I want to know why you are here when you mentioned that wolves live in a pack. I want to know why you are in those mafia's business and everything you have kept hidden from me." "I know," he said. They went silent for a while before Zayden broke the silence. "You didn't tell me how your shopping went." "The shopping was great. Allison bought clothes for the whole city. I wonder where she will keep them," she said sarcastically. "She gives them to charity." "Really?" "Yes, she loves doing that without letting others know. She hates publicizing her effort," he said. "That's so nice of her. I thought she was buying it all for herself. For a moment, I thought your love spoiled her too much. And I am so sorry for thinking that way. She apologized. After the topic of mall and shopping, she talked about her dislike toward the club and also how she accidentally told her maiden name when she introduced herself to one of Allison's friends. It's fine, sweetheart. You don't have to change your surname just because you are married to me. You can write Felton or Staunton or both. I don't care as long as you don't hide the fact that you are married, he said and smiled, which gave her strength. I wonder how you can be good and bad at the same time. Am I bad to you? He asked, raising his brow. The last time he checked, he made a special effort to be on her good list. No, you have always been good to me. I mean, not before my marriage. But right now, I was talking about Sarah. You always behave rudely with her. And she deserves it. Zayden, she exclaimed again. What? I have my own opinion. If you don't like someone, then I can't pretend to like them, he said. But she loves you and it's rude to hurt someone again and again. You should respect her feelings, she explained to him. Zayden rolled his eyes at the respect word. But for Grace's sake, he nodded. Fine, I will. But only if you stay near me whenever she is around. He placed his condition, knowing Sarah would surely try to come close to him if he behaves nicely with her. Okay, she said with a smile, and just like that, he fell for that cute smile of his chosen mate. He came close to her and kissed her on her lips. This time, she didn't waste time kissing him back. Third person's POV. But why are we going there? Grace asked, packing her bags at the last moment. Because tomorrow is Bro's birthday, and this is his first birthday after choosing her mate. So the pack members wished their Alpha and their Luna to be in a pack house at least for a day. Allison replied to her, to which Grace started wondering what the pack house would look like. Until now, she had stayed with Zayden when he was surrounded by hardly 20 werewolves. But in the pack house, there were around 1,000 werewolves from kids to old, male to female. Only she would be the only human in between them. Stop thinking so much, Grace. Everyone will love you, Allison said when she saw Grace was disturbed over something. You sure? I mean, I will be the only human among all the werewolves, she asked, feeling scared of rejection. Who said that you will be the only human there? Huh? There are many werewolves in the pack whose mate is human, so trust me, you won't be the only one, Allison assured her. Once the packing was done, Allison picked the topic which was disturbing her for the past few days. Grace? Bro seems tense from the last few days. Yeah, he is dealing with some clients and seems like they're placing too many conditions. Oh, and there I thought there was some problem between you two. Us? No, there are no such problems between us. At least not now. And please don't worry about our relationship. We are doing really fine. In that case, when am I going to meet my niece or nephew? Allison asked with a smile on her face. What? Grace gasped at her sudden question. As soon as you say yes to meeting Alpha Craig, Zayden said as he entered the room to see what his mate was doing. Coincidentally, he heard their conversation and couldn't stop himself from speaking up. Zayden, shut up! Grace scolded him as she didn't want him to force Allison to meet that Alpha in any way. Really? That's awesome, Allison chirruped. It means you are ready to meet Alpha Craig? Grace asked. Well, why not? You had also asked me to meet him at least once before rejecting this proposal, she replied and shrugged her shoulders. That's great. So when are you planning to meet him? How about tomorrow? Bro will inform his parents and we can meet somewhere in a cafe or somewhere else. I liked it, and I liked the topic which you both were discussing before, i.e. about niece and nephew. Zayden commented in between a naughty smile. Get out of the room, Zayden, Grace ordered. Allison gasped at her audacity. Nobody means nobody dares to order Zayden. But who was she kidding? Her brother was wrapped around Grace's finger without her realization. Zayden pouted and was about to leave the kitchen when Allison stopped him. Bro, I was thinking if we can visit Grace's family before leaving for the pack, she asked, which immediately brought a big smile to Grace's face. Her eyes filled with a sudden spark as the topic of her family came. Grace didn't place her desire of visiting her family in front of him, as she didn't want him to wonder why she wanted to go there so frequently. Her happy expression didn't go unnoticed by him. "Okay," he said. He smiled when Grace gave him a full smile of gratitude. He felt bad for not even asking her if she wanted to visit her family. But then he thought they talked through the phone every day. He made a mental note to send her to her parents' house every 2 weeks. "Wow. Then after breakfast, we will be leaving for her parents' house," Allison stated. "All right," he said and left the room. As soon as he left, Grace hugged Allison dearly. "Thank you so much, Ally. You have no idea how much you have made me happy," she said, as she thought about meeting her mother after so many days. "Anything for you, Grace. It is nothing compared to what you have done for my brother." "What do you mean? I didn't do anything for him. It has always been him who gave me everything. Everything that I have ever dreamt of." "You are so oblivious of everything, Grace," Allison said. Grace asked her multiple times to explain what she meant, but she just changed the topic, saying that she won't understand. Hack TBC. Third person's POV. After breakfast. "Allison, call your sister-in-law. See why she is taking so much time," Zayden said to his sister as soon as he checked the time. "Okay, bro." Allison nodded and ran upstairs. "You have changed so much, Zayden." He heard the sound of that woman whom he hates with a passion. "You never liked waiting for anyone, but now you are waiting for that weak human." Grrr. Dominic didn't like the words which Sarah used for Grace. "I loved you even when you didn't have your wolf, and I still love you. Then why do you hate me so much?" she begged him. "Zayden," Sarah placed her hand on his shoulder. The spark ran in their body like electricity, but Zayden controlled himself from doing something stupid. He turned around and held her hand in his before speaking. "I hate you because of this," he muttered in a disgusting tone. Sarah saw something and quickly pulled her hand away from his, after witnessing something so horrible in front of her eyes. "And this is the reason because of which I don't feel anything for you, even though you are my mate," he hissed. By the time Zayden turned around, Grace and Allison were already downstairs. Grace knew that Zayden could smell her emotions. That's why she tried to keep a poker face and not to think anything, but a part of her didn't like the fact that her husband was holding some other woman's hand. Zayden was about to scold them. That's when his eyes fell on his mate. His mouth fell open when he saw his wife look too beautiful with slight makeup on her face. He knew who could have done that to her. "We know she is looking awesome, bro. No need to open your mouth like that," Allison joked as she saw how her brother was looking at her sister-in-law. Zayden glared at his sister for being so blunt. "Come on, we are already late," he stated. Everyone followed him outside the house where 2 cars were ready to leave. "Allison and Sarah, you both go in that car," he ordered while he directed Grace toward his personal one. "He always used to comment on how I look, but today he hasn't said anything yet." She thought and wondered why she was feeling bad about it. "You look very beautiful, sweetheart," he said, and a small smile appeared on her face. "But there is one problem," he added as he buckled her seat, as was the custom between them. "What?" Grace asked instantly, wondering what was wrong. She was not familiar with doing makeups. It was Allison who applied it on her face, but she had double-checked everything. She looked fine when she left the room. Zayden turned toward her and brought his hand towards her hair. With one click of his finger, he opened her bun and watched her hair fall. "How many times have I told you to let your hair open?" he said. "Open hair catches dirt fast, Zayden." He started the engine. "I won't mind you washing your hair frequently," he said, to which she shook her head. He would never listen to her on these things, would he? "Zayden, you promised to stay here even for a night last time. Do you remember that?" Grace's mother reminded him when Zayden asked their permission to leave. "But Mom, please, son," she requested. Zayden looked at his mate, who was showing those puppy eyes to convince him. Zayden knew she loved it here and didn't want to leave so early. Zayden struggled to think. Tomorrow they had to leave for the pack house. For that they could travel the distance from her house as well, and would ask Eric to bring their luggage. "Okay, Mom." "Thank you," Grace mouthed, who was standing behind her mother. "So, what do you guys want to eat for dinner?" Grace's mom asked everyone. Before anyone could answer, the doorbell rang and everybody looked toward the source of the sound. Grace wondered who it could be at this hour of the night. But the expressions of Allison, Sarah, and Zayden immediately changed when they smelled the vampire's presence. "Keep your wolf in control and don't do anything stupid. They are Grace's family," Zayden ordered, to which Sarah and Allison nodded. "I will get it," Grace's mom said and walked toward the door to open it. "Mom," everyone heard the sound of two women while Grace jumped happily from her place. Gina, she happily runs toward the door to hug them. "As usual, you both would have already eaten your dinner." Grace's mom mocked her two other sisters when they were in the kitchen, helping her to prepare the dinner. "Yeah, Mom. By the way, why did you ask us to come here on such an urgent note?" Gia asked, changing the topic. "Today is Zayden's birthday, so I want your help in decorating the room," she said, looking at both Gia and Gina. "He has done so much for your father, so this is just a small gesture to say thank you to him." "Okay, Mom, but what will Grace do?" Gina asked, because their mother didn't include her in the decoration work. "She will obviously keep him distracted so that he wouldn't have any idea about plan." TBC, third person's POV. "I think her family is planning something against you," Sarah said. "I agree with her," Allison said. "I know, but I trust her, so I don't want to hear a single word about it." But Zayden, "Shut up," he ordered, making Sarah and Allison flinch in fear. Before he could have said anything further, he saw his wife coming in his direction with a bottle in her hand and a small smile on her face. And that was the moment he fell for her smile again. She sat beside Zayden and turned around to signal her sisters to come here. "Mom suggested that we could play truth and dare for a while to get to know each other a little better." "Consider me in," Blake said and sat near Grace. "Me too," Allison chirped. "Zayden?" Grace looked at him, wondering whether he would say yes or not. "I can't say no to my beautiful mate, can I?" he said, to which Grace started looking everywhere but him. After a moment, the game began. Each time they used to spin the bottle, and when the bottle used to stop, then the person sitting toward the cap of the bottle had to choose truth or dare. "Truth," Allison said. "All right, I will ask the question," Gina said. Do you have a crush on anyone?" Kinda yes, but I don't know his name and know nothing about him," Allison said, to which Zayden frowned, wondering about whom she was talking about. After a while, "I will also go with the truth," Sarah said. Grace knew if anyone would ask her anything about her love, then she would bluntly confess her love for Zayden, and she didn't want this to happen. Not in front of her family. So she quickly took the chance to ask the question. "What is your favorite food?" She asked the most stupid question that could ever come to her mind. Sarah glared at her because even though she understood that Grace did this knowing, but she couldn't do anything about it. "Paila? Dare," Zayden said when it was his turn because he had so many secrets. "Kiss Grace in the most romantic way," Blake said, widening Grace's eyes. "No," she quickly interrupted. She showed Zayden her eyes, pleading him not to kiss her in front of everyone. She never liked doing those things in public, which should be done between the couples under the closed door. But she also knew that she couldn't stop Zayden from doing anything if he had already decided. He cupped her face softly, looking at her innocent green eyes. "Please, please, please, please." She kept chanting in her mind and closed her eyes when she saw him leaning toward her. That's when she felt a kiss on her forehead. "I love you so much, sweetheart," he whispered in her ear, making her blush. "Oh, that was really so romantic," Allison chirped. The bottle spun again, and this time it stopped on Grace. She knew she couldn't choose dare because she was not bold like Zayden, so she chose truth. And this was the time which Sarah was waiting for. "Do you love your husband, Grace?" she asked with an evil smile. She knew that Grace didn't love Zayden, and saying the truth means embarrassing herself as well as Zayden in front of everyone. TBC, third person's POV. "I can't believe that you lied so smoothly that even I couldn't smell it," Zayden said as he held her from behind while engulfing her in his embrace, his tongue licking her neck. They were back to her room after playing Truth and Dare. "What? What lies?" she asked, getting confused. "The lie which you spoke in front of everyone, that you like me. Thank you for saving me from embarrassment today," he said as he licked her neck. Grace frowned at his words. She disentangled his hands from her waist and turned around to meet his eyes. Zayden, I didn't lie. Whatever I said, there was the truth, she said honestly, stressing at the word truth. When Sarah had asked her whether she loves her husband, she didn't know what to say for a while. All she knew was that she couldn't let down her husband who had done so much for her and her family. She couldn't let him be embarrassed in front of her family as well as his family. So she replied, I like him, and it was the truth. She didn't just say that word to save Zayden from embarrassment. Zayden looked at her with a confused expression. He thought she said so, just to save his man ego. You mean, he tried to say, but she completed it. Yes, I really like you. And I am not saying this just for the sake of saying. It's true. All these days, I have developed this feeling for you. You have always been there for me. And now that I recall the time that we have spent together, I have found out that no matter what, I can't stop myself from liking you, she admitted, and was surprised by what she just confessed. But she knew that it was to be done, or else their marriage would hang on to a series of question marks. I told you that she will fall in love with us one day. See, finally she started liking us, Dominic said. To say he was shocked would be an understatement, but he composed himself and his heart was happy. He smiled again and cupped her face. Then why can't you love me? He asked. His desperation for her love was evident in his actions. He wanted her to revert his feelings. He wanted to know, to feel how love feels like. Because I know nothing about you and your past. Sweetheart, there is a reason why I'm not telling you all those things. There are some things which are meant to be hidden. You don't have to know them, he said while walking towards the core of her room. She knew that he was again trying to change the topic as usual. Maybe you are right, but I want to know them. When somebody asks about you, I am always blank. Even an outsider knows you better than me. Do you know how much it hurts? She said sadly while watching his back. Obviously, her words were intended towards Sarah. An eerie silence masked over them. Both didn't say anything to each other for a while. Grace sighed and walked toward the window to look outside. Only a few minutes were left for his birthday, and she started this stupid conversation, making both of them feeling uncomfortable, she wondered. She felt him stand behind her. Zayden knew that Grace deserved to know the truth. He wasn't ready to share the past. But he also knew that he couldn't hide it from her for long. He rested his head on her shoulder and took a deep breath of her fragrance. It soothed him. Grace didn't complain either. She leaned more on his chest and quite bravely took his hands in hers. Her eyes fell on their attached hands. His hands felt so big and rough compared to her, and that alone made her chuckle. What happened? Zayden asked, amused by her reaction. Your hands are so big, she said, looking at their hands. He looked down too and admitted it. Yeah, but I have something bigger than that. Do you want to see? He joked to lighten the tense mood. Grace's eyes widened automatically as she understood his double-meaning words. She tried to get her hand back from him, but he immediately held it in a strong grip. Not so easily, he said as she still tried to take her hands back. You are such a pervert, she complained in his earlier comment. Zayden laughed and looked at her glaring eyes, which brought desire in him. Happy birthday, pervert, she wished, still glaring at him. Thank you, sweetheart. Before she knew or could do anything, his lips were on hers. Grace immediately closed her eyes and gave in to the kiss. She placed one hand on his right arm and the other on his chest. She tried to match his pace, but failed terribly when he started kissing her more intensely. He pressed himself more on her as he deepened the kiss. She felt his hand move from her face to her waist. She managed to somehow break the kiss and breathe. While she stood flat against the wall and breathed, Zayden descended down and started kissing her jawline, followed by her neck. It felt so good and right to her. A few weeks ago, she despised his touches, but now she wanted him. Perhaps wanted more of him, her consciousness thought. Without Zayden's knowledge, Dominic took control over him and found a perfect moment to claim Grace as his own. He first licked her neck and was ready to mark her. Grace, who was enjoying the attention that he gave her, opened her eyes from the blissful moment. Since Zayden was slightly bent in order to mark her, she could see the door over his shoulder. Her eyes fell on a figure standing on the door looking straight at them. At first, she thought she had imagined it, but looking in that direction keenly, she realized that someone was indeed standing there. "Sarah," she exclaimed with a flushed face and quickly pushed Zayden from her, such that he stumbled back, but quickly gained balance. Zayden looked behind to see if Grace was kidding to push him away, but nope, Sarah was there. But when he saw Sarah standing at the doorway with a shocked expression, he couldn't help but glare at her. "What are you doing here? We had asked you to call him." They heard Allison's voice, and then she knocked on the door. "Bro, can we come in?" Zayden walked toward the door, and the moment he opened the door completely, Allison and Blake almost screamed the birthday song while he closed his ear with his hand. Grace laughed at their childishness. After that, Sarah, Gina, her mother, and lastly her father, wished him a happy birthday. They asked him to come to the living room, where they had planned a little surprise for him. Everything was new for Zayden, because he had never celebrated a birthday before. In fact, he didn't like celebrating it at all. But Grace had no idea about it. TBC, third person's POV. I am not blowing off this candle. Zayden controlled himself from roaring in anger. As long as Grace's family wanted to celebrate his birthday, he was okay with it, because her family was like his after the marriage, but that didn't mean he would obey everything like a good son. "Was this your idea to put the candles on it?" he asked Grace. Grace looked at her mother, who signaled toward Allison. Grace started thinking about what she should answer, but Zayden had already seen the silent conversation between her and her mother. "Allison, remove them," he ordered. "What, but why? I placed them with so much love," she said. "I said remove them." He used his alpha tone, making everyone feel his strength. "I am not a child to blow the candles and celebrate my birthday like an idiot," he said. Grace mentally thanked herself that she had already shared about Zayden's temper issue to her family members, otherwise they would have got scared of him. Sarah immediately removed the candles from the cakes, as she felt him getting angry. Grace wondered why she did it when he specifically asked Allison to do so. "You should not be so hard on Allison in front of others," Grace said after returning back to their room after the cake cutting. Since Grace's house was small and had limited room to have everyone at the same time, Allison and Sarah left for their home just after the cake cutting. She has started crossing the lines. There are no lines between siblings, but still, something is called respect and discipline. She should keep this in her mind, that I am her elder brother. Grace sighed, knowing there was no point in arguing with Zayden. "You know, you had scared everyone when you had raised your voice." "I know. It is fun to watch everyone get scared," he replied casually, making Grace freeze. How could he think that others' fear would be fun to watch? "It means you used to enjoy when I used to tremble in fear because of you? It means you used to enjoy my fear before our marriage?" Grace asked. It was his chance to freeze at her question. Zayden instantly cupped her face in his hands. "You have no idea how much I hate it when you cry or get scared. The only thing that I want on your lips is your smile," he said truthfully. Grace surprised him by rising and kissing him on the cheek. "Let go now. I am feeling sleepy." "Okay, but I was expecting it here," he said as he motioned his finger on his lips. Instead of blushing, she shook her head and walked toward the bed. Zayden followed her and got on the bed too. "Master, what are you doing?" James asked as he saw him packing a gift. Wyatt chuckled. "Today is my bastard's brother's birthday. How bad it would be if I won't give him something," he said. "Also, I have planned a surprise for him." "Oh, what's inside it?" another man asked curiously. Wyatt looked at James with raised brows. "If I tell you, then I will have to kill you," Wyatt grinned. It should have sounded like a joke, but with Wyatt, nothing was a joke. His man looked at the ground to avoid Wyatt's intense look. "Don't be afraid, my friend. I won't kill you. After all, it's you who gives me all the information about my dear brother," Wyatt said and started resuming the gift packing. "Done. Now, Theo, it's your job to take it to the pack house. Make sure you hand this to my sweet sister-in-law when she will ask for ingredients." "Okay?" Wyatt ordered. Theo nodded furiously as he knew what would happen if he wouldn't do the work properly. And do share with me what will happen with my sister-in-law after everything, he added. Theo nodded and left the room. He hated the way Wyatt spoke about Grace, but he had no choice but to obey him and betray Xaden. At Packhouse, Theo, did you bring the ingredients which I had asked you to? Grace asked him, with a small smile on her face. Yes, Luna, he replied and handed over the same gift packet which Wyatt had given him. Why have you wrapped it like a gift? She asked in confusion. I thought you would gift to the Alpha, that's why. He lied and thanked the moon goddess that Grace was not a werewolf, otherwise she would have caught his lies. Grace laughed and shook her head. I am not going to gift this to your Alpha, but going to prepare a cake for his birthday with it. Anyways, thank you. TBC, third person's POV. From the moment Xaden had arrived with Grace at the pack house, everyone had kept him busy. He wanted to go and see what his mate was doing, but he was not getting a single minute of time. He used his smelling power to check where his mate was and finally found her at her favorite place, the kitchen. Excuse me. I will be back in a while. He excused himself from the meeting and looked for his beta, who was nowhere to be found. Where the hell is Eric? He should have handled the meeting instead of me. He cursed before walking inside the pack house. Evening Alpha, evening Alpha. Some of the pack members greeted him, in which he hummed in response. He walked towards the kitchen and saw his mate keenly doing something on the counter. He wrapped his hands around her waist from behind. Grace already knew who it was, even though she was in the house of more than thousands of people. I missed you, sweetheart. Let me do my work, Xaden. Oh, what are you doing, by the way? He asked. Before she could reply, Allison answered his question as she entered the kitchen with Eric. She is baking cake for all the pack members, she said happily. Cake? Xaden faced his sister in confusion. Yup, it's your birthday, so she decided to treat everyone with cake, Allison said. That's great news. But why are you treating everyone? You should make a cake for only me, he asked Grace. But why? Because you are my wife and it's my birthday, so only I get the treat, he said as if stating a fact. Don't be jealous, brother. We all want to eat cake. It's been so many days, Allison said. Then buy from the bakery from the city. Grace will make a cake for only me, he said, finality in his voice. Grace, Allison whined, looking at Grace. Xaden, what's the problem with giving everyone a piece of cake? She said. As I said, you will bake only for me, he insisted like a child. Don't behave like a baby, Xaden. Fine, you will get the biggest piece of cake, okay? She proposed. No, Xaden, I gave my word to everybody. What will they think of their Luna if I break the promise? Grace said with a sad face, which she knew he wouldn't be able to avoid. Fine, but I will get the biggest piece, he demanded. Grace couldn't help but chuckle at his childishness and jealous behavior. She nodded. And everybody else will get this much, he added, showing a 2-inch space between his fingers. No way, we are not going to eat just that much, Allison complained. Xaden, Grace almost scolded him. Fine, do whatever you want, he said and started to leave the kitchen. What are you doing here? Isn't it a beta duty to stay with Alpha all the time? He asked Eric, who was leaning over the refrigerator. Eric quickly straightened. Yes, Alpha, he said, and followed Xaden. When they both left, Grace turned toward Allison to ask why he was behaving like that. He was just jealous, Grace. Forget about him. Third person's POV. What the hell? Where is the cake which you had baked? Allison gasped when she couldn't find the cake which Grace had baked a few hours before. Grace sighed and knew that the thief had stolen her cake. Thankfully, she had prepared 2 cakes without anyone's knowledge. I know where it is, she said, and brought the cake which she had kept hidden. She observed how her husband was looking at the cake. Grace asked one of Omega's to cut the cake into equal slices and give it to everyone. That's not fair, he whispered in Grace's ears, indicating the trick she played. What's not fair, bro? Allison asked. Nothing, ally, Grace replied on behalf of Xaden. I will bake another cake for you again, but don't behave like that. Promise? He asked, to which she nodded. Xaden, if you want, you can have mine. Sarah pushed her plate of cake towards him. No, thank you. He bluntly denied. Sarah nodded, and they all started eating their piece of cake. all thanks to Grace's experience of cooking for a larger number of people. It's awesome, Luna, Eric said when he had his share. Yeah, one can leave their mate to have a mate like Grace who cooks such a tasty cake, Allison joked. That is possible only when that mate is not marked, Eric added. The food got stuck in Grace's throat as she heard him. Grace looked around to find Zayden. He was near the stairs and seemed lost. Might be talking with someone in his mind. Is it possible to mark anyone who is not a mate? Grace asked. Yes, if our wolf allows it. Generally, all the wolves are loyal to their mate, so it rarely happens, Allison explained. Grace's face fell. She now looked around to find Sarah, even she was nowhere to be found. She then checked the place where Zayden was standing a few minutes before. Unfortunately, he wasn't there. Allison and Eric thought Grace would have asked this question out of curiosity, but they didn't know she would get hurt as she did. Grace quickly excused herself from there. She was feeling sad, and her heart felt heavy. She was sure that Zayden's wolf would surely mark Sarah as his mate and then leave her. After all, what special quality do I have other than cooking food? Moreover, I am his chosen mate. So isn't it obvious that his wolf would mark someone else, and then I would have to share my husband, or worst, I would be kicked out of my husband's place. What happened, sweetheart? You smelt sad? Zayden asked when he saw her in their room, but it seemed like she was lost in her own little world. He was having a headache for no reason. That's why he came into his room, and after a while, Grace came inside, but she didn't look like she was in her senses, because he was sure that his voice could be easily heard from the bed, while she was standing near the door. Grace, who was in deep thought of what her life would become if her husband's wolf marked someone else as his mate. Sweetheart, what happened? He asked as he caught her hand and turned her toward him to gain her attention. Grace didn't meet his eyes. She just looked at his shirt. She didn't know what to say. Everything was fine until a few moments before. What's the matter? He asked with concern. Nothing. No, something is up. You have been behaving differently right now. It's really nothing. Tell me, did anyone say anything to you? No. Tell me, sweetheart, or I will personally go and ask everyone, he threatened. His patience melted when Grace didn't say anything for a while, but when he felt him moving out of her space, he stopped him by holding his hand. I am waiting. Will your wolf mark someone else as his mate? She asked directly. What? There came the voice of Dominic. Glad you are here. Now I can ask you directly, will you mark someone else as your mate? Why on the earth I will do that? Dominic asked, getting confused and not at all understanding her point of view. She sighed. Allison said that one can leave their mate if that mate is not marked. Is that true? Will your wolf leave me to mark someone else? She asked. Sweetheart, I can leave my mate even after marking her, Dominic replied. For the first time in her life, Grace realized the feeling of jealousy over a man. Her throat hurt due to the pain her heart was in, but she didn't say anything. She couldn't say anything. She looked at Dominic Golden's eyes with no expression and nodded. Dominic, who was watching her expressions very intently, was stunned to smell and see that his mate actually felt jealous. He was happy beyond imagination but hid it. They both stood in front of each other, both confused over what to say. Well, she was confused while he was waiting for her next step. It was weird, but he wanted her to shout at him for saying something like that so that he could kiss her senselessly and tell her that she would always be the only woman in his life. But she remained silent like the morning breeze, even though her heart and her mind were in trouble. She had enough, and she couldn't control the tears that were about to come to the surface. So, she made an excuse to leave. Right now, she didn't even want to look at him. But before she could even take a step, Dominic held her wrist. Grace sighed as she didn't want to listen to his excuses of why he would mark anyone else. Don't you want to know the name of the woman whom I want to mark? He whispered in her right ear as he held her from behind. Hearing him, Grace wanted to punch him straight on his nose. Here she was having a hard time controlling her tears, and he was asking her to guess his mate's name. She remained silent and still. Dominic audibly sighed and turned her around so that she could face him. I can leave my fated mate even after marking her just to have you as my mate, he said. So this is the answer to your insecurities, sweetheart. I will never ever think of anyone else except you. Grace looked at him with surprise. Was he serious? Did he mean he would never leave her for anyone? Surprisingly, she became happy and a small smile came upon her lips. Can an alpha keep two mates? She asked, to confirm again. Yes, they can as many as they want, but I am content with just one. It's already difficult to handle one. I don't want get another headache, he said sarcastically. Grace, who was happy with the Dominic's words, ignored his last comment. Before she knew it, she had laid her head on his chest. She didn't know why, but she wanted comfort now, and she wanted it from her husband. Her nostrils filled with his manly odor, which she has become accustomed to. Her hands held his arms strongly as she laid her head on his chest. Dominic comforted her and kissed her forehead as she went back to her original position. I thought I would have to live my whole life without my husband if you would have left me or by seeing you with another woman. The thought alone scared me, she said truthfully. He chuckled at her words. Were you jealous? He asked in a mocking tone. Grace huffed and shook her head. No. Why would I be jealous? She lied. I can smell your lies and jealousy, sweetheart, he teased. Then your nose has a serious defect, Dom, she joked back, and before she could have understood what happened to her, his lips crashed into her. She wasted no time in responding. After a while, they parted away for oxygen, and his lips moved down her jaw toward her neck. He continued to suck, nibbled, and kissed her neck. He placed one more kiss on her neck before lifting his gaze to meet her. There were so many emotions floating in his eyes that it was hard to tell them apart. Her fingers continued to rake through his hair as he leaned his forehead against her. You are the only one I will ever want, Grace. You are mine. She hardly registered his words when she felt a sharp pain in her neck. Grace's eyes flew open and she struggled against him for a second before an unbelievable warmth flooded through her. His warm tongue traced over where his teeth were just in her skin, and the moan that resulted startled her. All mine, sweetheart, he whispered huskily as his nose skimmed her neck. #TBC, third person's POV. Oh my God, why did you do that, Dominic? You marked her without her consent. Zayden almost shouted at his wolf. I was not in my senses. Not in my sense, my foot. Can you please tell me what we will explain when she wakes up? He asked rudely. I am telling you, dumbass. From that moment on, we ate the cake baked by Grace. I started feeling that something was not right, especially with me. That's the reason I quickly asked you to stay away from Sarah and come into the room. Well, now what? Now what? Get ready to face her anger, Dominic sighed. I am still not feeling well. Then better take rest. Tomorrow is going to be the longest day of our life, Zayden suggested, and soon he stopped feeling Dominic's presence. He sat beside Grace, who was sleeping peacefully, and touched her soft hairs. Now, I don't think that I can hide the truth from you for long. I just don't want to lose you, sweetheart. Zayden whispered and kissed Grace's forehead. Grace woke up to some room that was really beautiful, unlike her room at her parents' house or her room at Zayden's house. She got up from her king-size bed before slowly seeing the room clearly. There was a fireplace and candle stand. There were no lights in the room. The room had no TV or table lamps. It looked like a Victorian room, which was one of the queens of ancient times. But why was she here? She wondered. No, leave her. She heard the loud, painful voice of a man. The voice was coming from the veranda. Grace ran as fast as could because it looked like someone needed help, but she was still very far away from that sound. Finally, she could see that two men were roughly taking a woman, and in the opposite direction a man was trying to fight with a few men, but it didn't look like he was winning. Leave her, please, he begged. Grace couldn't recognize the face of the woman because it looked like she had been horribly treated before bringing here. She didn't realize she was crying until she tasted something salty in her mouth. She looked toward the man, but she couldn't see his face because it was covered by his messy, long hair. All she could see was he was in pain and was begging his father to leave her. Grace kept running to reach near them, but she felt like the distance between them was a never-ending path. She saw those men tying the woman with the iron pole. "Bye, my love," she whispered, before the roof of the veranda was opened. Jennifer, Jennifer. A large amount of sunlight fell on that woman, and within seconds, that woman turned into ashes. Ah! The sound of a painful voice pierced in her ear. Grace opened her eyes and found herself on my bed. She looked around and sighed in relief, because this time she had really opened her eyes in her room. She stayed in bed for at least 10 minutes, wondering what kind of dream she just had. She picked up her mobile and checked the time. Her eyes widened when she saw the display of her mobile was showing the time 12 p.m. Never ever in her life I slept this late, she thought, and left the bed to freshen up. Even Zayden didn't wake me up. Well, that's rare. She talked to herself and started the shower. Ah! She felt slight pain near her neck. She turned around to check the reason for the pain in the mirror and found a big tattoo of a wolf howling toward the moon. Suddenly, she recalled what had happened last night. Dominic, he bit me. But why? Did he mark me? No, no, no. He won't do that without my permission, right? She thought, but couldn't convince herself. She had to talk with Zayden immediately. She quickly took a shower and wore a simple yet pretty dress. TBC, third person's POV. Grace screamed when she was tackled by strong arms just after she came downstairs. Moon Goddess, I am so happy. I could smell you from the moment you came out of the room, and I am so excited about it, Allison said, squeezing her tightly. Ally, you are crushing me, she mumbled. Oh, I am so sorry. She quickly left Grace and then grinned like an idiot. And what do you mean by smell? I showered today? Allison looked at Grace as if she had grown another head. She reached near Grace and pushed her hair away from the mark which she was hiding with it. He marked you, she said. All the doubts which Grace had in her mind got confirmed that Zayden's wolf indeed marked her without her permission. The sudden change in Grace's mood didn't go unnoticed by Allison, and suddenly she gasped. He did it without your consent. If he had asked to mark me, then I might have said yes, but instead he did whatever he felt right. He felt right by forcing his demands on me, and he did it. He felt right by kidnapping me from my own wedding, and he did, and now this. Thrice. He did this thrice. Do I not get an opinion on this, or am I just something that needs to be controlled by him always? Grace thought. Can you please tell me where he is, Ally? I asked her calmly, but my jaws stayed clenched. How about having something to eat before you see him? I have to share a lot of things that happened last night. Do you know I met Alpha Craig? Grace interrupted her in between. I am sorry, Ally, but where is he? She asked. Allison again thought to change the topic to save her brother from Grace's wrath, but it seemed like it was impossible. Grace, please don't do any... Where is he? Grace felt something surge through her, and she was momentarily taken back when Allison's eyes widened in fear before she started looking at the ground. The Alpha and the Beta is having a meeting in the Alpha's office, she replied, and the whole time she kept her head down, never once even glancing up. A part of Grace told her that she was the reason that Allison was not looking at me, and maybe she should apologize, but then she didn't do anything wrong. She just asked where her husband was, and where's that? Please take a right turn just after the kitchen, and that will lead you there. She nodded her head, even though Allison didn't look up to see it. Thank you. Grace followed the instruction which Allison had given her, but she didn't find either Zayden or Eric in the Alpha's office. Have you seen your Alpha? She asked a little boy who was hardly 7 or 8 years old. She knew that no one would call his name in the pack house. Moreover, kids had the misconception that Zayden's name was actually Alpha because everyone used to call him that. He is in the backyard, Luna, he replied and ran away from there. Grace walked toward the backyard and forgot her anger for a while when she looked at the surroundings of the backyard. It was so beautiful. Trees lined the yard, and it seemed so peaceful against the light blue sky. Her feet crunch on the dirt as she walked toward the training field. Well, she can call it that, after observing a lot of wolves in the field. A few of them were running after one another. Some were fighting with other wolves. To her surprise, there were even men fighting with wolves. She quickly hid her face when she saw half-naked men as well as fully naked men. She started wondering how she could find Zayden here among so many people. Immediately, a very defined-looking chest blocked her way and came just in front of her with a loud, possessive growl. I should have known that he would find me first, she mentally thought. What are you doing here, sweetheart? His eyes were a deep shade of golden as he crossed his arms over his broad chest, blocking her view of the field. She reminded herself of the reason which brought her here. Why did you mark me without my permission? She asked, glaring at him. To remove your insecurities, and I want everyone to know that you are mine. He replied with a smile, but that didn't stop Grace from glaring at him. His smile would have melted her anger, but she kept reminding herself that she needed to take a stand. If not, then he might end up consuming their relationship one day, and he would give the same excuse again. That doesn't mean you shouldn't have taken my permission, Dominic. I am not something to be owned. She accused him as low as she could, but she knew that people could hear her perfectly. They were just pretending not to listen when they were. You always do what you like without caring what I want. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I hate you for doing this, she said and pushed Zayden a little. She gasped when she felt a spark in her hand when she touched his chest. Zayden opened his mouth to explain everything to her. That's when he heard vampires at the North Parameter in his mind, and his expression changed. Suddenly, all the men in the field shifted into their wolf form and ran into the woods as loud growls filled the air. Eric, Zayden yelled, causing a brown wolf to snap his head to attention and look over at them. Take the Luna back to the pack house and protect her with your life, he ordered before running in the direction where all the other wolves went in. Zayden? What happened? She wondered. At the same time, she felt Eric, who was in his wolf form, nudged her gently with his nose to go back in the direction from where she had come. Okay, I am going, she said and started walking. But Eric kept nudging her to move faster. And after a while, she was practically running. The moment Grace stepped inside the pack house, she heard the loud, howling sound of the wolf, and for some reason, she didn't feel right about that sound. It took only a few seconds more when that feeling became worse, when more howls echoed in the air. Panic surged through Grace. She could understand why, but she was not able to breathe properly. She was able to feel the pain that was not her. Why am I not able to take a breath? What is happening to me? Grace, are you all right? We need a doctor, she heard Allison's voice, but the world was still fuzzy to her. People began to surround her, but she couldn't see them as she was not in her senses. All she could hear was everyone shouting in panic as the darkness started consuming her. Only one sentence replayed in her head before the darkness completely took over. The Alpha is seriously injured. TBC. Grace's POV. So here it goes. I am finally sharing Grace's point of view. A steady beeping pulled me out of the darkness that surrounded me. But where am I? I opened my eyes and quickly closed it because of the excess light, and again opened it after adjusting it according to the light. It took a few blinks, but eventually I could look around the room. Wires and needles covered my skin, sending messages to the machine that woke me. A man was sitting in an uncomfortable-looking chair, and I was surprised and a bit confused to see him here. Eric, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be with Zayden? I asked, and the beeping machine sped up. Eric quickly rushed to me. Thank God, Luna, that you are doing well now, he whispered, looking at me. I narrowed my eyes, wondering why he said so, until I recalled the last thing which I had heard. Where is Zayden? I groaned as I tried to sit up. I observed Eric avoiding my gaze. My heart dropped to my toe, and once again that stupid machine started beeping wildly in response. I am asking something, Eric. Let the doctor look over you, and I will take you to him, he replied, still avoiding my gaze. What are you hiding, Eric? I have linked the doctor. She will be here anytime soon. That's the response I received to my question. I knew that I was stupid, but I was not that stupid to understand the simple thing. He was hiding something from me. Something was wrong that I knew for sure. Zayden would have been here if he was okay, and the fact that Eric didn't tell me where he was had made me more worried than I already was. Tears started welling in my eyes. The last thing Zayden and I did was fight. I accused him of marking me without my consent. I also told him that I hate him, which I don't. A few more tears rolled down my cheek. Luna, Beta, a woman with golden hair and a white coat, entered the room, bowing her head slightly before approaching me. How are you feeling now, Luna? Any pain or nausea? I shook my head in response to her question. She asked a few more questions and checked my vitals before speaking. Everything looks good, Beta. She fell unconscious because of the mate bond effects, but I will suggest her to take rest by observing the current situations. Eric nodded understandingly, but I was confused. What does she mean by I fell unconscious because of the mate bond effects? I wondered, but didn't ask Eric, knowing he wouldn't answer me anyway. I wish it was under different circumstances, but nonetheless, it was a pleasure to meet you, Luna. The doctor bowed her head to me and then left quickly. Where is Zayden, Eric? I asked, controlling my anger. I will take you near him. He answered this time and helped me to stand from the bed. He then let go once I could hold my own weight. Alpha might have told you that Luna is equal to Alpha in every way? He asked out of nowhere. I nodded my head in response because yes, Zayden had told me about it. But I always felt that this sentence applies when Luna is also a werewolf. How could a human Luna be equal to Alpha? Eric stopped outside a door and his hand hesitated at the doorknob. The doctors are trying their best and I am positive that soon he will be all right and will keep ordering me around. He said to enlighten the mood, but trust me, it didn't work out, not even a bit. Zayden's dirty way to enlighten the situation was great. I had never admitted this before, but I had started liking this pervert's nature and dirty jokes. Everything looked like it moved in slow motion. The door swung open, and my eyes landed on the still figure on the bed. My breath hitched as I looked over him. I quickly reached near him and saw this was not the Zayden I knew. This Zayden was pale, with dark circles under his eyes. His lips were a light shade of blue, as if he was poisoned. I could see bruises on his chest and face. I ran my fingers in his messy black hair and lightly down to his cheeks. What happened to him exactly? The doctors have found poison in his body which has blocked his wolf, and without his wolf, the healing process of the Alpha has slowed down. Dominic, I whispered his wolf name. Don't worry, Luna. The doctors think this is temporary. But the question is, who fed poison to Alpha? He asked, more like a question to himself. I didn't pay attention to his question, just kept staring at this lifeless Zayden. I know this incident came in front of you all of the sudden, but it's the time when you have to take your responsibility as Luna. I immediately looked at Eric as if he had grown 3 heads, or what. When the Alpha is away or busy, the Beta takes over. However, that's the case only if there is no Luna in the pack. But since Alpha has already marked you, you have to take the responsibility in your hand. He got to be kidding me? Me? A human taking responsibilities of the pack? My eyes widened at that thought. I looked at Zayden, trying to find the best way to say no. Okay, I agree that being his mate might have made me Luna, but that doesn't change the fact that I am a human. I can't lead the pack of wolves or werewolves, to be specific. I know what you might have been thinking, but I just want you to know that Alpha always believed in you, that you will be the best Luna for his pack. Do you really think that this thought wouldn't have crossed his mind? Eric asked. I kept staring at Zayden. I knew he trusted me and wanted just me by his side as his Luna, even after knowing that I was nothing but just a weak, fragile human. My heart swelled at that thought. Okay, but I can't do it without your help, I said, and a soft smile appeared on Eric's lips. Can I run from this situation? Maybe not. This is part of my life now, I said to myself, though I was feeling hell scared right now. I will ask Allison to arrange a Luna ceremony, so we can introduce you to the whole pack, he said before leaving the room. I looked at Zayden and recalled how he used to say about introducing me to the pack members. I used to feel scared even at that time with the thought of facing thousands of wolves. Why are you feeling scared? I will be standing by your side, sweetheart. That used to be his words, but now I would have to face everyone all alone. Please get better as soon as possible. I need you, I said and kissed his cheek gently. I promise. I will never fight with you, I whispered and kept looking at him. Grace, I heard a knock at the door. Come in, ally. She came inside and looked at me and then her brother and then spoke. Eric has called for the meeting. The pack will gather in an hour. You should get ready. Ally. Tears started welling in my eyes. She reached near me and gave a weak smile. He is a fighter. Don't worry about him, but as for now, you will have to act strong. I nodded, wondering whether it was possible for me, as we walked out of the room with one final glance at Zayden's still figure. I promised to make this day as your biggest nightmare, Grace. Now, let me see who will be savior. Sarah thought after observing everything which was happening around. TBC, Grace's POV. My brother would have fallen in love with you again if he would have seen you in this dress. Allison commented, making me look in the mirror again. I didn't know whether he would have fallen in love with me again or not, but I was sure of one thing, that he would have said, "You look beautiful, sweetheart." Apparently, it was the custom that Luna should wear a white dress when introduced to the pack. I had no idea from where I would have arranged a white dress until Allison gave a white dress that belonged to Zayden's mother, or says her mother. To be honest, it was her wedding gown, but it was beautiful nonetheless. Just like the previous time, she did my makeup with light natural colors and tied my hair into an elegant messy bun. Only the difference was I knew that no one was there to open my hair today. "It's time," Allison said, and I nodded absently. "Do you know you're the first Luna in a long time to be human?" she stated casually, but I wish I could tell her that she was not at all helping me by sharing all these things. She was making me more nervous than I already was. I couldn't fight the nerves from bubbling in my stomach. I wished Zayden was here. I didn't have the courage to meet the entire pack as Zayden's mate and Luna without him. What if they don't like me? What if they think that the pack will be weaker with human Luna? What if they want to replace me? No, I am thinking too much. I kept thinking unnecessary things until I heard Allison's words. "It's not wise to show your emotions," she said. "Sorry, I can't help it. Everything seems incomplete without him." "I know, but the pack needs to know that Luna is here for them." She kept a reassuring hand on my shoulder and offered me a small smile. I tried to smile back, but I think it was a forced one. The pack needed their alpha just like I needed Zayden. "Now, hurry up. We really shouldn't get ready while meeting everyone." My eyes widened at her words, and I took a few deep breaths. She gave me one more encouraging smile before opening the door for me. "You will do good. Just be confident. Zayden trusts you. Everything will be okay." I kept saying those words to be me again and again. With every step, my heartbeat increased a little faster, and by the time the door opened to the ground floor, I felt like my heart would take flight. I could hear a lot of murmuring and whispering voices. What happened to the alpha? Are the vampires going to attack again? What are we going to do? Question after question was being raised by them for their answer. That's when Eric's voice yelled for the silence. "As the pack's beta, I expect from you all to keep silent for a while. I know a lot of things you want to ask and a lot of things you want to confirm. That's why I have called up this meeting to inform you of what is going on," he said, and I could see everyone was listening to him peacefully. "The Alpha was injured during the recent attack while protecting some of our warriors, but thankfully he is doing well now." The pack erupted in gasps, and after a while they again started murmuring and whispering. "Silence," his voice boomed, and instantly all the noise stopped. "There is no need to panic. We might not have our Alpha for a while, but still, we have our Luna here for us. Luna, can you please come out in the light in front of everyone?" he asked. I had never walked on the stage, but trust me, the distance from the place where I was standing before till the place where Eric was standing made me feel like a stage, and I was doing a ramp walk. I just hoped not to trip. My jaw dropped slightly at the number of eyes that were staring at me in confusion. Obviously, they would, because most of them had never seen me before. Eric forwarded his hand for support and offered me a smile. All the wolves and humans kept staring at me, some with curiosity and some with their wide eyes. Everyone started whispering again, but I couldn't decipher what they were talking about for a while until I heard some conversations which were loud and clear. "So, it's true. She is really his mate now. That is the Alpha's mark. She smells like Alpha." But she is a human. So what? Alpha always believed that everyone can change their fate on their own. I waited for a while for their reaction until I heard the loud cheer erupted from the audience. Those who were in their wolf form started howling, while those who were in human form started congratulating me. Eric smiled happily at me and the pack. My eyes glided over all the faces. Every single one had a huge smile, and they were clapping excitedly. He might be a bad guy in the human world, but it seems like he is a great alpha, I thought. Silence! Silence, everyone! Eric yelled. He was desperately trying to gain the attention of the crowd by yelling and waving his arms around, but it was of no use. Everyone's eyes were on me. Luna, I don't think they will listen to me. Please ask them to keep quiet, Eric said, making me shocked. Why will they hear me? I mean, they just came to know about me a moment before. And won't it look rude if I start bossing around just after Eric announced me as their Luna? I thought, but nodded. I should at least try. Can you please keep quiet? I requested in a low tone instead of ordering them. Surprisingly, I was taken back when there was a pin-drop silence after a few moments. I guess all credit goes to werewolf hearing power. Thank you for coming out here today at such short notice. You may all go back to your lives while Luna gets back to her mate, Eric said, to which I saw them nodding at him in an understanding way. I want to share something with everyone before you leave. A voice boomed out of nowhere, and I turned around, following the direction of the voice. I saw Sarah standing there, glaring at me. What does she want to share? I thought, but didn't say it out loud. I saw her approaching me like a model. I was sure there was plenty of space over there. Still, she chose to hit me with her shoulder and stood right in front of me. Hello, everyone. A few of you might know me, and those are wondering, who am I? Let me introduce myself. I am Sarah Collin, fated mate of your alpha. Everyone started whispering again. You might have heard what Beta Eric just said after your alpha's condition, but he didn't give you the complete details of his condition. I furrowed my eyebrow when she said this. Why should anyone have to give details of bad news to our loved ones? To make them more worried? The doctor has found poison in Zayden's body, which is blocking his wolf from healing him sooner, she said, and everyone gasped in shock. And do you know who gave him that poison? Because it was given to him by one of his close ones. The one on him he used to trust a lot. Who is that backstabber? We will kill him. Tell us. A lot of angry voices started rising one by one. Even I wanted to know who gave poison to Zayden. That person should really get punished for betraying their own alpha. That person is none other than your Luna. She finally replied after creating suspense of 2 to 3 minutes. What? Me? Yes, you. You baked a poisoned cake for him to take revenge on him. I. Oh, just shut up. Everyone there knew that you had baked 2 cakes out of which you made him eat the poisoned cake. Tears started welling in my eyes when she accused me of the things which I didn't do and couldn't have ever thought of doing. You always hated him from the bottom of your heart. That's why you took revenge in this way. I regressively shook my head. No, that's not true. Sarah, you are speaking utter nonsense. Eric hissed and came in between me and Sarah because it looked like she would have jumped on me any time sooner. Nonsense? She let out a dry laugh. Really? You also know that the doctor said that someone had poisoned Zayden's food because of which his wolf has been temporarily blocked, and she pointed her finger toward him. And she has every reason to do so because Zayden had forcefully married her and kept her away from her so-called lover, and her family is full of vampires who hate the existence of the werewolf community. I kept shading tears and shaking my head, but no words came out of my mouth in my defense. So, better to kill her and end her chapter here. Yes, kill her, I heard a few voices. TTBC, Grace's POV. Who said that? Allison's voice boomed this time. Those who wants Grace as dead can come up front, she added, and a few of the wolves and men came out of the crowd. Before she could have said anything, out of nowhere I saw a man keeping his hand on Allison's waist and bringing her close. The color of Sarah's face and many of the people fell down. Eliza and Theo, kill them, Eric ordered. Eric, please no, I quickly replied. Alas, I didn't want him to kill anyone because of me. Disrespecting you means disrespecting Alpha, and I should not be deserving this position if I will let that happen," he said, and then looked at Sarah. "You will be staying in the dungeon until Alpha's all good." "What?" Sarah shouted, but she was too late to observe that two men had already been standing behind her. "Eric," she shouted again, "have you lost your mind? Zayden needs to be kept safe from her, not me." She kept repeating it again and again until her voice became inaudible. "Thank God she left. She's so loud. I thought blood will start coming from my ears anytime soon." The man holding Allison's waist said, "I had seen him somewhere. But where?" Oh yes, he was the same man from the club who was about to kiss Allison on the dance floor. But what was he doing here? "Hello, Alpha Craig," Eric said, bowing his head a little, on which he hummed in response. "Oh, so he is Alpha Craig Potter." I remember Allison was going to meet him for the first time on Zayden's birthday night. Does she know who he actually is on that night? I thought, but didn't ask it at that moment. I wish we would have met in other circumstances, Luna Grace. Finally, he spoke and looked at me. I didn't know why I started comparing him and Zayden. Or maybe because they both were alphas. He had worn a gray three-piece suit, which was something which Zayden had never worn. He was a bit taller and more muscular than Zayden, but Zayden was fairer than him and looked cute. "Welcome to our pack, Alpha Craig," I said, giving him a weak smile. I just hoped I had said the right words because I remembered pack members saying the same when I had arrived here. "Grace, let's go inside," Allison said. I weakly walked inside. All the confidence and the mantras which I kept chanting in my mind to stay strong left from my body after the recent incident. I don't know whether you know about it or not, but Alpha Zayden had given his words to get this wedding done as soon as possible. Alpha Craig said bluntly when we all settled down in Zayden's office. I didn't know what to say because I was totally clueless about it. I want the wedding to happen by the end of the next month. But Zayden, I know about his situation, and trust me, it will take him hardly 3 weeks to get back on his feet. He interrupted him in between. I might sound judgmental, but I found him rude, arrogant, and heartless. I am sorry, Alpha Craig, but I need some time to think before making any decision. I politely denied his idea of getting married as soon as possible. He stood up from the couch and straightened his suit before speaking. "Sure, I hope to see you soon, Luna Grace. And just sharing a little piece of advice. Be kind and generous, but don't let your kindness be your weakness," he said and turned his gaze toward Allison. "Take care of yourself, Miss Staunton." "You too," Allison whispered, smiling ear to ear for no reason. Once Alpha Craig left, Eric followed him, and I raised my eyebrow looking at Allison. "It's not like that," she started explaining. It looked like she already knew what I was thinking. I literally didn't know that the guy in the club was Alpha Craig. I felt so embarrassed of myself when I figured it out on our first meeting, she muttered, shaking her head. "I found him a bit rude," I said genuinely. "I guess that is the problem of all the alphas. Have you ever seen how rude my brother behaves with others?" she asked, defending him, and immediately the smile which was on my lips until a moment back fell. Her brother, Zayden. When would he wake up? TBC. Grace's POV. My fingers gently combed through Zayden's hair as I stared at him. The doctor had assured me that he was heavily medicated, so he shouldn't be in pain, but I was still waiting for him to wake up. I was thankful for Alpha Craig for increasing the protection on our borders for the safety of the pack and its members. "Please wake up," I whispered for what seemed like the millionth time in the last 3 weeks. I heard the soft knock at the door, and Allison's head appeared before I nodded for her to enter. "You need to take a rest, Grace," she said, the moment she saw me sitting beside Zayden. "Don't worry about me. I am good." "No, you aren't." I sighed and looked anywhere but her. "You can't blame me for that, ally. I don't like sleeping these days. Even the medicines for flu and fever are not helping. It's been approximately 18 days since I fell sick. And trust me, something was definitely wrong with me. I feel like something is happening to me. You should consult the doctors instead of having medicines on your own," she suggested, to which I nodded, then averted my gaze back to Zayden. "What if he doesn't wake up?" My voice was low, and I didn't look away from Zayden. He is strong. That was her short reply. It did comfort me a little. She didn't say that Zayden would be fine. She didn't offer any kind of hope. Just that he was strong. But even the strongest could eventually fall. I hate to pull you away, but since you are awake, we should start what we had started. I took a deep breath, knowing that it's my training time. It all started after Zayden fell into a deep sleep. I had barely reached the door. That's when a man reached near Allison, whom I recognized as Alpha Craig's beta. Luna Allison, Alpha have asked to stay inside with Luna Grace and Alpha Zayden, he said, before bowing his head in front of her and then me. But why? She asked instead of me. I saw the elders and the kids coming inside the pack house in a hurry, and the expression on their faces didn't go unnoticed by me. There is an attack on us again, I stated instead of asking. When I saw him nodding his head, my eyes widened, remembering the last attack, the one because of which Zayden was still in bed. Alpha Craig, Eric and the others, they're fighting? Yes, I am here to guard the pack house and you both along with Alpha Zayden. It seems like Alpha Zayden has a lot of enemies. As soon as he said the words, banging from the front door caused everyone to jump. Thank you, Evan. But you don't have to protect me. I can take care of myself, but they won't. So, I will be protecting everyone with you. But Alpha strictly ordered that. I don't give a damn about that. I can't sit here like a coward and let other people die. This is my brother's pack, and I have a few responsibilities toward it, Allison said in a serious tone just like Zayden, leaving no scope of the argument. Allison and Evan looked at each other and then proceeded to the door with caution. The banging was in rhythm, meaning someone was trying to break down the doors. I followed behind Grace, glancing at the pack members who gathered around the children as they cried out in fear. Growls on the other side of the door responded to the children crying. Allison cursed under her breath before turning around to grip my shoulders. I need you to open the door when I give you the go. Do you understand? I violently shook my head, not wanting that thing in here with all these people. My heart raced at the thought of having another encounter with vampires or Rouge's wolves. The memories of the previous time were still fresh in my mind that they shoved fear down my throat. I can't. I spoke barely above a whisper. Allison shook my shoulder, meeting my eyes. You have to, or someone is going to hurt or worse. I stared Allison in the eyes, worried deep in them but not fear. I envied her at that moment, to have this brave face she had around her. Taking a deep breath, I looked back to the living room knowing I have to do this. Okay, I gasped in shock at my reply. Evan wasted no time to crunch in front of me. He stretched his body out like the crack of bones filling the air. I thought I had seen it all, that nothing could surprise me anymore, but seeing Evan in pain, as his bones broke and shifted underneath his skin, sent me into a frenzy. I shifted my gaze to Allison. She was replaced by a four-legged beast in gray fur. She stood near height as her tongue licked her snout. The growling from outside intensified, and it grabbed her attention, along with Evan's. Giving me one look, they stood ready at the door. Swallowing down my fear, I came in contact with the doorknob, jumping back as the door banged once more. The gray and brown werewolves behind growls, and I used it as an encouragement to get a grip. Opening the door, both Allison and Evan charged at a few silver-colored wolves, tackling it to the ground. My full attention was on Allison and was praying for her victory. She and her opponent started rolling, trying to pin the other, but in the end, Allison ended up on the top, growling at the beast below her. The rogue under her growled, snapping its jaw at her, hoping to latch onto something, but Allison put the creature to silence as her mouth clamped down on its throat. I closed my eyes at the last scene of blood, though the sound alone would leave me staying awake at night. Reopening them, Allison stood on all fours, ears up back as she growled, daring someone to challenge her. Slowly, I walked out of the pack house, glancing back at the others to check if they were okay. Some silently nodded at me, answering my questions without speaking. Just as I looked back to Allison, my eyes widened at the sight of the pack of 3 wolves staging directly at me. The look in their eyes, the recognition told me that they were here for me, attacking everyone for me. Allison wasted no time jumping in their line of sight. Those wolves growled in threat, before surrounding her. I looked for Evan. He was already fighting with other wolves. Though she was outnumbered, Allison stood her ground without any hesitation. My heart pounded in my ear at the thought of her getting injured or dying to protect me. I had to do something to help her. I watched in horror as the three of them attacked her at the same time. She yelped in pain as one of them bit into her legs, blood splattering onto the ground. I felt completely helpless. I didn't know how to help Allison. I had absolutely no idea. I looked around me frantically, searching for some sort of object that could possibly help her. My eyes rested on a silver knife that was stabbed in one of the dead person's bodies. I knew what I had to do, even though I hated doing that. I closed my eyes and asked for forgiveness from the Lord, and then quickly pulled the knife from that person's dead body. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to calm my racing heart. If I wanted to save Allison, who no doubt was fighting to protect me, I needed to be thinking clearly. I swallowed down the fear and panic and tried to focus on the scene in front of me. The other wolves were no doubt winning the fight, which was expected since it was 3 against 1. I needed to choose one of them to attack with all the strength that I had. It would at least help to have one less wolf attacking Allison. I zeroed in the wolf who was closest to me, with its back turned so he wouldn't see me coming from behind. Not giving myself time to back out, I got up on my feet and jumped onto the wolf, grabbing onto his fur and stabbing the knife into its side. The wolf howled in pain, trying to shake me off. I held his coat tightly and dug the knife even deeper, promising myself not to let go until he released Allison from his deadly grip. Another wolf grabbed my hair with its teeth and flung me to the side, my forehead hitting against a tree. I winced and cried in pain, feeling the blood trickle down my face. A loud howl ripped through the air, shaking all the trees around us with its power. I knew that howl. I knew the power. I knew that wolf. I smiled, looking at those wolves, knowing that they would be killed soon. I let the darkness consume me, knowing that now nothing would happen to anyone, because he was awakened now. TBC, Zayden's POV. Luna is in danger. I didn't know who said that, but I heard it. Alpha, please do something, or Luna Grace might die at the end. Someone sobbed near me. Grace, my sweetheart. Fear quickly engulfed me, swallowing me whole. My heart hammed loudly against my chest as my brain tried to catch up with the emotions attacking me all at once after the news which I just heard. I tried to open my eyes but was failing miserably. Dominic, I cried for his help. I couldn't feel anything related to my mate because my wolf was still in his deep sleep, but the fact that Grace was in danger was forcing me to open my eyes. I had to save her. I had to keep her protected. Dominic. You mutt. Wake up, otherwise we will lose Grace, just like we lost Jennifer. I cried, feeling desperate to protect Grace. And finally, I opened my eyes. The scene in front of me was a bloody mess. After my wolf killed the leader of the rogues, all the other werewolves ran away. Dominic was full of rage. I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to, not that I did. As soon as we had witnessed Grace being thrown into the air, we had both snapped, and so he didn't stop until they were all brutally killed. They had hurt my sweetheart, my Grace. Their death was too easy for the pain they had inflicted upon her. In one swift motion, I placed on the shorts which Theo had brought for me and hurried to her side. She was lying motionless on the ground, her bloody hair covering her face, and I gently reached over and pushed it back. There was blood all over her face. I felt the anger resurfaced at the sight of her and controlled the urge to howl in anger and frustration. I gently picked her up into my arms, holding her close to my chest. I am sorry, brother, Allison apologized, bowing her head in guilt. I couldn't protect her. While I wanted to be angry at her and blame her for not protecting Grace, I knew I couldn't. Besides the fact that she was outnumbered, the truth remained that I was the one to be blamed. Dominic nodded in agreement. He blamed us for what happened and was just pissed on ourselves. You tried your best, Allison, I said to make her feel good. At the same time, Alpha Craig arrived there and looked angry by observing the injuries of Allison. She was badly injured with bite marks all over her body. Looking at her, I could see she was struggling to stand, but I was less worried for her because she was a werewolf and would heal at an abnormal rate. I saw Alpha Craig, picking her in his arms. Others might call him heartless, but I could see the concern in his eyes for Allison. Evan, he roared in anger when Allison was finally in his arms. Yes, yes, Alpha! His beta approached near him in fear. I had asked you to keep your Luna safe. Then how the hell she gets so many injuries? He demanded in anger. This all happened because of that human. Evan replied in a disapproving tone. My gaze darkened. This was not the time for him to be testing my patience. I knew that Alpha Craig was going to lose his beta for insulting my sweetheart, but before I could have said anything, Allison beat me. And I was grateful that she did, since I was more than ready to rip his throat apart with the burning rage inside me. The human, as you call her, she snapped, is the Luna of this pack, and as much as I risked my life to protect her, she did the same to save mine. She had never harmed any insect, but today she tried to fight with wolves that were attacking me, even after knowing that she was no match in front of them. Instead of timid and weak compared to a wolf, she bravely latched onto one of them and stabbed him, not letting go until she was forced to be thrown in the air by another. Dare you to disrespect her again, and I swear I will kick you out of the pack because very soon I am going to be Luna of your pack. My chest swelled with pride at her words. I cradled her closer to my chest as I watched the amazed gazes of my pack members, as well as Alpha Craig's pack warriors who had assembled around us at Allison's word. I knew that my pack members would love and adore Grace because of her kind behavior, but now I could feel each of their respect for her grow. Allison was well loved by my entire pack, and now she was going to be the Luna of another pack, so the fact that Grace risked her own life to save her was a big deal. It's good to see Alpha, Eric said. The doctor is already here, he added, to which I hummed in response. I placed Grace on my bed and noticed something which widened my eyes. Are you thinking the same thing? Dominic said, observing the mark on Grace's neck. Yes, it should have healed by now, but it is still fresh. It means only one thing, Zayden. Shit, TBC. Allison's POV. You should start taking care of yourself. You are going to be my Luna, Alpha Craig said, making me sit on my bed. Okay, Alpha Craig, I muttered, controlling myself to answer him back. As long as I belong to this pack, I have a few responsibilities toward it as well. I saw him leaving my room. I sighed, and that's when I realized that I had held my breath. I jumped a little when I heard his voice again. By the way, you fought amazingly, Miss Staunton. I turned my head toward him and found him standing near the door. I opened my mouth to thank him, but this time he had really left the room for real. My brother is romantic, at least for Grace, but I wonder whether he will ever be that romantic? I thought, and immediately I recalled Grace's situation. I was almost healed now, healed enough to walk without anyone's support. I left my room and walked toward my brother's room to check Grace. I gave a small smile to the doctor whom I found on my way to her room. How is she doing now? I asked the moment I entered the room. Fever. There came a short reply from my brother, who looked worried for his mate. I should have known, I muttered, knowing how she used to feel nausea, headache, and flu from the past 2 weeks. I softly touched her forehead, and that's when I realized how warm she was to the touch. She was burning up. Panic overtakes me for being careless and not taking care of her properly these days. But I don't think this is just fever, bro. Something is definitely wrong with her. I think we should take her to the human doctor. He just gave a nod but didn't say anything. It seemed like he already had an idea what was happening to her. Alpha, I am sorry, but your presence is required, Eric said, knocking on the door. Of course, his presence would be required after this attack. My brother looked reluctant to leave Grace at all. That's when his eyes landed on me. Don't worry. I will take care of her and will not leave her side. A few hours later, Grace groaned as her green eyes opened slightly to look at me. Her eyebrows scrunched together as another groan left her lips. Grace, you okay? I don't feel well, ally. I could tell by her voice that she was not faking. Not that I thought she was. You couldn't fake the pale color that her skin has become. She had a head injury, and then this fever. Everything was making her weak. You're running a fever. I don't know why the doctor has not suggested the medicine yet. Still, have some soup before you sleep again." She didn't say anything, but I saw him looking around the room. I knew whom her eyes were searching. Before I knew anything, the door was opened harshly. Without turning back, I knew who that person could be, because for 3 reasons. First, thanks to my smelling power. Second, not everyone can walk into the alpha room as if he or she owned it. And 3, how Grace's eyes twinkled after looking at the person. I would have laughed at them if the situation would have been a bit different. They were looking at each other as if they were the only ones in the room. "Sweetheart," Zayden breathed, looking at Grace without even blinking his eyes. Tears started welling in Grace's eyes as usual. This. She was such a crybaby, but then I should not interrupt their moment. Zayden walked fast and sat beside her, only to wipe her tears, which were already rolled from her eyes. He hugged her in his arms, and I looked away, trying to count the number of birds in the sky. "Don't you dare to sleep like a sleepy beauty ever again." Her voice was muffled by his shoulder. "I was so scared with the thought of losing you," she sobbed. "Are you trying to say that you were missing me?" My brother joked, which was quite surprising, but I guess he was totally a different person near Grace. In return, he received a slap from Grace on his chest. "Yes, I did," she replied bluntly. "I missed you, but why do you care about that? You were enjoying your beauty sleep, weren't you?" I was looking at the couple from the corner of my eyes, and looking at my brother's expression, I can say that he didn't expect this reply from Grace. This time, I left their room, giving them some privacy. All I could do was pray for her good health. "Her fever just won't break," I said after wiping Grace's forehead with a wet cloth. "It has been more than 12 hours and nothing was working on her, not even medicine." Fear had taken root in my mind, playing all the worst consequences that I could think of. "Do you think we should take her to the hospital?" I asked, on which Zayden shook his head in negative. I could see the worry lines on his forehead. He was just panicking about her as I was, or say, move I was. It was just that he was better at hiding it. "Is there something you are hiding from, bro?" I asked him as he was abnormally silent. I was not sure, but his expression had something to do with Grace's health. "She will be fine," he said, instead of answering my question. I sighed, knowing my brother wouldn't tell me the truth until it's the right time. Wolves didn't get sick like humans. That's also one of the reasons why we werewolves consider humans as weaklings. "Why don't you give her a cool bath to calm down her temperature?" he asked. "Why will I do that? You are her husband. Of course you can give bath to your wife," I stated as a matter of fact. But when I saw him glaring at me, I quickly changed my words. "Sure, I will do that." Seems like they were not that close yet. And I didn't want Grace to kill my brother once she gets better for doing something like that without her permission. I returned to my room once Grace fell asleep. It was already 11 p.m. I was just hoping for an improvement in her in the morning, otherwise she would need to shift to the hospital. I jolted awake because of the sound of blood-curdling screams like a banshee. "Grace, damn it! What happened to her?" I thought, and ran toward Alpha's room. "Brother," I banged on his door. "Open the door." I banged again. I could see Theo rushing near me to enter his room. Before I would have knocked again, Zayden opened the door, and I saw Grace in the crawling position near the window. "Grace?" "Grrr," she growled. "Wait, what? Did she just growl?" My eyes widened at that thought. Before I could have asked something from Zayden, I saw Grace doing something which I had never dreamt of. "Moon goddess, she is shifting," Eric said. "Mother, you are so powerful," a boy exclaimed in happiness and praised his mother's strength. "I know that, young man," his mother winked at him. "Your mother is so powerful that she knows that you are not here just to praise your mother's strength. Tell me, what's in your head?" she said and pinched his chubby cheeks. "I was just wondering, do I have any powers just like you?" he asked innocently. "No, young man." Then what is the benefit of being the son of the moon goddess?" he asked again, knowing his mother was the creator of his world. "I might have created this world and everyone prays to me for that, but you will be the one who will create people who will stay in this world." "I didn't get you, Mother." "Dominic, you are born with the blessing to convert anyone into werewolf just by biting them. You mean no other werewolf can do that? No. One can be a werewolf only if either or both of their parents will be werewolf or bitten by you. Since the number of werewolves are less, you are allowed to increase it, but you are not allowed to use your powers unnecessarily. And what will happen if I use my power unnecessarily? There will be consequences. I opened my eyes and saw Grace sleeping peacefully, but I knew this was not for long. After all, today was full moon night. She would shift for the first time. I am sorry, she had go through so much pain because of me, Dominic muttered. It's fine. You didn't do it purposely. I replied, and that's when I heard her groaning in pain. It's the time, TBC. Grace's POV. Pain. All I could feel was pain, all over my body. I had heard from people that the greatest pain of a woman's life was to deliver a baby. Well, I had never been pregnant before, but I was sure this pain was much more than for sure. I didn't know what was happening to me. I wish I could say it was mind-numbing, but my mind was all aware. This pain made me feel like my skin was being peeled off slowly as I was set on the fire. My body began to shake uncontrollably, and the sound of my own scream filled in the room. I tried to stop shaking and control the pain, but it only got worse. I had no idea what was happening to me. I just want Zayden to be by my side and stop the pain which I was going through. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The pressure inside my chest was too much to take. I tried to reach the window. I didn't know what happened next, but I smelled the smell of fresh woods. I feel the cold ground under me. I stared at the moon and heard the sound of bone breaking. I howled loudly and saw my hands turning into the paw. Wait, did I just howl and see my hand turning into a paw? Tears streamed down my face as I rolled in pain. Looking at my hands, my fingernails grew into black claws as golden hairs grew from my skin. My breathing came outshot and fast as my visions blurred. My body started morphing into something unknown. I laid on the grass with my eyes closed, panting for air. My heart was racing and I could hear it echo all around me. Strange, I could even listen to the sound of someone's breathing. "Sweetheart?" Zayden called me and I looked around to find him, standing at some distance. "No, brother," Allison shouted and held his arm as if she was trying to keep him away from me. "But why?" "I am fine now. The pain is gone." I wanted to say to Zayden that I am okay, but I was not able to speak. I looked around to see who all were there. I observed that everything around me was damn so clear as if I was watching something in HD quality video. Not only that, but I could also see the small insects flying in the sky. I am fine now. I wanted to say, but again I couldn't. Please don't tell me that I got better eyesight in exchange for being dumb. Did something happen to me? I looked toward Zayden again. He might have answers to my questions. I must have been zoned out because I was no longer in my room, but in the backyard. I saw Eric and Theo beside me, and they were standing in a defensive position. "Leave us alone," Zayden ordered. But Eric tried to say something, but one glare from Zayden made him shut his mouth. I saw them leaving hesitantly from there. Finally, this time, Zayden walked toward me and caressed my face. "You look beautiful, sweetheart." This man, he gives me the compliment of looking beautiful even at the mid of the night. I blushed at that thought and looked at the ground. That's when I saw my golden paws. Paw? I glanced down again and reconfirmed whether I really had paws. I wanted to gasp, to scream, but I couldn't do anything. "Let me explain, sweetheart." "Explain what?" I wanted to ask, but I couldn't. But this time I could understand why I couldn't. So many questions were going on in my mind. Why do I have paws like some animal? Well, not just some animal. I was sure I was a wolf. I knew what I had to do next. My ear perked at the sound of running water, and the next thing I knew was, I was running. "Grace, stop." I heard Zayden calling my name, but I just ran away from there. I couldn't believe my speed. Growls filled in the air as I skidded to a stop. The fur on my neck rose, and I could feel eyes on me from all the angles. My own growls filled the air, warning whoever was there to leave me alone, but they returned my growl with a few more. This wasn't good. If I were in my human form, then I would have been trembling in fear and crying like a coward, but in this wolf, I just stayed still. A part of me was thinking that I should turn back into a human so that I could talk, but then I had no idea how to do that. Moreover, I remembered when the werewolves turned back into humans. They are butt naked, and trust me, I was in no mood to be in that position in front of so many wolves. I didn't know how to defend myself at all. I could see them now, slowly stepping towards me. The circle around me was getting smaller and smaller, and I didn't know where it faced. I didn't see a way of this, and I was analyzing it in my head. Out of nowhere, a large and big black wolf jumped in front of me. It didn't take long to understand that the wolf was no one else except Zayden. He growled at them loudly, and those wolves started moving away. "Sweetheart, you should listen to me when I ask you to stop." I was startled when I heard his voice in my mind. He sounded mad and angry. I didn't know how to answer back. I knew he was going to scold me. "I can hear you and trust me. I won't scold you. It was just that you could have got hurt," he said calmly. "This is someone else's pack. You just can't enter into it without taking permission of the pack's alpha, otherwise the warriors on the patrol might hurt you." Now I understood his reason for being mad at me. "Now follow me. I know where you want to go," he said. Of course you would know. After all, you knew everything about me. We started running together. He kept checking on me from time to time to see if I was following him or not. I must say he was too fast. My paws thud against the ground as I run through the trees. But my heart was not really in following him blindly. I was so enchanted by the new colors and the animals. I could see each and everything crystal clear. We finally stopped near a lake. I took small steps toward it and saw my reflection, which I wanted to see for a long time. I saw a beautiful golden wolf with green eyes looking at me. I turned my head toward Zayden. He was in his human form, wearing boxers, staring at me intently. "That's you," he said, which I was thinking. "I know a lot of questions are going in your mind, so why not start with how to get back in your human form?" I quickly shook my head and glared at him. "Oh, no, that was not what I was thinking. I knew you would need clothes. That's why I had already asked Eric to keep something for you at the lakeside." He explained and showed me a shirt and shorts which I think belonged to Allison. I sighed in relief until I heard. "Well, I wouldn't mind seeing all naked," he joked, but stopped laughing when he saw my glare. "Okay, no more jokes. Right now, all you have to do is crouch down and picture yourself in human form, from head to toe." He explained and turned his head in another direction. I knew he wouldn't turn around without my permission. I trust him. I adjusted my position and lowered my body to the ground and imagined my human form. I couldn't help but cry in pain when my bones started cracking again. "You okay, sweetheart?" he asked worriedly. I am okay," I said, and finally found my voice, which I had lost. "Worn your clothes?" he asked again without turning back. I didn't answer him for a while. "Yes." He quickly rushed to my side. I tried to wipe my tears, which were still on my cheeks because of the pain in morphing back to human form. "I got you," he said, scooping me up in his arms. I felt a jolt of electricity pass through me when he touched me again. I looked at him surprised. "I think I have to explain a lot of things to you," he murmured and kissed my forehead. TBC. Third person's POV. "Bro, can Sarah attend my wedding? She is my best friend," Allison pleaded. Not that she was not angry by Sarah's behavior, but she was her best friend, and she didn't want Sarah to miss such a great day of her life. But Zayden could have denied her request. Grace interrupted him. "Yes, anything that makes you happy," Grace said with a small smile on her face. She saw Zayden's narrowed eyes. It simply meant that he was not very happy with her words. "You had said that you will fulfill one of my wish, even though it means going against your decision," Grace pointed out, to which Zayden sighed. Grace forgave him for marking her, asking her without her permission, and for all those things that happened with her after that. She was not among those people who used to hold a grudge against anyone. Everything that happened with her till now was unexpected and beyond any normal human's thought. But she couldn't do anything about it, could she? She didn't want to spoil her marriage for the things which happened to happen one day, but with her consent. Anyways, in return, Zayden promised to fulfill any of her wishes which she would ask for him. "I can't believe that you used your wish for Sarah's freedom, who is enjoying her life in a dungeon for using ill-treated words for you," he muttered under his breath, clearly aware of the fact that Grace could hear him. Ignore him, Grace. Thank you. Thank you so much. Allison quickly hugged her and left from there. Grace observed the grumpy expression of Zayden and sat beside you to explain her reason for this decision. Did you see how happy Allison was? She asked to initiate the conversation. She sighed and placed her hand on his. A wave of spark rang in her body. She came to know about it from Zayden, that it was common between mates. Sarah doesn't deserve to spend all her life in a dungeon, Zayden. As if I care about her. Zayden, she gasped and slapped playfully at his chest. You should be this rude. I have some important work. We'll see at dinner, okay? Zayden asked before kissing his mate on her forehead. Grace nodded and kissed his cheek before he would have left. I can't believe that today is my second last day in this house, Allison said as they all were sitting in the dining room having supper. You can visit us anytime, Allie, Grace said and gave a sad smile. Sada, after Allison's marriage, you will be leaving this pack, he ordered. But why? Where will I go? I don't give a damn about that. You should have thought about that before insulting your Luna, he said as he finished his food and stood up to wash his hand. You should be thanking her for giving you the freedom which you don't deserve. When he was out of sight, Sarah faced Grace. Grace, can't you convince Zayden to let me stay in this pack? She asked with the intention to stay near him, even though hated to ask for help from Grace. She knew only Grace would be able to convince him. I don't think so, Sarah. I don't think he will listen to me and trust me. I don't want to face his anger, she said, controlling her emotions so that Sarah wouldn't get an idea of her lie. She came to know from Zayden that once she was determined to hide her expression, strangely even, he couldn't smell her emotions. Not to mention, he couldn't even smell her wolf. It seemed that her wolf was good at hiding. Please, Sarah begged. Grace started feeling bad when she saw Sarah pleading in front of her. But a part of her was happy that she wouldn't be staying near Zayden anymore. She was about to change her mind. That's when Allison interrupted in between. Sarah, it's high time that you should move on in your life and let others live peacefully, Allison said, to which Sarah sighed and closed the discussion. What more could she say? Grace was standing on the balcony, looking at the stars. She was surprised at how clear she could see them. What are you doing here alone? She heard the voice of her husband or mate. He hugged her from her back. Counting stars. Seriously? You know they are infinite, right? It will be so stupid to count them. Grace smiled, looking at him. Sometimes it's fun to do stupid things, but you won't understand that, she joked. Why won't I understand? If this so, then let's do this stupid thing together, he said and placed his hand on her shoulder. Minutes passed and they argued over the count. 1716, he stated. No, it's 1717. You haven't counted that small star near the big one, she argued back. I have counted that star as well, he defended himself. Sometimes you should accept your defeat, Zayden, she said on the verge of laughing. Okay, fine. Zayden accepted his defeat and started laughing at the stupid game he just played like a child. Alpha, we have a gift for you from Wyatt. Eric's voice rang in his mind. Now? Yes, Alpha. I'm coming. You have to go, right? Grace asked, even though she knew the answer. When he stopped laughing and zoned out for a while, she understood that someone might have mind-linked him. I will be back soon, he said, and jumped from the balcony. Grace realized the breath which she had held when she saw Zayden jumping from the balcony. Zayden immediately got the intuition that whatever gift that Wyatt had sent was going to ruin his mood for a while. He knew his brother's tactics. According to him, Wyatt was a psycho, and his choice of gift was the worst. Sometimes he used to send dead bodies of people or dead bodies of animals having no blood in them. What does he send this time? He asked once he reached Eric, who gave him a letter. Just a letter? He asked him and opened it. No, Alpha. This letter was attached to this box, Eric said, showing him a box. Observing the size, Zayden didn't feel like this time he had sent any dead bodies still. He started reading the letter first. Dear brother, oops, it went wrong. Dear bastard brother, long time no see. Well, don't get excited. I don't want to see you either. I am very upset with you. Why didn't you invite me to your dramatic wedding? I must say it was one hell of a wedding. I mean, isn't it spectacular to witness a wedding where the groom kidnapped the whole family of the bride and married her by keeping her family at gunpoint? Hats off to you, brother. You prove that you are crueler than our father. Oops, sorry. My father, not yours. This brings me to the question. Did you find out about your father? Zayden clenched his jaw in frustration and rage. He could imagine Wyatt laughing at him while he wrote that. He continued to read. By the way, I came to know that now your mate is also a werewolf. Impressive, isn't it? But do you know I figured out a few more things that were hidden from everyone until now? In the history of werewolves, only one werewolf was blessed with this power, who was the son of Moon Goddess. His mother had warned him to use this power carefully, but do you know what he did? He fell in love with a vampire girl and bit her. She would have become the first hybrid, but his father captured that vampire and killed her by burning her with the sunlight. And then in anger, that werewolf killed his own father, on which his mother cursed that in every life his mate will be killed, just like he killed her mate. Zayden had had enough. He was about to tear the paper when his eyes accidentally fell upon the next line. Do you know who that werewolf is in this life and that vampire girl? That's none other than you and your beautiful and sexy mate, Grace. Vampire's venom is poisonous to werewolves, as well as werewolf saliva is poisonous to vampire. Everyone knows that, but it won't work on Grace, because she was a vampire in her previous life and was chosen by an alpha. So, I was thinking of marking her mine and converting her first hybrid. Zayden tore the paper and threw it on the floor, not caring that it dirtied the floor. I have lost Jennifer. There is no way I'm going to lose Grace, Dominic said angrily. Hashtag TBC, third person's POV. Zayden then found a box that came with the letter and found one more letter in it. I knew you would destroy that letter. That's why I had placed another letter over here. Before you tear this letter as well, just remember that inside the box there is a gift for our sister. Give it to her at her wedding. And don't you dare not to give her, or else I swear I will torture your sweetheart a little more when I will get my hand on her. Lastly, bye, brother. I love you so much. Look how many I wrote. Just for you. I hope you like my gift. P.S. My gift on your birthday had sent your wolf into a deep sleep. I hope you will enjoy this gift as well. Please open it gently. It's delicate and a surprise for you. Zayden again tore the letter and threw it on the ground. He opened the box carelessly and was stunned as he looked inside it. Inside was a beautiful white wedding gown of the bride. It looked beautiful and lovely. It was the same size that Allison wore. Also, there was a torn page of some book. He picked it up without checking it and touched the beautiful work on the gown. But before he could have fallen for the beauty of the gown, he remembered the giver. He closed the box and threw it toward Eric. Throw it somewhere or burn it. I don't want it anywhere near my pack, he ordered, to which Eric nodded. He then opened the torn page of the book, and suddenly his body was numb. It was one of those memories which he had long forgotten. It was the worst day of his life. That was the day when he had lost his love. In his hand, there was a rough diagram of Jennifer, whose hands were tied in the large and big wood and stood lifeless there. Below the diagram, the author had written the punishment given to the culprit vampire for falling in love with a werewolf. All the patience and self-control that he had grown shattered at this moment. It was like he was back in his older days. With a frustrated growl, he tore that page again. Everyone near him stepped aside, wondering why Zayden's wolf was on the surface, because it was so unlike him. Burn all these things, and don't tell anyone about this. If anyone gets to know anything, remember, I will not hesitate to kill you. Dominic threatened Eric in a deeply dangerous voice, not caring about the fact he was Zayden's beta, as well as his friend. Zayden turned around and walked back to his house. But instead of getting to their room, he entered his office. He closed the door and slid down to the floor. He closed his eyes, but the only thing he saw was his previous life. Did you kiss that leech, Alicia? Dominic roared in anger, asking his mate, Alicia, whom he caught kissing a vampire. Relax, Dom. It's not what you just saw. She tried to explain and placed her hand on his arm, but he jerked his hand away, looking at her angrily. Alicia knew that Dominic was not easy to handle when he was angry. See, I can explain it, she said and paused for a while. Your father wanted some secret information from the vampire prince. That's why he asked me to pretend to be in love with him so that I can gather information from him. Dominic kept tapping his leg in frustration, but was letting Alicia say what she wanted to say so that he would have this conversation by saying the only sentence which was repeating in his mind again and again. Since that vampire prince was a bit suspicious about my loyalty toward him, that's why I had to kiss him to prove that I love him for real. She ended and approached Dominic, on which he pushed her away in anger. Do you really think that I will keep any relation with that woman who happened to born to love me and cherish me, but kissed someone else for some stupid information? He asked rudely. Dom, save it. I don't want to hear anything else from you. I, Dominic Myers, reject Alicia Rowling as my mate. What? No, I don't accept this rejection. Dominic, you know how much I love you. Please don't do this to me. Alicia sobbed and tried to touch Dominic again, but he pushed her away again, but this time with force. She fell to the ground before she could handle herself. My rejection is final, whether you accept it or not, he stated strictly. You can't break our bond. Well, I already have, and I will always in my every life with my memories or without my memories, he added before morphing into a werewolf and ran from there. He kept running furiously for God knows how long or for how many hours. He finally stopped himself when he realized that he was near a human village. All the incident was running in his mind, which happened earlier, until his ear perked at the sound of a few children. It's magic. Magic. Yes, definitely, I have never seen this incident before. Whichever fruits which we want to eat from the nearby trees are falling on their own, one of them said. Dominic looked around, and after searching those children for a while, he finally found them and looked around in the trees carefully to see the magic about which children were talking about. Within seconds, he saw the woman who was behind this magic. Vampire, a kind one. He had never seen any vampire playing with human children. Most of the vampires he had seen wanted to drink the blood of humans, unlike this woman who was the reason behind the smile of so many kids. Doesn't my father say that vampires are cruel in nature? He wondered. For the first time, his mind was not working properly. All he was wishing was that woman to turn toward him just for once, rather than jumping from one tree to another like a monkey. His breath hitched the moment he observed her beautiful and innocent face with a small smile on her face. The way her short black hair flipped because of the wind forced him to think about touching it. Son, where are you? Your mom is worried, he heard his father's voice in his mind. On the way, back of the pack house, he answered and closed the mind link. He again looked at the place where he had seen that kind vampire, but she was nowhere to be found. He cursed Unbreathed for losing her track because of the mind link, but swore to find her at any cost. TBC. Third person's POV. As soon as Grace saw Zayden enter the pack house, she followed him. She was stunned to realize that he was so lost in his anger that he didn't even notice her following him. When she heard his roaring sound, she already knew that he was not in a good mood. Moreover, she could feel what he was feeling. He was made and sad at the same time. She had remained silent all the while outside the closed door. She decided to give him privacy. It was evident to her that his mood had something to do with the recent incident. She slid down and sat on the floor with her back facing the door. She came up with all kinds of theories as to what must be the reason for her husband's sudden change in mood. Her thoughts were halted when she heard her husband's voice. Grace, go back to our room. She heard, but instead of leaving from there, she kept quiet and continued to sit there. She decided to stay there until he would open the door. I can still feel your presence outside the door, Grace. I will count till 3 if you will still not leave from here till then you will have to face my anger. 1, 2, 3. The door was wide open, and Grace was standing on the opposite side of the door with a concerned expression on her face, but the glare that she received from him made her move a step back. I am not in a good mood right now, so better go back to our room. I will talk to you tomorrow. He said deeply and was about to close the door when she quickly ducked and entered the room. Grace, I said leave. He shouted the last word, which made her shit scared. His golden eyes could kill someone with that expression. But she knew that he wouldn't hurt her, right? Grace? Before Zayden would have shouted at her again, she launched herself on him and kissed him on his lips. Zayden went numb for a second. Her kiss was like water thrown over fire. He couldn't believe that she kissed him. His earlier thoughts were washed away for a while, and all he could feel were her lips before he immediately responded, just what Grace wanted. She wanted to divert his mind so that his anger would meet, and it worked. Zayden kissed her like never before. He got lost in it and lifted her above the ground through her waist, still kissing her. He walked to the nearby table, which was much more like a single bed, and laid her on it and got over her. They never broke the kiss, and Grace let him do what he wanted. She just wanted him to calm down. That's it. But suddenly he stopped and got off her, only to lay beside her. He hugged her as if she was his life jacket. Zayden. She felt him dip his head on the crook of her neck. Can you tell me what's troubling you? She asked him softly. Silence. You won't answer me, right? She asked again, but got no response in return. Fine. How about I share one of my secrets with you, and you will share the fact which is troubling you, okay? From the past few weeks, I have been having the same dream again and again. In that dream, a woman was burned alive in the sunlight while her boyfriend kept begging in front of his father to leave her, but he didn't show any mercy. Later on, he killed his own father by chopping his head mercilessly. You might think it strange, but do you know what I keep seeing your face instead of that man's face? Grace muttered. Do you know what is the meaning of this dream, and why am I? She stopped speaking when heard him snore lightly. It was almost inaudible if her hearing power had not been improved a little. She confirmed that he had slept just like that. Grace sighed and kissed his cheek before taking a comfortable position and slept too. They didn't even care that the lights were not off. They just slept in each other's arms. Grace felt a tickling sensation on her forehead, which then traveled along the side of her head. She squirmed a little and was about to fall off the table when she felt herself being held back strongly. Immediately opening her eyes, she found Zayden chuckling at her. It was now that she realized where exactly she was, and the memories of last night came back to her. She looked at him closely to check how his mood was. Don't worry, I am okay now, he informed her as he knew she was worried for him. What time is it? She asked sleepily. I think 9 or 10. He guessed. What? Tomorrow is Allison's marriage, and we here are sleeping like no tomorrow, she exclaimed and quickly left the table. She started picking up the things which were on the table before they landed on it. As soon as he woke up and saw the beautiful face of his mate, he remembered how rudely he behaved with her last night. And frankly, he was ashamed about it. The memories of the previous night were still fresh in his mind, especially the fear of his sweetheart, and that alone was making him feel guilty. Alpha Staunton! Grace almost screamed at him to gain his attention as he was lost in his thoughts. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked at her. What, sweetheart? Get fresh? He nodded like an obedient child. Hacked TBC, third person's POV. 2 days later. I will miss you, Grace, Allison said as she hugged her dearly. Me too, Grace replied with similar emotions. Finally, it was the day when Allison was going to start a new chapter of her life with Alpha Craig, and Grace could wish for nothing but a loving and supporting nature from her husband for her. She was lucky that Zayden was a full package of it. Don't you dare to cry, sweetheart, Zayden ordered, on which he received a light slap on his arm for ordering her on these things in front of everyone, but thankfully everyone took this normally. She knew even Zayden was feeling bad on his sister's departure, but he was not letting his emotions overpower him. Once Allison left, even Sarah reluctantly left the pack house, and Zayden personally made sure of this. Where are you going? She asked when she saw her husband leaving. Important work, sweetheart. I will be back by the time of dinner. And yes, pack your bags. We will be leaving for our home tomorrow morning, okay? Okay, she agreed reluctantly, knowing she was going to get bored back in that house again. She didn't want to go there, but she also knew that she cannot whine like a child. Once Zayden left Grace spent her remaining time with the children of Pack House, playing various silly games with them, and then women of the Pack House, listening to their love stories and learning more about werewolves. She didn't realize that it was already 8 p.m. and she had to pack their bags as well, so she excused herself and went to her room to pack the bags. After an hour, phew, everything is packed, she talked with herself and then checked with time. Zayden should be here by now. No problem. Till the time he is here, I will check Allison's room. What if she would have forgotten to take any of her important things with her? Grace entered Allison's room and found everything properly arranged. She checked the drawers one by one and found nothing important which she could take with herself so that she could give Allison later once they met. She then opened the wardrobe and found a lot of Allison's clothes in them. But before Grace would have wondered what she had to do with Allison's clothes, she found her answer. "Grace, these clothes are all new. Please give them to charity." Grace smiled and started taking out all of her clothes carefully. Suddenly, a blue diary fell from her blue dress. A diary? Grace kept it aside, thinking it's bad manners to read someone else's diary. But then she was having a hard time wresting herself from reading it, wondering what all things and secrets Allison would have hidden in it. Memories 1996 to 2020. The front of the diary read, "Nothing could go wrong by reading the diary of the previous year, right?" Excited, she sat on the bed and took the diary on her lap. A smile came on her lips as she thought she got the key to tease her sister-in-law. She opened the first page and was met with a beautiful photograph of Allison, who was sitting near the river or lake and smiling and looking at the sun. Grace smiled just by looking at the picture. She turned to the next page and was met with a black and white photograph of a family. She immediately recognized Zayden in the photo. There was a man who appeared to be in his early 40s, a woman who appeared to be in her late 30s, a small girl child who looked like 5 or 6, and 2 boys of almost the same age of 15 or 16. Grace was not sure, but she felt like she had seen this man and the woman, but where? As for now, she didn't stress on her mind thinking about that question. She concluded the couple were Zayden's and Allison's parents, and the little girl was Allison. But who was the other boy? Did Zayden have twins? She wondered after reading the footnote. "Mom, Dad, and my 2 darling brothers and me," Allison had written. 2 brothers? Grace muttered in confusion. "I don't have a brother," she recalled Zayden telling her a long time back. If he said that he didn't have any brother, then why did Ally write this? Or Zayden lied to me? Grace asked that question herself, but didn't get any answer. She quickly flipped the next page to find the truth. If they really have another brother, then there must be some other photos of him. Or maybe that brother is dead, which is why Zayden didn't tell me anything, nor did Ally, she thought. After that, there were a lot of Allison's photos of different ages, in different types of fancy dresses and in various types of places. After approx hundreds of pages later, she found a picture in which stood the 2 brothers, wearing dresses like pirates. They must be teenagers then, she concluded. She recognized Zayden, but looking at the other boy closely, she felt as if she had seen him before. The other boy looked familiar to her, but she couldn't point a finger at where she had seen him. Grace again turned approx 50 pages hastily to find more about the other boy, and finally, she got that page. There were 2 different photos of the man, instead of one photo having 2 boys. One was a very recent photo of Zayden that looked like talking to someone on mobile in his 3-piece suit and with sunglasses on. Grace had to admit that her husband looked hot like always. Allison had also written his name at the bottom of the page in beautiful handwriting. Her eyes fell upon the next photograph, which was more like a drawing-come photo, and she was stunned as she saw the grown-up photograph of the other boy. This man was wearing a black tux with a wide smile on his face. He had the dimples on cheeks, dimples that she recognized immediately. "He is the one I met in the club. This means he knew that I was his brother's wife from the beginning. If yes, then why was he pretending like he knew nothing?" she murmured to herself. Looking down at the page, she was met with the name of Zayden's other brother. Brother Wyatt was written beautifully. Wyatt Staunton. Grace now recalled his name. TBC, third person's POV. Grace was so lost in her thoughts and doubts that she didn't even notice someone's presence near her. It was the closing of the diary, which was in front of her, that broke her trance. She lifted her eyes to see who it was. Well, who else could it be? Zayden, she exclaimed, as she didn't expect him to come so early when he had messaged that he would come late at night, just half an hour before. Unlike other times, he wasn't looking at her lovingly. Instead, he was staring at the now closed diary with a tightened jaw. He had messaged that he would come home late because he had a meeting with a client, which got canceled at the last moment. That's why he thought to surprise his mate by reaching home early, but he had no idea that he would get the surprise instead. As soon as he reached the pack house, he knew where she was, just by her scent. So he entered his sister's room from the balcony, without making any noise, as he knew that his wife was still not pro in smelling, just like other wolves. But when he saw her sitting on the bed with an opened diary, he became confused. Almost immediately, he recognized that diary to be Allison's. What intrigued him more was the way in which his mate was staring at something. As he came closer and stood near her, his heart raced when his eyes fell upon the page of the album, especially the picture on it. The truth that he had been hiding from her was revealed like an open book, literally. Zayden, Grace called for him again when he didn't reply at first. His eyes met hers, and they softened when he saw her confused expression. He knew that he had a lot to explain to her now, but he was proved wrong when she stood up and kissed him on his cheek. "You're early. I thought you would come late," she said with a smile that warmed his heart like always. He stared at her with more confusion. Wasn't she supposed to question who that man was? He wondered. Meeting got canceled at the last moment, so, he said as he still couldn't decipher her weird behavior. According to him, she should be demanding the truth right now. Instead, she was behaving as if nothing happened, as if she wasn't surprised to know that he was lying about his brother. "Let me bring chilled water for you," she said. By the way, Allison forgot her diary here. I will take it with us so that we could give it back to her when we will meet her," she said before exiting the room. Next night, now Zayden and Grace were back at their house. At first, Zayden was happy when Grace didn't ask anything or even touch the topic, but then he became restless, wondering what was going on in her mind. She kind of had made a barrier because of which he couldn't even smell her emotions. While Grace was angry as well as curious to know about that man, but she promised herself not to ask anything from Zayden, nor did she plan to act like Sherlock Holmes. She rather thought to wait patiently and keep her curiously at bay. She wanted him to tell the truth when he felt comfortable. She was sure about one thing: his family had a messy past. "Slept?" Zayden asked as he played with her hair. Grace opened her eyes and looked at him. Adjusting her head on his arm to attain a comfortable position, she replied, "Not yet. Why?" "Sweetheart, about the photo that you saw yesterday." He started speaking, but she interrupted him. "I know now that you have a brother." She heard him sigh. "I thought you would throw a fit at me for lying about him." He confessed. "I couldn't. And about your brother, I am leaving that topic up to you. Whenever you would feel comfortable about it, you can share with me. I don't want to force you," she said, which made him smile after 24 hours. "It's not about my comfort, sweetheart. I just don't want you to know anything about him or what happened between us. It was not a happy memory, and I don't want to spoil your happy mood." "Why don't you leave the decision of happy mood to me? I am your mate and wife, and what my mother has taught in marriage is that we shouldn't hide those things from our life partner for long, which can affect the marriage. So you can talk about it. But you would judge me." "I won't, and I promise that." He sighed again. "What do you want to know?" he asked finally, as he started preparing himself to tell her everything about his present life. "Are you serious? Will you tell me everything?" "Yes, you are my mate, and you deserve to know about me. After what happened last month, I think you should know about everything," he said, thinking about the poison which Wyatt gave him. "What happened last month? That cake! Do you remember what had happened because of it?" "How can I forget that?" "Yes, that was done by my brother." "What?" Why would he do such a nasty thing? It could have been dangerous for your health. He did this knowing that it could have been dangerous for my health. Oh, she said as she wasn't satisfied with his answer. Carry on with your questions. He encouraged her to ask anything that she wanted. Grace was confused now. There were so many things to ask. So many questions. She didn't know where to start from. What kind of mafia works do you do? She asked about her husband's work as she had zero ideas about it. It is difficult to explain. I basically own an arms industry. We sell and buy guns, rifle, etc. for both humans as well as my world. Is it a licensed industry? Yes. If the industry is licensed, then how come this business is something you do as mafia? That's because the company is just to cover for me and my men to smuggle illegal things in and out of the country, he explained. Oh my God, do you smuggle drugs? She asked in horror. What? No, that's so cheap and too risky to deal with. We sell and buy weapons to illegal traders and buyers. Ooh, except for this, we also loan money to people at higher interest. Then why do they take it from you if you charge a higher interest? That's because they use the money for illegal works, for which no bank would provide them a loan, he explained. Okay, she said as she understood his type of work. Even though she didn't like his work, she kept quiet as she had promised that she wouldn't judge him. Will you kill anyone if they won't return your money? She asked. Of course, sweetheart, I haven't opened a charity system. They have to bear the consequences if they fail to return my money. TBC, third person's POV. Grace decided to change the topic and ask something else other than his work. That man that I saw in the photo, not exactly a photo exactly, small painting. Yes, just because he is a vampire, one cannot take a clear picture of them or their real faces could be seen by everyone. But he is your brother, isn't it? Yes, he is my brother, but not real. Not real? We have different parents. Oh, then what about Allison? That she had written that you both were her brothers. That's because she is our real sister, but we are not real brothers, he said, making her more confused than she already was. Okay, this is confusing. From what I understand, either your mother or father married to Wyatt's mother or father, right? That's why you are a werewolf and your brother is a vampire? No, this has nothing to do with that. In fact, I am the bastard's son. He stated without a flicker in his expression, while from the inside, it was killing him to say so. Zayden, Grace wanted to scold Zayden for being so blunt. Though Zayden didn't express it, but she knew he didn't like sharing this piece of information. She quickly hugged him. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I didn't know. She apologized. She had no idea about his pain, but one thing was for sure that no one liked themselves calling by this word. Wow, and there I thought you would run a mile away from me as soon as I will tell you the truth. I told you that I won't judge you for what happened in your past. Plus, this is not your fault. It is your father's fault. In that case, let me tell you that I don't even know who my father is. What do you mean? Zayden took a deep breath as he knew that he would have to tell her from the beginning. This was the incident when my mother was a minor. She was Omega by her rank and used to work in the pack house. During the Alpha ceremony, many people from different packs had come there, and out of the two of the Alphas had raped her. She didn't tell anybody as she was too ashamed to talk about it. Also, she was a minor then and didn't know well about the consequences of what happened that day. So, when her parents found out about her pregnancy 1 month later, they threw her out of the house. She didn't have any place to go, and the pack members insulted her more when they found out the reason. So, to save herself from more embarrassment and mockery, she left the pack and entered another pack near it. There, an Omega found her wandering in the street like a rogue. He approached her, and after hearing her sad story, he promised her that he would give her a job with which she would be able to live in that pack. Being hopeless, she became very happy when she heard that Omega. She thought of him as an angel who had come to save her life. So she followed him to his house. There she was welcomed by the Omega's mate and was fed very well. They treated her very nicely, and this went on for a week. After a week, that Omega introduced her to another beta and told her about her job. She was horrid when she heard the proposal. He was actually preparing her to be a member of some fucking whorehouse. She obviously denied it. The cover of the goodness that the Omega was displaying till now was blown, and when he threatened her with her baby's life. He asked for the payment of all the food and clothes that he had provided her the whole week. She didn't have a penny then. She complained about this to his mate, but was heartbroken when she heard her say something like, "It's fun and nothing to be ashamed of." It was now she understood that Omega was trying to help her that day. It was not out of humanity, but he was planning to sell her to whorehouse. After all, she was very beautiful and anyone would have bought her. She tried to run away the next day, but got caught before she could even step out of the pack. Both that Omega and his mate threatened her that if she would try to run again, they would kill her baby at the moment. She had no other choice but to obey. The head of the whorehouse had made the deal that she would buy her after her delivery, as nobody wanted to fuck a pregnant woman. After 2 months, I was born. That Omega was almost ready to sell her, but fortunately, the buyer was out of the city at that time for some months. She was very happy when she heard about this because she wanted to use this time to spend with her newborn son. But all hell broke loose when that Omega's mate died just after the delivery of his newborn baby boy. He was devastated and didn't know what to do with the newborn son of his. So he decided to chase another woman as his mate for his son, and the first person that he saw was my mother. My mother thought it would be better to marry that psycho Omega than to become a whore. So she agreed. They marked each other and mated, but she didn't know that the Omega would go crazy later. He started drinking and abusing her. He thought that my mother was the one who killed his mate. This went on for as long as he lived. Why didn't she do anything? Grace whispered. She couldn't, as he was her mate, and it was not easy to leave their mates in those times, especially when they don't have backup plans. Domestic violence was like a daily routine. Since he provided her food and shelter, she never complained. But things turned worse when she stopped going out for work. We boys were growing up at a very fast rate. My mother didn't want us to see something like that. She even talked about this to that Omega, whom I call my father, but he never listened to her. He was just concerned about his son, Wyatt, who was human, as his first mate was human. I, on the other hand, was like trash in his house. So when I turned 6 or 7, I don't remember exactly, but from that age, he started making me work at another's home. I didn't complain as my mother told me not to do so. She loved us both equally, and so she never complained about why her one son had to work like shit while the other went to school to study. TBC. Third person's POV. I used to work at someone else's homes, but when the alpha of that pack kept the restriction of child labor, I got kicked out of their houses, and then the only place where I could work was a shop, which I, now, recognize as a bar. I used to clear the floor there. That's when I started to learn things that a child, whether it's humans or werewolves, should never learn or even see. Rich and powerful werewolves used to come and drink alcohol like water. Sometimes they even used to take drugs. They would beat the shit out of anyone who would even raise a word in front of them. Along with time, that business started growing up, and then those customers started bringing their whores or mistress with them. It disgusted me, especially the painful sound that the women made. But I was too scared to do anything. Where I used to work under shitty conditions, my brother enjoyed life to its fullest. He had friends with whom he never allowed me to play. Those kids even used to bully me for God knows what reason. Whenever I used to fight back with them, they used to beat me until I fell unconscious. Wyatt used to steal all my money from my secret place and used to enjoy it with his friends. That's the reason he never got bullied by other kids, even though he was an Omega just like me. I tried to complain about it to my father, but instead, he just used to slap me and kick me out to buy more alcohol for him. I never understood his reason for being partial, his reason for hating me while loving Wyatt. When I turned 10 was the one when I saw my mother. I tried to help her, as I knew all about sex at that age. I knew what he was doing to her. But he threatened me and said that if I did not obey his orders, he would do it more. And if I would do as he says, he wouldn't hurt my mother. So I did what he asked. I bought the best quality beer for him. Soon, I started getting out of money as my brother started stealing my money openly. The little amount that I used to earn from my hard work was not enough, so I started stealing from others. That was the year when Allison was born. Wyatt and I were happy, as it was the first time we actually saw a child so small, so tiny. I instantly fell in love with my sister. I used to buy those cheap toys for her, so that won't cry when my father was assaulting my mother at night. I used to wake up all night just to make sure she was properly taken care of. I won't lie about this, but even Wyatt took care of her a lot. I know he loved her too, but what intrigued me was why he didn't have similar feelings for me. But soon my own father told us everything about how we weren't real brothers, and that increased more hatred and distance between us. My father and my brother's friends would beat the shit out of me if I would hurt Wyatt. So, whenever we would have a fight, it was always he who won. I was going insane, physically and mentally, as to why my life was so torturous, while his life was like a luxury. But I even complained to the alpha about it, but who would listen to me anyway? After all, I was nothing but just a weak omega. One random day, he vomited about my stealing habit to his father, and he is the sick one who assaulted my mother in front of my own eyes. I was devastated. I didn't know what to do. Wyatt was in that room too. I was shouting and begging my father not to do so, but he laughed at me. He fucking laughed at me. I didn't know what got inside of me that instant, but I punched my father on his stomach and hit him with an iron rod on his head. My mother slapped me later for that stunt, but I didn't know my father would take revenge for it. After a few days, he called 5 men and locked me with them in that shitty hut. I was confused at first. They were built up quite well, and I knew nothing to save myself from them. "Did they beat you?" Grace asked in a pained and concerned voice as she placed her hand in his. "No. They did the worst. They fucked me," Zayden said in a straight tone. "What?" Grace almost shouted, and in the process her hand left his. Zayden clenched his jaw as he knew she would definitely be disgusted by him. The silence between them was killing him. He was sure now that she probably would not even look at him. But her next question surprised him. "How is that possible? It's impossible. A man can't do that to another man," she asked as if the situation had happened to her. "Sweetheart, I don't want to explain how a man does that to another man." Well, they were that. And that was the day when I found out things like that exist in the world. I was a teenager then, and my hormones were at a peak at that time. Fantasy was like a part of my life then, but that single incident ruined it, and my only opinion about sex with that it is painful and nonsense. Since then, I never got aroused or felt anything by looking at anyone, men or women, until you came. And since I have met you, I get aroused almost every day. He joked, but she didn't laugh because there was nothing so funny. "Is that why you killed your father?" "No." He shook his head and continued speaking. "All these torture and pain became the part of my life. All I was waiting for was my 18th birthday so that I could have my wolf, and then maybe I could save my mother from this misery. But it seems like the moon goddess was not in my favor. I couldn't convert into a werewolf even after my 18th birthday. But I didn't lose hope either this way or that way. I had to stand for myself. When I turned 19, I was introduced to a gang fight in the human world for the first time. It was very attractive to me, the way in which one fighter would defeat all, and then all the money would be his." "The money attracted you?" Grace asked. "No, the power that the fighter had. I knew I couldn't learn these by staying between the wolves. That's why I decided to learn it from humans and then improve the skill to use against the werewolves. Do you know whenever a fighter would walk out of the ring, everybody, even the wealthier ones who used to bet on him, would clear his way? That day I understood one thing. Everything came from power. Money and fame were something that followed it. So I too went for it. I wanted to be powerful. I wanted to set my mother free from the father. I wanted to give my sister a better life. I wanted to give myself freedom. So, after feeding my father a full bottle of beer, after which he would die for the night, I used to sneak out of the house to learn fighting. I hid this fact from my mother because I knew she would never allow me to do something so dangerous. She would rather see me in rags than see me all beaten up. The people in the fighting club were quite impressed by me as I was a fast learner. This is my only quality. I was a very fast learner. I learned to fight in just 3 months. The fight that I fought won me the amount that I could only imagine at that time. It made me addicted to it. How much? Grace asked. $500 in an hour. But you could have died, Zayden, she gasped. Somehow, the thought of him dying pained her. I know, but at that time, power was all I wanted. That day, I bought clothes for my mother and new textbooks for my sister, which she didn't own due to our low financial condition. Wyatt, however, didn't like it. Of course, he was jealous. He didn't want me to earn a lot of money or become our sister's favorite, and that's why he started finding his way to overpower me again. But I made it my mission to become the most powerful person in the world. I was a teenager then, and insanity got over me. I never lost a battle in a human's world, and I won't boast about myself, but I could easily take down 6 to 7 fighters at once. At the age of 20, another gang leader bought me and used me to fight for him. He paid me a fortune for that. Later, I found out that he wasn't just an ordinary gang leader, but he was in the mafia business too. He was so impressed by my work that after a month of our meeting, he introduced me to his boss. I worked under him for a few months. I don't know how, but he found out about my family's condition and how my father abused my mother and me. So he summoned me to his room and gave me a pistol. That was the first time I touched a gun, and I still remember his words now. Kill him, he had told me, and also revealed his real identity of being a werewolf. I told him that I couldn't kill my father. No matter how my father was, he still was my father. And I didn't want to turn into a murderer. Then why did you kill him if you don't want to kill him? Grace asked. That's because that night he had crossed the limits of being a monster. What did he do? He sold my mother to his friend for one night, but the worst was that he couldn't keep his filthy hands from my sister, from his own daughter. Zayden replied. The rage was clear in his voice. Oh my God, Grace gasped loudly. So that night, I pulled out the gun that my boss had given me and shot all the 6 silver bullets in his chest and forehead, he said, and looked at her for her reaction. She felt as if she was witnessing the situation with her own eyes. At that moment, he continued, I felt so nice. I know I might sound like a serial killer, but after killing him, I felt as if I was in heaven. I felt like I was free. But I was wrong. That night took any freedom I had. I had turned into a murderer, and killing people didn't faze me anymore. My boss was happy with me, as I used to kill anyone whom he wanted without feeling guilty. But my mother, she never talked to me since the day I killed my father. She started hating me, which increased my anger and frustration. I started killing people more fiercely to remove my frustration. I found peace in others' pain. It made me feel that my pain had reduced. I saw myself turn into a cold-blooded criminal who just wanted love, my mother's love. But God didn't want me to have that happiness. A few months later, my so-called brother drank all the blood of my mother. I don't know how that happened, but he was not a weak human anymore. He had turned into a vampire. I saw my mother dying. The only light in my life went off. He said while his eyes focused on the memory of her mother's last words. TBC, third person's POV. Mom, wake up. Don't leave me, Mom. It's your son, look. Oh, open your eyes. Mom, please wake up. Zayden cried in front of his mother, who was on the verge of dying. Zay, I am sorry. I couldn't be a good mother. Saying this, his mother held his hand and squeezed it softly. Because of me, you had to undergo so much pain. No, Zayden sobbed, shaking his head. Soon the moon goddess will appear after I leave. She will ask you to choose something. Please choose love over everything, Zay. You have to be a good brother. Take care of your sister and brother. I love. She tried to complete the sentence, but it was the last breath left along with her life. Zayden still shook his mother, crying waterfalls. Mom, he wailed as he saw his mother take her last breath. After a few seconds of waving, he lifted his eyes to see the person who had killed the person he loved the most. Why did you kill my mother, Wyatt? He shouted in desperation. What else could he do now? He was feeling the pain of losing someone precious. It was as if time had taken everything from him, leaving him bare. You killed my father. Wyatt pointed out angrily. He deserved it. He spat in his face. She did too, Wyatt spoke confidently. It was enough for Zayden to lose all kinds of patience. I'm going to kill you too, he shouted at Wyatt. He wanted revenge. He quickly took out his gun from his waist, but Wyatt was quick enough to run away from there. Well, his speed was his strength. Wyatt tried to attack Zayden after a moment, but Zayden was not as weak as he had thought. He had been training himself for the last 2 years to defeat werewolves and vampires, while Wyatt was a new vampire who didn't have knowledge of his power. Bro, look what I got! Allison came in jumping and shrieking with happiness. That was the perfect moment when Zayden could have shot him because Wyatt had stopped running after seeing her. But the smile disappeared from Allison's face when she saw a gun in Zayden's hand. He didn't want to kill Wyatt in front of Allison, so he immediately put the gun down. Allison screamed as soon as she saw her mother lying on the floor, looking lifeless. She would have thought her mother was asleep, but the inevitable color of blood made it clear. She ran to her mother, but Zayden quickly held her by her arms and picked her upon his shoulder. She cried on her brother's shoulder. Take her inside, he ordered Wyatt, to which he obliged immediately, because even he didn't want his little sister to witness all this incident. In the lonely room, now the boy's eyes fell upon the beautiful face of his mother. He had loved her so much that he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger when he had killed his father. But now, his only source of smile was dead too. What would he do now? Then he remembered his mother's last words. He bent down and took her hands in his. It still felt warm. Slowly, he laid down beside her, hugging her as he always did while he slept. I will take care of Allison, Mom, but I will kill him, he promised. Hugging his mother for the last time, he cried all his heart out. Tears rolled down his cheek, but he couldn't bother to wipe them off. He immediately felt a bright light in front of his eyes. It made him blind for a while. He was not able to open his eyes for a while until he heard the melodious sound of a lady. And when he did, he found a lady in white attire. Her body was glowing like a white light, and was shocked to see that she shared the same face which his mother had. Mom, he stated in confusion, and looked at the body beside him and saw his mother lying him lifeless. She is not my mother, or maybe her soul? I am your mother, Zayden, but the woman beside you is not me. She is a part of me. What do you mean, and who are you? I am the moon goddess, and to bring you into this world, I had to create my replica, and now that her time was over, she had to come back to me. If you are the moon goddess, then why did you write so much pain in my mother's destiny? She herself asked for those pains to give you what you want, which was not written in your destiny. Now choose carefully, my child, between love or revenge. If you will choose love, you will be blessed with a loving mate for a life, and if you will choose revenge, then you will be blessed with a powerful wolf and his curse. I will go with the second option. Your future will be the outcome of the present decision, Zayden, so choose carefully. I believe I already made a choice. Then I believe we are going to meet soon, and trust me, the situation will be no more different. Today is your mother, and tomorrow will be someone else. Saying, she disappeared. The moment she left, Zayden started feeling that he was alone in the house. He quickly left her mother's side and walked inside the other room to check Allison, and fumed in anger when he saw she was nowhere to be found. He started feeling angry, and along with that, he could feel someone else's anger as well. Wyatt, he roared in anger for taking his sister. I want to go near Mom. Please take me to her, Wyatt. Little Allison sobbed, but Wyatt didn't give a damn about her tears as for now. Why did we leave without informing Zayden? She asked innocently, but again, didn't get any answer. Before she would have asked her another question, a big black wolf jumped in front of Wyatt, making him halt in his way. He growled at him, scaring both Wyatt and Allison. In the next fraction of a moment, a naked Zayden was standing in the place of that big black wolf. Zayden, Allison cheered happily that the big bad wolf was not going to eat her as its dinner because he was her brother. Hand over Allison to me, Wyatt, if you don't want to die today, he threatened in a serious tone. You won't kill me, I know, Wyatt said, trying to look confident. Try me after keeping Allison aside. Zayden answered back. Wyatt knew that it was Allison who was saving him at that moment. He knew Zayden wouldn't kill him in front of their innocent little sister. Moreover, he was not sure whether raking Allison with him was a good choice. Everyone might end up killing her. He had to wait until he established himself as some known vampire in his world. So Wyatt kissed Allison's cheek before leaving from there. As for then. Author note, the above paragraphs were Zayden's imagination, not the conversation which he was doing with Grace before. Suddenly, he felt wetness on his cheek. Zayden was snapped out of the memory line as soon as he realized that he was recalling his past as he used to do before. He realized it was Grace who had wiped the tear that had escaped his eyes, again. He hesitantly looked at her, feeling embarrassed for crying, but Grace didn't comment on anything. Zayden wiped his cheek hastily. Something fell in my eyes. He tried to give a lame excuse. You were crying, she stated. He looked at her and then sighed. He knew he couldn't lie about that. What happened after that? She asked. Allison was too naive to understand the situation. She still doesn't believe that Wyatt was the murderer of our mother. She thinks of it as a bad dream, and in her mind, she had made a story of herself about how some rouges and vampires killed our mother. The next day itself, I took Allison with me and went far away from here to work on the assignment that my boss gave me. I didn't return back to my pack for the 3 years as I was busy expanding the mafia business in the human world. Along with that, I was preparing an army to attack my previous pack. And the police never caught you? She asked. No, my working technique is flawless and I am proud of it. They never get any proof against me. So now that you are the alpha of your pack, I believe you had attacked your previous pack and won the war? Yes. Then why did you come here? A year ago, I found out that Wyatt wasn't the only one behind my mother's murder. The person who made him a vampire was the one who encouraged him to kill my mother, just like I was encouraged to kill my father. So, you are here to find and kill that head vampire who is behind your mother's death? Yes. After I find that vampire, I will kill my brother peacefully. But what about Allison? What about her? She will hate you if you would kill Wyatt. After all, she loves you both equally. Allison had promised me that if I would show her proof against Wyatt, then she herself would kill him for killing our mother. Of course, I won't let her get her hands, but I sure as hell would make him pay. He said with so much confidence that a shiver ran through her body. So, did you find out about that vampire who was the actual mastermind? Not yet, but I am very close. A small silence flew between them. Any more questions? He asked. What if you won't find that vampire? She asked hesitantly. That will not happen. I will find him no matter what. I will take my revenge. Grace felt a pang in her heart. No matter how touching his life was, and she knew he was right about killing his father, but living in revenge isn't good. The feeling of revenge kills people and corrodes them from inside. But she remained quiet and didn't say anything, as she had promised him that she wouldn't criticize him. After all these days, you still call Wyatt's father as your father. Why? Grace asked curiously. Zayden chuckled but quickly became serious. That's because my mother had made me promise to acknowledge him as my father always, and I can't break her promise. Why did Wyatt kill your mother? I don't understand this. If she loved you both equally, then there was no reason to do so. That's because he wanted to avenge his father's death. He wanted me to go with the same pain that he went through. But she loved him too. But he didn't. He never. Right from childhood, the only people he cared about were his father and Allison. Does it mean he will try to hurt you? She asked, scared of the thought. Hurt? Yes. Kill? I don't think so. He wouldn't want to steep low in Allison's heart, but I also know he would do anything to get his sister back. Back? I don't allow Allison to meet him. What? Why? I can't risk my sister's life. But it's inhumane, she said, unintentionally judging him. It was immune to kill my mother too, he snapped back. Grace suddenly realized her mistake and hugged him. I am sorry, she apologized. Zayden calmed and embraced her back. Her scent made him feel like heaven. All his tension and sadness went away with that single hug. She pulled back and looked into his eyes. She wanted to comfort him in some way. You did the right thing by killing your father, she said. Zayden looked at her in disbelief. She was supposed to judge him for killing the man who had provided him food and shelter. But here she was praising the fact that he killed him. She could seriously stun him. I know, and I don't regret it, he said. But aren't you disgusted by me? He asked curiously. Why would I be disgusted? I thought it's uncommon for someone to kill their father, and certainly not normal to be plotting their brother's death. I can't judge you in any way, Zayden. I didn't live the life you had. I was never starved or bullied. My father never raised his hand on me. Well, apart from getting a slap once. Yes, my mother used to beat me sometimes when I used to break some of the things, but that was before my teenage years. And my brother loves me with his life, and so do my sisters. So, since I haven't lived your life, I am no one to judge you for what you do or did, and I am certainly not disgusted by you, she said truthfully. Zayden couldn't stop himself from smiling. The woman in front of him was everything he could imagine. At this moment he was so glad that he found her, as his sweetheart. Then prove it, he joked, trying to change the atmosphere as he always does. Prove what? That you are not disgusted by me. Grace narrowed her eyes and glared at him. Living with him for so many days had made her expert in guessing what her husband wanted to have. She then smiled and brought herself closer to his body. She kissed him on his lips and withdrew back immediately. Proved, she said with a smile. TBC, third person's POV. Not in this way. Let me teach you properly. Zayden smiled too and kissed her all he wanted. She didn't stop or interrupt him. Rather, she found herself responding to his passionate kiss. Her lips were his addiction. He didn't even realize when he was on top of her. After a few minutes of kissing and embracing each other, Zayden got off and laid beside her. That was the longest we have ever made out, he said, looking at her, which made her frown. You count the time? She asked. No, stupid, it's obvious, he said as he placed her head on his arms while keeping the other hand on her waist to keep her close to himself. Zayden, what made you tell me everything? Because till yesterday, you were so reluctant to talk about it. I didn't have the confidence to talk about my miserable life with you. I didn't want you to feel sorry about me or feel disgusted by my presence. Moreover, I have a feeling that Wyatt will do something nasty this time. I have always kept a record of him, and I know he will do anything to hurt me or possibly kill me. And there is no better way to do so than by hurting someone close to me. And he knows about you. He knows that you're my weakness. He can't hurt Allison, but he surely wouldn't think twice before hurting you. So I had to tell you this sooner. So he is the danger that you were talking about when I asked you regarding the continuation of my job? Yes. And that's why I don't want you to see him or talk to him. He almost orders. Grace remained quiet. Should I tell him about her meeting with Wyatt? What if he gets angry and throws a fit at me for hiding it till now? She thought, but he needs to know. Zayden, I have to tell you something, she proceeded hesitantly. What, that you love me? He joked. I have met him. I have met your brother, and I have talked to him, she said, freezing him on the spot. 1 week later, Grace entered her room after her training. From the moment she turned into a werewolf, she had to undergo training for a few hours to fight with others for her defense. After that night, her wolf didn't show any presence. Not that she was dying to meet her, because the memories of the pain were still fresh in her mind. So she was fine without her presence as well. It was surprising for her that Zayden was still sleeping. That was so unlike him. She walked toward him and sat beside him. She smiled after looking at him, and his words were ringing in her mind, having an evening out. The whole week, Zayden couldn't give her his full attention, as he was busy finding out the vampire who converted Wyatt into a vampire. He was very close to his name. Eric had to double his effort in the work. He knew Zayden's patience was running thin. But, thankfully, they were now close to the end. Zayden would come late and go earlier than usual, and Grace didn't like it. From the day he had told her about himself, she had grown a special feeling for him. It was like she could feel his emotions better now. Why he had such a short temper, why was so possessive of the things he loved, why he never drinks or smoke, why he was not a womanizer, or why he loved her so passionately, Everything was clear to her now, except her dreams. But she kept ignoring it, thinking it was just a mere dream, nothing else. So, when he couldn't spend more time with her, she started craving it. She wanted him to tease her as he did earlier. She wanted him to flirt with her. She wanted him to find every reason to kiss her or to be close to her. She just wanted him to spend more time with her. Why was she feeling like this? She asked herself every time she missed him when he was not at home. Maybe she used to get bored at home, or maybe she really missed him because she wanted him, or maybe because of this marking thing. Zayden noticed and felt her sadness. He knew he was not giving her enough time. He himself wanted to spend more time with her, to hold her longer in his arms, but the work demanded his time and energy. The fact that she had already met Wyatt made him more paranoid. He concentrated all his attention to finish his brother and his mentor as soon as possible. And that could be possible only if he found whom he was searching for a long time. So, yesterday when Eric informed him of the good news of being close to their target, he promised himself to spend the whole evening with his mate. And when he gave her the news, she was beyond happy and excited. So excited that she hardly got any sleep at night and also completed her training early in the morning. Grace looked at the wall clock and noticed that it was still 5:30 in the morning. It seems like she went for her training with Eric at 3 a.m. She chuckled at her excitement. The sun was forcing its light through the curtain, and the light was directly falling on Zayden's face. The absence of Grace from the room had already forced Zayden to open his eyes, but since he knew where she was and with whom, he didn't worry about her much. Even now, without opening his eyes, he knew what his mate was doing. He was just wondering about her next move. Grace noticed the way in which the sunlight was falling onto his face. He was fair already, and so the light was making it slightly orange-red in appearance. A smile came upon her lips automatically. Thinking he was asleep, she trailed her hand and eyes on his bare chest, savoring the feeling of his hard body. She had never touched him like that before. She touched the finely toned muscles of his chest, trailing her hands toward the center where his heart was. She could feel the thumping of his heart, and her smile grew even more. She touched his jaw and felt his facial hair poking her palm. She caressed his cheek lightly like he used to do her cheek, lovingly. Then her eyes fell on his lips, those addicting lips of her husband, or say her mate. Her smile faded, and a new emotion came inside her: lust. She couldn't remove her eyes from them. "Why are you so handsome, Zayden?" she mentally asked him while looking at every feature of his face. She noticed that he hadn't shaved for many days. Looking at his lips again, she brought her fingers closer to it, while praying to God not to wake him. But he was already awake and was enjoying everything she was doing to his body. Grace touched his lips hesitantly with her thumb and moved it slightly to feel it. Before she could think what happened, she found herself under her husband. Zayden couldn't stop himself anymore from kissing her. When he felt her fingers on his lips, it ignited his body, and his junior showed his appearance again. He quickly pulled Grace toward him and opened her eyes, only to push her in such a way that she laid on her back and he hovered over her. "You scared me," Grace said while breathing deeply. But Zayden ignored her statement. "Why were you molesting me in my sleep?" he asked, looking straight into her eyes. She couldn't hide her blush and tried to push him off of her. "I did not molest you," she said while looking at his chest to avoid his intense gaze. Her cheeks would have been the color of tomato by now. "Liar. You know that I hate liars, huh? I could sue you for taking advantage of me while I was asleep." He joked yet again. Grace huffed. He was kidding, she knew. Also, he started liking her unharmful lies, she knew. "You wouldn't do that. You touched me in my sleep, too," she fired back. "How do you know that?" He challenged her. "Because I used to feel it," she replied, hoping she won the argument. "This means you knew I touched you in your sleep, but still you didn't stop me. Does that also mean that you like my touches?" he asked, puzzling her in her own answer. "What? No, I didn't say that." "But you meant that," he sang, which brought a smile upon her lips. She liked it when he was in a jolly mood and used to smile a lot, rather than be angry or serious. They stared at each other for a while before Zayden confessed his feelings once again. "I love you so much, sweetheart," he said without hesitation, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes sparkled with golden color, making Grace realize that even Dominic was present here. He was hoping to hear the same reply from her. He could feel her developing feelings for him, but he didn't want to point at it. Just because she was his chosen mate. He knew that she had to develop feelings for him rather than falling in love with him just because of the mate bond which they had started sharing now. "I know," she said meekly. She was about to say that she did have similar feelings for him, but she wasn't sure about it. "Now, get up. You promised that we would go out today," she reminded him. "I remember, sweetheart, but the plan is for the evening. Right now, I need to taste those luscious lips," he said while taking her lips on his, and Grace gave in to him easily, liking the intimacy as much as he did. "In the evening, be ready. I will reach home in 15 minutes. Grace heard Zayden's voice in her mind, and she jumped in fear after hearing him. She sighed in relief when she realized that she was one of them, and she had to get used to it now. She approached the door and came out of the house as she was already ready. Looking around her and receiving some smiles from the nearby guards, she walked toward the small lawn and sat on one of the chairs that were kept there for relaxing. The thought of spending some time with her husband after so many days was both exciting as well as heartwarming for her. A smile came upon her lips automatically, and she played with the hem of her top to pass time. Her thoughts wandered toward the uncertain future of hers. She wondered what turn her life would take now. She married a complete stranger, struggled a lot in the new relationship with her husband, who happened to be a wanted mafia and also a werewolf, shed a lot of tears in the beginning, but now she felt happy, strange, but she didn't know why she felt so secure and satisfied when she was with Zayden. She should still dislike him for whatever he did to her life or her family, but knowing his life now, she felt connected with him. She chuckled as she recalled the first night of their wedding. The sound of a car horn brought her out of her thoughts, and she lifted her eyes to look at the main gate. The gates opened and revealed Zayden's car as the driver drove toward the house, and Eric and Zayden were talking with each other. Again, a smile came upon her lips as she caught a glimpse of him in the car. "I must be going crazy." She scolded herself for acting like a teenager looking at her crush. #TBC. Author note: Dear readers, I don't know why, but Chapter 94 is still in review. I have mailed my editor to approve it ASAP and hoping this to get fixed by EOD. Sorry for the inconvenience. Third person's POV. "What's wrong, Zayden?" Eric asked when they reached home. "Nothing. My wolf is mad at me. That's why he blocked me in his mind, making me feel like a human. I am telling you, Alpha, these wolves are so stubborn sometimes," Eric said and laughed while Zayden joined him. "Look, even my wolf blocked me for making fun of him," he added and then laughed again. Zayden didn't notice Grace sitting on the lawn as he hurriedly walked toward the main entrance of the house. Grace suddenly got into the mood of playing. She approached slowly, without making a sound, towards the door, making sure he didn't see her. She knew Zayden would ring the bell, as he never entered PIN and entered himself. He liked the moment of his mate opening the door for him, and she knew it. Zayden rang the doorbell again, oblivious to the fact that she wasn't inside. "Why is he not able to sense my presence over here?" she thought, and then smiled, thinking something. Her weird, slow movements confused the nearby guards, including Eric, as he looked at her with raised brows. She signaled them to keep quiet as she approached his Alpha. The guards wanted to laugh at the scene, but decided against it, as they didn't want to die by their Alpha's hand just because they laughed at their Luna. When she was just behind him, and he was about to ring the bell again in slight fear of her safety, she brought her hands towards his face and placed them over his eyes quickly before he could have turned toward her. "Stupid and childish behavior!" Zayden went stiff for a second before he felt the smoothness of her palm. He could recognize his mate even without his wolf, and her fragrance confirmed that it was his mate behind him. He was so engrossed in talking with Dominic in his mind that he didn't even feel Grace's presence behind him. Actually, Dominic was mad because Zayden opposed his idea of mating with Grace on the upcoming full moon night, while Zayden was adamant to have her when she would be ready, rather than forcing himself on her. When they had crossed the journey till this far, then why couldn't they wait for a little more? Guess who? Grace joked while controlling her laughter. She had never thought that she would do something this childish someday. Zayden smiled at her childish behavior. Angel, he replied back to her question. When did you change my name? She asked as he turned around to face her. Compared to the endearment sweetheart, she didn't like the new affectionate word, Angel. I didn't, he said as he encircled his arm around her waist to pull her closer to her. He briefly looked at the nearby guards and Eric. He didn't have to say anything or signaled anything. The guards and Eric got his intention and left from there, giving privacy to the couple. Then what was? She was about to ask him when he replied to her, You are my angel, aren't you? The person who brings happiness and joy in life is indeed an angel, and for me that person is you. So you are my angel, he explained lovingly. Too much sweetness, I may get diabetes, she said sarcastically to save herself from displaying her blush. Werewolf don't get diabetes, he said as he bent down to kiss her fully on her lips, and she felt herself falling for his touches. That tingling, butterfly-type feeling engulfed her again, and she responded to his affection equally. She didn't feel any spark this time, which indicated to her that Dominic was not present there, because it was his presence, because of which she always felt spark whenever Zayden touched her. She kept in her mind to ask about it after breaking the kiss, while Zayden loved when she tried to kiss him back. Even though she wasn't perfect in it, he loved the way in which she would try to match his chest or neck or hair while she kissed him back. Okay, before you fool me again, we should go, Grace said as she pulled back and kept a finger on his lips to stop him from kissing her again. But he kissed her finger too. Do we really have to go? He asked, faking a questioned face. Obviously. You promised me, Zayden, Grace whined as she thought he was serious. I know, but don't you think that we should do something better inside than go out in this rainy weather? He asked. Something better? Like what? She asked, thinking he knew some better alternative than watching a movie and going out. Yes, something better like he was about to continue when she pushed him hard. Shut up, Zayden, she scolded him meekly while blushing ear to ear. And there she thought he had some better option. Zayden laughed at her response. Why was she so shy, he wondered. But then again, she was she and would find every chance to escape from talks like that. Still laughing at her reaction, he took her hand and started pulling her towards the car. Where is Dominic? I can't feel him. Finally, Grace asked the question which was troubling her. Ah, we had a fight. That's why he blocked me. Don't worry, he will be back soon, he replied without telling her the reason for his argument with his wolf. I will drive, that he informed the driver and took the keys from him. After driving the car out of the gate, he placed his left hand on her thigh. So which movie do you want to watch? He asked, even though he had already booked 2 tickets to surprise her. I don't know. I am not a very big fan of it, she murmured. Then why were you insisting on watching one? We could have dinner instead, he asked, giving her a sideways glance. The dinner would have been just an hour, but the movie will be more than 2 hours. So I just, she didn't know what to say, wanted to spend time with me. He completed her sentence while displaying a hint of a joke in it. You really are impossible, she said while chuckling at his comment. TBC, third person's POV. I will never plan to watch a movie with you again. Ever, Grace said while glaring at him. They were driving back home after watching the movie, and he was undeniably slowly epiphragming. The roads were wet due to the heavy rain that just followed. Come on, sweetheart, I apologized to you already. I didn't know you're so sensitive, he defended himself. Don't lie to me. You knew everything about me. So you knew that I don't watch such movies, but you still made me sit there for God knows how many hours. She whined as if her statement was the ultimate one. But it wasn't just Zayden, it was a horror movie. Did you know I almost had a heart attack there? She complained. But you didn't. You didn't even watch the movie properly. Your head was here all the time, he explained, pointing towards his chest. That made her shut her mouth. He was right, though. She was either hiding her face on his chest or screaming like a child in the theater. And with every scream, he had to apologize to the other audience for her behavior. Silence engulfed between them, again. She was furious for what he did, while he was finding ways to calm her down. She was furious for what he did, while he was finding ways to calm her down. Okay, forgive me, and I will do anything you want. He placed a condition after he could no longer bear the silence. She didn't say anything. Sweetheart? He called for her attention as he drove. Still silence from her silence. Please don't act like a child now. I told you, I am sorry. Silence. What can I do to make you forgive me? Huh? He asked, desperate now. Her heart melted as she felt the desperation in his voice. She was about to say that it was fine and not to repeat that kind of stunt again when her eyes fell on the nearby food corner. And looking at that one particular shop that had always been her favorite made her mouth water. Let's eat cotton candy, she said excitedly. What? He asked. There he was asking for forgiveness, and she wanted to eat cotton candy. Please, Zayden, I haven't had one since eternity, she boasted. No, sweetheart, it's street food and not good for your health. Stop the care, she stressed, as she saw the shop leaving behind. Zayden hesitantly stopped the car and looked at her. Please, she asked again. We can order it at home. It's thundering out and can rain anytime. You might catch a cold, sweetheart. Zayden, I love rain, and I don't catch colds so easily. Come on, please. As soon as it rains, we will get in the car, okay? No, he said firmly, not liking the idea of her getting sick due to rain. Zayden, no, sweetheart, he repeated, as he put the car into gear and brought the engine back to life. I will forgive you for today if you will come with me. She placed her side of the condition. You are not serious. He looked at her, almost glaring, while she gave him a victory smile. Fine, he said as he pulled out the keys from the car and opened the car to get out. Grace quickly got out and waited for him to reach her side so that they could walk together. Just as he was about to get out, his phone went off. He sat back again and pulled the phone from the dashboard and received the call. He talked for a few minutes with Eric before disconnecting the call. He saw his mate already walking toward the small food shops which were at the corner, and in the haste of following her, he quickly placed his phone back on the dashboard and went out. But in haste, he, unfortunately, threw the keys on the dashboard and took the phone with him, as he thought it was the key. He slammed the door and almost ran toward her. At least you could have waited for me, he complained. You were taking so long. She defended her option. After 10 minutes, they walked toward the car as another thunder roared in the sky. Thank you, Zayden, Grace said truthfully and gave him a big smile. I have already told you before that you don't need to thank me, sweetheart, he said and almost dragged her toward the car. Slow down. It's not like it will rain now, she complained. We need to get home quickly, sweetheart. You humans get sick easily, and this cold air leads to cold, fever, and whatnot. Don't forget that your wolf has not appeared after the last incident. Okay, Mom, she joked and received a glare from Zayden. But seriously, you will make a good mother, she added while laughing at his concerning behavior. I just want to be a father, he winked, making her hit his arm. Zayden searched his pocket for keys as they approached the car. He narrowed his eyes when his fingers didn't feel the keys. Instead, his phone came out. He frantically searched his other pocket in the hope of finding it there, but no such luck. What happened? Grace asked, as she noticed him searching his pocket. Did I give you the car keys? He asked, already knowing that he didn't. No. He quickly ducked and looked inside the car towards the dashboard. He rolled his eyes as he realized his mistake. Great, he sighed. What happened? I left the keys inside. Really? Grace said while chuckling. We're stuck outside and you are laughing? He looked at her amused. No, I am just surprised. How can you, a perfectionist, make such a silly mistake? She said, still controlling herself from laughing out loud. Ignoring her comment, Zayden tried to contact Dominic, who was in no mood to hear him. Sighing in defeat, he dialed his driver's number, asking him to bring another car. It was a relief that their house was quite near now, and it wouldn't take much time for the driver to come here. Your cotton candy did this, he said after disconnecting the call. Oh, please. This all happened because of your phone, she defended herself. She was about to say more when a bolt of lightning struck, followed by a heart-wrenching thunder. Whoa! Grace gasped in surprise and came closer to his side. It's beautiful. We need to run back to that shop for a cover. It's going to rain really hard now, Zayden said, and those tiny food shops started getting close. No doubt, no vendor would keep the shop open at night, even after knowing that it was going to rain hard. After all, it was good to reach home before the rain starts. Now what? Grace asked, more like a whisper. Zayden looked here and there, but didn't find anything worth shelter except trees. Soon, raindrops started blessing down and they both looked at each other. Come, Zayden said as he grasped her hands again and pulled her toward the only promising shelter. They both got partly wet as the rain started becoming heavy. He pushed her toward the biggest tree which he could find and stood in front of her, facing her. Zayden, you will get wet, she said, getting worried, as the current place could accommodate only one person. You can stand under another tree. It's fine. I am not going to leave you alone even for a while at this hour, and the driver is about to come. Still, she whispered as she searched for ways in which she could save him from getting wet. It started raining really hard. Grace grabbed both her sleeves and pulled him near to her in order to save him from the rain that was hitting him from the back. Come closer, you're getting wet, she explained her action. He looked at her amused as she didn't realize that he had come so close to her that if he would bend even an inch, he could literally kiss her. And he did exactly that as he couldn't control himself anymore. Grace immediately closed her eyes as his lips crashed with hers. It was sudden and uninvited, but she didn't push him. Instead, she placed her hands around his neck and pulled him impossibly closer to her. She must be out of her mind right now. But then, how can she avoid the urge in such romantic weather? It was a very cold wind that made them apart from each other, but they still remained in each other's embrace. She looked at him briefly to see his expression. Suddenly, she felt very conscious of what he would think of her. She was giving way too easily on him now. What if he thinks of her as that type of girl? She thought. Don't think low of yourself, sweetheart. You have got no idea about how much I feel relieved when you kiss me back. I feel like the luckiest man in the world. How do you know what I feel, even without Dominic's help? You will understand it when you will fall in love. She looked at him straight in his eyes, and she could feel the love he had for her, and the emotion made her heart melt. Her heartbeat accelerated, and she couldn't control herself from tiptoeing and placing her lips on his. He immediately responded to what she wanted. The ringing of something made them part this time. Well, she did, while he still tried to capture her lips again. Your phone, she reminded him. Zayden groaned in irritation, but still took his phone out of the pocket and received the call. Okay, we are coming. Who was that? Driver's here? Come, he said and pulled her fast so that they got wet the least. They both saw the driver rushing toward their direction with an umbrella in his hand. Zayden took the umbrella quickly and directed it over her body so as to protect her, and it didn't go unnoticed by her. She was surprised and honored by his act, and it made her feel closer, more secure with him. When he pushed her inside the car safely, not bothering about himself getting terribly wet, she realized something. He was everything that she wanted her husband to be, someone who would love her more than himself. #TBC, third person's POV. After a few days, Grace walked quickly toward her house. In the morning, Zayden had asked her to stay at her parents' house for a few days, and she had agreed to it immediately. The fun of meeting her mother and especially her brother excited her. But as the evening went by, she started feeling word sensation. Her mother made her realize that she was indeed missing her husband. So without informing him, she booked a cab and came back to her house. She thought of surprising him as she knew he would be happy to see her as much as she was excited to see him. God, Grace, it's not even a day and you started missing him already, she scolded herself. Immediately she hissed in pain. She felt the burning sensation in her hands, legs, and neck. While the pain was bearable in her whole body, she couldn't understand the reason behind it. Whatever it was different from the previous time. She wanted to reach home as soon as possible. The guards around Zayden's house became alert, realizing an unknown car was approaching toward the house until they smelt the smell of their alpha. The watchman opened the gates for her and bowed down his head with a gentle greeting. She replied in a similar tone. She walked toward the front door while looking at their room, where she thought he would be now. And seeing the light flicked on, she was sure of her assumption. She gave a small smile to everyone and reached the doorway, only to find it ajar. So, without thinking anything, she opened the door, but before she could take a step, she collided with another person. "I'm so sorry, Eric." She apologized for her clumsiness. "What are you doing here?" The words slipped from Eric's mouth as he stared at her in horror, as if she was the last person he wanted to see. Grace narrowed her eyes. Realizing his mistake of sounding so rude, he spoke again. "I mean, didn't Zayden ask you to stay at your parents' house, Luna?" He reframed the question respectfully. "Yes, he did, but I came back," she replied as she tried to enter her house. But Eric quickly blocked her way, which made her look at him in confusion. "What happened, Eric?" she asked politely. "You should go back. It's Zayden's strict order to not let you in the house, and you should be at your parents' house until he asks for your return." "Why would he give such an order? You are kidding me, right?" she asked while still trying to get inside, but Eric came in front of her every time. "I am very serious, Luna, and so is Alpha. He will kill me if you see him, especially now," he said, mostly to himself. This confused her. "If I see him now?" "What are you saying, Eric? Why can't I see him now? Where is he? I want to see him," she said, panicking. Why was he saying like that, she thought. But he doesn't want to. "Please, understand," he almost begged. Now that really made her paranoid. It was almost impossible that her husband wouldn't want to see her. He loved her more than anything, for God's sake, she reasoned. Unless he's with someone. He's with someone else right now, isn't it? This is why he made me go home, so that he could do anything he wanted without my interference, she said loudly, as she couldn't believe her own words. Without waiting for her reply, she pushed him and ran toward their room to find out why he lied to her all these days. Eric could only call her name as she ran upstairs like a teenager. Pushing the door wide, Grace looked inside the room, and when her eyes landed on her husband, she gasped in shock. What she saw broke her already shattered heart. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing right now. The only thing that ran in her mind were questions. Loads of questions. Why did he lie to her? Why? Eric rushed behind her and hesitantly called her name again. "Luna." Grace looked at him with teary eyes and asked the only thing that she had in her mind. "Why?" she whispered, asked, as her voice broke at the end. When Eric didn't say anything, she looked back inside with eyes that were refusing to look there. 2 days later. "Sweetheart, which shirt should I wear?" Zayden asked Grace as he came out of the walk-in closet with 2 shirts in his hands, and they both were bought by Grace for him. Grace didn't raise her head to look at him. She was still mad at him, and she knew that he was doing this to get her attention, which he was not going to get any. She continued to make the list of groceries that she had to buy from the market, ignoring his question. Since last morning, he had been trying to make up with her and apologize for what happened 2 days ago, but she was very stubborn. Even though she did all the chores and fulfilled all her responsibilities, yet she remained angry with him. How can she possibly forgive him that easily? "This is all your fault," Zayden blamed Dominic. "I know, and I am trying to make things right, but it's not my fault that our mate is stubborn," Dominic replied and took control of Zayden's body. He dropped shirts on the bed. He approached her side and snatched the pen from her hand so that she would pay attention to him. "I told you I'm sorry. Now how long are you going to ignore me?" he asked desperately. "I am still angry at you, Dominic. I know, and I am asking for your forgiveness. I won't say it again. How many times should I repeat the same line? I am an Alpha, for God's sake. So, I am also a Luna, which is equal to Alpha." Dominic liked the way she was arguing, but this argument had to end now. He scooted close to her, but she immediately scooted away to maintain distance. She knew that she wouldn't be able to think properly if he stayed close to her, and she had planned to remain upset with him for a long time. While this is what both Zayden and Dominic hated the most, the distance between them. Grace, he called her name in a serious tone, and that's the tone that always scares her before, but now she narrowed her eyes on him. Are you scaring me now? No, but I want to quit this behavior, he said, and ran his palm over his face in irritation. He agreed it was his fault, but she was taking it too far now. So, what do you think Zayden has done because of which Grace is mad at him? Any guesses? Third person's POV. Wyatt stepped into the room with the glass of blood in his hand. The lights were off, and all he could see was darkness. Just like my life, he whispered out as he stared at the darkness. He looked at the old picture which he had and recalled the only person who was close to his heart. Allison. He sighed her name. How he wanted to meet her, see her, hug her, give her all that she would ever want. But these dreams of his were nothing but a mirage to him. He couldn't even call her for God's sake. All because of the mistake he had committed a few years back. Yes, he accepted that he did the wrong thing by killing his sister's mother. He knew how much his sister loved their mother. He knew he did wrong by depriving his sister of the love of their mother. If it was in his hand, he would go back in time and undo what he did. He wouldn't have killed his sister's mother. Instead, I should have killed you, Zayden, he said aloud in irritation. That single word, Zayden, made him narrow his eyes in frustration. He might be his brother, or as he called him, his bastard brother, but he had always felt a kind of competition with him. Even if they shared the same house once upon a time or slept under the same roof, he envied him. But of what? He was exactly what made him hate Zayden more. Zayden was perfect compared to him in every sense. He was a sharp learner and had good manners. But the prime reason which made him almost loathe his brother was the fact that his sister loved Zayden much more than him. He had done everything to make her like him and make her decide to live with him. But her reply was always the same. She never agreed to live with him. The only thing that made him survive was the fact that at least she talked to him after what he did. But that was also not possible, as his so-called brother never allowed her to. But the strangest thing was, after all these years, the hatred never decreased a bit. I am still thinking about him, he scolded himself. But then why wouldn't he hate him? He has his sister with him, a fancy house, and a widespread business in both humans as well as werewolf worlds. Moreover, he has the woman he loves the most in the world. And soon he would have children and then a vibrant family. Where would I be? He thought to himself. A shiver ran through him as he realized his failure. If I can't have a family, then you can't have a family too. He swore, and a smile crept on his lips. He had already planned a perfect plan for bringing down his brother. He was just waiting for the right place and the right time. But not even once did his mind come with an idea of having a family of his own rather than destroying someone else's. His heart was still seeking revenge. Revenge from his brother who killed the only person who ever loved him. Revenge for keeping away the only person he loved the most, Allison. 2 days before, Zayden knew that it was full moon night, and being an alpha, it would become hard for him to control his wolf who wanted to mate with his mate. Ask Grace to leave for her house, Dominic said, appearing after a few days. You are talking to me after days, and the first thing you said is to keep her away from us? Are you even in your senses? Do what I am asking you, human, because last time I had unknowingly marked her, and this time if I lost my control, I might end up mating with her without her consent. Dominic roared, making Zayden's eyes wide. Without telling the real reason, Zayden asked Grace to visit her home for a few days. He didn't want to send her, but more than that, he didn't want to do something for which he would have to regret all his life. To keep his wolf in control, he knowingly took wolfbane, which was painful for him, but he also knew this would send Dominic in a deep sleep for a while. He knew that even Grace would feel his pain, but he also knew that she wouldn't be able to figure out that it was his pain which she was feeling because of lack of knowledge of their world. Ask Eric to tie our hands and legs with silver chains. This wolfbane will not be able to work on me for the whole night, Dominic said. But she will also feel the pain. It is better to feel this pain rather than getting a trauma for life. Zayden did what Dominic had asked him to, because even he didn't want to take any risk in this matter. So, Eric reluctantly tied his hands and legs with the silver chain like a prisoner. When Grace came back home and saw her husband in this state, she was scared as hell. And after knowing the whole thing, she was really angry. She was angry because he sent her away instead of sharing his problem with her. She was angry because he did that much torture on himself just to keep her safe. She was angry because he hid the real reason for sending her away. She was angry because she was worried about him, and seeing him tied in chains in such a weak state broke her heart. Her vibrant husband was lying on the floor with no strength at all. And the worst part was that he wasn't happy to see her that day. He kicked her out of her own house by ordering Eric to drop her at her parents' house. She begged, requested, and cried to let her stay near him, but none of her pleas were heard. Eric dropped her at her parents' house. Of course, her parents got worried about seeing her back after a few hours of departure, but she lied to them about Zayden's absence from the town for a few days, which he forgot to inform her. In her mind, she had planned to question him when he would come to her house to take her with him. She had the whole list of questions in her mind as to why he took such a decision alone. Why did he send her without even asking her? Not to forget, he even kicked her from her own house, and yesterday, when he finally visited her house to take her with him, she bombarded all the questions at once. At first, he was startled, but then witnessing his mate's concern for him, he couldn't help but smile, and he even felt sorry for kicking her out of their home. But he didn't feel sorry for sending her home like that. Yes, she deserved to know the truth, but what could she have done even after knowing all the situation? But his over-concern for her backfired against him, and since yesterday, she was super upset with him. Though she came back with him, but was ignoring him like he didn't even exist. Zayden tried his level best to convince her. He begged for her forgiveness, thinking a mere word would melt her heart, but it was as if she was made of stone. His words, tactics didn't work. She didn't even give him his favorite goodnight kiss. He made her remember her promise. But she didn't give grass to it. After all, she was angry. Grace, I told you. I am sorry. I swear I won't repeat it again, ever. I don't think you are sorry, Dominic, because I know you will force your decision on me again, she said and stood up from the bed to go downstairs. Dominic followed her. What will make you forgive me? I can't walk like this behind you the whole day, he said, irritated. I am not asking you to follow me. The breakfast is ready and the keys are on the table. Her haste steps came to a halt when he caught her waist and hugged her from behind. Grace sighed as she knew she wouldn't be able to do anything in this position. His grip was strong, and she wouldn't stand a chance if she struggled. Now you will manhandle me? She asked, exasperated. If that will make you forgive me, he said as he kissed her neck even when she struggled. The voice automatically changed when saying this line, and Grace knew Zayden was back. This won't make me forgive you. I am sorry, sweetheart. I promise I won't force my decisions on you again. I will let you know each and everything. I was scared, thinking, what if I will end up doing something wrong? I didn't want you to get mad at me, and also didn't want to hate me for having your innocence without your consent. I love you too much to see you in pain, my sweetheart. Please forgive me, he said sadly. His words did melt her heart this time, but her ego still was flying high. Her heart forgave him, but his mind refused to do so. After a minute of them standing still, he finally stepped back and turned her. So, did you forgive me? Will you give me another chance, please? Yes, she thought. I need time, Zayden, she replied. This was enough for him. He smiled and bent down to kiss her, but she turned her face to the side. Zayden clenched his jaw in her and abruptly left the spot and went downstairs to get the keys without having breakfast. Grace saw him leaving, even though he did what she wanted, but she wanted him to kiss her goodbye as he always did. She was definitely going crazy. Why was this happening to her? No, what was happening to her? You can't be serious, are you? We are not leaving without kissing our mate, Dominic said as Zayden reached the door. Jennifer used to love when I used to kiss her without her consent. But she's not Jennifer. But she is our mate. Just turn around and look at her. I am sure you can't leave without kissing her." Zayden turned around to look at Grace, his chosen mate, and he just couldn't go out without kissing her for real. He stared at her intently, and she stared at him in confusion. Soon, Zayden retreated his steps and quickly climbed the stairs to reach the spot where she stood. Grabbing the back of her head, he crashed his lips on her and took what was his rightfully. And to his great happiness, she didn't fight back. When he regained his composure, he looked at her lovingly and spoke. "Werewolf Queen Crystal is throwing a party, and she has invited the both of us. So get ready by 6, and I hope your stubbornness will go away by evening. I don't want her to think that you are still being forced by me. I love you," he said quickly and left the house. Grace just stood there for a little longer, pondering upon her actions. Was I overreacting? Was my behavior really childish? Should I forgive him? But it wasn't even his fault entirely. He was just concerned about me and my feelings. He was just displaying his love. But then, he shouldn't have taken the decision himself. He should have shared this with me once. How could he decide to send me home? Maybe that's his kind of love. But he should have let me prove my love for him, she thought. What? She gasped aloud as she recalled her own words. My love for him? I don't love him. No, I just like him. I can't love him. Yes, I don't love him, she consoled herself. TBC. Third person's POV. Wear this tonight. I will pick you up at 6. Grace read the card that was attached to the box that Zayden had sent for her. He had told her to get ready for the party. She was in no mood to go anywhere. But she also knew better than to ignore Zayden's so-called orders. So she did exactly that. She opened the box and was stunned to see the beauty inside. Inside was a beautiful pendant of platinum and diamond work. A smile crept upon her lips, and she almost stood up to call him and thank him for such beauty. But suddenly, she reminded herself of what he did, and the old anger returned. At exactly 6 p.m., she was ready for the party, but she had no idea the reason behind the party. A horn was heard from the yard, and she came outside to see. Zayden was indeed waiting for her outside. She carefully made her way out of the house while closing the door behind her. The blue mermaid-style gown and the pendant that he had given her to wear looked perfect on her as he had thought, and all he wished was to kiss the hell out of her. But he couldn't. He didn't want to steal a kiss again without her consent. "You look beautiful, sweetheart," he complimented. Grace gave a small smile and entered the car. Zayden himself followed the suit, knowing very well that she was still upset. After a few hours, they reached the party. Grace was stunned to see the arrangements. Light, sparkles, colorful fountains, and a lot of people, or say werewolves, in expensive suits and gowns. What is the purpose of this party? The Queen's grandson turned 1 today. You didn't tell me. I would have brought some gifts from him. Did you give me a chance? He asked. True, the whole ride was as silent as it could be. When they came out of the car, Zayden gave the keys to the valet. She asked him again, if they are werewolves, then why did they throw the party in the human world? King Vince is a well-known personality in the human world. That's why. But don't worry, all the werewolves' guests are on different floors, while the humans are on different floors until the cake cutting. Okay. Now smile. It's the first time you're meeting any of the other alphas. They might look scary, but you have to behave strongly. They shouldn't know that you don't belong here, even after a few months of our marriage. Okay? He explained when they entered the lift. Grace hastily nodded as she was scared someone might rip her apart. After all, everyone in the party would be a werewolf while she still smells like a human. What will happen if they think that I am not a werewolf? She asked curiously, with a little fear too. Zayden stopped on his tracks, making her halt too when they came out of the lift. He faced her and cupped her face in his palms. Remember, sweetheart, as long as I am alive, nobody can harm you. I will kill the person who thinks of hurting you, so you have nothing to worry about. Okay? Just enjoy the night and stay close to me all the time. These people aren't your type, and many of them will try to show you that you don't belong here and you are not my fated mate. But just remember one thing, that I love you. Okay, he said confidently. Grace could just nod at this very long speech. Zayden smiled, took her hand in his, and guided her toward the entrance of the hall. Vlad, Grace heard a male voice, and before she could have understood anything, a baby touched, hugged her leg, and giggled. Zayden, it's good to see you with your mate. Thank you for coming. Vince, Werewolf King, welcomed him and gave him a side hug. Come here, birthday boy, he added when picked his grandson in his arms. So, he is your grandson? Zayden asked, pinching the chubby cheeks of Vlad, on which he quickly hid his face in his grandfather's suit. Yes. Don't mind him. He is quite shy, he said and kissed his grandson's hair. Meet my mate, Grace. Grace, this is the king about whom I was talking about and the host of the party. Zayden announced for both of them. Oh, hello, Mrs. Staunton. It's nice to finally meet you. Where were you hiding this beauty, man? Matthew, son of the king, teased Zayden out of nowhere, and it worked quite well. Zayden pulled Grace to his side and held her by her waist possessively. Mine! Matthew raised his hands as if surrendering. I won't stop you if you're planning to kick his ass, Vince commented and laughed a little. I was just kidding, guys. Of course, she is his. Anyway, I just came to inform you to take Vlad, he said and forwarded his hand toward the baby boy who quickly jumped in his arms. Come, let me you to my mate, Vince said. After a minute, Vince introduced the two ladies. And Grace had to agree to the fact that both the ladies were damn too beautiful, and by observing the fact, she could tell that both the ladies were related. She assumed a little older between them to be the queen, and she was right about that. Crystal, she is Grace. I know. In fact, everyone knows her. After all, she is quite a buzz in our world, she said, confusing her. Zayden bowed down his head a little to greet her, though Dominic was against this. Zayden, let's leave the ladies to themselves. I wanted you to meet some alphas who can be helpful for your pack if you form allies with them, Vince said. Zayden hesitated for a second. He didn't want to leave his mate alone. He knew people around him, and he was well aware of how much a higher-rank wolf hates the weak one. They wouldn't leave a chance to pull upon the weaker ones. But he also knew his status and power. No one in their world would think about crossing him. And insulting his wife in any way would definitely lead to their demise. So to show others, he leaned and kissed her cheek lovingly. I love you, he whispered before leaving her alone. Third person's POV. So did you like his world and his way of living? Crystal directly asked the question, which she had thought to ask without wasting a single second. Grace didn't know what to reply to. She knew that the queen was interrogating her as she had heard how Zayden had married her. She hated his mafia's work, but she could hate the fact that her husband could turn into a monster. Well, a big black wolf to be specific, because he was a part of him. But to maintain her and her husband's status, she faked a smile. I am still trying, she replied and easily dodged the question. So it was true. She is really Alpha Zayden Staunton's chosen mate, said the woman standing near the queen. A few more ladies joined them to know more about Grace. Yes, and here we thought it was just a rumor. I mean, who goes and chooses a weakling as his mate, that too at gunpoint? Another lady exclaimed. Grace felt uneasy at this conversation. They were talking as if she wasn't there at all. After a moment, she came to know who were the Lunas of which pack and made of which alphas. She was glad that Zayden used to share about his work with her. Otherwise, she would be standing between them like an idiot, knowing nothing. At that instant, a waiter arrived and offered drinks to all the ladies. Grace took a soft drink for herself to calm her breath. Everything was near to her. After all, she had never been gone to high-class parties, and she had to maintain her reputation as Mrs. Staunton. She ran her gaze around the hall to see where her husband was. Even though he was angry at him, yet still she found herself safe with him. Almost instantly, she found him talking to the king and 3 other men who she didn't know. But the weird part was he was watching her from time to time. When their eyes met, he gave her an assuring smile. But she didn't revert even though she wanted to because of her thick-headed ego. Well, not everything that we heard was a rumor after all. Mom. Somebody spoke, which made Grace pay heed toward the women around her. Sorry? She said as she didn't understand. We heard that Zayden loved his chosen mate a lot, even though she was a human, but nobody believed it. After all, how can a cold-hearted person like him fall in love? Something inside her snapped. Grace felt anger at the words these stupid Lunas were using for her husband. Yeah, he might be a criminal who killed his own father and wanted to kill his own brother, but in some corner of her heart, she didn't hate him. Her heart refused to hear anything against her husband. What was happening to her? He isn't that cold, she hissed, on which those women's eyes widened. Becca, take care of the guest. And excuse me, everyone. Grace, can you come with me for a while? Crystal pulled Grace by her wrist, and frankly, she was thankful that she pulled her away from the ladies who were still watching with shock. Grace was surprised when Crystal brought her to a solitary area, which was soon recognized to be a terrace. You have a wolf, Crystal stated more than asked. Grace's eyes widened hearing Crystal's word, which clearly stated to Crystal that she was right about it. Okay, leave that answer as your expression already told me everything. So tell me, Grace, do you love Zayden? What? Grace exclaimed at the sudden, unexpected question. Yes, tell me, do you love your mate? It's kind of I know it's a personal question and I am in no position to ask you this, but Zayden is like my son, and I want him to be happy. I know he loves you a lot. It's clearly visible in his eyes and expressions, but there is a sadness in him whenever it concerns you. He had never felt love in his life. And when he falls in love with someone, then that someone can't revert to his feelings. Do you know what a disaster it is? Grace didn't know what to say, so Crystal continued. I know it's difficult to love a man who kills for a living. I can't exactly understand the situation because my mate has never been one of them. But think outside this. Think of him as a normal werewolf. Think he is not in the mafia. Think he is just a werewolf who is insanely in love with you. Then will you love him? The question puzzled Grace. I don't know, she replied as usual. A woman's all-time favorite answer, Crystal sighed. I hope you resolve this I don't know soon. She laughed and went back to the party. Grace followed her suit and entered the party hall, but her mind lingered upon the question that Crystal left for him. Would she love him if he was just a werewolf and not a criminal? She groaned in irritation. She hated when this question came, when she had to name the feelings she had for her husband. She looked for Crystal, but she was already gone to attend to the guest, leaving her with her own feelings. What do I feel for him? What would it be like Zayden? What would it be like if Zayden wouldn't have been in this criminal world? But then feelings are feelings. They don't see circumstances or situations. If we like someone, we do it without any conditions. And if we love someone, we don't see the flaws of that person. Zayden had done so much for her, and she knew it very well. The respect and concern he gave to her and her family, the love he had for her. Even after keeping himself in pain, he thought of her feelings and emotions. She knew that no man has ever loved her as much as Zayden does. But this wasn't what she was more concerned about. She was thinking of why she felt so happy and safe in his arms these days. Why did she long for his kisses and touches? Why did she love it when he smiled? Why did she love each and every little thing he did? Why did she feel jealous when Sarah used to interfere in their business? Why did she get mad when Zayden sent her home when he was in pain? Her eyes wandered and fell upon her husband, who was canning the whole hall for something with a tensed face. What is bothering him? She thought. But when their eyes met and she saw him getting relaxed, it was when she realized that he was worried for her. How can someone care about another person so much? Zayden walked toward her with a slight smile on his face. He didn't care if she was angry at him or not anymore. What mattered to him was that his mate was safe and sound. He almost got a mini heart attack when he could find his mate at the place where he had left her before. But thankfully, he found her in the very next moment. And when Zayden came close to her was when Grace finally realized something. And this something was somehow everything. It was an answer to all the above questions. It was an answer to the questions people ask her. It was an answer to the questions that had made her husband grumpy all the time. It was an answer for everyone and mostly for herself. She was in love with him. She didn't know how or when or why it happened. But what she knew for sure now was that she actually fell in love with him. She was in love with her husband, her mate, with her Zayden. TBC. third person's POV. Sometimes in our life, we have to face that time when we don't understand how to express ourselves. You want to share your feelings, but there are no words to say. Grace was going through the same situation. She didn't know what to do now when she had finally found the name of the feelings she had for Zayden. Yes, she was in love with him. But what now? What was she supposed to say to him now? It was all new for her, and she wasn't bold and blunt like Zayden to confess to him about her love openly. So instead of telling him that she loved him, she remained quiet and simply stared at his handsome face. "My God, I get away from you for a bit and you don't waste any time in disappearing," he said sarcastically. Grace just kept looking at him. How did she fall in love with him? She wondered. She was sure that she would never have any feelings for this criminal and would never love him. A month ago, she despised him with passion. But look, what happened to her now? "What?" Zayden asked worriedly as she continued to stare at him with no emotions. But only she knew what was going on in her heart. Zayden narrowed his eyes and brought his hand to touch her cheek to draw her to reality. And as she felt his touch, she melted into it. The spark ran through her body. "Is this what love feels like?" she asked herself. "What happened, sweetheart? Is something bothering you? I am not able to smell your emotions. Tell me what happened," he asked with concern. How was it that he could express his love so easily while she couldn't even show it? "No, nothing. I was just thinking about something." She half lied, hiding her feelings. "And what is it?" he asked as he placed his hand on her waist and came to her side. He guided her towards the seating area. "I will tell you someday," she replied with a smile. She didn't have the strength to confess her love for him. What would he think, she thought. "I am surprised that you are not angry at me anymore," he said, and gave him his full smile that did wonders to her body. She put the blame on him for being so handsome and charming. "I couldn't be. It wasn't your fault. You were just being careful for not hurting my feelings in any way, and I am thankful for that." She explained and thought about the situation carefully. He married her forcefully and then marked her without her consent. For a moment, she could forgive him for both things. Well, she had already forgiven him for that, but mating with her without her consent or forcefully was nothing but a complete nightmare. She couldn't imagine being raped by her own husband. Zayden pulled the chair for her to sit while he himself took one next to her. "Thank you for understanding, sweetheart. And I am sorry for being so harsh in the morning. I shouldn't have kissed you without your consent," he said, lowering his head. He knew he had his right on her, but that he had also promised her once for not to force himself on her in any way, and he was ashamed of it. "No, don't be sorry for that. I love it," she said before she could stop herself. He snapped his head in her direction, bewildered by her answer. It was the first time she had been so blunt about her feelings. Grace quickly realized what she said. No, I was just, she stammered horribly, not knowing what to say in her defense. Zayden laughed at her condition. His laughter was like music to her ears. She was really going insane, she concluded. "If you like my touch, and when I kiss you, then you just have to ask, sweetheart. I would gladly do it for you, maybe much more than that. Oh no, I would definitely do much more than that. I just want your consent, baby," he said, and came close to her ear. It sent shivers down her spine. She was even more scared and reluctant to confess feelings now. "I better keep my feelings to myself for now," she thought to herself. Immediately she recalled something. "At least, not speak these things over here. Everyone here are werewolves and they might hear us." "Don't worry about that. They wouldn't be able to hear us because the queen had kept a spell in the party because of which no one can hear what others are talking until they are standing close to them. Just like humans, just to maintain privacy. So I can speak about all the dirty things without any tension of being heard." Grace shook her head and looked at him with shy eyes. Zayden was about to kiss her when a tinkling sound across the hall. Their moment was interrupted, and they looked at the source of the sound. Both Vince and Crystal were standing there holding the little Vlad in arms to gain everyone's attention. "May I have your attention, please? Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank you all for attending this party. It means a lot to us. Today, for the first time, we have brought our grandson publicly on his first birthday. I would like you to gather around the center for the cake cutting ceremony. But before that, I would like to thank Zayden again because of whom Vlad is here. Thank you, Zayden, and congratulations for your wedding. I must say, you chose the perfect mate for yourself. Zayden smiled at the speech, whereas Grace was spellbound. It was so embarrassing when all the people start staring at you and you know that they are looking you. Only. She smiled meekly and shyly, whereas Zayden couldn't be prouder. His mate was best, and he knew that. Why did the queen say that you are the reason why Vlad is here? Well, that's because Vlad was almost killed last year when his mother had been attacked, but thankfully I was able to save him because I was near the place. And his mother? Grace asked curiously. Zayden sighed and shook his head. I couldn't. Oh, Grace muttered and looked around. Who is Vlad's father in this crowd? He is no more, Zayden said, and Grace immediately stopped searching for Vlad's father. She didn't look at Zayden by the little Vlad who was looking at his birthday cake happily. Don't be sad, sweetheart. Everyone had their own story. At least he has a loving grandparents and uncles and aunts. Hashtag TBC, third person's POV. Now let me change your mood, Zayden said when everyone started gathering around the center for the cake-cutting moment. He immediately took his mate's hand and walked towards the left of the hall. Grace looked at him in confusion. Where are we going? Aren't we going to watch the cake-cutting ceremony? We are not kids, sweetheart. Okay, but at least let me know where we are going, she asked when he walked inside the lift, taking her with him. Zayden, Grace asked again, but he just pulled her with him. When the lift opened, she found herself in the corridor with a lot of rooms around. He turned the knob of one of the rooms and brought her with him when he finally left her hand to close the door. Grace looked inside the room while he closed the door. It was a nice room, a bed, table, closet, mirror, and she was about to see much more when she was spun and pushed back harshly. As soon as Zayden closed the door, he saw his mate looking at the interior of the room. He was so on the verge now. He had been controlling himself for the last 2 days. He hadn't kissed her or sucked on those sweet lips of his mate, and he wanted to do it. He wanted to devour her now. It would be impossible downstairs, as he knew how shy his mate was. But he brought her here to satisfy his urge. And now that he knew his mate was more than willing, there was no stopping him. So he pulled her and pushed her along the door and brought his lips on her urgently. Grace could just gasp in surprise. It was now that she realized how deep they were into each other. She immediately tried to push him away. But he was so much drowned in the pool of lust that he didn't understand her signal. So Grace applied more pressure upon his chest. Zayden, please wait, she almost begged. She knew he was a man, and men have their needs. And denying him again and again wasn't healthy. But she had no alternative left. She couldn't do anything intimate here, in someone else's house or room. It was very unethical. What? Zayden asked, clearly irritated that she was denying him again. His and Dominic's patience was really wearing off. After all, how long would he be able to keep her away for long? We can't do this here, Grace muttered slowly, as she could clearly see the annoyance in his eyes. She didn't want to upset him in any way. Why? What happened? It's somebody else's room. We can't do that here. It's not good. Don't worry. The Queen has arranged rooms for everyone so that they can stay here tonight for rest, he said, and started leaning down to kiss her again, but she turned her head on time. Still, Zay, she spoke, not realizing that she had used a nickname for him, and Zayden did notice this. His eyes shone with happiness. This was the same nickname that his mother used to call him. He always felt that Grace was just like his mother. Zay, he recited. Sorry, I was just... Grace tried to get an excuse as she thought Zayden didn't like the name she gave him. No, I like it, he said, flashing a smile to her. Grace smiled back and found a way to escape his arms. Let's go back to the party, and I don't want to stay here. Our home is just a few hours away from here, she proposed. But we will continue this at home, he said, cornering a loose strand of hair near her ear. Grace blushed as she didn't know what to say. She couldn't be as he was. He waited for her response. Okay, She meekly replied, looking at his shirt instead of his face. Zayden smiled at her shyness. Men love those women who have this innocence in them. Good, he said and perked her lips. They both corrected their dress as it had gone wild during their makeout session. 3 weeks later, there are 2 people who want to meet you, Master, James informed Wyatt as he was working on some of the account sheets. Me? Who is it? He asked as he wasn't expecting anyone. I didn't ask for his and her name, but they said they have an important issue to discuss with you, he explained. What issue? I am busy now and I don't want to waste my time discussing some nonsense, Wyatt said. They mentioned Zayden. They said they want to talk about Zayden Staunton. The mere name caught his entire attention. Who was the person who had something to discuss Zayden, the person he despised the most? After giving it thought upon it, he asked James to let them come in. He furrowed his eyebrow when he felt the presence of a werewolf. After 2 minutes of impatient wait, the people who had perked up his ears entered. Out of one was a werewolf, and the second was a vampire. He wondered what made a werewolf come here, that too with a vampire. Hello, I am Wyatt Staunton, and you are? He asked as he failed to recognize the person. Hello, I am Sarah Watson, and he is Paul, the visitors announced, TBC. Third person's POV. Grace rolled in her sleep. It was the beginning of winter days, but thanks to her mate, who had provided the both of us 2 comforters, just to keep the cold away. It was early in the morning, but none of them wanted to leave the bed. So they laid sleeping under the warm comforters and the warmth that was seeping between their bodies. It had actually become a habit for the both of them to sleep like this. Zayden didn't have to go out a lot to work, as Eric was very much capable now to do the stuff. He was required only when the situation was difficult to handle. So he spent most of the time at home with his mate. And Grace couldn't be happier about it. She loved it that her husband could spend more and more time with her. In the last 3 weeks, they had grown to know a lot about each other. There was almost no secret between them. There wasn't any memory that they hadn't shared. She had shared her whole childhood memories with him, whereas he had opened his life to her. Of course, they used to fight and argue, but then these arguments only strengthened the love between them because it let them understand each other better. In the last 3 weeks, they had shared so many sweet, intimate, and loving moments, but not once had they taken a step to consummate their relationship. Though Zayden could smell Grace's arousal from time to time, but he didn't take any step as he had promised himself not to do so until she initiated it. These days, Grace also had her first heat. It was too hard for her to control the pain, but thankfully, Zayden helped her by suppressing her pain by giving her pills instead of mating with her. She wanted to say a lot of things to Zayden, but was too shy to say something or give any indication or signs. And the worst part was that, even though she wanted to confess her love to him, she couldn't, because she knew he couldn't waste a second to make her his as soon as she confessed. But she was also checking the date. She didn't want her husband to go through the same pain which he had felt on last full moon night. "What are you thinking?" Grace gasped as she heard Zayden ask her out of the blue. "Good morning," she said cheerily, ignoring his question. That smile brought a smile upon his lips too. "Morning, sweetheart. You look beautiful." Her cheeks turned pink, and she started looking for an excuse to leave from there as soon as possible. "It's my turn to prepare the coffee," she muttered as they alternatively prepared coffee every morning. "Is it?" he asked as he totally forgot. Also, he knew his mate just changed the topic. I will be back in 5 minutes." After 15 minutes, when she came back again with the 2 coffee cups in her hand, she was surprised to see him not on the bed. When she called for him, he came with an envelope in his hand from the walk-in closet. "What's this?" she asked, not caring for the answer. "A surprise for you," he stated, which caught her attention. It had been so many days that he hadn't surprised her in any way, so she was excited to know what it was. His surprise always lit up her mood. They were always something that left her speechless and insanely happy. Someday, he would bring the best collection of flowers, or the classiest jewelry set, or beautiful dresses, so anyone could imagine her anxiety to know what would be inside that envelope. "What is it?" she asked in a childish voice. But instead of telling her anything, he sat on the bed with his cup of coffee and asked her to sit too. Not now, or else you won't enjoy the coffee. Fine. When they finally finished the coffee, she almost jumped on him to tell her about the envelope. And seeing her excitement, he chuckled aloud. He extracted the envelope from his pocket and passed it to her. Grace didn't waste a second to open the envelope and see what's inside. She removed the two papers and read the minute script. Fight ticket? She asked aloud as she read the airline's name on the top. Yes, we didn't go anywhere after our wedding, so Allison gave me an idea about this. It's kind of our honeymoon destination, he said with a grin. Grace was happy to hear that. This was the first time when she would go out of this state. Not to forget, she would travel for the first time in flight, as she never got any chance earlier. From childhood, she had made a wish list to travel to some select places where she wanted to go. When her eyes fell upon the name of the destination, her breath was caught in her throat for a split second. She couldn't believe it. Either it was a coincidence, or Zayden really knew her favorite place. She looked at him with the brightest smile upon his lips. The happiness was showering out from her eyes, too. How did you know? You are my sweetheart, and it's my business to take care of your wishes, he said with a content smile. She was happy, and that's what all mattered to him. She immediately jumped on him and hugged him dearly. The collision made him fall on the bed with her on top of him. Grace kissed him passionately while showing her thanks to him in this way. After all, Zayden was taking her to her dream place. TAT of TBC, third person's POV. All the passengers are requested to put on their seat belts. We will be landing shortly. It was nice to have you all aboard. We hope to see you again. The pilot announced, on which Zayden looked at Grace, who was sleeping peacefully with her head on his shoulders. Zayden wanted to bring Grace with his personal plane, but then she wanted to enjoy everything as a normal human being, rather than being treated like a billionaire's wife. Sweetheart, wake up. Come on now, Zayden whispered softly in her ear. Grace yawned lazily and looked out of the window. She was thrilled by the sight. The runway was visible from the height they were at now. It was 7 a.m, and she could clearly see the land and the greenery that was engulfed by the large mass of blue. Maldives is really beautiful, she exclaimed and met her husband's eyes. There was a beam in her eyes that excited him. He knew how much she wished to come here, between the natures and waters, instead of Paris, just like other women. When Zayden announced that they were going to the Maldives, she couldn't believe it. He always knew how to surprise her. But she didn't know that he knew her desire to go to the Maldives. So, when she asked him this, he simply replied his infamous answer, because he loved her. Grace felt the tingling feeling in her stomach as the flight descended. She looked at Zayden to see him typing something on his phone. As soon as the flight landed, the hostess came and did a final security check before she signaled the command to open the plane's door. One by one, the passengers stood up from their seats to get down, and Grace was way too excited, but she waited for her turn. When they finally came down, Grace looked at Zayden again, who was busy with his phone. Zay, what are you doing with your phone? I thought we came here together, but look at you. It seems like you came with your phone to your honeymoon. She scolded him as she got frustrated watching him continuously with his phone. Zayden laughed at her unwanted jealousy. He locked his phone and placed it inside the pocket. Still smiling, he placed his hand on her shoulder and brought her close to him. Sorry, sweetheart. We are in human worlds, and I was busy checking all the arrangements rather than mind-linking. What arrangements? We surely don't want to stay on the road, sweetheart, do we? He mocked. 7 days went by, and Grace still couldn't believe it. They visited so many places and small islands and enjoyed them to the fullest. They were to get back to their home the day after tomorrow. It was already 9 p.m., and she was sitting on the sand, looking at the sea. Their resort was a few meters away, and so decided to watch the sea. She liked this life much more than the life she was living right now, i.e. between guns and crime. She knew her wish was childish, but she wanted to settle here, and she would like to open a small restaurant which would be owned and managed by her. In short, She wanted a normal life. The harsh waves striking the stones made a violent sound, but it was soothing for her, all because it was nature. She wanted to savor and make as many memories as she could of this place with her husband. Her thoughts migrated towards her husband. How could she ever thank him? She doubted herself of being worthy of the selfless love he had for her. She still didn't know why he loved her so much. A smile crept on her lips at the thought of her love story. A few months back, she hated him, and now the complete opposite has happened. He was right when he told her that he would eventually win her heart. And he did. These days, Zayden gave her the best moments of her life. He would wake her up with seduction, feed her in the best restaurants, and would take her to places one could only imagine. But it was not the luxury that she enjoyed. It was the love and attention from his side that she loved the most. He would never miss a chance to kiss her or tell her how much he loved her. In short, he gave her everything without asking anything in return. And she wondered what she could give him. But now she knew. She knew what she was going to give him, and she had prepared herself for that since the morning. But since morning, Zayden was nowhere to be found. She looked at the full moonlight, and she knew that he was trying to maintain distance from her tonight. She just hoped him to be in perfect condition, as she made him promise last time that he wouldn't harm himself in any condition. She was expecting him in the next half an hour because she had texted him to return to the resort before 10 p.m. if he didn't want her to get mad at him. Her mind again diverted to all the possible ways in which he would take her as soon as she confessed her love to him. The thought of her lying next to him scared and excited her all at once. She played the things she was going to do tonight. She was going to get back to the room, take his hand, and tell him how she felt for him. And then she would leave everything in his hands, as she knew he would carry up from there. Oh, how much she wanted him to make her his in real terms. She was prepared for it. And then she smelt her mate's scent. She smiled, thinking how her fake threat worked on her mate. She was about to stand and take him to the room when he interrupted her. No, keep sitting," he said, motioning with his hands. He came near and sat behind her in such a way that she sat in between his legs and her back rested on his chest. TBC, third person's POV. "You should not have done that, sweetheart," he muttered and kissed her hair. "Done what?" "You know that, sweetheart," he added and sighed. "I am barely able to control Dominic, so it will be better that we stay away from each other just for tonight." Her plan was about to get flopped. She had planned to confess her love in the resort, but then he was suggesting to stay away. She had prepared for the whole line that she was going to speak in front of him. She had practiced it at least 50 times. But look what was happening now. Things were not going how she wanted them to go. What was she supposed to do now? She wondered. So she did the best she could think about. She melted with fate. "I can smell. Something is cooking in your mind." Yeah, I was thinking that you came earlier than expected." She lied and regretted it instantly. She knew that he would find out about her lies. Also, he would think something else. She heard him laugh as he continued. "Why, aren't you happy to see me?" "It's not like that. Leave it. Dominic had suggested something, so I have brought something for us. You will love it," he said excitedly. Grace sighed. He brought something for her, again, and here she was, still struggling to say the 3 words that she had been hiding inside. "What happened, sweetheart?" "You seem disturbed?" Zayden asked with concern. He heard her sigh deeply. Grace sighed. He brought something for her again, and here she was, still struggling to say the 3 words that she has been hiding inside. Grace immediately denied it so as to not worsen the mood. "No, nothing. I was just enjoying this moment. It was so peaceful here," she said as she completely rested her upper half on his chest. She felt his chest vibrate as he laughed again. Why was he laughing at her so much tonight? It was decreasing the little confidence that she had about telling them how she felt for him. "You find the violent crash of waves peaceful, love? That's a new definition of peace," he said. Grace pouted as she knew it was her mistake. How could the sound of crashing waves be peaceful? If anything, they were scary to listen to. A minute's silence engulfed between them. both not saying anything, but at the same time enjoying being in the arms of each other. Zayden rested his head on her neck and closed his eyes in content. He knew he wouldn't get such a moment again to sit near the seashore and hold the love of his life. While Grace loved the feeling of his touch, the way he held her possessively as if he would never leave her. Ever. When Zayden kissed her neck, the words left her mouth before she could control them. "I love you," she said, and just like that, her heart started beating fast, faster and faster. She had never been this nervous in her whole life. This was not how she had planned to tell him. But then when has life gone the way we plan it to go? While on the other hand, Zayden froze on the spot. Her words almost echoed in the darkness. His lips were still on her neck, and he didn't detach them. Not to forget, Dominic was howling happily in his mind. He was sure that he would have his mate in his arms in all ways, but Zayden was doubtful about it. A few moments of awkward silence went by. While she expected him to say something, Zayden couldn't believe she actually confessed. I love you," Grace repeated, but this time less confidently. And just like that, a smile came upon his lips involuntarily. A warm, pleasurable sensation sprouted in his heart. He had never felt this kind of jingling feeling ever in his life. His whole body soared with happiness. The person who had never received love from any person, or the person who had seen only hate in life, knew the value of love. Only he knew how much he craved his mate's love. Even if he had felt that she had much more feelings for him, but he never inquired. He gave her all the time she wanted. How can he be so gentle to her, yet equally cruel to the outside world? Grace felt his smile on her neck. His silence scared her of the rejection she might receive. Oh, how stupid she was. But his smile wiped away all doubts. Now that she had told her feelings, she felt more confident. "I love you more, sweetheart," was his simple reply. She knew it. She knew that, no matter what, she wouldn't be able to love him as much as he loves her. But now something else was nagging her. The thoughts of what he would do now. She remembered his words when he had told her that the moment she confessed her love, he would claim her his. Well, Dominic wanted to do the same, but Zayden had some other plans. Unknown to Zayden's plans, Grace was getting nervous with the thoughts of all those things that happen in the bed and how far a man goes. She just wondered if he would be gentle or demanding. But she had promised to submit entirely to him. Seconds passed to minutes, and minutes passed to more minutes. But he didn't initiate anything. Instead, he just sat there holding her more firmly. He kept on inhaling her sweet scent as well as kissed her at short intervals. Suddenly, a clap of thunder was heard which made her body shiver in fear. She wasn't expecting the clouds to roar suddenly. Her actions made her chuckle. His mate surely was so naive. "What's so funny?" she asked in a scolding manner. Here her body was going crazy for him and he was laughing at her behavior. "I know what you are thinking, sweetheart," he said, making her go stiff. Only he knew how much he loved the sexual tension that she was going through. "Really? What am I thinking?" "The sexual tension you are going through, baby. I can feel it," he whispered the latter in her ear. She knew he was getting dirty, and she could do that to him too. "If you can feel it, then why are you not satisfying it?" she said. She really was going crazy. Hence proved. Zayden raised his brow at her audacity, but he loved this side of her. "I want you to go through what I went through since the day I met you." Third person's POV. As soon as he finished his dirty talk, the clouds decided to show their presence. It started raining, and the waves became more violent. The noise matched their beating heart. They both took it as their clue to get back to the resort. Zayden took her hand to take her back inside, promising inside a night filled with passion and love. He opened the door of his room and urged Grace to get inside. It rained awesomely, and in just 1 minute they got partially wet. When she looked straight, her eyes fell upon the bed. All her confidence dissolved as she heard him close the door and lock it. "This is it," she thought. Zayden watched her stand still, looking at the bed. He walked closer to her. She felt him before his front touched her back. Grace turned her head slightly to look at him, but couldn't as he was exactly behind her. When their bodies touched and desire pooled inside both of them, Grace leaned on him. They felt each other. Zayden brought his hands towards her head and pulled the hairband. He watched her hair fall, and the familiar fragrance of lavender hit his nose, making him harder. He clenched his teeth to control his junior. He wanted to take it slow, as he didn't want to scare her. "I love you, Grace," he confessed like all other times, and this time she replied. "I love you too," she said and smiled. They slept in each other's arms, while each of their bodies yearned for more. But Zayden knew he had to give her some time, or else she wouldn't be able to walk. He would wait till tomorrow. Grace saw a familiar room that she knew would lead her to the same place where that woman would be burnt alive. Again, the same dream? But why? She thought. That's weird, you should have recalled everything by now. Gasped, she turned around and met her red eyes with a brown head and black clothes walking closer to where she stood. Grace had never seen her before in her dreams, nor met her still that face. She found that face familiar. "You don't know me?" She raised her eyebrow. "That's odd. You should have remembered since he claimed you in every way." "Of course. She is Jane," Grace murmured, and she smiled when she heard her calling her name. TBC, third person's POV. "The memories come slowly, I see." She took a seat on the bed and signaled Grace to sit beside her. "Who are you? And how come you're in my dream? And how do I know your name?" "And take a deep breath, Grace," she said, interrupting Grace in between. "There are a lot of things to explain, but right now, you can consider me as your guardian. And I am just here to warn you that some creatures have already started their moves to hurt you." "Hurt me?" Grace asked in confusion. "But why? You are Dominic's mate, his Luna. He already claimed you and made this bond official if you forget." Blushed, Grace put her chin in her lap and hugged her feet, while Jane just laughed a little. "Do you know why he chose me? When the memories come into your head, you will understand," she said, and tapped Grace's head like she was a child. Sighed, she closed her eyes when she felt something come into her head. A dream in a dream? No. It was something else. A memory. Jane answered her and smiling, "Let it come, Race. You need to remember." Grace closed her eyes and let the picture come. It was fast at first. A picture of the prince was shown, and this time it was clear. He had tied his long hair with a ribbon and was on his knee. Grace was shocked to see Zayden at the place of the prince, and then the pretty Jennifer, with her short black hair, who had her feet on Zayden's left thigh, and Zayden was making her wear an anklet made up of flowers. For an unknown reason, Grace started feeling jealous. "Don't be jealous. Look clearly." Jane's voice made her think really hard to see her clearly. It was hard at first, but she tried to concentrate when finally she saw her clearly. "Oh God. Why didn't I realize it at first?" Gasped. She opened my eyes and met Jane's warm gaze with her teary eyes. "Jane? She is." Choked, Grace couldn't finish her word, but Jane nodded her head to answer her. "She is you, Grace," she confirmed. "That's why I was having the same dream again and again?" Grace asked, to which Jane nodded. "And that's why he chose me as his mate?" "Yes, Zayden might have had no idea about it, but Dominic knew it's you from the first time he saw you," Grace explained, and like the picture, Grace felt something inside her heart. It was the feeling that Jennifer felt. Every laugh, every memory came into her mind, and she tried to not throw up with it. It was too much. "Take a deep breath and relax. I know it hurts your head," she said softly. "But who are you?" "I am someone because of whom you died in your previous life, and I blame myself for that. But I promise that history won't repeat this time." Grace looked at her in confusion. "Stay strong, Grace." Gasped, Grace got up from her bed and realized she was back from that room to her room where she was sleeping with Zayden. She touched her head when it hurt before feeling someone touch on her head. From the warmth and how soft she felt, she knew who he was. Zayden. He watched her with a worried face. "You are hurt, sweetheart?" he asked. Crying, she knew why he suddenly chose her as his mate, the moment he saw me months back. "I couldn't imagine how Dominic waited for almost a whole decade to finally meet me. He waited patiently until God released my soul and finally the reincarnation of Jennifer to the earth. I am Jennifer. I am her reincarnation." Grace met Dominic's gaze, and he knew that she understood everything by now, because he already had an idea of it. Sobbed, she cupped his face before abruptly embracing him tightly. Oh God, how this man keeps waiting for me, for Jennifer. Dom, she murmured while putting her face on his neck. Taken aback by her words, she felt him tense before pulling back a little to meet my eyes. Grace could see that Dominic had taken control of Zayden's body. He looked shocked, shocked that she had been called by the nickname which she used to call him in their previous life. Slowly, he gave her a small smile before speaking. You remembered me? He whispered while cupping her face. Finally, Jennifer, my Grace, mine, he whispered, then gave her a tight embrace. They kept hugging each other as their life depended on each other. Oh God, why didn't I see it earlier? Why did it take this long for me to finally remember him? This is the place where I belong, with my mate, my lover, my man, my husband, my Dom and Zay, she thought. Jane smiled when seeing both of them finally together and happy. She knew it's too early to feel happy, but she couldn't stop the smile from her face. They need each other. They belong to each other. But then, she knew the curse which Dominic had received. Now that he had claimed his mate in every way, it was the time when the curse would start working in this way or that way. But with the power of seeing a glimpse of the future, she promised to keep Grace safe as much as she could. Suddenly, she saw a vision. Is that? A bunch of vampires. Wyatt sighed. She knew how badly he wanted to take revenge on Zayden, and now he would do anything to make sure that Zayden's mate would die. But I can't let that happen. I can't see my baby sister dying again. And for that, I know that I have to change the future. Seeing Grace in Zayden's arms, Jane smiled and ran away from there to work on her plan. TBC. Third person's POV. 1 month later, the sound of the shower woke Grace from her deep sleep. She stirred and opened her eyes and looked at her right. Zayden wasn't there, which meant he was awake, and she was glad that he went to take shower, leaving her alone in her naked state. 1 month had passed, yet she was shy about waking naked with him every morning. It was their routine to make love every alternative day and sleep naked every night. For her, the most difficult part was to wake up and see him looking at her intently, and she would try to hide deeper under the blanket to hide herself. At night, she had no problem, as it would be dark, and both would feel the same amount of lust running in their veins. But in the morning light, she felt uncomfortable being naked with him. So she immediately decided to wake up and go to her room to get fresh. She remembered him telling her that today he had to visit a site with Eric because, as per his source, Wyatt was staying there with his minions. Her plan of getting up before he comes out of the shower flopped as he came out with a towel hanging on his waist and another on his head with which he was wiping his wet hair. His eyes zeroed at her position, and he smiled in her direction. "Good morning, sweetheart," he said with a smile, and she returned it. He ran his eyes all over her and disliked it when he saw her hiding under the sheet. But he didn't complain today. He had very important work, and he wouldn't waste time in putting an argument on it. So he just came toward her and kissed her on the forehead. "You never listened to me," he simply said, and she knew what he was referring to, but she just didn't have the guts to stay naked for his eyes. During breakfast, Zayden informed her that he would come late as he had to finish his business with Wyatt by the end of the day, anyhow. So Grace nodded and kissed him so that he would finally go. When Zayden went away, she decided to clean the kitchen. And so that's what she did. She went to the kitchen and finished all the pending work. Then she went to the garden to water the plants. Suddenly, a weird odor hit her nose and she felt like vomiting. So she ran towards the bathroom on the ground floor and tried to normalize her mood, but it became much worse, and almost instantly, all her stomach came out. Though Grace hadn't any periods. Her date was in the next 2 days, but she remembered Allison sharing that the process of pregnancy in werewolves was faster than the human. That's why she needed to be sure. Instinctively, she brought her hand towards her stomach. Could this be true? Her suspicion of carrying Zayden's child inside her? A smile crept on her lips just by the thought, but she immediately wiped it away. She decided to take the test before she told him anything. What if it was all her assumption? She quickly went to her room to change her clothes. She had to visit a doctor, a werewolf, who is a doctor for consulting about her case. When she got out of the house, she called out for the first guard whom she saw. She wasn't stupid to go out of the house alone. She knew her mate would be very angry if she left the house alone. "Theo?" She called for the guard on duty. Theo ran towards Grace as soon as she called him. "Yes, Luna. Can you please take me to the doctor who treats werewolves?" "Are you all right, Luna?" he asked, getting worried for her. "Oh, I'm perfectly fine. It's just I want to visit there for regular checkup," she said hesitantly. Okay, Luna, let me inform Alpha about it," he said, and was about to mind-link Zayden when Grace interrupted. No, please don't inform him. He will freak out and will try to come back, and I don't want that. He has some important work, and I don't want to come in between it," she said. "But it's nor right to go anywhere without letting Alpha know about it. It's just a regular health checkup. It will hardly take a few hours. Plus, you are with me. Zayden trusts you." Theo's face snapped at her words. "Alpha trusts me?" he wondered in shock. The words hurt him. His Alpha trusted him, and he was the one who was betraying him. But what option did he have? "Fine, Luna. As you say, I will inform the other guards. Please sit in the frontmost car." He directed her car. Grace smiled gratefully and walked towards the car. After an hour of driving, they reached the hospital, which was in the pack near to her home. Grace made an appointment to meet the doctor. Her turn came after 15 minutes. "Good afternoon, Luna Grace." The doctor greeted Grace as she entered the cabin. Grace was thankful that the doctor was a lady and that to a cheerful one. "Good afternoon, doctor," she replied and took the seat in front of her. "So, what brought you here? In another pack, Luna Grace?" "I think I am pregnant, but I am not sure," Grace said truthfully. The doctor nodded her head. "Then let's clear your doubts about it after running a few tests." After half an hour, "Congratulations, Luna Grace, you're pregnant." The moment Grace heard this news, she couldn't help but smile widely. She was indeed carrying his child. She wondered what his reaction would be once he found out that he was going to be a father soon. "Thank you so much, doctor," Grace said, and heard carefully all the precautions which she had to take care of during her pregnancy. Everything was the same as humans except the time period. Instead of waiting for 9 months to see the face of the baby, she would have to wait for just 3 months. As soon as she came out of the cabin, Theo approached her and asked for her health. Grace didn't tell him about her pregnancy because she wanted to share this news with Zayden first. They both took their seats and Theo started the engine. Before driving, he took the water bottle, which he already had in the car, and offered it to Grace, which she gladly took. She didn't realize she was so thirsty until then. After drinking water, Grace smiled again as she thought of ways in which she would tell Zayden about this news. She knew he would be very happy about it. They had talked about having a child, and by his words, he was too eager and ready for it. And she, being her, was happy with his happiness. She ran her palm over her stomach again dreamily. It was as if her life had started moving into a different track. She could feel happiness and joy knocking at the door of their life, and she was so excited about it. "Our life will only have happiness now, Zay. God's grace is with us. I hope our child's love could destroy the hatred in your mind," she thought. Grace knew her mate was still after the person who had a hand in his mother's death. She knew he was still seeking revenge and would not rest until he probably killed his own brother. But she didn't want him to pursue this. She didn't want him to burn in the fire of revenge. She wanted him to be happy. She wanted him to always smile. She wanted him satisfied. But he wasn't. He might say to her that he was happy and all, but he wasn't. He wanted his brother dead. She just hoped that their child could help him forget about this obsession of killing his own brother. Grace thought about sharing this news with Zayden through MindLink or phone. She was so excited about it. But she controlled herself and decided to tell him herself face to face. She wanted to watch his expression as she gave this news to him. She wanted to see how he reacts when he gets to know that he was going to be a father soon. She admired the beauty of the surroundings, and before she knew, her eyelids felt heavy. She felt a strange pain throughout her body, and she immediately recognized that pain, the pain she had once felt when Zayden was hurt. "Grace, Dan, Jer," She heard the weak voice of Zayden in her mind. Zayden, Zayden. She tried to reach him but couldn't. The sleep which was in her eyes until a few seconds before was far away from her eyes now. And that's the moment she observed that Theo had taken an opposite route which would never take her back to her home. TBC, Zayden's POV. I was on the way to the place where Theo had said that I could find Wyatt and his minions. I rubbed my hand in frustration because I couldn't turn into a wolf and ran to that place as soon as possible. After all, that place was in the human world. That's when I saw her, standing at the side of the road. Before I could have asked Eric to stop the car or stepped out of the car to confirm whether it was really her, my car moved far away from the place where she was standing. After a minute, I again saw her standing at the side of the road and smiling at me. It means she is really here, I thought, and narrowed my eyes, wondering what she was doing here. Eric, stop the car. What? What happened, Alpha? Do what I say, Eric, I said in a bored tone, and he quickly stopped the car just in front of her. I hopped out of the car and walked toward her, knowing that she must have something important to share. After all, she had the power to see a glimpse of the future. What are you doing here? And there I thought you would greet me. After all, we are meeting each other after decades. Why are you here, Jane? Still the same old rude and arrogant Prince Dominic, huh? She chuckled. Nothing has changed except your long hair and dressing sense. She added with a big smile, but when she observed that I was not laughing at her stupid jokes, she stopped. Okay, coming straight to the point. Grace is going to be kidnapped. That's impossible. She is at home, safe and sound. She is not at home, and she will soon not be safe and sound if you are going to argue with me on this topic, she said in one tone, and I could tell that she was not lying. Why should I trust you? You hate me, and you are not very fond of Jennifer as well. That's true that I hate you, but that doesn't mean I was Jennifer to die again. Though I am trying my best that she won't get affected by your curse. And about your question, if you don't trust me, then why don't you ask your guards which are at your home? I reluctantly mink-linked Grace, but wasn't able to connect with her. Then Theo, but again, the same thing happened. After that, I mink-linked Derek, and thankfully he answered me. I was shocked to learn that Grace went out of the house with Theo, and no one knew a thing where they had gone. I tried to call Grace, but her number was out of network coverage. I looked at Jane, and looking at my expression, she knew what I was going to ask. I don't know where she is right now, but yes, I know that her car will be crossing the XYZ building at 1:17 p.m. Saying this, she checked her surroundings and ran away from there like a wind. Eric, I called his name, and before completing my sentence, he had an idea of what I was going to say. But Zayden, I can't leave you alone, he tried to reason out. She is my life, Eric. If anything happens to her, then I will die, so you have to keep your Luna safe at any cost. Okay, Alpha, he bowed his head before leaving from there. Finally, I reached that place where I had the chance of finding Wyatt. I smelt the smell of other people as well. The woman, Sarah, was also here. Not to forget, even Paul was here. But why? Let's get out of this place, Dominic warned. No way, I am not going to leave this chance and miss my prey. Something is not right, Zayden. And what is that? I asked him rudely. He wouldn't understand my feelings because this revenge didn't belong to his previous life. He didn't reply to me for a while. I should have sensed you coming. After all, you stink so bad, was the sudden greeting before walking toward me. But do you know what, brother? There is a difference of a thin line between bravery and foolishness, and guess what? You opted for the second one. Really? With those stupid minions? I challenged him and walked onto the nearest couch and sat on it with a calm attitude. I had to make smart moves. What do you mean? Sarah and Paul? Seriously, brother? I stated boldly and waited for his reaction, which shockingly didn't show. You missed the third person, brother. He said, what? What do you mean, Wyatt? I frowned when I heard him, but what did he mean? Earlier I wanted to kill you, brother, but now I have some other plans. He smirked. Freya, he said before I felt something appear behind me, and before I could react, the witch had already used her power to defeat me until I fell into darkness. Theo did a good job by sending you here, and soon your mate will be joining us. I heard Wyatt saying. This was a trap. He knew I would come. Theo. Theo was a decoy. Grace is in danger then. Grace, Dan. Dominic sent the last message to her, before I felt myself lose consciousness with my brother and the witch as my last sight before I closed my eyes. I hope Eric reached near Grace at the time, and Grace could hear my message in time. Stupid. How come I am so stupid falling from this stupid trap, even though Dominic had warned me? Grace opened her eyes and rubbed them with her palm. She felt the soft mattress below her, and she wondered how she reached her bed. She took a seating position and turned her head toward the right to see the clock, but it wasn't there. Everything became clear to her in seconds when she realized that it wasn't her room. TBC. Grace's POV. Luna, Eric said, opening the door of the room and finally sighed in relief, observing me. I narrowed my eyes, and it took me a while to realize what had happened in the past few hours. She remembered Theo taking her in the opposite direction, but before she could have asked anything about it. Out of nowhere, Eric came in front of the car. Theo abruptly stopped the car to save Eric from getting hurt, and without wasting a single second, he opened the front door of the car and sat inside it. Turn the car toward the home, quick, he ordered, and Theo nodded. You better have a good explanation for taking Luna away from our place and why none of our other guards know where you were, he added strictly. That's when I observed how tense Theo became. Is that true? Why did he not inform other guards where he was taking me? I had just asked him to hide this from Zayden because I didn't want him to get worried. Immediately, I recalled Zayden's recent message. Is this the danger he was talking about? But I felt his pain. It means he is in danger, right? Where is Zayden? I asked him hurriedly, hoping that whatever I heard or assumed was just my imagination, and the man I love is safe and sound. He had some important work to finish. As he had said, he would come home by night. He explained, but for an unknown reason, his answer didn't satisfy my worries. At night. Zay, where are you? Why am I feeling that things are not right? What is happening to me? What was the danger you were talking about? With these thoughts, I was pacing left and right in the living room. Stop abruptly when I heard our werewolves guards growling. I knew something bad was going to happen. Eric quickly entered the house using the pin and locked it from inside. What? I asked when he looked shocked. This wasn't good. Was this the danger about which Zayden had mentioned at that time? What is it, Eric? I pushed him with a question when I saw him tense. He took out something from his pocket and sprinkled that weird red liquid on himself, as well as on me. Danger. What did you say? Luna, we must run, now! He screamed before grabbing my wrist and tried to take me away from the mansion from the other door. I can't run like this, I said, trying to stop him from pulling my hand. I am. Bum. What the? Eric quickly pushed me behind the wall and then joined me so that no one could see us, but they could smell us, right? But why were we hiding? And what was the danger? A second later, I knew the answer. I watched Zayden walk inside the house with his brother and Sarah beside him, and Theo was standing behind them. Something wasn't right. Zayden's eyes weren't like it used to be, golden or black. Instead, it was completely white. Witches are known to have white eyes when their powers are active or if any creatures are under a witch's spell. If you meet someone, any creature under the spell, the best thing you could do is stay away, because the creature would not be in his senses and might end up doing something which he would never do in his senses. I remembered Allison saying this when she was giving me some brief descriptions of all the supernatural creatures. Oh, God. Does that mean Zayden is under a witch's spell? Theo. Does Theo involve it? We need to leave, now, I heard Eric's voice in my mind, who was standing beside me before tugging my hand to go the other way before they could find us. Don't be shocked. I could hear anyone's voice in my mind after my Luna ceremony conducted by Zayden after our honeymoon. Can't they smell us? I asked, knowing how good Zayden's smelling power was. No, Luna. I have used one of the witch's formulas, which hide the smell of any creature for a few hours. He answered my question while escaping out of the mansion. We both knew that I wouldn't be safe in this mansion anymore. But should I leave before letting him see me? He will remember me, right? If I told him that I am pregnant, then maybe he would jump in excitement. He's Zayden. He won't hurt me, right? Luna. Eric insisted when I kept my eyes locked to watch my husband in the arms of another woman who clung as she owned him. I don't want to see this. Zay is mine. He loves me. Please, Luna, you're not safe here. Let's go. I heard Eric's desperate voice, trying to make me move, but I just wanted to share one of the biggest happiness of his life. I just wanted to tell him that he was going to be a father. A part of me was told to appear in front of him, and maybe he would come out of the spell. Because why should I go? He's there. He will remember me. Great! I almost gasped loudly when I heard Zayden's voice, calling my name with venom and disgust from his mouth. His face and expression were cold, unlike my Zay. Then I felt Eric's hand tug mine again and knew that he was right. I would fight another day. I won't let my mate and the father of my child go. No, this is my war now. I will bring you back, Zay. It was my last thought before I turned and followed from running from here. But before I knew much, the darkness consumed me when I was in the middle of the forest. At present, I looked around and raised my brow toward Eric, asking where were we. We are right now at a safe place, but we won't be able to hide here for long, Luna. Alpha is looking for you. A smile appeared on my lips when I heard this, but it vanished at the same time when I heard what Eric said in the next few words. To kill you with his own hand or worse. TBC. Grace's POV. Why did you leave your alpha alone and come to me, Eric? I asked the man who was standing in front of me, waiting for my orders, if any. It's his order himself. His words confused me. I couldn't help but wonder, how did Zayden have an idea about everything then? He met with an unknown vampire who had the power to see the future, and she told me that you might get kidnapped. So he sent me for your safety. She is my life, Eric. If anything happens to her, then I will die. So you have to keep your Luna safe at any cost, were his exact words. He explained. Zayden might have had an idea that something might happen to him if he would visit at the said place alone, but still he thought about my safety first. Did he forget that I have power too? That's a different thing that I don't want to use because I am a peace-loving person. Ugh! Sometimes I hate how he thinks he could sacrifice himself for me. Did he forget that he's also important to me? Your anger might scare the people staying here. I turned my gaze to Eric, who made the statement like he'd feel my anger. But that is possible only if your wolf is on the surface. So does that mean? Good. At least I have one good point now. Did you just mention a vampire who had the power to see the future? I asked, recalling what Eric said a moment before. Yes. Is her name Jane? Black long hair, round face, red eyes, and dense eyelashes? I asked again, remembering all the details of Jane of my dream, and saw Eric nodding. So she is not just my imagination, I said, more like I talked to myself. Do you know her? Sort of, but not personally, I replied. Do you think that she is even involved in all this? I mean, she knowingly sent you away from Zayden just to get him trapped, I pointed out. If she has the power to see the future, then she might have seen Zayden's future as well. Moreover, aren't vampires and werewolves enemies? I said, connecting the dots. Above all, I am just mad at Zayden for risking his life, I said, trying to control my anger. You should know his reason, Luna. He spoke more, trying to calm me, but I was already mad. I hate how he decided to keep himself in danger for me. Why didn't he just come back to me if my safety matters to him the most? At least in this way, he would have been safe than acting like a puppet Zayden. I hate when he makes any decision on his own without consulting me. Eric chuckled amusingly. He loves you deeply, and maybe he makes any decision on his own because he doesn't want to make you worry. I sighed and shook my head in disbelief at what I heard. Did he think I am not worried now? I replied harshly, especially thinking that he is with that woman in his arms. I added, and tried to not think bad about the two of them behind our room. God, no, I must not think about him and Sarah. What if they... Eric didn't say anything because he knew that I was thinking right. I don't know, Zayden is under spell, but Sarah in his arms means something, right? I hope he won't do bad things that will break our bond as a mate. If they will have sex or something, then I will surely feel that pain, the pain of betrayal. And in case he will mark her then only death could separate them if it happens. But in that case, what will happen to me? Pain, a word came out of Eric's mouth, made me turn my gaze back to him. He spoke like he knew what I had in my mind right now. Pain, I repeated his words and saw him nod firmly. You will get the most painful death one can ever get if he fully claimed her. He finished and gave me a pitying gaze which made me turn my eyes away from him. I don't like that expression he gave me. I don't want anyone's pity. You will die because of the pain, Luna, he said more clearly, and I just nodded my head in understanding without looking up to meet his gaze. But this is also one of the ways to break the witch spell. Any creature can come off the witch's spell automatically if his/her body faces intense pain. Pain of losing someone she loves. By the way, this place is in the human world, away from the forest or any packs. This is Peter House. Just like me, even he used to stay loyal to the Alpha and stayed with us until he found his mate, who was a human, and because of which he left the pack and shifted here. You both never get a chance to meet each other, so if you don't mind, then he wants to meet you. I nodded my head after listening to him. When I walked out of the room, I saw approx 20 to 25 werewolves in the living room. Okay, who is Peter among them? Welcome to my home, Luna. An unknown man came forward and bowed his head a little. I believed he was Peter. I gave him a small smile, noticing that he still called me Luna. These are the werewolves who are ready to sacrifice your life for you if the war breaks down, which I believe it will soon be, because there is no way we will accept Sarah as our Luna, even if that means going against our own Alpha. I heard others agreeing with Peter. Thinking about the Alpha who was with another woman right now, I couldn't help but let the tears fall before receiving a warm embrace from Eric. I wished Zay would have been here. I am sure he would have kicked Eric for embracing me because of his jealousy, even though it was just to support me. Looking at the people around me, I know what that means. We will fight against Zayden himself. But the question is, can I bring him back without hurting him? Please, Zay, please remember me. Please don't touch another woman if you know that is not me. Please. I love you, Zay. Dominic's POV. Where am I? Grace, Zayden, Eric. Why does no one turn on the light here? It's so dark here. Why am I alone? I don't know why you're so in love with this man. A voice? Who? He is the son of the moon goddess, and you know I love power. Another woman spoke, and I knew that voice. Sarah. I admit he's powerful. I am not able to control his wolf, even after using all my power. Who was this other woman? White eyes, a stick in her hand. Witch. How come Sarah is involved with a witch, and I am trapped? Ugh. Let go of me. Where is Grace? I tried to mind link her but failed. The witch turned her gaze toward me with amusement and raised her eyebrow. His wolf awoke, Sarah, he stated and chuckled. I can't move Zayden's body. Why? What did you do with my human? His stupid brother thinks that he will use this puppet Zayden as his slave, but he has no idea that I am using him. Mom, what? How come Sarah had a witch as a mother? Plot. This is just a plot. Stupid Zayden and his stupid brother. Grace's POV. Luna, this is Tia, Peter's mate. I nodded my head politely to the woman who shockingly gave me a tight embrace. Finally, I can meet you, my Luna, she said cheerily and made me tap my shoulder nervously before pulling back. I heard what happened with Alpha Zayden, but you mustn't worry. He will come back in time. He is a strong man. She tried to assure me. Eric had told me that she was a human, but seeing her behaving casually made me feel like she had accepted her fate and was well aware of the werewolf's life. I hope so, was my short response before we all sat in the dining room where she had already prepared food for us. Food was the last thing I wanted right now, but I had to eat for our child. I had no idea what his or her future had held for him or her. After dinner, Eric again took me back to that room where I was staying. He informed me that the room belonged to Zayden. He used to stay in that room whenever he used to visit this city for any work. The moment I took a step inside his room again, I couldn't hold myself. I let the tear fall freely from my eyes the moment I closed the door. He's with another woman. Can I fight with everyone, including him? Can I bring him back? I love him. I love him so much. Immediately, I felt pain, the pain about which Eric was talking about, the pain when a mated partner wolf tries to cheat. Soon, the pain started spreading all over my body. I was not able to breathe. I was not able to handle the pain of betrayal. Oh God, no, please Zay, please stop. You are hurting me. Zayden, no, nothing. I was not able to mind link him. The pain was unbearable and I couldn't hold my tears anymore. So I let it fall, knowing that the man whom I knew and who promised to love me always was in someone else's arm. I'm lost. I cried in pain. With every passing of seconds, seconds to a minute, and minute to more minutes, the pain was unbearable. Grace, try to handle your pain or our baby might die. I heard an unknown voice in my mind, but I was not able to concentrate. The pain was too much. Grace, you are stronger than anyone thinks. You have to handle this pain for our pup. I guess this was the voice of my wolf. Yes, I am your wolf. Now listen carefully, Grace. In your previous life, you were a vampire and you had the power of shield, so shield yourself and your mind from every kind of pain. I can't. I don't know how to do that. You can. Just try to focus. Think about our pup and try it. Erg. I clutched the bedsheet and tried to handle the pain. After a while, I tried to concentrate to feel no pain. In the next few minutes, I still could feel the pain, but it was bearable. I smiled weakly and placed my palm over my stomach. I am sure you are going to be strong just like your father. After all, you have started learning to defeat the pain from your mother's womb. I thought before darkness consumed me. Eric's POV. My wolf can feel the pain of Luna, and I can't do a thing about it. I also fear what will happen when Zayden will mark Sarah as his mate. I just hope his wolf doesn't mark Sarah as his mate. We should ask for more help from the pack members for the protection of Luna. I heard Peter's voice and turned my head toward him. I have sent Xander for the same. Let's see what happens next, I replied. Not only this, but I have also asked Xander to talk with those Alpha who could help us. We should have all the powerful Alpha and Lycan in our team, knowing that the Alpha was not in his right head. Knock, knock. I am sorry, Beta, but no one wants to help us and wants to go against the Alpha, Xander said. What? Peter exclaimed in anger while I just sighed loudly. If no Alpha and none of our pack members want to go against the Alpha, it means they are ready to go against Luna. In short, we're going to have war with our own people. Oh God, could this be any worse? Sarah's POV. When I watched Zayden sleeping beside her, I rose from the bed and walked out. Something was wrong. I had to meet my mother and ask her about it. No matter how much I tried to convince Zayden to mark me, but he couldn't. Even though he used to open his mouth to mark me, but he couldn't. Once I used to hate the idea of being a witch's daughter, so I tried really hard to hide my true identity from everyone. No one would have let me live peacefully if they would have found out that I have witch's blood in my veins. That's why I acted as an orphan. Not that I liked to act like this, but this fact also gave me a chance to stay close to Zayden, my mate. I had thought I would win his heart one day, even though he had rejected me, but my every hope was destroyed when he chose a human as his chosen mate. She's nothing, just a useless and weak human. When I made a plan to kill her by the pack members, she got saved, and later on, she turned out to be a werewolf just like others. That's when I came to know about Zayden's powers, especially his wolf's power. I loved him and I wanted him always, but now I wanted to be the Luna of this powerful wolf at any cost. But it was not easy to work, even when I knew how much Zayden was fascinated by her. I hated her. I spent so many years trying to win his heart while she did nothing to get his attention and his heart. Zayden was mine. I was supposed to be Luna beside him. With our power, I believe we could rule many packs as well as humans as well. That's why I had to contact my mother. After all, I will do anything to make his Luna. I know he is not in his right mind right now. I feel like being with a puppet, but he is still Zayden in form. A better one, an obedient one. Why do I want more? You need something that made you come into my room, my daughter? Zayden is not able to mark me, and why is it so? I spoke to the point, and she raised her eyebrow in amusement before she flew up to where he sat on the bed. It is not easy to control that wolf. That's why I was working on other things rather than controlling him. And what is that? I am working on the formula. After drinking it, that wolf will have some of my powers, and I can control my powers. And what if this plan doesn't work? That's impossible. Impossible until Zayden's body will gain his control back on his body. Then, hurry up, Mother. I need at least 12 hours to prepare this. So, you can announce to others that the official mating ceremony will be held tomorrow night, my mother said. And for now, leave me alone because I have a lot of things to do. I nodded my head before going back to my room when my mate was sleeping peacefully. TBC, Grace's POV. I found myself in the same old room, or should I rephrase it that I was in my dream again? Well, 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 I see you have used one of your power which you had forgotten to use. I heard the voice of the person whom I knew now. How can you enter my mind? I asked her while she just smiled. You know the answer. Right now, I am in no mood to solve any puzzle, Jane. Puzzle? Not bad, she said, on which I glared at her. When I was kid, at that time I used to complain a lot about my sister for being so different from me. And do you know what my mother used to say? Your sister may be as different as the sun and the moon, but the same blood flows through both your hearts. You need her as she needs you. I completed the quote and looked at her. I didn't know I was crying until she wiped my tears. Flashback. Wow, we are vampire now. Jane cheered in happiness and looked at her younger sister who looked sad. God, why are you sad, Jenny? Because I don't want it to be a vampire. I wish they wouldn't have converted me into one. But why? Isn't it so cool that we are immortal now? Definitely not. I wanted to be mortal and spend my small life with my loved ones rather than living in the darkness till the end of my life. Flashback ends. I see you now have your memories related to me, she mocked. I grinned and cried at the same time. You haven't changed even a bit, have you? I asked. You still look same, I said, touching her face and her hair. I wish I could have said the same, she said and pulled my cheek softly. I missed you so much. I always kept a tab on you from afar and was glad that even in this life you were blessed with 2 loving sisters. I quickly wiped my tears and held her both hands. I need your help, Jane. Please. But Jenny, please. You had promised our mother that you would always take care of me and my happiness. I reminded her of those times when our mother was on deathbed, and at that time we were humans. She sighed and held my hands in her palms. But I still can't change the future. You have to face what is written in your destiny. I nodded my head in an understanding way. If not werewolves, then a few vampires can surely help me in this war. I don't want to know what would have happened between Zay and Sarah, because right now he is not in his right mind. I trust my mate who is still there. I have faith in him. I won't give up. Not until I get him back into my arms again. Are you okay, Luna? Eric asked in concern when he saw me coming out of the room. I was not sure, but I could guess that he had an idea what had happened with me last night. Zayden had mentioned once that Alpha and Luna is the heart and soul of the pack. In case anything happens to them, then automatically all other wolves of the pack could feel it. I am, I replied, trying to act strong. By the way, what's the update? You had sent Xander to get some help, right? I asked because we didn't have much time to plan for the war. All other werewolves refused to help us. So you mean there's going to be a bad werewolves against us? I frowned when I heard Eric. I could assume from where it was coming. They might have decided to take orders from Zayden, the bad Zayden, to be specific. Eric nodded his head while I saw Peter look lost and sighing. No doubt, anyone could tell that we would lose by observing the number of warriors which we had and which Zaydens currently have. Not to mention, Zayden now had some of the vampire's warriors as well, because of Wyatt's presence. I started explaining my plan by getting help from the Queen, Crystal. I was sure that she would help us in this war. And for this, I had already made my first move. I had sent Jane to meet Queen Crystal or King Vince. I also asked Eric to get help from Alpha Craig and Allison. I totally missed that even Alpha Craig can help us. It's fine, Eric. You should personally pay him a visit about it, while I will visit my sisters for help. But Luna, don't worry. They are my family. They won't hurt me. I know everyone cares for me a lot, but definitely don't want them to babysit me. I can take care of myself. Eric, I am going to visit my sister at my parents' house and will be back by evening, I informed before leaving. Take care of yourself, Luna, he said again. I nodded my head in acknowledgement. I had to take care of myself at any cost for our child. When I knocked on the door of my home, it was already open. I entered inside the home to scold Blake for keeping the door open. I locked the door and looked around and found no one. Mom, Dad, Blake, I called their name but got no response in return. Weird. Where is everyone? I went straight into the kitchen to check on my mother, but she was not there. And when I turned around, I froze. I didn't know what I should do next. I wanted to be scared and shocked, but at the same time, I was confused. What is he doing here? What? Did you expect me here? He asked and sat on the sofa beside him. Well, Zayden's stupid beta forgot this formula in the mansion, so I used it to hide my scent, sister-in-law. He answered my unasked question. I knew the man in front of me wasn't fond of my mate. Okay, maybe he hated him. Where is my family? I asked, knowing what Wyatt was capable of. Oh, your family. I saw them leaving for the city for your father's treatment. I sighed in relief, knowing that at least my family was safe. But what now? What does he want from me? Because as far as I knew, he hates Zay, not me, right? I didn't notice that both of us were actually staring at each other with different emotions. Finally, Wyatt broke the silence. Whenever I see you, I realize something, he said, confusing me even more. Don't you think that your life is kind of very, very dramatic? He chuckled. I narrowed my brow. What is he trying to say? I mean, look, just like a typical romantic movie, a criminal or say a werewolf falls in love with an innocent woman. He kidnapped her whole family and forcefully married her and tried to become a good person just to make her love him back. And quite strangely, that woman falls in love with him too. How dramatic. But, do you know my favorite part? It's then when the villain of the story enters, and then blah 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 happens. Why are you here? I asked confidently, while keeping the fear aside. I ignored his meaningless comment about my life. Wyatt raised his brow at my confident behavior. He replied to me instantly, while standing from the sofa and approaching me. I followed his movement as I saw him come towards me. You amaze me, sister-in-law, he said mockingly. I thought you would act all afraid and scared like a kitten. But no, you aren't afraid, are you? He asked as he came close to me. I quickly lowered my eyes, feeling uncomfortable about this closeness. He kept his palm on my stomach, feeling disgusted at his touch. I pushed his hand away. I know, you are pregnant, sister-in-law, he whispered in my ear, scaring me like hell. Since I know your weakness, you should feel scared of me. So, are you afraid right now? He mockingly asked. No, I replied, looking at his eyes. A sharp pain shot through my cheek and my hand immediately came for its rescue. He slapped me hard. Third person's POV. Immediately realization hit her like a train when she realized that she was the one who had called them to meet at their parents' house. Oh my God, Gina, you two got trapped in all this drama? Oh no, it's all my fault. Now Wyatt will try to hurt you too. She muttered in panic, noticing both of her sisters in her room. Everything happened so suddenly when she ran toward the washroom that she could smell her sister's scent. Are you pregnant? Gia asked in shock. Gina, who was hearing her babbling, narrowed her eyes and pondered about what she just spoke. Hurt you too. But before Gina could have asked about it, Grace answered the question which Gia asked. Yes, I am pregnant. Gia tightened her jaw in frustration and anger. With that dog's child? She asked again, her eyes focused on her belly. Gia, Grace raised her voice and glared at her younger sister. She hated how she insulted Zayden by calling the dog while insulting her by asking such a question. Isn't it obvious? What do you think I am? She replied, offended by her question. I am sorry, Gia whispered, knowing she shouldn't have asked this question. She was indirectly questioning her character. Does Zayden know about this child? Grace narrowed her eyes but still answered. No, I was about to tell him before all this happened. That's the best thing that ever happened. What do you mean, Gia? He will now mark his real mate as his Luna, and then we will convert you into a vampire when you will be dying because of the pain of rejection. And then... Are you even hearing yourself? Zayden is mine, and there is no way I am going to let him mark another woman. Not until I am alive, and I don't need any life if Zayden is not there in it. But didn't you want to be free from him? Didn't you want to be free of this forced marriage? Gia, that situation was different. I never shared this with you guys, but the truth is that I used to hate him, but not anymore. I like him. No, I love him. I am in love with him. Grace, I think now you are not in your senses. He really has done something to you. He isn't the right man for you. Okay, fine. For one moment, I can aside his real identity, but you can't change the fact that he is a criminal. Plus, this child that you're carrying. Do you want your child to bear a criminal's name as its father? People will laugh at your child as well as you. So, my sister, try to think deeper into this. Please, think rationally. That long speech made her speechless. The words about how her child will regard its father being a criminal scared her. She didn't want it. She didn't want her child to face this fate. You are right. I will talk to Zay about this once everything gets fine. He will surely understand. What? You still want to be with him? He is. Before she could continue, Grace interrupted her. I know who he is, Gia. Don't repeat again and again. And he didn't become like this by choice. It is a miracle that he survived his childhood. You don't know anything about his struggles, so please don't judge the book by its cover. Gia was speechless for a while, but then she regained her voice and tried to convince her again. Grace, you don't understand. I understand everything, now. It's you who have to understand the severity of the situation. We are trapped in our own house, and we have to find a way to escape from here. Did he hurt you, Grace? Gina, her other sister, asked in a serious tone, observing her red cheek. But Grace quickly dodged off her question by asking another question. I don't understand Wyatt's motive behind trapping you both here. What is his reason to do so? She thought more about it. Gina looked at Gia and signaled her to speak the truth. The truth is that she informed Wyatt about everything and even invited him to their house to trap Grace from doing anything stupid. Also, she had further planned to convert Grace as a vampire so that she could choose Paul as her second chance mate. Gina had warned Gia about everything, but she listened to her. Now she was just hoping that Grace forgive them for their mistakes. Grace, we are not trapped, nor are you. Gia finally mustered all the courage and said the truth. What? Then why are we here in this room and that jerk and his men have guarded our home? It sure isn't a picnic. Especially I am with him. Silence. What? Grace whispered, not believing her words. I am helping Wyatt in getting his revenge from Zayden. I am trying to give you a life that you deserve, Grace. You deserve much better than that dog. This time, Grace couldn't hold herself and slapped Gia as hard as she could. This time, her wolf was not at the surface, but her human form was angry. He is the man whom I love, Gia, so better you call his name with respect. And if you are not able to understand my words, then I am repeating it again. I love him. I can't believe you are actually involved in this shit. How? How could you? You are my sister. I fought with Zayden for maintaining contact with you, even though he didn't want me to keep any relation with vampires. But what did you both do? You both tried to ruin my happiness? I thought we were sisters, the one on whom I can rely forever, the one who would never hurt me. But you betrayed your own sister. Grace couldn't speak anymore. Her heart was aching. Last night she almost lost her husband, and today she lost her sisters. Why did you do this? I know what Zayden did with Sarah last night, so I wanted to keep you away from him, because just like other men, he is the same. They jump from one woman to another as soon as they get bored with the earlier one. You're really out of mind. If that's what you think about men, then I doubt you met a genuine man. A man loves just once in life, and he never gives in to lust. Zayden is one of them. It would surprise you that even being surrounded by his dirty business, I was his first in all respects, she said proudly. Well, for her, it was something to be proud of. Grace. Gia's hand touched her shoulder, and she immediately repulsed that touch. Don't touch me, she shouted, really shouted. She was angry and hurt. Get out, you both, and don't ever show your face again. From this moment on, I don't know you both, and you both are nothing to me but strangers. Og, let me rephrase. You are a betrayer. I wish no one gets sisters like you both. I love Zayden. And even if I don't survive this fight, I will still love him. I will always love him." There was a moment of silence. Both the sisters were too shocked after hearing her, while Grace's heart was in too much pain to say more. She never thought that she would say something like this. "I hate you both. I hate you for what you've done." More silence. "Please leave. I want to be alone," Grace ordered as more tears left her eyes. "We are not leaving, Grace, but you are," Gina said, realizing her mistake. She was against Jia's plan, but didn't do anything to stop her. But now she would do what seemed right. She had the power of teleportation. She opened the portal in front of Grace, and at the same time, Wyatt entered the room, as he had already read Gina's mind. TBC. Dominic's POV. Grace. Sweetheart. I kept trying to mind link her, but it wasn't working at all. You have an amazing woman, my daughter who loves you. Why are you keep calling about that weak wolf? I heard that witch's voice in my mind. Wow. Great. She now figured out how to enter into my mind, I thought sarcastically. You are a strong wolf with an amazing power, the power to make a whole new werewolf army. I admit that, so why are you giving so much importance to that weak wolf? She asked again. You witch don't know the meaning of love, so better stop irritating me. No woman can be better for me beside Grace. She is everything better, even though she isn't. I won't see her weak, even if she doesn't have a strong wolf. She's the only one I need. You sound like a lovesick puppy. You don't know the meaning of love, so I can't expect anything else from you, witch. In fact, I pity you. Pity? You pity me? You have a daughter, yet you don't know the meaning of loving her like a true mother. No wonder she is using you like this. Silence. What happened? Afraid of the truth? Have you ever thought about why she always calls you when she needs help? Why not sooner? Stupid witch. That's because no one accepts that werewolf who had a witch as her mother, so I don't blame her. Really? Is that the lie that she is faking you? Let me tell you one thing, that in my packs there are no such rules. So she could have shared her secret with everyone, but no. She hid it and thought to use you as a trump card when the right situation would come. You sure have guts. I admit that. You dare challenge me with your words, hoping it could affect me. Don't tell me it didn't affect you, I mocked. You will be dead if she doesn't love you. I don't want her love. You know you can't kill me. I am immortal. I can keep changing my body. Smiled smugly. I watched the witch fall back from my mind and leave me alone. I hate how I have been trapped in my own body without my concern. I can't even move my own body. It's like I am not myself in my own body. Oh, moon goddess, how I hate my body, that follows Sarah's order like a true puppet. How I kissed her and touched her made me sick, since I knew it was my body who was doing it. The worst part is that by doing this, I am hurting Grace. Grace, I am glad to know that anyone hasn't her yet, that Eric moved quickly to hide her from me. I can't imagine if I will be the one who hurts her if my hands were the one who hurts her. But I can't control my own body. I am trapped in my own body, watching the scene with my eyes without doing anything to prevent it. I am a prisoner in my own body. I know the one way I can break this spell is pain, the pain of losing someone I love. And I love Grace the most, but I can't hurt her. But it is better to hurt her once rather than hurting her all the time by staying beside Sarah. I will try to come back to you, sweetheart. Please don't give up on me after the things which I am going to do. Please have faith in me. I am here. I am always here. And even when my body is not me anymore, please remember that my heart and soul always belong to you, Grace. Please don't lose hope on me. Third person's POV. There you are. The witch turned her gaze toward the woman that she called her daughter. She looked happy, radiant with happiness forming on her face. What do you want? She asked and watched Sarah carefully. She turned around to show her new clothes. You look pretty, my daughter, just like I used to be during my young days. Sarah scoffed after she heard her mother's response before and pouted while putting her arms crossed on her chest. Pretty? You were never pretty, Mom, so don't compare me with you. You are insulting me in that way. I wonder how my handsome father fell in love with you, she murmured while rolling her eyes like her mother couldn't hear her words. Today is the big day of my life. I just want to make sure that everything is under control, right? Sarah quickly changed the subject and asked her. The witch stood in her place, studying her without saying anything. Yes, this was true that she was not pretty, but never ever her father said so. He always used to call her beautiful, even though she knew that she wasn't. She didn't mention it in front of Dominic, but she was very well aware of love. She herself fell in love with an omega, which was the lowest rank in the werewolf, even though she had the choice to leave him and be with someone more powerful than him. Isn't Dominic doing the same? So in that way, whatever she was doing for her daughter was right. Clap, clap. Hello. Sarah clapped her hand impatiently. Yes, he will mark you if that is what makes you worry, her mother replied. Again, Sarah rolled her eyes, and for the first time it annoyed her mother. You better sure about that. I am waiting for the day to happen only to get ruined, she retorted rudely, which irked her mother. In a blink of eye, Sarah started flying in the air. Ah! Watch your tongue. Daughter, if you don't want me to throw you out of the window. Sarah looked shocked the moment she said it, never in her mind that her mother could do something to her because she knew she was her daughter, but now she was scared. That's why she decided to play nice. Her mother put her down and narrowed her eyes. I am sorry, Mother, she apologized. I guess a nerve hit me since today. Zayden is going to mark me, and then only death could separate me from my love. The witch took a moment to accept her explanation before nodding her head slowly. TBC, Grace's POV. I would have been praising my sister's powers if I wouldn't have been mad at them. While Gina had the power of teleportation, Gia had the power to make anyone blind for a while if she looked into her eyes. I had thought that there was no way I could escape so easily from there, but thanks to them, I reached Peter's house in the next few seconds after Wyatt entered the room. That's because Gia used her power to make him blind for a while, and we escaped. Are we ready? Tia asked. Not yet, but we can't let it happen. This was Peter's voice. I took a step into the living room when I heard the whisper coming from them and other werewolves. From the look on their faces, anyone could tell that something serious discussion was happening. I took a seat beside Tia, who quickly gave me a warm, welcoming smile. Are you all right, Luna? You look terrible, she said. I am fine, I muttered, not mentioning the fact which happened. So, did your sisters agree to help us? I nodded my head, knowing the reason behind my sisters' help. If they were thinking that I would forgive them easily, then they were wrong about that. So what were you talking about before I came? I asked, and saw their expression turn solemn in a second after I shot the words. Okay, whatever it is not good news, I thought, but nothing good was happening, right? I gave them a sad smile. I know they're worried about me. Please, I am okay. I pushed and Peter sighed loudly, which meant he was the one who was going to speak, so I turned my gaze to him. He took a look at Tia, who nodded slowly before turning his gaze back on me. I gave him a small smile to show that I was ready. Tonight is the Luna ceremony, or the claimed day of Alpha Zayden and his mate Sarah. He threw the bomb, but I already knew about it from Wyatt. Tonight, I only have a few hours to prevent it from happening. What do you guys have in mind to stop it? I asked them bluntly and saw some of them smiled, knowing that I didn't break down and cried like a weak woman. I won't say that I am done crying, but yes, I am done crying on this matter. Now it's time for action. It's now or never. I believe in Zay and our fate to be together. He belongs to me and I am his. Eric informed me that he got the support from Alpha Craig. He, along with his powerful werewolves, will be going to war against Alpha Zayden. They will directly reach the ceremony with Eric himself. Great! I have sent my elder sister to get some help from the Queen Crystal, and I am sure that her answer will be positive. And one of my younger sisters, Gina, has the power of teleportation. So instead of fighting with the guards, we will directly enter the ceremony. And my other younger sister, Gia, has the power to blind anyone for a few minutes by looking into the opponent's eyes. I added confidently. Everyone looked surprised after I said it. I knew they just thought I was an innocent and weak woman, but they didn't know what a mate or a wife could do when things came to her husband. That's great, Luna, but James has the power to make anyone suffer by just looking at him, her. If that's the case, then I will handle him because the vampire's power doesn't work on me. Really? Peter asked, and I gave him a firm nod. Okay then. This is the plan. He started to explain to the other werewolf, and I kept my eyes and ears locked on him when he started telling my plan to everyone. He also started explaining what would be the role of each and every werewolf. Our mate will be so proud of you. She heard her wolf's voice and smiled a little. I know he is still inside. I have faith in him. Wait, Zayden? Now it's my time to save you. At night, I walked down in my same old dress in which Zayden had seen me for the first time out the restaurant, hoping for any response from the man when he saw me. Gina brought some of my clothes from our home, and this dress was among them. She went there to check whether Wyatt left our house or not, and thankfully he had. Gina saw me approaching everyone, though I knew her eyes were on me, but I ignored her, like I see her standing near Tia. Ready? Peter asked, and I nodded my head. Wait, Gina said when we all started walking. She pulled out something from her bag, and it looked exactly like some kind of portion. Everyone knows that vampire's bite is injurious for werewolves, so this will help as an antidote for that. I will suggest everyone to drink it before we leave. Thank you so much, Gina. No doubt you are our Luna's sister, Peter said. Please don't thank me. It was her idea to arrange the antidote if it was possible. She said, to which I kept my face expressionless. I never said anything like that to her, but still, deep down I was thankful that she thought for everyone. I wanted to thank her personally, but my ego was coming in between. Thank you, Luna. I gave him a small smile. One by one, Peter handed over the potion's bottle to everyone. Almost everyone drank the potion before they threw it on the ground together. With a firm gaze toward each other, we're all ready. Let the battle begin, Peter stated, and we all nodded our heads. After winning the battle, you all are invited to my house to clean it, Tia commented out of nowhere. And by observing everyone's expression, I could tell that they were in trouble. Gina opened the portal for us. With a pounding heartbeat, I tried to calm myself. This is it. We have planned to kidnap Zayden from the crowd to stop this claiming ceremony. And then we will show him my face so he can recognize me. If it fails, a kiss usually works for waking people from spells. At last but not least, when no one wants to happen, is to reject Zayden as my mate. I know I have to pay the cost of bringing Zayden back with my own life. I closed my eyes and felt my wolf with me. Sarah's POV. I know she will be here. Please watch her, I told the witch who called my mother, who just rolled her eyes but nodded nonchalantly. Despite her cold attitude toward me from the morning, I know she cares for me, and that's why she was helping me with everything. Now, with the man I want already in my arms, I want to make sure nothing could stop us from being together. I always know I am special. Yes, I was sure I would be Luna when I came to know that Zayden Staunton got the blessing of Alpha Wolf, and I didn't care what I did to make it happen, what cost I have to pay as long as I am Luna with him. Here's the picture of Grace. I shoved the photo that I found in Zayden's room to my mother. She just took a look and flew away from there. Damn witch. I checked myself in the mirror and cleared my mood from unnecessary tension because this was the day for which I was waiting for long. The claiming day of making me Luna with the man I love. Oh, what I'd do for this day to be happening. Theo escorted me from my room, and I couldn't control my own happiness, so I kept my wide smile plastered on my face, and it got wider when I noticed someone waiting with his eyes locked on me when I arrived at the hall, Zayden, who looked handsome in a suit. God, this is it. Finally, my time has come. Finally, I am his. No more Grace. I won. Everything is under control. The border is guarded by Zayden's trusted werewolves, so they will never let anyone enter who is against Zayden. Everything is perfect. Zayden can't keep his eyes off of me. We keep dancing and laughing like the true couples we are. Are you happy? This is our day, Zayden, I said and saw him nodding with a smile. I knew this was not his true mind speaking and acting. Now, after the witch had controlled his mind as well, he could see anything that happened. In the time after we will become a mate, by all means, he will have to come around and love me. He knows that mate bonds can't be broken. Only death can separate us. And with the bond, killing their mate is not easy because he also will feel the pain. I am so smart. What don't I do sooner? But I am glad this is happening now. I watched how everyone was unhappy with the thing happening here. I could tell that they adored Grace as their Luna, but they were so faithful to their Alpha that they couldn't raise their voice against the things happening now. Boom! Alpha Craig, Allison, and along with them, a lot of werewolves started appearing one by one, their eyes staring wildly toward me before I was surrounded by a dozen of them. Guards. I heard Zayden shouting, and a second later, his werewolves also came along with their men. I thought we had all werewolves on our side, but I was wrong. I should have known that Allison wouldn't sit quietly. My eyes widened when I saw a portal out of nowhere and a lot of werewolves and vampires coming in. Bum! Again, a lot of werewolves made a heroic entry. They looked unfamiliar. I would have wondered who they were until their smell hit me. So, Queen Crystal agreed to help Grace and went against Zayden, who is just like a son to her. Damn it! I gripped Zayden's hand and pulled him back away from the werewolves. I knew they would aim at him or would take him to stop this ceremony. So, I lifted my left arm before summoning my mother, the witch, and chanted the spell to bring her. While I was doing so, I saw a lot of werewolves fall on the ground and then looked at the person who did this. Wait. You werewolves are too weak in front of the vampire who is converted by an ancient, he said proudly, and by the time even my mother appeared. Then why don't you show your power to someone of your power? Challenged a vampire girl. What the hell? Mother, kill everyone who will try to come close to us, I ordered and pulled Zayden's hand and brought him close to me. And you have to mark me as soon as possible, okay? I asked, to which Zayden nodded. Not this soon, Sarah. I tried not to scoff at the stupidity of werewolves until I heard the familiar voice. I turned to look at him. Eric, I should have known that he's behind this stupid action. If he's here, so I guess that woman is here too. Mother, kill him. As per the peace treaty between werewolves and witches, no witches are allowed to attack on the werewolves first. Gasped. I turned my head only to see the woman I hate the most standing there staring back at me. Grace. She took a step closer to where I was standing with Zayden, and I felt something happened with Zayden. His hand was shaking. What the? Zayden? I know that face, he murmured, and I knew that he was getting his control back. No, this can't happen, not this soon. Tap TBC. Grace's POV. Mother, don't think about the shit peace treaty. With the help of Zayden, we can build whole new werewolf warriors and no one can rise against us, not even the werewolf queen. I heard Sarah speaking. Jane, hurry up, I chanted in my mind. I saw her fighting with Wyatt, but that was not the plan. She had seen a glimpse of the future related to the witch, and the plan was that she would keep the witch busy in showing her future. When I saw that the witch didn't attack us, a little amount of hope appeared in my heart. Eric, show Sarah her real place, I said, and we plan to make Zayden remember me. If in that way the spell breaks. Not this soon, Grace, I heard her saying, and a part of my past appeared in front of me. James, pain. All the werewolves and vampires on my side fell on their knees. I saw Sarah and Wyatt getting over power again. I looked around and saw everyone in pain except me. No, no, no. This can be happening. I have to do something, but what? I am not a vampire in this life, so there is no way I can use the power of a shield to keep everyone safe from this pain. Capture everyone by using the silver chains and cuffs. Wyatt ordered his minions. Let me take control. My body began to shake, and I let my wolf take over. Her wolf's POV. I knew my human couldn't kill or harm anyone because of her soft nature, but not right now. I had to end up this James, but I myself got trapped by silver chains and handcuffs. I jumped toward James in the human form and shifted into my real form when I was in the middle of the air. Before anyone would have understood anything. I had James's head in my mouth. I heard Grace screaming in fear in my head, but sorry, human, that was the demand of the situation. Everyone, try to free yourself, and those who are free, help others in getting back on their feet. I ordered because I couldn't free everyone one by one. Neither I had the time, nor it was possible, because I was already surrounded by a bunch of werewolves and vampires. I was about to attack one of them when I howled in pain, and along with it, a scream escaped out of Zayden's mouth. I looked around and felt like I lost the battle. Someone got on my head and I fell flat on the belly because of the pain and whimpered, looking at my mate. Ex-mate, to be specific. Zayden had marked Sarah. Before I would have got any further injuries, Eric jumped on that wolf and one by one everyone surrounded me for protection. I was not able to breathe. I felt like someone was squeezing my heart out. But I was not the only one in pain. Even he was on his knee after marking her. Even his breath was uneven. Grac. My eyes widened when I heard his voice. I whimpered in pain, but was happy that at least he came back to his senses. I tried to stand, and after a few failures, finally I could. He was looking at me intently, just like he used to do before. His eyes were black. It was really him. Zay, I tried to mind link him, but soon realized that our bond was broken now. But it seems like without hearing anything, he came to know that I was calling for him. He came forward and hugged me in my wolf form. I tried to breathe, but I couldn't, knowing I had very little time left. I couldn't hold myself anymore. I cried. I let the tear fall freely from my eyes while being hugged by the man I love. I hate you. What? What does he mean by hate? Stab. Ooh. I howled in pain when he stabbed me right in my heart. He pushed me away from himself only to see his eyes turn back to white. How? The spell should have broken. Die, Grace, he said in a disgusting tone and stabbed me again. No, Luna. My eyes widened in shock to see him coldly while pushing the silver dagger into my heart and body. I guess I was wrong about breaking the spell. With a small smile, I fell down and tried my best not to close my eyes. He will forever be my puppet. And after the rejection and this attack, I don't think you can survive. Sarah said to us, and I felt Eric and Jane knelt beside me and held my body along with all others. You all can get lost who still want to stand by this weakening side. We failed. ERIC. No. I mind link him, but I forgot that I am not his or anyone's Luna anymore. I tried to tell him that I didn't want to go, but he still started carrying me in my wolf form. Zay, please, Zayden, please remember me. I cried and called for Zayden in my mind, but for the first time he gave me a cold expression and acted like he had no idea what I was trying to say. I love you, Zay, always, were my last thoughts before I felt my eyes getting closed. That's enough. Goodbye, Zayden and Dominic. Thank you for your love and affection. I'll see you in another world with our pup. I wish I could have gotten a chance to share this happiness with you. But anyways, I let the darkness consume me with a last smile forming on my face. Eric's POV. Why is she not shifting back in her human form, I asked, when Luna's sister was checking Luna's condition. The dagger with which she had been stabbed had poison in it. She explained, to which I felt nothing but anger. Pure anger for Zayden. Can we do something? I asked again, even though I already knew the answer. She looked at me and shook her head. She's dead along with her unborn child, she said, widening everyone's eyes. Luna was pregnant? Did Zayden know? But did it even matter now? I couldn't help but feel pity for Zayden. TBC. Eric's POV. I knew that Sarah would send the werewolves to know about our whereabouts. That cunning woman. I hate her. I despise her. Looking down on the wolf, who will never awake from her deep sleep, was making me feel like a loser. I couldn't save her. Grace was like a sister to me. Since she came and evaded Zayden's mind, I saw something changing in that man. Yes, he was a good guy, but he started to become the best version of him for her. Nal, it is sad to watch them have to go on this long journey to be together. It is sad to watch how she still has faith in him, even after he hurt her with his hands. Though I couldn't hear her at that time, I knew she wanted to spend her last few minutes with him. I can't imagine the hurt that he will feel when he realizes that he's the one who gave her this death. I know Zayden loves her deeply, but it's sad that Zayden is no longer present in the puppet Zayden. I ended the speech before bidding a final goodbye to Luna. One by one, everyone gave a speech for Luna. After that, we started filling her graveyard, looking at her wolf for the last time. For the first time since I met her, I let my tears fall. Never in my mind had this feeling for others. In fact, I didn't even remember when I had cried for the last time. It seems like she changed something about me as well, along with Alpha. She changed into a werewolf because of an accident, and now she died because she wanted to claim what was hers. This was too painful to watch. How could she end like this? She was supposed to be happy with her loved one. She was supposed to be with Zayden and lived happily with their small family. Why did this happen to them? A hand tapped my shoulder, and I quickly wiped my tears before turning around only to find Jane standing near me. You already knew about it, didn't you? I asked her too, which she started looking everywhere except my side. I am sorry, she muttered. I didn't think it was easy for her either, knowing that her sister would die again. I tried to change her destiny, but... She sighed and didn't complete the sentence. This was not fair to her. I know, she said, and immediately her eyes widened. What happened? He's here. How? Wow! Every werewolf tensed up when we heard the warning growl. How? Peter said unfinished before he stood in front of Tia. Should we run away from here? Tia asked, guessing whatever danger about which we were tensed about. Not required. We are surrounded, Jane said. Shit! Gina and Gia just left from here with their mates. How come we are going to escape? Tia panicked. Clam down, love. If we don't have the option of escaping, then we will fight, okay? Peter said, on which she nodded. I knew even he was feeling scared for his mate. This is it. Is this the time of the war for us? If yes, we already know that we are lost, but there is no way I'm going to take orders from Puppet Zayden. Growls started coming around us. Our men had already shifted. He doesn't let our Luna live. At least, he should have let her rest in peace. I know I'll be seeing you all here, Eric, Jane, Peter, and Tia. The man whom we knew very well spoke, which made us tensed more. Never in our mind came that one day we would have to fight against him. Yet we knew how powerful he was, and he could kill all of them without shifting into the wolf. But right now, we could do nothing except fight, even if the cost was our lives. Alpha Zayden, I didn't know you had your voice back or remembered this place, Peter said in anger. I could tell that he was holding himself and his wolf from coming out. When I saw you in the ceremony, I knew Eric would have used your place to stay, and after coming here, it was easy to trace you all. He said and smirked, Shit! We shouldn't get back here. Shit! 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 It's Zayden's POV. She claimed me, and I claimed her back. I am no longer Grace's. Immediately, I realized that I was aware of everything around, but how? Didn't that witch control me? Shut up and pretend. I heard Dominic's voice in my mind. Thank God, Dom. Even you are in your senses. I cheered happily and looked at my mate in her wolf form. She was barely breathing. Don't do anything stupid, Zayden. We came in our senses because we now have witch blood in our veins after marking Sarah. I could sense that it has increased my power and has made me stronger. What do you mean? I asked, and something happened. I can move my finger. Oh God, I am able to move my body again. Stab Grace with our dagger, which we always tie near our ankle. I heard Dominic's voice again. What? Do what I say and act as you hate her. Remember, the curse that our mate will die. And that mate will be Sarah, not Grace. But it must be done, he growled, and I stabbed her. I saw her shocked expression, but pretended to remain unaffected. Stab! I stabbed her again. I looked up to see Sarah smiling in happiness. She didn't realize that I used my personal dagger to stab Grace, which has the power to trap anyone's soul in the body. So, there was no way Grace's soul could leave her soul. I am sorry. I am so sorry, Grace. He will forever be my puppet. And after the rejection and this attack, I don't think you can survive, Sarah said to everyone. You all can get lost who still want to stand by this weakling side. Find them and kill them all, she ordered the rest of the pack members. I could see that they were reluctant to take orders from Sarah. Wait, I roared, before anyone would have moved even a bit. She looked confused when I slowly started walking toward her. But then I remembered about the witch who was watching everything as if it was any television show. You can leave now, but I am not in your control anymore. And now you can't control me in any way because I have the witch's blood in my veins. I turned my gaze toward the woman who was known as Sarah. Thanks to your stupid move by letting me mark you, I am no longer under the witch spell, and I have the witch's power as well. I finished with a smirk which made her face pale in a second to know the stupidity of her moves. Leave now, or I will have to share all your deeds to the witch queen. I ordered that witch, knowing that she couldn't do anything against me until I attacked her first. She left immediately. We are mates now, and only death can separate us. So you can't deny about the things which happened between us, Sarah reminded me. Yes, which reminds me of the curse which I got from my mother. I walked closer and grabbed her face. That my mate will be killed in my every life, and I won't mind killing her with my own hand because I never want you as my mate. You can't kill me. The Bont won't let you, she hissed in confidence, which made me laugh. You still can amuse me, Sarah. I shook my head in disbelief. But you're wrong. She looked shocked more when I gave her an evil smile before showing the white eyes that I got from her. How? Thanks to you, I am half wizard now. And you should know that the evil power of a wizard witch increases when they kill someone close to their relation. So I won't mind sacrificing my mate, I explained before grabbing her head and snapped it like a branch in the tree before I watched her body turn into ashes after I threw her head on the fireplace. Game over. We must hurry. Those stupids might burn her or bury her body, thinking she's dead. And if that happens, then we couldn't do anything. I abruptly went out of the home, knowing where I could find everyone. I just hope that they won't kill me or attack me so that we could talk and I could explain everything to them. I still can't believe that I lost my senses because of the witch's spell. But then I saw something important from this adventure, that Grace's love toward me was deep like my own feelings toward her. She never lost hope and faith in me. We are so proud of her. Alpha? Theo called my name and I narrowed my eyes, remembering that he was the betrayer. I am sorry, Alpha. Wyatt had kidnapped my family and he threatened. Keep this shit to yourself, Theo. I will deal with you later. And as for now, prepare a small army of werewolves and send them in search of your family members. Rest. I will get back to it when I return, I said and looked around to check all my guards carefully, hoping my stupid brother Sarah and the witch didn't harm them. All good, Rio? I asked him, who nodded firmly. Glad to see you back on yourself, Alpha, he replied with a small smile. I thought you're going to lose yourself under the witch's spells. Now, I said, and saw everyone looking at me happily. We must hurry to Peter's house, I ordered quickly and saw him nodded. Some of the werewolves stayed in the house as guards, and some to help Theo, while we with more than 10 werewolves ran toward Peter's house to reach there as soon as possible. Wait, Grace, we are coming. We're not letting you go, not in this life. I stopped abruptly and wore the boxer to hide my gems from the ladies who were present near Grace's grave. Are we too late? Dominic panicked, but with the help of newly gained witch power, I could see what had happened a moment before. We are not late, at least not yet. I replied to him and saw everyone staring at me with hatred. With a small smile I spoke, I know I'll be seeing you all here, Eric, Jane, Peter, and Tia. I greeted them to see confusion forming on their faces. Alpha Zayden, I didn't know you had your voice back or remembered this place, Peter said with an angry expression that told me that he still didn't trust me. Shit, how can I explain this to them? I chuckled a little. When I saw you in the ceremony, I knew Eric would have used your place to stay, and after coming here, it was easy to trace you all, I said and smirked at my intelligence. Please, I'm Zayden. Why are you here, Alpha? Eric asked and made me turn my gaze toward him. I took a step closer, on which Peter growled at me, and along with other wolves on his side, which got a response from Rio and the werewolves who also growled at them for insulting their Alpha. Damn it! I don't have much time, and these mutts are growling at each other, I thought and looked at Eric as my last ray of hope. I don't want any war, but if they will not leave any other choice for me, then I will have to. TBC, Zayden's POV. I need to take my Grace out of the grave, Eric. I tried to explain to him calmly, and his eyes widened for a second. Why? I have no time, Eric. Her soul is trapped in her body, and I have to bring her back as soon as possible, I said in a hurry, hoping that he would let me go near Grace's grave. Please, I will explain later, but now there's no time for us to talk. Please, I requested him, going out of my nature. I am afraid for the first time. What if we are late? Shit! Eric, let me see her. I snapped and demanded firmly before taking another step closer to the grave, where all other werewolves against me started growling at me. I knew they saw me as a threat, but right now, my mind demanded to see my sweetheart, so I would embrace the consequence of my stupid action. Growl. Grr. We should leave, Eric, I heard Jane speaking. She looked scared and shocked. What did she see? Jane, are you out of your mind? Peter and Eric both rescinded quickly, but she gave them a serious look. Fine, I am leaving, but don't blame me later for not warning you, she said and started to leave. Also, Peter, don't forget that your mate is human, she added. Something was not right, Dominic said, and I pushed Eric and walked toward Grace's grave. I threw one of the wolves by hitting him with my hand, who jumped on me. I knew the fight between both sides of the wolves had already begun, but I gave a damned about it. I started digging the grave with my own hand furiously. The time was running out of my hand, and Jane's last expression was not that good. I would have asked her personally about it, but then, as I had said, I didn't have time. I finally found my mate laying lifeless, covered with the soil. I quickly pulled it out and grabbed her cold body. I am not able to hear her heart. She's dead. No, 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 no. Grace, I whispered and kissed her forehead before cupping her face. I, Zayden Staunton, the alpha of Blue Moon Pack, with all my power as a son of Moon Goddess and the witch blood in my veins, claims Grace Felton as my chosen mate and my Luna. With this, I mark her as mine, so we will become one forever as the Alpha and Luna to rule the pack. Saying this, I marked her at her neck. This was my last chance. Please, Grace, please accept me. A few minutes passed, but there's no response. She's gone. We're too late. No, I shook my head and held her body. Grace, I am here, please. Was I too late? This was it? But how? Her soul should have been trapped in her body. I muttered, and with the help of the witch's power, I started figuring out what went wrong in the whole process. And his eyes widened when he saw that the dagger had trapped the soul of the baby instead of Grace's soul. How the hell is that possible? Unless Dominic couldn't control his anger when he came to know that it was the soul of their pup who was trapped. And there was no way he could bring him to life because she had no body yet. He didn't have Grace's soul, but he had her body. He had his pup's soul, but not her body. Mother! I didn't realize when Dominic took control of my body. Out of nowhere, a bright light appeared in front of us, bright enough to make anyone shut his eyes for a while, but it didn't affect us. There is no need to get angry, Dom. You already knew about the curse, Moon Goddess explained, knowing why his son had called her. The curse was that my mate will be killed, and Grace was not my mate, not at the time when I stabbed her with the dagger. But I meant for Grace's death in all her life while giving you the curse. I could feel the hesitation in Moon Goddess's voice. It means she knew she made a mistake this time. You played fall, Mother. You knew that it would have been our pup who would have died, not Grace. I learnt that from you, my son. You changed Grace's destiny just before the time when she was going to die. Dominic started laughing out of his anger, the anger which only one person had the power to calm down. I wish I would have killed you along with your mate in the previous life, Mother, he said and grinned evilly. But it is still not late yet, he said and tried to attack the Moon Goddess, but she disappeared before he could even touch her. He roared in pain and frustration. I, Prince Dominic, son of the Moon Goddess, offering my soul to the King of Hell, Lucifer, in the exchange of enormous power, power to kill even the god, goddess, angels, and all other creatures. Saying this, he cut my wrist. Accept my blood as my loyalty toward you. Dominic, what did you do? That demon will make you, no, not just you, but us, a cruel monster. What did our Grace get by becoming a good person? He asked in return. If I have to live without her in all my life, then I won't let anyone live peacefully. Though I did not totally agree with him, but that's true. What did Grace receive by being such a good person? And why would I sit silently and cry on fate, rather than taking revenge from all the people who were the reason because of which Grace was not with me? Wyatt. It all started because of him. Hello to you, Zayden and Dominic. We heard a scary voice, and without looking at the person, we knew the devil was here. TBC, Zayden's POV. Boom! I walked slowly to the vampire palace. Everything was shaking. My mind kept screaming to kill everyone. She's gone. Everyone took her from us. Revenge? Kill them all. Kill all creatures. Wyatt, I roared angrily and saw a lot of vampires running here and there because of fear. Yes, fear, because I was killing all of them one by one. Dead. They must be dead. Zayden, the vampire, who was the reason why I lost my mother, and who was also the reason behind my current situation, came in front of me. If he would have let me live peacefully, then my Grace would have been alive. I clenched my fist when I remembered the face of my mother and Grace. He takes them from you. Kill them all. Grace. Kill. Kill them. Die, you all. I burnt them with my newly gained power, knowing how weak they were in front of my hell flames. I laughed like a maniac when I heard them all screaming. Happy. I was happy to see them in pain. I smiled. Torture them, especially Wyatt. He deserves it. He dare take Grace from us. Grace, my sweetheart, blinked. I felt power oozing from my body, and flame came before the palace exploded along with all the vampires inside. Kill everyone. Every creature, even. Human. Kill them. Kill! Third person's POV. Celine, you need to control your son, otherwise he will end up killing my vampire family. Ambrogio, the first man who turned into a vampire, also the king of vampires, shouted, entering the palace of the moon goddess Celine. He is not my son, at least not anymore. She tried to defend herself. He sold his soul to the demon. So why don't you ask for the help of Lucifer himself? We won't ask his help because everyone knows how much he loves evil creatures. And guess what? Zayden has turned into pure evil. Entered the angels, who were the protector of humans, as humans were powerless creatures and couldn't defend themselves against a demon. Celine remembered the lifeless body of Grace. She was the only one who could tame the beast. She was the only one who could stop his craziness. She was the only one who could stop the demon from his wrath. What should I do when Grace is dead? She wondered. I can't revive her. It's against the rules of nature. Grace's POV. Grace. Come back, Grace. Zay, I tried to walk to where the sound came from, but there was an invisible wall that blocked my path. What? It touched it and feel the wall that was holding me from getting closer to the voice. Zayden! I hit the wall to call him, but he was nowhere. Die. You all have to die. Gasped. I hit the invisible wall repeatedly and harder while screaming, Zayden, I'm here! Zayd! He can't hear you. Gasped. I swirled around and met a beautiful woman whose face was familiar to Queen Crystal. Are you Andrella, the elder daughter of werewolf Queen Crystal? I asked in confusion. I see, you know my mother, she said and smiled. Thank God. I felt a little hope in my heart and tried to reach near her, but again an invisible wall was blocking me. What's happening? Why can't I go anywhere? Can you please tell me where am I? And why can't Zayden hear me? I asked, feeling helpless. Boom! Zayden? I can sense how sad and angry he is. But why is he mad? Why is he so furious? You are in the spirit world, Grace, Andrella said, on which I raised my eyebrow, not understanding why I was here. In other words, you are dead, she added slowly, and I took one step back, away from her when she told me the news. What? I asked, not believing her words. Please tell me it is some kind of joke, please. I pleaded and sobbed when she just shook her head sadly. I'm dead? I tried to remember what had happened earlier, and after recalling what had happened in the ceremony, oh God, I knelt on the ground and started crying while I could hear the chattering around us. It was Zayden's voice. Die! Oh no, he's losing his mind. You can't reach him because he plunged into his misery and his wolf made a deal with the demon in exchange for power. Now, Zayden let go of his demon, which makes him dangerous. Andrella's voice snapped me from my mind and slowly raised my head to meet her eyes. And this wall, why am I trapped here? I asked, while touching the invisible wall. He kept your body with him, not letting you complete the circle of life. Until and unless your body doesn't get mixed with the 5 elements of the earth, you won't be able to take birth again. And the answer of your unasked question is why you can listen to his thoughts. Well, that is because he marked you as your mate even after your death. Okay then, what will happen to me now? How can you're here while he can't hear or sense me here? She gave me a small smile. I am not just your queen's elder daughter, Grace, but also the queen of the spirit world. She started and made me return her smile. Without my permission or mate's permission, no spirits can return to another world, and right now, everyone is asking for your spirit because you're the only one who can stop your mate's madness. She looked serious when she spoke, which told me that Zay really needed to be stopped. He's that bad? I asked softly, and let the tears fall when she just nodded with a sad smile. He always loves you, Grace, and losing you for the second time along with his pup, snapped Dominic, and now with his demon's power. Let's say it ends no good. Sighing, I nodded before sitting on the ground and hugged myself. I whimpered when I heard Zayden's voice echoing in this place. I could feel his agony and his wrath. I saw the crowd which was entering into the spirit world at the same time. This is the work of your mate. He has killed all of them without any reason. She again answered my unasked question. I have to stop him, I thought, and wiped my tears. Author note: if you are interested in reading the story of Andrella and her mate, Cade, please check my book My Bride Is Not a Human, exclusively on GOODNOV at TBC. Zayden's POV. If you are wondering why I refuse to testify against you, then I know you could easily escape out of all this. Zayden Staunton. Mia, John's wife, said fearlessly, looking directly into my eyes. But one day, God will make you pay for your crimes, and you will also lose a loved one. She added. You had also cursed me with those words, I said, looking at her angrily. Die. She needs to die. Kill her. Kill her both daughters. I grabbed her by her neck and lifted her in the air. She was trying to fight against me, but it was too bad. I was way stronger than she could even assume. Zayden, I heard someone calling my name. Well, that someone was just anyone, but it was the voice of my Grace. This is the last time I am asking you, sweetheart, because next time my gun will be speaking. Say my name. Zayden. That was the first time when she had called me by my name. I quickly turned around to see whether it was really her and found her soul looking at me. Well, to be specific, looking disgustedly at me. Leave her. She will die, she shouted in worry. Then let her die, because she is the reason you're not here with me. Leave her, Zayden, or I will never come back to you. Grace used her old ways to convince me. She knew that I would do anything for her. I left Mia's neck, and she fell down on the floor. Fine, I left her, I said, and gave her a small smile, but she was still glaring at me. Now, please come back to your body. I know God has to return your soul if I will kill all the creatures one by one, I said and grinned. I knew I might sound like a maniac, but what could I do? I love my sweetheart a lot. I have kept your body safe so that you can... I am not returning back, Zay, so please let me rest in peace. She said, and immediately something snapped inside me. Grace's POV. He shook his head and groaned out loud. You don't want to return? You want me to suffer by dying? Is that what you want? He shouted angrily at my face. I flew and tried to touch his cheek softly, but he took a step away from my touch. He was mad. Generally, a spirit couldn't touch or feel anything, but since he was my mate, I could touch him or feel his feelings. You killed my family, Zay. I saw my mother, father, and Blake in the spirit world, and knowing that you killed my parents because of your insanity, I couldn't forgive you. I killed them? He asked in confusion. He himself had no idea how much destruction he had made in the whole world because of me. I nodded at his question. There is no way I could stay with this new you or love you, so I reject my life in this body. I whispered softly and firmly, told him my decision. He took a moment to absorb the words before he grabbed me. Don't do this, sweetheart. You know that I can never imagine hurting anyone you love. Whatever happened was my mistake, but please don't leave me. Not again. He pleaded, and I could feel how desperate he sounded. I knew I was not fair to him, who already did everything for me, but I couldn't take any more thinking about how many innocent creatures died because of it. It hurt me. He must stop. He did that because of me. I should stop him. I am the only one who would be able to stop this madness. I am dead now, Zay, and please accept it, I said, smiling, before putting my forehead on his. He shook his head. Don't speak about your death, Grace, he snapped. I sighed. I met the moon goddess and came to know about the curse, I said, and saw him freeze with fire in his eyes. I will kill her, he roared, but I quickly hugged him tight and hid my face on his neck, afraid if he suddenly went to his mother and did something horrible. I tried to make him look at me, but he kept turning his head without seeing my eyes. I don't want you to be like this, Zay. You are hurting me by behaving like this. I wanted you to leave all the violence when I was alive, but you never listened to me. At that time, you were blinded with the feeling of revenge and anger, and you are doing the same even after my death. I want you to stop it, Zayden. I will wish in our next life, you will be a good person, and for that you have to let me go in this life. I tried not to choke on my own tears. I wrapped my arms around his neck and gave him a tight embrace, knowing that this was my last time. I wouldn't have these memories in my next life, and until then, Zayden had to wait for me. No, for the first time, I heard Zayden's voice break, and I could feel him trembling. Knowing that he was crying for me, I couldn't hold my tears anymore. Promise me that you will not harm anyone until it is really required. I asked. I promise. Thank you, Zay. Now I can leave peacefully. No, please no, sweetheart. He cupped my face, but I couldn't see him anymore. My vision was blurry, and I knew that it's just a second before I would be gone. I love you always, Dominic and Zayden, I said firmly, and allowed myself to be taken by the air back to the spirit world. Dominic POV. Gracie knew. I love you. Everything I had done for her, this was not what I had ever planned, to see her dead again. And I knew in all my life I had to face the same fate. Dom, I heard the voice of the moon goddess. Why? I shouted at her. It's your destiny, Dom, she said, on which I roared in anger and made everything shattered. Jennifer, Grace, I sobbed painfully, not caring that she was looking at my miserable state. Why? What's my fault? That I fell in love? I sobbed. I will meet with her again, but only to see her dead again? I asked bitterly, to which she smiled. No, I am taking back the curse which I had given to you. I realized it late, but I have seen how deep your love was for her and how unfair I treated you both. I don't believe you, I scoffed rudely. Then, feel it practically after 18 years from the date on which you will let go of Grace's body, along with the soul of your pup. 18 years, I muttered softly. TB, 18 years later. It's my 18th birthday, I shouted as loud as I could. I just got out of my bed and started dancing like some crazy teenager. I was so excited. After all, I was going to meet my mate, and then I will be able to shift. I went into the kitchen and saw Mom and Dad cooking something together. Good morning, Mom, Dad. I greeted them and saw them cooking my favorite breakfast. Mom smiled at me and Dad kissed my forehead. Good morning, Princess. Happy birthday. They both said in unison, and Mom kissed my cheek. My father, Eric Atkinson, is the alpha of the Blue Moon Alpha. Still, he never minded breakfast for me. Here are your pancakes. Thank you, Dad. After a while, we all settled down at the dining table. Are you excited for tonight? Mom asked. I looked down at my plate to hide my cheeks, which would have turned red by now. I slowly nodded yes. That's great, but don't be sad if you don't mind your mate today, okay? Because it is not compulsory that we will find our mate on our 18th birthday, Dad said, to which Mom glared at him and hit him lightly. I knew what he meant. Dad didn't find his mate until he chose Mom, a vampire, as his chosen mate. Well, do you think I am their daughter? No, that's wrong. They adopted me when I was little. No one has any idea where I landed in this forest. All I had was a pendant in my neck of my name. But never mind. All I knew was that I have the best parents in the world. Ooh, it hurts, Jane, Dad whined. Better. Don't hurt my daughter by your stupid suggestion. Excuse me, she is my daughter as well. All I know is that Jenny is going to meet her mate tonight, and you already know who could be her mate. Mom said and left, leaving me dumbfounded. What did she mean by that? Dad already had met my mate? But how would he have an idea about my mate when I haven't figured it out yet? Maybe he would be alpha of some pack or son of any alpha? I wondered. When the night came, I was dressed in my blue Cinderella dress, which was looking perfect on my blonde hair. I didn't apply makeup except for lip balm because my lips were already in baby pink shade. Will I find my mate today? I was pulled from my thought when there was a knock on my door. Come in. The door opened and Dad came in. Wow, you look pretty, Princess, he said. I gave him a small smile. He scratched the back of his head and gave me a shy smile. And I am sorry about what I said this morning about your mate. I smiled at him. It's all right, Dad. Now come one, I am here to escort you to the party, he said. I nodded and took his hand. He led me downstairs towards the garden where the party was being held. The entire time my mind was on my mate, about which I caught Mom and Dad discussing in the afternoon. Are you sure he is her fate? I mean, this can be just a mere coincidence that our daughter is turning 18 on the same date when the prophecy was made 18 years before, Dad reasoned out. Why are you taking so much stress? He is her mate and will never harm her. I know, but I had lost her once as my sister. I don't want to lose her again. When we arrived at the party, the garden was transformed into a pretty outdoor party. Fairy lights everywhere. There were couches instead of plain chairs for everyone to sit on. There was a makeshift stage and a Ling buffet table with a dessert bar. I was greeted by my mother, Dad's pack members, Mom's coven members, my friends, and the guests that consist of Alpha and other high-ranking wolves from different packs and coven leaders. I know. Werewolves and vampires are enemies, but I have seen them behaving friendly on my birthday. Though I am a werewolf, I am adored by all the vampires, so my sweet and kind gesture. I walked around thanking each and everyone for celebrating with us. I slid off the people when everything was just overwhelming. My friends joined me. So, have you found your mate? Alina asked. I sighed and shook my head. They frowned and patted my shoulder. Don't worry, he'll come around, in time, Jasper said. After a while, everyone gathered for the cake cutting. I was about to kill that cake with my knife. That's when I smelt the smell of soil after the first rain. Mate's here, find mate. I heard a female voice inside my head. Who are you? I asked the voice. I'm Grace, your lichen. My lichen, why do I have lichen rather than a wolf? Please find our mate. I need our mate. Mate needs us, she whined. Princess? Dad asked when he saw me lost. Mate, I muttered and left the knife and the cake at that spot and started walking in the direction of that scent. Soon, I started running toward the pack's border. My feet hurt because of the damned heels, but I didn't care. Finally, I found him, leaning against the tree. I couldn't see his face as he was standing in the dark, but something was telling in my mind that he was looking at me. I smiled widely and ran toward him with a little more speed. But unfortunately, I tripped. Mom, I cried loudly, thinking that I was going to kiss the ground very soon. But that never happened. I felt myself held by my waist by my mate. I knew that he was my savior without looking at me because of the spark. I'm sorry. I am too clue. I froze when I saw his face. I knew him somewhere. I stayed in his arms, gawking like an idiot until he snapped at me by chuckling in amusement, which made me blush for my stupidity. I softly pushed him and stood without his support. Crap, I was staring like a lunatic to my handsome mate whom I just met. Are you okay? He asked, and I tried to hide my embarrassment by hiding my face with my hair. I shook my head a little and smiled. I am fine. I am sorry for being so clumsy, I admitted. It's okay, but you shouldn't have run in heels, because if not now, then we would have met after a few minutes, mate. He spoke with a warm smile. Trying to hide my reddened face, I nodded my head. I am Zayden Staunton. I am Jennifer. Everyone calls me Jenny. Nice to meet you. I shoved my hand for him to shake, but was shocked when instead he kissed it. My God, nice to meet you too, sweetheart. Jenny, are you all right? Mom asked in a worried tone. I heard you called me, and you were scared. There came my possessive dad. Oh, and they are my parents, Eric and Jane Atkinson. I quickly introduced them to him, who froze after seeing him. Yeah, I am fine now. I was about to fall. That's why I called you, Mom, and that's why I was scared, Dad. I explained, protecting my mate from extra possessive parents. Hello, Eric and Jane, Zayden greeted them in a knowing tone. After a long time, huh? Mom said and smiled at him, while Dad hugged him. I raised a brow in question when I saw this. They know him. But how? How do you know him, Mom, Dad? I interject quickly. Well, he is the son of the former alpha of this pack, and after his father's death, he didn't want to rule the pack. That's why he left from here, years back. Mom explained as I nodded my head. Now, let's go back. Our guests are waiting for the cake cutting celebration. I nodded my head again. You're coming, right? I asked, looking at my mate, hopefully. It looked like he was reluctant to answer me, but then he nodded. I felt like that everyone already knew you and most of them looked really afraid, seeing you in the party. I said what I felt while sitting near our pack lake. Well, that's because I looked just like my father and he was kind of a violent man. He replied and held my hand. I believe you're not like him because I don't like violence. He completed my sentence by interrupting me in between. But don't worry, I am a saint. You can have my background check. Also, you couldn't have sensed by now that I don't have a wolf and I don't even know how to fight. Oh, in that case, I will protect you from evil people. I said and noticed him staring at me intently. I'm lucky to have a mate like you, sweetheart. He said seriously, and I felt something deeper came from the simple words he said. I didn't know what it was, but it felt like I already knew him. Zayden's POV. I have been waiting for Grace's 18th birthday since the moment she took birth. I saw her grow from a baby girl to a teenager. I could have met with her in the early days of her life, but I didn't do that because it wouldn't have been healthy for her brain. So I kept waiting for her until she was 18 years old. I was way more excited to see her on her 18th birthday, but didn't want to go to her and tell her that I was her mate, Zayden. But then I was afraid that if other people in packs or someone else recognized me, tell the whole truth to her. That's why I planned to stay near the pack border, away from everyone, knowing she would surely come to me when her wolf would be awakened and the same happened. I remembered that she ran away from me because of fear in her previous life when I was waiting for her. But now she was running toward me, to meet me, to see me. So it made me clear at the beginning that our destiny wouldn't be the same as before. This time, I won't lose her. This time, we will end up together forever. The end. So, finally, this book has come to an end. Last but not least, thank you so much, readers, who spent their precious time and money reading this book. Please do give the same love and support to my other books as well. Since English is not my first language, please forgive me for the mistakes. Please rate my work by giving your precious reviews.